Chapter 569 Murder as night descended, Jin Feihong returned to the Golden Money Gang from the Zhenwu Courtyard. Seemingly well-versed in all that had transpired between the Golden Money Gang and Chu Tiantang. Upon entering, he made his way to the location designated for storing the body of Luo Hong. Boss, Manager Luo perished under the iron ring. Their mastery of its use is unparalleled. A subordinate reported. As for the assailant, the skirmish was brief, and none witnessed the confrontation. Yang, the steward, spoke hastily. Jin Feihong glanced at the injuries of his men and waved dismissively. They have been treated. What of Jing Yi's situation? Jing Yi has killed Lei Sanxing of Chu Tiantang. But his current whereabouts are unknown, Yang replied. This individual possesses a fierce propensity for killing. Find a way to inform him. Instruct him to eliminate some of Chu Tiantang's hall masters. For every hall master he slays, he may choose an item from the Golden Money Gang's treasury, Jin Feihong declared. Boss, are you planning to take down Chu Tiantang? Yang inquired, surprised. It is merely a matter of having him eliminate a few individuals. The Zhenwu Courtyard intends to send a message to the Emperor Marshal Marquis. Therefore, for the time being, the Golden Money Gang cannot engage directly with Chu Tiantang's allies. Jin Feihong elucidated. From the current circumstances, it appears someone is orchestrating a scheme against both the Golden Money Gang and Chu Tiantang. Their goal is to incite conflict between us. By having Jing Yi commit murder, we may provoke the hidden puppet master to reveal themselves. Jin Feihong's expression darkened, realizing he was being manipulated. What a pity that Chu Tianba met his end in such a manner, he sighed. How many blood slaves have returned? Jin Feihong then inquired. Aside from Madame Yu, the remaining 13 blood slaves have been safely delivered to the secret chamber, Yang reported. Madame Yu? She is not within the gang. These individuals cannot leave the capital without my command, Jin Feihong remarked, his brow furrowing. Madame Yu vanished after your seclusion. She must have learned something. Additionally, it appears she possesses a method to conceal her scent from the blood insect, making her undetectable for the time being, Yang explained. Intriguing. Locate her swiftly. I wish to understand her means of evading the blood insect, Jin Feihong commanded. Understood, Yang responded. I shall proceed to the secret chamber. Unless it is of utmost importance. Do not disturb me. I will emerge by dawn, Jin Feihong concluded, striding towards the secret chamber. Inside the chamber, 13 unconscious women lay sprawled on the floor. Jin Feihong surveyed them, his eyes glimmering with crimson light. He practiced the Xuanji Jinma technique, which consists of 9 levels, yet he possessed only a fragmented version, lacking the 7th level. He had deduced the 7th level through his own comprehension, although he successfully completed the training for the 7th level. An unforeseen incident occurred while attempting the 8th. His vital energy had been severely depleted, necessitating the absorption of fresh blood to sustain his life force. Previously, he had relied on consuming the blood of other martial artists to sustain his own vitality. However, as time progressed, he sensed that his essence had become mottled. Consequently, he began to select specific blood servants for cultivation, providing sustenance for his own training. Over the years, through these blood servants, he recently succeeded in entering the realm of sea-like concentration. Once he attained this state, the vitality typically remained concealed, yet it would deplete rapidly when he employed his techniques, necessitating prior accumulation. The realm of sea-like concentration also varied in strength. Judging by Yan Shisan's actions, it was likely that the opponent was a formidable practitioner of this level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slay the already formidable Chu Tianba. Furthermore, reports indicated that Yan Shisan was responsible for the demise of his wife. Once I have consumed the blood, Yan Shisan, I shall rend you asunder. Upon returning, he had already instructed the members of the True Martial Academy to investigate Yan Shisan. As soon as they located him, he would proceed to eliminate him. With a rumble, he raised his hand and grasped a figure from the ground. A tremendous suction emanated from his palm, drawing the vitality from the opponent's body like a tidal wave, which then merged into his dantian. Jin Feihong's dantian glowed crimson, as this vitality settled into a dormant state within. In a dilapidated courtyard within the capital, Yan Shisan held a long sword and was in a meditative state. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked toward a shadow that had appeared within the ruin. Esteemed sir, there is no need for concern. I have come merely to seek your friendship, spoke the masked figure, regarding Yan Shisan. Had there been a price offered, I would have slain you with a single sword. Yan Shisan replied calmly. Upon hearing his words, the masked man's eyes flickered slightly. Sir, the True Martial Academy is searching for you. They will surely find you soon. The one seeking you is Shi Hanzhou, a top-tier practitioner of the sea-like concentration, who has battled with formidable opponents. If I can locate you, so too can he. Once he finds you, he will undoubtedly inform Jin Feihong, and together they may prove too powerful for you to escape the capital, the masked man warned solemnly. Yet, Yin Shi remained silent, his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the man's words. Observing Yin Shi's unchanging demeanor, the masked man's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I wonder if you would dare to accept Shi Hanzhou's task. As long as the price is right. There are very few we of the Qinglong Society would hesitate to eliminate. Yin Shi replied coldly, The Qinglong Society? Are you from the Qinglong Society? The masked man's face displayed astonishment, having not anticipated that Yin Shi was associated with them. 100,000 taels of gold, and Shi Hanzhou shall perish, payment in advance. Yin Shi declared. He represented the Qinglong Society, and it was time to make his presence known in the capital. This is 1 million taels in silver notes. Redeemable at any major bank, the masked man stated, producing a note from his robe, along with an image, which he casually tossed towards Yin Shi. Both large and small flying through the air simultaneously. Yin Shi raised his hand, clutching the silver notes and portrait. The portrait of Shi Hanzhou was subsequently shattered by a surge of internal energy, disintegrating into fine powder, while the silver notes were tucked away into his bosom. You may leave. There is no need for you to linger. Despite the fact that the other party was his employer, Yin Shi exhibited no semblance of courtesy. The masked man turned to exit the courtyard, glancing back at the premises. He had not anticipated that Yin Shi was a member of the Qinglong Society. This matter required reporting to the Third Alliance leader. The individual departed swiftly. Within the courtyard, Yin Shi sensed the other's departure. The capital is indeed remarkable. In a single day, they have located me. Yin Shi mused, then rose to his feet, turning to leave. Although he had accepted the mission, he had no intention of taking action. He wished to ascertain how long it would take for the Zhenwu Academy to find him. Chapter 570, The Palace of Ultimate Bliss. Puppets, and Su Qin's thoughts meanwhile, at another location, Bai Qiufei and Murong Fu were ensconced within a secret chamber. Shi Hanzhou of the Zhenwu Academy was actively searching for Yin Shi, and it was likely that he would find him soon. However, we cannot assist him at this juncture. Bai Qiufei spoke solemnly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Emperor Wu Ho had clashed with the Zhenwu Academy, and these two incidents were likely interconnected. The Emperor Wu Ho was currently unable to act, thus they sought out Yin Shi first. Nevertheless, this may prove beneficial. The young master did not send Yin Shi merely to assist us in killing. The Qinglong Society holds little renown in the capital. Yet if Yin Shi could eliminate Shi Hanzhou of the Zhenwu Academy, he would achieve instant fame, and the Qinglong Society would establish its reputation in the capital. The Zhenwu Academy is formidable. I fear for Yin Shi's safety, Bai Qiufei expressed his concern. You are aware of what sort of person Yin Shi is. It is exceedingly difficult to kill someone of his caliber. Recently, the 12th Prince covertly instructed me to cultivate relationships with certain officials within the court. Previously, the master had subdued Shi Mufeng in the northern county. I plan to make contact with him to reveal my identity and seek his assistance. Should I successfully enlist Shi Mufeng's support, he has promised to recommend me for the position of deputy commander in the Northern Pacification Office of the capital. Congratulations, Brother Murong. In that case, we have managed to open a small avenue, Bai Qiufei remarked. In comparison to Brother Murong, my situation is somewhat dire. Although we have bolstered our numbers, we lack skilled masters to oversee them. Currently, we are relying solely on the reputation of the Tianya Pavilion to sustain us. Bai Qiufei's expression clouded with worry. The capital is rife with change. Formidable individuals who had previously remained hidden are now surfacing. Furthermore, regarding the bounty issued by the Emperor Wu Ho, as long as he remains within the capital, I believe many renowned figures will flock here. At that time, those of us dealing in information will be in high demand. Yet we may also face peril. The last correspondence from the former steward indicated that both lords have already reached the realm of sea condensing. Should we invite them to the capital to oversee the Jin Feihong Zailu? Murong Fu suggested. The Night Emperor and the Day Lord entered the sea to concentrate their thoughts. However, to be candid, I do not wish to label them, Bai Qiufei remarked. Upon hearing his words, Murong Fu instantly grasped his meaning. He and Bai Qiufei were of a similar ilk, both placing great importance on power. They believed that only by controlling a measure of authority could they advance further. Young master, they are also aware of my sentiments. Hence they did not summon the Night Emperor and the Day Lord. I cannot afford to disappoint the young master. Bai Qiufei stated solemnly. Let us first wait for the progress from Chief Shangguan, though the young master, being cognizant of the situation in the capital, may dispatch others. Morong Fu replied. As they conversed, a figure emerged from beyond the door. Master, a secret missive. Hearing this, Bai Qiufei swiftly exited the room. The messenger handed over the missive and promptly vanished. Bai Qiufei opened the letter, his gaze sharpening. Brother Morong, someone has offered 1,000,000 taels of silver for yen to assassinate Shi Hanzhou. It appears that the Emperor Wu Ho's investigation into the true martial garden is not as we perceive, Bai Qiufei disclosed. He then handed the missive to Morong Fu, extracting a banknote for 1,000,000 taels from within. Wealth held no value for Yen Shisan, hence it was bestowed upon Bai Qiufei and his companions. Shi Hanzhou, the steward of the true martial garden, was a master swordsman rumored to be capable of withstanding formidable opponents in the sea of concentration. Alas, he was destined to encounter Yen Shisan, relegating him to the role of mere background. Morong Fu shook his head, having sensed Yen Shisan's sword intent. He did not believe that Shi Hanzhou, lacking the prowess of concentration, could stand against him. The situation in the capital is changing rapidly. I must relay this information to the young master without delay, Bai Qiufei asserted. Once Yen Shisan eliminates Shi Hanzhou, the Azure Dragon Society will inevitably clash with the true martial garden. This matter must be reported to the young master post-haste. Also, inform him of my contact with Shimu Feng, Morong Fu added. 3 days swiftly passed, and Su Chun had returned to the Mountain River sect from the City of Heaven. Upon his arrival, Zhao Xiaodai from the Bliss Palace came to the Mountain River sect, seemingly aware of Su Chen's return. In truth, Zhao Xiaodai had arrived early, eager to meet Su Chun, but since he was away, she had waited in Lingnan County for his return. As soon as she learned of his arrival, she hurried to pay her respects. Su Chun, curious about Zhao Xiaodai's visit, noted their lack of prior acquaintance. However, as she was here for a formal visit, he felt compelled to meet her and discover the reason for her long wait. Su Chun was somewhat familiar with Zhao Xiaodai, one of the 4 esteemed women of the Bliss Palace. Her master, the Jade Bone Demoness of the Bliss Palace, practiced a technique known as the 9-Yin Heavenly Cicada Method, which possessed a pure aura of Yin. If absorbed by those cultivating intense techniques, it could swiftly enhance their strength. Su Chun found himself intrigued, pondering how the techniques of the Bliss Palace seemed to be tailored for the benefit of others. Previously, the esteemed Miss Chiu Kai-dai had aided Bai Qiufei in enhancing his prowess. Could it be that this Paradise Palace serves as a harem for a certain illustrious figure, ultimately to be harvested in the end? Su Chun pondered within himself. In the Grand Hall, Zhao Xiaodai awaited Su Chun in tranquil silence. As time elapsed, her countenance remained unchanged. After a while, she suddenly lifted her gaze towards the entrance. Clad in resplendent attire, Su Chun strode into the room, unaccompanied by anyone else. Upon returning, Yuan Yun had begun to organize some secret correspondence, intending to report to Su Chun once he had concluded matters with Zhao Xiaodai. Zhao Xiaodai's eyes fixed on Su Chun, revealing a flicker of astonishment deep within her gaze. She found it impossible to fathom Su Chen's strength. And although his physique was not imposing, there existed within him an overwhelming, violent power. The outside world was only aware that Su Chun from the Mountain River sect had just reached the celestial realm. What a ferocious force! Perhaps this time I have truly come to the right place. Su Chun is certainly not a mere puppet put forth by the Qinglong Society. Zhao Xiaodai contemplated. Miss Zhao, I apologize for any negligence, Su Chun remarked upon entering the hall. Within the chamber, he sensed a pure, Yin energy emanating from Zhao Xiaodai. If I were to absorb this Yin energy, my strength might approach the pinnacle of the celestial realm. A spark of intrigue flickered in Su Chen's mind. It was not that he desired to absorb her Yin energy. Rather, he had been experiencing a slow enhancement of his own power and recognized that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. To break through, mere diligence and training would prove insufficient. Unless he could acquire some special elixirs, he had not recently come across any that could facilitate his advancement. Chapter 571. Lu Sheng Danma Shou, Lu Sheng Piao Su Master Su, I must express my apologies for my uninvited presence and for disturbing you. Zhao Xiaodai began. I have come to seek collaboration with you, Master Su. I wonder if you are familiar with the Extreme Joy Powder? Miss Zhao, is not the Extreme Joy Powder a product of your Paradise Palace? It is hardly a benign substance. Are you suggesting a partnership regarding it? Su Chen replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Xiaodai's eyes flickered slightly. The benefits of the extreme joy powder were immense, and she had not anticipated Su Chen's disinterest. If you have come to discuss this matter, then please take your leave. Su Chen gestured, indicating there was no need to continue the conversation. Master Su, I can provide you with the formula for the extreme joy powder, provided you can assist me in contacting a master from the Qinglong Society to help me eliminate a target. Zhao Xiaodai continued. She was confident that Su Chen would find the formula appealing. Miss Zhao, as I have stated, I have no interest in the extreme joy powder. However, I am intrigued by your proposition of assassination. As long as you are willing to pay, our Qinglong Society can assist you in eliminating your desired target. May I inquire? Who is it that you wish to kill? Su Chen inquired with growing interest. To eliminate my master, the jade-boned enchantress. Zhao Xiaodai revealed without further hesitation. The price is 1,000,000 taels of silver to dispose of her. Su Chen made a direct offer, not inquiring about the reason for the assassination of the jade-boned demoness. A killer does not question the motives. 1,000,000 taels? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Xiaodai's expression darkened. She certainly did not possess such a sum. 1,000,000 taels is no trifling amount. Who would carry so many silver notes? Furthermore, she simply did not have it. She might have several 100,000 taels, but could the esteemed Joy Palace lack 1,000,000? Observing the troubled look on Zhao Xiaodai's face, Su Chen slightly furrowed his brow. Su Zhangjiao, it is of no consequence to divulge this to you. The profits from the Joy Powder are substantial, yet they do not belong to our Joy Palace. We are merely tools in the hands of others. I truly do not possess such a fortune. If I were to gather funds from elsewhere, it would inevitably attract attention. And I do not wish for my master's demise to be linked to me, Zhao Xiaodai explained. It is rumored that you practice the 9-yin heavenly cicada technique, possessing pure yin energy that would greatly aid in my cultivation. Should you assist me in my training, I would be willing to summon experts from the guild to aid you. Su Chen remarked, observing Zhao Xiaodai. He was not a chivalrous hero, but rather someone who saw no reservations in benefiting from those who could assist in his cultivation. Of course, he also found Zhao Xiaodai's appearance pleasing. However, he understood that his words might merely be rhetoric, as it was unlikely she would agree under normal circumstances. Very well, I am willing to assist Su Zhangjiao in his cultivation. Our yin energy serves as a furnace. Ultimately, it will be taken from us. As long as you help me eliminate my master, the jade-bone demoness, I would be able to absorb her power, restoring my own and advancing further, even if it means losing my 9-yin heavenly cicada technique. Zhao Xiaodai declared. You say you are a furnace. Are you referring to that individual who controls the figures of the Joy Palace? Zhao Xiaodai's mention of a furnace resonated with Su Chen's earlier thoughts. He did not believe he was the only one to have conceived such an idea. Surely, many others had arrived at the same conclusion. Although the Joy Palace seemed to have vanished for decades, it was merely a facade. It had not truly disappeared. Otherwise, the Joy Powder would not have continued to circulate within the martial world. As Su Zhangjiao noted, the revered women, elders, or the palace master of the Joy Palace are but vessels for that individual or that faction. However, it is likely that only the palace master is privy to the identity of that power. Upon hearing this, it was uncertain whether Su Zhangjiao felt any fear. Individuals? Factions? Su Chen's mind sharpened. He had initially hoped to glean more about the situation from Zhao Xiaodai, but it seemed she was unaware. It is indeed a mysterious force, yet it does not instill fear in me. Su Chen replied coldly. I will give you a day to contemplate. We shall transact tomorrow, Su Chen stated as he rose. I will come to meet you, Su Zhangjiao. Tomorrow, Zhao Xiaodai affirmed, her tone resolute. From Su Chen's expression, she sensed that he did not regard the entity behind the Joy Palace with concern. This might be her opportunity to extricate herself from the Joy Palace. After Zhao Xiaodai departed, the atmosphere lingered with unspoken tension. Su Chen fell into contemplation, as the information they possessed regarding the Bliss Palace was rather scant. Previously, Bai Choufei had conducted some investigations and vaguely mentioned that the Bliss Palace might be located in the Jiangnan region. Given that the Bliss Palace deals in the sale of Bliss Powder, it would undoubtedly choose affluent areas for its operations. Bliss Powder is a drug that induces addictive hallucinations, targeting both martial artists and ordinary individuals alike. Master, there have been recent events in the capital, Yuan Suiyun said, handing a meticulously organized secret letter to Su Chen. After perusing it, Su Qin's brow furrowed slightly. The Imperial Martial Marquis had forcefully searched the true martial academy, and someone had commissioned Yin Shisan to assassinate the academy's steward. Hanzhou. It seemed the capital was in considerable turmoil. Send word to Yin Shisan to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Imperial Martial Marquis. Such a substantial bounty must be claimed by our Azure Dragon Society. Inform Fu Hongxue to depart from Jiangnan and assist Yin Shisan in the capital. Su Qin continued. Wei Zhuang has already dispatched people to Jiangnan to establish a branch of the Azure Dragon Society there. Fu Hongxue can temporarily leave Jiangnan to support Yin Shisan in the capital. Master, the winds of change are sweeping through the capital. Bai Choufei's pressure is mounting. Should we invite the Night Emperor and the day after to the capital? With their prowess having reached the realm of sea condensation, the two, when united, are undoubtedly formidable forces, Yuan Suiyun suggested. While he understood Bai Choufei's intentions, he was also concerned about Su Qin's strategy in the capital. The current strength in the capital was alarmingly weak and could not keep pace with the shifting tides. Su Qin pondered deeply. Guanxi has consumed the blood frog from the snow mountain, achieving the realm of sea condensation. As a reward, I have received an orange lottery card. Su Qin's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated Guanxi's strength to break through to the sea condensation level at such a moment. And he had also obtained an orange lottery card. Recently, he had acquired 2 additional orange lottery cards, and with Guanxi's, he now possessed 3. He decided to draw one. The host has acquired the character Yagyu Taijima no Kami and the character Yagyu Hayakaze, along with a 10-year inner strength infusion card from Bai Choufei. Both characters are renowned figures, a father and daughter duo among the world's finest. Yagyu Taijima no Kami, a figure of unparalleled martial prowess, is the head of the Yagyu clan from Fusang. He is known for his exceptional skills and meticulous mind. He has lived a life entwined with slaughter, embodying a relentless killing machine, resolutely pursuing his goals without hesitation, willing to go to any lengths, slaying gods when encountering them, and killing Buddhas when they appear, even if it means eliminating his own daughter. His daughter, Yagyu Yukiji, met her demise at the hands of Duan Tianya. His martial techniques include the god-slaying blade and snow drifting through the world. Yagyu Hayakaze is a character from the television series The World's Greatest, the wife of Duan Tianya and sister to Yagyu Yukiji. She bears a striking resemblance to Yukiji, yet possesses even greater talents. Yagyu Hayakaze is shrewd and deeply calculating, secretly operating as a cold-blooded assassin. However, for Duan Tianya, she made 2 significant sacrifices in her lifetime. First, her womanly virtue, and second, her own life, rendering her a tragically poignant figure. Chapter 572, Establishing the Renowned Reputation of the True Martial Academy against the Azure Dragon Society. 5th update. Su Qin assessed the strength of the 2 individuals before him. Both resided at the Dantian Hua High level, exhibiting considerable prowess. Although their abilities were confined to the Dantian Hua High realm, their combined efforts could likely threaten even formidable experts within the sea. Should he send Lu Shengpiaosu to meet Duan Tianya first, or dispatch them to the capital to assist Bai Choufei? Both were cold-blooded assassins, well suited for the current climate in the capital. It was prudent to summon Lu Shengpiaosu first to gauge her own intentions, Su Qin pondered. He summoned the pair forth. Lu Shengdan Ma Shou presented a fierce demeanor, embodying the essence of an Eastern warrior, while Lu Shengpiaosu dazzled with her striking beauty, an undeniable enchantress. Greetings, Master. They both bowed in unison to Su Qin. This is Yuan Suiyun. He will inform you of certain matters pertaining to this world. Lu Shengpiaosu. Duan Tianya is currently beyond the borders. If you wish to meet him, you may proceed. After your meeting, I expect you to travel to the capital. Su Qin directed at Lu Shengpiaosu. Master, the mission takes precedence. Lu Shengdan Ma Shou interjected. In his eyes, all they possessed belonged to Su Qin, rendering his tasks of utmost importance. Master, Guihai Dao has returned from beyond the borders and can summon Duan Tianya to accompany you both to the capital. Yuan Suiyun stated at that moment. There are currently no pressing matters beyond the borders, with Zhu Wushi stationed at Tianshan, making Duan Tianya's presence unnecessary for the time being. This presents an opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the conditions of this world. Once Duan Tianya arrives, you may then proceed to the capital, Su Qin suggested. Bai Choufei, endowed with a decade of cultivation at the celestial human realm, could likely reach the pinnacle of celestial 9 difficulties. For now, he should be able to stabilize the capital for a while. Additionally, it would be prudent to assess the situation in the Jiangnan region. In a few days, we shall head to Jiangnan, where the layout is more intricate than in the capital. Moreover, with Zhao Xiaodai having clearly acquiesced to his requests, a visit to the Bliss Palace may also be in order. Dusk fell beyond the capital, within a secluded and dilapidated temple. Yan Shursen stood before a man similarly wielding a long sword. "Who are you?" he inquired calmly, despite having seen the man's likeness. "Jihan Zhou of the True Martial Academy. Yan Shursen, after searching for you for many days, I have finally located you. A formidable expert of the sea, residing in this forsaken temple, is indeed disappointing," the newcomer replied coldly. "True Martial Academy, do you represent them or yourself?" Yan Shursen inquired, unperturbed by the other's words. "What? Are you afraid of the True Martial Academy?" Upon hearing this, Jihan Zhou's expression betrayed a hint of disdain. "The worth of your death lies in being slain by the representative of the True Martial Academy, Yan Shursen," he declared. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, unleashing a tremendous wave of destructive sword intent. The surrounding air rippled under the weight of this formidable energy, causing Jihan Zhou, positioned opposite him, to darken in countenance. He could sense the terrifying sword intent emanating from his opponent, yet the words spoken ignited a fury within him. His adversary completely disregarded Jihan Zhou, intending to leverage their Zhenwu Courtyard for fame. Suddenly, a tempest of sword energy surged from his being, recklessly tearing through the dilapidated walls of the temple behind him. The sword energy coalesced into a formidable sword aura. Though Jihan Zhou had not yet stepped into the sea of concentration, he was on the verge of manifesting his sword intent, merely a step away from full realization. With a crackle, lightning flickered amidst the sword energy, infused with a palpable malevolence. His figure lunged towards Yan Shursen, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike from his longsword, imbued with terrifying power that rent the air, striking towards Yan with the velocity of lightning. Yan Shursen maintained an air of tranquility, executing a seemingly mundane counterstrike with his sword. Yet, upon collision, the two forces produced a resounding boom, their energies clashing violently. Jihan Zhou, witnessing the failure of his attack, felt his expression shift as he landed, his gaze now heavy with intensity, fixed upon Yan Shursen. The latter had effortlessly shattered his assault with a mere flick of his sword. "You are formidable. Allow me to show you my 10 directions thunder destruction sword." As he spoke, Jihan Zhou concentrated his essence, spirit, and energy, unleashing an astonishing sword intent. This formidable intent caught Yan Shursen's attention, causing his eyes to narrow. According to the records, Jihan Zhou possessed the qualifications to contend with a warrior of the sea's concentration, relying on this very sword intent. A serious expression emerged on Yan Shursen's face. Observing the change in Yan's demeanor, Jihan Zhou's eyes glimmered with sharp brilliance. "Let us see how you withstand the strike." As Jihan Zhou gazed at Yan Shursen, his longsword shimmered brilliantly, accompanied by a destructive force of lightning. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air, his radiant sword light intertwined with the menacing thunder, cleaving downwards. In that moment, as his essence and thunderous sword intent surged, the surrounding air crystallized, transforming into a frenzied sword energy that enveloped Yan Shursen. It was as though, beneath the tempest of lightning, all living beings faced obliteration. With this strike, the full force within Jihan Zhou was unleashed. He dared to wield this sword with all his might because, upon discovering Yan Shursen's whereabouts, he had already alerted the others at Zhenwu Courtyard. Calculating the time, the other 4 managers should have arrived by now. A single blow to incapacitate Yan Shursen would allow the others to capture him alive. The death of Yan Shursen was far less significant than his living capture. The downfall of a warrior of the sea's concentration, displayed at the entrance of Zhenwu Courtyard, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the realm, serving as a stark warning. Facing the oncoming terror of Jihan Zhou's strike, Yan Shursen unleashed his own sword intent without reservation. In a powerful explosion, his sword intent surged, far surpassing that of Jihan Zhou. With a cold gaze, he executed a strike. In this life, there would be no destruction. He could fully express his swordsmanship. The 13 deadly swords, as well as the 14th and 15th swords, were at his disposal. Certainly, Jihan Zhou was not yet worthy of invoking the 15th sword. The lethal 14th sword cleaved through him, reducing that terrifying strike of Shi Hanzhou to mere fragments in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Shi Hanzhou's expression shifted drastically, and he retreated rapidly, exclaiming with fervor, "Yin Shi-san, should you take my life, your Qinglong society shall surely face annihilation." Yet, no sooner had his words escaped than Yin Shi-san's gray sword appeared, piercing through his heart with a surge of sword energy. The first sword did not claim your life solely due to the absence of witnesses. There was no means to validate the reputation of our Qinglong society against your Zhenwu Courtyard. However, now that company has arrived, your earlier outcry has surely been heard by them. I extend my gratitude. Yin Shi-san's voice echoed ominously in his ear. You. Shi Hanzhou had not anticipated that Yin Shi-san would leverage their Qinglong society reputation against them. With a resounding thud, as he attempted to speak, the penetrating sword energy shattered his heart, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 573, Yin Shi-san, Evil Alliance, The Full Moon, Tianke Mountain Manor. After striking down Shi Hanzhou, Yin Shi-san pivoted, transforming into a fleeting shadow, darting towards a forested area. At that very moment, 4 figures surged forth. Hanzhou. Upon witnessing Shi Hanzhou's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, one of the 4, an elderly man with white hair and a gaunt visage, let out a mournful wail. "I shall pursue him," Jin Feihong declared, turning to chase after Yin Shi-san's departing figure. "I shall follow as well," Sima Yun stated, joining the pursuit, wary of the formidable strength of their opponent, fearing for Jin Feihong's safety. "Old Chu, Yin Shi-san has slain Hanzhou. We are left with no means to explain this to the chief steward," the master of the Heavenly Holy Hall remarked. Despite the fact that Shi Hanzhou shared their status as a steward, he had connections with the chief steward. Qinglong Society, Yin Shi-san. What a formidable Qinglong Society. What a remarkable Yin Shi-san. The frail elder paid no heed to the Heavenly Holy Hall master's words. Instead, he spoke in a harsh tone. When they had arrived, they had indeed heard Shi Hanzhou mention the Qinglong Society. After his exclamation, he signaled with a flare, igniting in the air. Before long, several disciples of the Zhenwu Courtyard appeared to retrieve Shi Hanzhou's body. The emaciated elder, his expression darkened, stated. The disciples of Zhenwu Courtyard gazed at the corpse on the ground with astonished faces, failing to anticipate that Shi Hanzhou had been slain. They swiftly collected the body and prepared to depart. "Let us move as well." Yet, as they were about to set off, Jin Feihong and Sima Yun returned from the distance. Their faces ashen. "Yin Shi-san's strength surpasses our expectations. He vanished from our sight without a trace," Jin Feihong fumed, striking the crumbling wall with a fist, causing the bricks to disintegrate into dust. Failing to locate him, allowing Yin Shi-san to escape is not favorable news for our Zhenwu Courtyard, the gaunt elder replied solemnly. The Zhenwu Courtyard had already faced scrutiny from the Emperor Wu Ho, and now a steward had been slain. These 2 incidents had severely tarnished their reputation. "We must return to Zhenwu Courtyard and report to the chief steward," Sima Yun stated. Onward, the 4 swiftly made their way back. From the shadows of a darkened rock, Yin Shi-san slowly emerged, casting a fleeting glance towards the dilapidated temple, poised to depart. Yet, suddenly, he halted, his gaze turning icy as it fixed upon a particular spot. An aura of terrifying sword intent enveloping him. Within his line of sight, the cloaked figure who had previously searched for him reappeared. "How did you find me?" Yin Shi-san inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. The fact that this individual had tracked him down twice suggested that either a trace had been left upon him or that the individual possessed some extraordinary skill. Such a person could not be allowed to remain at large. "Brother Yin, there's no need for alarm. I have followed Shi Hanzhou here, keeping my distance while observing you," the cloaked figure hastily replied, sensing the oppressive sword intent emanating from Yin Shi-san. "You possess commendable skill, yet you should not trail me. Accept a strike from my sword. Should you survive, you may leave unscathed." Yin Shi-san's gaze hardened as he regarded the figure, his sword intent coalescing as he raised his hand, prepared to deliver a lethal blow. The fact that this person had followed him undetected indicated considerable prowess. For the sake of his own concealment, such a person was better off dead. Noticing the impending threat, the cloaked figure broke into a cold sweat. He had witnessed Yin Shi-san's swordsmanship and knew he could not withstand even a single strike. "Brother Yin, please, do not act hastily. I come as a representative of the Evil Alliance with an important mission. We hope you will partake in it." The Evil Alliance. A significant mission, Yin Shi-san pondered, as the sword intent around him subtly dissipated. He spoke in a low voice. Su Chun had previously relayed news of the evil alliance's intent to assassinate someone to the capital, so I am aware of this matter. Indeed, Brother Yin is informed. On the 15th, under the full moon, at Tianke Mountain Villa outside the city, this is the secret directive for entry. With that, he tossed forth a black iron token. Yin Shisan reached out, grasping the token in his hand. On the 15th, I shall arrive punctually. With that, he turned and vanished into the distance, leaving the cloaked figure momentarily astonished by his prowess and detection. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, the cloaked figure turned and departed. At this moment, news of Shi Hanzhou's demise at the hands of Yin Shisan began to circulate throughout the capital within mere hours, leaving many astounded. The revelation that Yin Shisan of the Qinglong Society had slain Shi Hanzhou, a figure capable of contending with formidable beings of the sea, raised eyebrows. How could he have been killed? Yet, what truly was the Qinglong Society? Did anyone possess knowledge of its intricacies? The Qinglong Society had risen to prominence in the 9 northern prefectures, establishing itself as the sovereign of that region. Though merely the ruler of these lands, not long ago, Fu Hongxue of the Qinglong Society had annihilated the leader of the Tianxiong sect, Zhu Daimon, in the Jiangnan region. Fu Hongxue was indeed a formidable being of the sea. It was plausible that Yin Shisan was also a practitioner of such caliber. Reports indicated that Yin Shisan's initial victim had been the wife of Jin Feihong from the Money Gang, followed by the slaying of Chu Tiantang, who had been vanquished while in a state of concentrated power. Ultimately, Shi Hanzhou of the Zhenwu Academy met the same fate, one stronger than the last. It is evident that Yin Shisan is a formidable presence amidst the ocean's elite. Consequently, the Qinglong Association has gained notoriety within the capital. Conversations among martial artists have facilitated swift dissemination of this news, leaving many astonished by Yin Shisan's prowess and consequently directing their attention towards the Qinglong Association. Within a day, the association has achieved fame in the capital. At this juncture, a blood-red insect stirred in the hands of Butler Yang from the Money Gang, emitting a hissing sound as it moved towards a particular direction. After all these days, the scent-tracking insect had finally reacted. A sense of curiosity enveloped Butler Yang as he pondered the location of its elusive target. A sinister expression crept across his face. The blood slaves of Jin Feihong were under his management, and he had also raised and trained the scent-tracking insect. For days, he had been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of Madame Yu. However, with the insect's sudden response today, he was resolved to personally capture Madame Yu and extract from her the means of evading the insect. Following the guidance of the scent-tracking insect, Butler Yang exited the Money Gang. Moments later, upon arriving at a courtyard, his expression shifted upon recognizing the residence before him. Could it be that Madame Yu was hiding here, at Shangwanhe's abode? A flicker of realization coursed through his mind. Among the 6 chief stewards, only Shangwanhe possessed a profound understanding of human nature. With sufficient gold and silver, he had great faith in Shangwanhe. I hope you will willingly surrender Madame Yu, Butler Yang murmured to himself. Madame Yu was an exceptionally captivating woman, and it would come as no surprise if she had bewitched Shangwanhe. Had he not known her to be a blood slave of Jin Feihong, he might have acted upon his desires long ago. As the door creaked open, revealing the unguarded estate, Butler Yang furrowed his brow slightly and stepped into the courtyard. In the main hall of the courtyard, Madame Yu was pouring tea for Shangwan Jinhong. Upon witnessing Butler Yang's entrance, neither exhibited any significant change in demeanor, as if they had anticipated his arrival. I did not expect you to hide here with Shangwanhe. Did you believe he could protect you? Butler Yang spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on Madame Yu. Do you not find it peculiar, Butler Yang? Why has the scent-tracking insect reacted today, guiding you here, and why is there no one else within this residence? Madame Yu replied, her eyes locked onto Butler Yang. Upon hearing her words, Butler Yang's gaze sharpened, shifting towards Shangwan Jinhong. Shangwanhe, Madame Yu is an essential person to our leader. If you hand her over to me, this matter will be laid to rest. Do not misjudge the situation. I hold you in high regard, he threatened, his eyes narrowing at Shangwan Jinhong. Butler Yang, I have specifically drawn you here today. I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the leader's 2 disciples. Might you share this information with me? Shangwan Jinhong ventured. Madame Yu had conducted her investigations for quite some time, yet had failed to uncover the whereabouts of Li Jiyu and Yang Tianqin. These 2 must perish. Within the Money Gang, the only individuals privy to their whereabouts, apart from Jin Feihong, were Butler Yang. which was why Shangwan Jinhong had orchestrated this encounter with Madame Yu to lure Butler Yang. Upon hearing the words of Shangwan Jinhong, Butler Yang's expression hardened, his gaze turning cold and piercing as he regarded Shangwan Jinhong. You seek to inquire about the whereabouts of the two young masters, Shangwan He? There are matters that are beyond your comprehension, Butler Yang declared, a formidable aura emanating from him. As the steward of Jin Feihong, Butler Yang had attained the formidable realm of Tianren 9 difficulties. He was acutely aware of Shangwan He's capabilities, which hovered around Tianren's 6 difficulties, an opponent he could easily vanquish. I had initially considered granting you a chance to live, given your past reverence towards me. However, your inquiry has crossed a line, and thus, you must face your demise. Butler Yang's voice was devoid of warmth. His loyalty lay with Jin Feihong, and Shangwan He's recent behavior revealed a mind preoccupied with treachery rather than allegiance to the Jin Xian gang. Such a character was deemed unnecessary. Upon hearing Butler Yang's words, Shangwan Jinhong's countenance turned icy as he rose to his feet, raising his hand to close the previously opened grand door in an instant. A terrifying aura enveloped him, his gaze fierce and domineering as he fixed his stare on Butler Yang. Butler Yang, I had intended to offer you a path to survival and service to me, considering your extensive knowledge of the Jin Xian gang. Yet, it seems that some individuals, at times, opt for a path of death rather than life. Such people are beyond redemption, Shangwan Jinhong stated in a low voice. Your strength. Butler Yang felt an indescribable pressure as Shangwan Jinhong unleashed his full presence. Earlier, Shangwan Jinhong had concealed his aura, preventing Butler Yang from sensing any danger. However, now, fully unleashed, although Shangwan Jinhong's realm was merely Tianren 8 difficulties, his power equaled that of Tianren 9 difficulties, thereby exerting tremendous pressure on Butler Yang. Shangwan He, I did not anticipate your deep concealment. It appears that the traitor within the gang is you, and your pursuit of the young master's whereabouts indicates your intent to strike against them. How unexpected this is. Recently, he had been investigating the traitor but had never considered Shangwan Jinhong, as the latter, despite being one of the 5 managers, possessed limited strength and territory, making it improbable for him to ascend over the others. Naturally, it was also due to Shangwan Jinhong's substantial offerings that Butler Yang had not suspected him. But your realm is still merely Tianren 8 difficulties. Do you truly believe you can kill me with such power? The moment I break free from this courtyard and call out, the members of the Jin Xian gang will rush to my aid, and you will perish beneath their blades. Butler Yang observed with a cold demeanor. Having weathered many storms, he was unperturbed by Shangwan Jinhong's threats. In response to Butler Yang's words, Shangwan Jinhong remained composed. If you truly believe that, Butler Yang, you would not be conversing with me, but would have already taken action to escape the courtyard. Is that so? As Butler Yang spoke, he moved towards the hall's exit. However, Shangwan Jinhong was swifter, appearing before him in an instant. A massive hand, infused with terrifying true energy, reached out forcefully towards Butler Yang. The palm transformed into a claw, and the energy surged, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar, creating shockwaves that rippled around. Butler Yang found his movement impeded. Extending his palm, he struck back with a darkened hand, infused with a sinister toxin. The impact resonated with tremendous force, causing the airwaves to explode, toppling furniture and scattering debris throughout the hall. Madam Yu swiftly sought refuge in a corner. Shangwan He, your strength is insufficient to subdue me. The two briefly exchanged blows before separating. Butler Yang observed Shangwan Jinhong, feeling pressure but not an overwhelming sense of danger. Their earlier skirmish indicated that his opponent's power barely surpassed his own. Is that so? If I did not intend to spare your life, do you think you would have made it this far while I wasted my breath on you? Shangwan Jinhong retorted coldly. His intention was not to eliminate Butler Yang, but to extract information about Yang Tianxian and his companions. What do you mean by that? Butler Yang's expression shifted at Shangwan Jinhong's words. Did he not realize that his energy was rapidly depleting? Madam Yu interjected. This hall has been permeated with my Tian Luo powder, colorless, odorless, and non-toxic, yet unguarded. It can erode one's dantian and accelerate the loss of true energy. Once the energy diminishes to a critical point, one's limbs become weak and feeble. We knew Butler Yang was a master of poison, which is why we engaged him in conversation. Upon hearing Madame Yu's explanation, Butler Yang's gaze sharpened as he immediately assessed his condition, only to find his face paling. He attempted to retrieve some pills from his robe to counteract the effects of the Tianluo powder, but Shangwan Jinhong was swift, denying him the opportunity. After several exchanges, Shangwan Jinhong seized Butler Yang by the throat. "Shangwan He, you despicable coward, resorting to poison to ensnare an old man." Butler Yang bellowed, struggling against his captor. "If not for my need to glean information from you, I would have already sent you to meet Luo Hong." Shangwan Jinhong replied icily. "Luo Hong was killed by you." Butler Yang's expression morphed in shock. He had not anticipated that Shangwan He was responsible for her death. Boom. As he spoke, Shangwan Jinhong struck the opponent's chest with his other hand, shattering his dantian without hesitation. Then, with a crack, he crushed the limbs of Butler Yang. With his dantian destroyed and limbs severed, the excruciating pain caused Butler Yang to lose consciousness, his vision fading to darkness. "I leave Butler Yang in your care. Ensure you extract information regarding Yang Tianxian and his whereabouts. Based on the timeline, they should have arrived in the capital by now." Shangwan Jinhong commanded. "Give me half a stick of incense, and I shall have it resolved." "Madam," Yu replied, dragging the unconscious Butler Yang as she exited the door. In less than half a stick of incense, Madam Yu returned to the hall. Yang Tianxian and Li Jiyu were expected to arrive in the capital today. According to their travel schedule, they should meet with Butler Yang at a residence outside the city, where he would lead them back to the organization. "The estate is right here," Madam Yu exclaimed as she produced a map, indicating a specific location. "Very well, I shall personally see them off." "And continue your interrogation of Butler Yang. As the steward of Jin Feihong, he must possess considerable knowledge, particularly regarding the Zhenwu Courtyard," commanded Shangwan Jinhong. Though Zhenwu Courtyard lacks the mystique of the Chongqing Society and the Bulang Hall, it is populated by a multitude of influential figures. Information about it is scarce. Hence it is imperative to investigate thoroughly. "You will go alone." "No, someone will accompany me." Having stated this, Shangwan Jinhong stepped out of the hall and departed the residence. Yang Tianxian and Li Jiyu could not return to the money gang. Of course, Jin Feihong would not survive much longer. Initially, a direct confrontation with Zhenwu Courtyard was not contemplated, but with Yin Shisan having slain Shi Hanzhou, a clash has already occurred. Thus, seizing the opportunity to take control of the money gang seems a prudent choice. He is also eager to ascertain whether becoming the leader of the money gang would grant him a position of authority within Zhenwu Courtyard. Although Zhenwu Courtyard has recently suffered 2 setbacks, its strength is undeniable. Should he gain entry into Zhenwu Courtyard, he could assist his master in uncovering its secrets. As for whether becoming the leader of the money gang would grant him the status of a steward in Zhenwu Courtyard, Shangwan Jinhong remained uncertain. However, attaining leadership of the money gang is essential and cannot be delayed. In another part of Zhenwu Courtyard, within a serene lounge, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it, as he glared darkly at the 4 individuals before him. Jin Feihong, Sima Yun, and others. "You have certainly delivered me a splendid piece of news. Hanzhou is dead, and Yin Shisan has escaped. You, one of you, entered the sea of concentration, while the other 3 were also in a state of focused energy. With Hanzhou's strength, even when facing top-tier experts in the sea of concentration, you should have been capable of a confrontation. How could you allow him to flee? You have brought disgrace upon Zhenwu Courtyard." The expressions of the 4 before him were equally grim. They had never anticipated that Shi Hanzhou would fail to withstand a single strike from Yin Shisan. Had he merely delayed for a moment, they could have encircled him. Naturally, they also harbored grievances toward Shi Hanzhou for not joining them in the ambush when they detected Yin Shisan's presence. His arrogance in relying on his sword proved fatal. "Chief Steward, we will assuredly eliminate Yin Shisan. He cannot escape." The frail, white-haired elder spoke. "Cannot escape?" Yin Shisan hails from the Qinglong Society, a notorious assassin organization. After committing murder, do you truly believe he would linger in the capital? Moreover, given the sword intent he displayed, should you encounter him alone, you would be unable to withstand a single strike. Can you guarantee that the 4 of you will always be together? The middle-aged man in the purple robe retorted coldly. "Chief Steward, based on the current circumstances, it appears that Yin Shisan will not be departing the capital for the time being. Such a top-tier assassin will undoubtedly head to Tianke Mountain Villa during the full moon. We must locate him before the 15th and eliminate him," the leader of the Heavenly Sacred Hall proclaimed. "He oversees the brothel and engages in human trafficking, possessing knowledge of certain matters. Do not pry too deeply into the affairs of Tianke Mountain Manor. Regarding Yin Shisan, that is one issue, And what is your perspective on the Emperor Wu Ho? The middle-aged man in the purple robe spoke in a deep tone. Manager, the Emperor Wu Ho is now cooped up in his mansion. You and the elders must take action, or it will be difficult for us to move against him. An elder with white hair and a gaunt appearance interjected. I have received word that the court is pressing him to assume his position. He cannot hide for long. Once he leaves the capital, many will seek his life. We merely need to wait. Waiting implies that our Zhenwu Courtyard lacks the capability to suppress the Emperor Wu Ho. Upon hearing the elder's words, the expression of the man in the purple robe darkened further. Nonetheless, the elder indeed spoke the truth. To eliminate the Emperor Wu Ho, the involvement of formidable masters from the sea is requisite. My lord, I have gathered intelligence indicating that the top 10 assassin organizations from the Jinfu division have dispatched agents to the capital. They cannot solely be involved with the evil alliance. They likely aim to assassinate the Emperor Wu Ho as well. We can discreetly contact them and collaborate to storm the Emperor Wu Ho's residence. The leader of the Heavenly Sacred Hall continued. Indeed, the purple-robed man's demeanor shifted slightly at this suggestion, recognizing it as a viable strategy. You will handle this discreetly. But remember to exercise caution. The Emperor Wu Ho is not to be underestimated. Although he is holed up in his mansion, he is undoubtedly vigilant regarding the Zhenwu Courtyard. Exercise utmost caution. I cannot afford any more casualties among you. Find Yin Shi-san. He must die? Understood. The four men bowed and exited the chamber. After their departure, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. One was a young man clad in a white robe, his complexion as pale as crystal, with a smile gracing his lips and eyes that sparkled like stars. Beside him stood a woman in purple, her beauty striking, with a gaze as lofty as a snow-capped peak, exuding an aura of frigid elegance, reminiscent of eternal snow, creating an impression of unapproachability. Following her was another young man dressed in a Taoist robe, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Young master of the courtyard, Miss Qingxian, nephew Yuanping. Upon seeing the trio, the purple-robed man spoke. From his words, it was clear that the white-robed youth was Yang Yinluan, the son of the Zhenwu Courtyard's master. The woman was Mu Qingxian from the Zhenwu Taoist temple, and the one in the Taoist robe was Mu Yuanping, the eldest disciple of the Qingshu temple. The purple-robed man was Qin Jiyuan, the manager of the Zhenwu Courtyard. Uncle Qin. The trio saluted the purple-robed man, then approached Shirhan Zhou to examine the sword wounds on his body, their expressions grave. The sudden emergence of the Qinglong Association, along with such formidable assassins, is indeed perplexing. Mu Qingxian remarked. In the world of martial arts, there are many obscurities. However, this Yin Shi-san, who has slain our people from the Zhenwu Courtyard, must perish. I have summoned the 3 of you to assist in investigating the intentions of the esteemed Di Wu Ho, who has been conducting extensive searches at the Zhenwu Courtyard, undoubtedly for ulterior motives. Currently, any movement within the Zhenwu Courtyard is likely to draw attention. However, your inquiries should not attract undue scrutiny, remarked Qin Jiyuan. Rest assured, Uncle Qin, we shall uncover Di Wu Ho's true purpose, declared the man in the white robe with confidence. Uncle Qin, I am quite intrigued by Yin Shi-san. His swordsmanship is formidable, spoke Mu Qingshan. She practiced the Zhenwu Taishang sword technique from the Zhenwu Taoist temple, having mastered it, yet encountered a plateau, yearning to witness more masters of the sword. I will inform Miss Qingshan when we encircle Yin Shi-san, Qin Jiyuan said thoughtfully. Chapter 576, Qin Jiyuan's Countermeasure. Jin Feihong's 2 disciples. Once the others had departed, Qin Jiyuan turned and made his way deeper into the Zhenwu Courtyard. At a faux mountain, he paused, pressing his palm against a specific spot, revealing a vast, dark chasm. A chilling aura emanated from the depths. Inside the chasm, it was dimly lit, with faint glimmers of light. He descended a staircase made of cold iron, which echoed with each footfall. Deep underground, there were 3 dungeons. Approaching one of them, he slowly opened the iron door. Within, the space was extraordinarily spacious. A behemoth, nearly 3 meters tall, sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, his visage fearsome, his muscles reminiscent of gnarled roots, emanating a brownish glow. Upon noticing Qin Jiyuan's arrival, the giant lifted his massive head, his eyes like copper bells, gazing at Qin Jiyuan with calmness, as if aware of his purpose. Who do you wish to eliminate? He inquired. On the night of the full moon, at Tianke Mountain Manor, the evil alliance intends to strike against the imperial master. You shall join in the assault, exerting your full strength to eliminate him, Qin Ji stated. The Imperial Master, the evil alliance dares to act against him. You and the Zhenwu Courtyard wish to partake in such matters? The giant replied solemnly. You are you. But you are not one of my people in the Zhenwu Courtyard. After you strike, you must leave the capital immediately. For the time being, the physical trials will conclude. Once this matter stabilizes, you may return to the capital to continue your subsequent experiments. Qin Ji spoke in a grave tone. I too am eager to ascertain the extent of my physical prowess, the giant said with a hint of excitement upon hearing Qin Ji's words. With the full moon approaching in about 20 days, you seem to have other matters at hand. Do share, and I shall assist in resolving them in advance. Assist me in eliminating someone. This individual is named Yan Shi-san. His appearance is unknown to me. If you encounter him, ensure his demise. He is a master of the sword, a formidable presence within the realm of swordsmanship, Qin Ji instructed. Yan Shi-san, a master within the realm of swordsmanship. I have no recollection of him. The man remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. A new force, the Qinglong Society, has dispatched assassins. Their swordsmanship is strong. Yet they should pose no threat to your Xiantian demon god shield. Qin Ji elaborated. Very well, should I encounter him, I shall assist you in eliminating him. However, this time, you must prepare 3 doses of the elixir, the giant declared. 3 doses of the elixir? Your appetite is indeed insatiable. Are you not concerned that your body may not withstand the potency of the elixir? Given your current physical strength, you will only be able to endure the power of 2 doses after a year, Qin Ji remarked, gazing at the giant. That is my concern. I will assist you in your endeavors, provided you supply me with the elixirs to enhance my physical prowess, the giant replied in a low voice. Very well. Once you exit the true martial pavilion, proceed to the usual location, where arrangements will be made for the 3 doses. Qin Ji responded solemnly, after a moment of contemplation. Excellent. Upon finishing his statement, the giant closed his eyes, no longer regarding Qin Ji. Without uttering another word, Qin Ji turned and departed, swiftly exiting the underground space. Meanwhile, in another location, Shangwan Jinhong appeared within a dilapidated temple. Inside the temple, 2 individuals were present, Jing Wuming and Bai Choufei. Congratulations, Brother Bai. On reaching the 9th tribulation of the celestial realm, Shangwan Jinhong expressed warmly. Having received a decade's worth of celestial energy, Bai Choufei had successfully entered the 9th tribulation. Prior to orchestrating this plan, Shangwan Jinhong had informed both Bai Choufei and Jing Wuming to await his arrival. Leader Shangwan, with your current foundation, you could step into the 9th tribulation at any moment, Bai Choufei remarked. Perhaps today I shall indeed enter the 9th tribulation, Shangwan Jinhong asserted, exuding complete confidence in his impending achievement. I have ascertained the location where the disciples of Jin Feihong gather. We shall proceed there now, Shangwan Jinhong declared. With that, he donned a conical hat and exited the dilapidated temple. Jing Wuming and Bai Choufei similarly donned their hats and followed Shangwan Jinhong out. In a concealed courtyard outside the city, a man clad in brocade stood within the courtyard, his towering figure marred by a frown. Manager Yang, what has transpired? Why has he yet to arrive? The brocade-clad man spoke in a low tone. He was Yang Tianxian, the eldest disciple of Jin Feihong, who had been overseeing several banks outside the capital. Upon receiving a secret summons, he hastened to the capital, having kept a close watch on its affairs. Upon his return, he anticipated that his master would appoint him and his junior to oversee the money gang. The thought filled his face with excitement. Despite being Jin Feihong's disciples, the authority of the money gang had never rested in their hands. When Jin Yi passed away, he assumed they would be summoned to the capital, only to find that his master's wife had taken command of the money gang, preventing their return. Now that his master's wife had been slain, their return would surely grant them the opportunity to seize power. Just as he pondered this, the courtyard door creaked open. 3 figures, each wearing a conical hat, entered from outside. Young master, Manager Yang has matters to attend to and has sent me to retrieve you. I am Shangwan He. Shangwan Jinhong announced as he removed his hat. Shangwan He, Manager Yang has business to discuss, Yang Tianxian replied, his gaze sharpening. Shangwan He, one of the 5 principal managers of the Jinxian gang in the capital, had recently ascended to the position of the 6th manager, Jing Yi. Yang Tianxian, who had been closely observing the situation in the capital, was well aware of Shangwan He's significance as one of the 5 principal managers. During his journey to the capital, he had been contemplating the 5 managers of the Jinxian gang. With Shangwan He being a key figure, he intended to win over upon his return. "May I trouble you, Manager Shangwan?" Yang Tianchen inquired. "Ah, the eldest son, I must await the arrival of the second son. I shall have them escort you into the gang," replied Shangwan Jinhong. "Manager Shangwan, I was hoping to seek your guidance on some matters concerning the capital. Shall we travel together? Let them take care of things on the side of Jiyu," Yang Tianchen suggested, wishing to foster a closer connection with Manager Shangwan while limiting interactions between Shangwan Jinhong and Li Jiyu. "By the command of Manager Yang, upon our return to the gang, I shall personally pay a visit to the eldest son," Shangwan Jinhong stated. "Then I shall await you at the residence, Manager Shangwan," Yang Tianchen responded. "Please escort me back," he commanded, his tone becoming somewhat authoritative towards Jing Wuming and Bai Choufei. Bai Choufei waved his hand, and the two led Yang Tianchen away. Meanwhile, Shangwan Jinhong remained seated in the courtyard. Before long, a man clad in black attire entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Shangwan Jinhong seated on the stone platform, his expression shifted slightly, but he soon seemed to recognize him. "Shangwan He, what brings you here? Where is Manager Yang?" the newcomer questioned sharply. This individual was none other than Li Jiyu, another disciple of Jin Feihong. "Second young master, I have come on the orders of Manager Yang to escort you," Shangwan Jinhong replied as he rose to his feet, exuding the formidable aura of the 8 difficulties of the celestial realm, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Jiyu. "Haha, the 8 difficulties of the celestial realm, and you dare to escort me? It seems that old Yang has been swayed by my senior brother. Have you aligned yourself with him as well? But with your meager strength, I wonder where your confidence comes from. Today, I shall eliminate you first and sever one of his limbs," Li Jiyu retorted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he unsheathed the long blade at his waist. With a swift step, he unleashed a downward strike. Chapter 577, Shangwan Jinhong's Breakthrough, resolving all matters, leaving none behind. His form transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before Shangwan Jinhong. The blade's radiance surged forth, creating a vortex of blade energy that enveloped Shangwan Jinhong. The assault was as fierce and rapid as a tempest. In the face of this onslaught, Shangwan Jinhong's gaze sharpened. He swiftly retreated to evade the strike, then propelled himself off the ground, launching a rapid punch towards Li Jiyu's chest. With astonishing speed, Li Jiyu pivoted the long blade in his hand and countered with a slash, the collision of their energies erupting into a terrifying wave of force. Both combatants staggered back several steps. "You possess some skill, Shangwan He. I offer you a chance. Align with me, and what my senior brother has promised you, I shall grant you double," Li Jiyu proposed, his eyes fixed on Shangwan Jinhong. In their recent confrontation, despite the formidable strength of Shangwan Jinhong, who stood at the threshold of the 8th difficulty of the celestial realm, the depth of his internal energy suggested that he would soon ascend to the 9th difficulty. Such an individual, by one's side, would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. Shangwan Jinhong remained silent, stepping forward as he unleashed a powerful wave of energy from his palms, which surged forth like a tempest, aimed directly at his opponent. Upon witnessing this, Li Jiyu's eyes turned a fierce crimson, his visage twisting into a grimace. "You have been granted an opportunity. Should you refuse it, I shall send you on your way." As Shangwan Jinhong rebuffed his offer, Li Jiyu resolved to eliminate him. A thunderous roar erupted, creating a shockwave as he swung his long blade, executing the Blood Fiend Demon Blade technique. The crimson blade light transformed into a torrential waterfall, crashing toward Shangwan Jinhong, eroding the energy within his palms. "I shall sever your hands first." The blood-red blade light cleaved through the air, targeting Shangwan Jinhong's palms. However, a series of metallic clinks resounded as 2 golden rings materialized in Shangwan Jinhong's grasp, successfully intercepting the crimson onslaught. The appearance of these golden rings startled Li Jiyu. The intelligence he had on Shangwan He failed to mention such a weapon. "Even if you harbor secrets, you shall still meet your demise." The disparity in their realms implied a corresponding gap in their energy. Li Jiyu's own energy surged forth, the full force of the 9th difficulty erupting in a torrent of overwhelming pressure directed at Shangwan Jinhong. In the face of this tremendous force, Shangwan Jinhong unleashed the entirety of his own energy to counteract the impending onslaught. The collision of their energies resulted in a violent shockwave that rippled outward, distorting the very air around them. "I shall crush you with my energy," Li Jiyu bellowed, his energy swelling as he pressed forward against Shangwan Jinhong. Under the mounting pressure, cracks began to form in Shangwan Jinhong's energy. "Do you truly believe you can bridge this gap?" Li Jiyu's expression twisted with malice. He was determined to shatter his opponent the moment Shangwan Jinhong's energy faltered. As the pressure intensified, Shangwan Jinhong's energy was rapidly depleting, yet within his dantian. His energy began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. With a resounding boom, a more potent surge of energy erupted from his dantian, altering the very essence of his presence. He transitioned from the 8th to the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm, realizing that Li Jiyu was unwittingly aiding him in this ascension. Seeing this transformation, Li Jiyu's countenance shifted. He propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air, and with the force of a mountain, he swung his long blade in a ferocious arc. The blade's momentum unleashed a torrent of blood-red energy, coalescing into a tangible force aimed squarely at Shangwan Jinhong. A brilliant golden light erupted from the golden ring in Shangwan Jinhong's hand. Gripping the ring firmly, he collided it with the long knife, swiftly retreating after the impact. In the blink of an eye, he launched the ring, transforming it into a streak of golden light hurtling towards his opponent. Li Jiyu swung his long knife in response. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the golden light split in two, hurtling towards Li Jiyu's chest. He attempted to retreat, but the speed of the golden light was too swift for him to perceive. The ring struck his chest. Bang! The force of the ring sent him staggering backward. Though its power had diminished due to the previous collision with the long knife, merely shattering the external vital energy surrounding his chest. However, the explosion of energy surged within him, causing his blood to boil, leaving him momentarily unsteady. At that moment, Shangwan Jinhong appeared before him like a specter, his palm crashing forcefully against Li Jiyu's chest. Li Jiyu's body was sent flying from the impact, blood spurting from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Shangwan Jinhong commanded the golden ring to shoot forth once more. Li Jiyu raised his knife in defense, but the ring deftly evaded his blade, reappearing behind him. Bang! Bang! The ring struck his back, propelling his body towards Shangwan Jinhong. The latter surged forward, appearing before him and delivering 3 consecutive palm strikes to his chest. A formidable energy penetrated Li Jiyu's body, shattering his heart's meridians. Blood gushed forth as Li Jiyu gazed at Shangwan Jinhong with a look of unwillingness. "You need not look at me with such despair. Your senior brother will soon join you," Shangwan Jinhong declared, raising his hand to deliver a final blow to Li Jiyu's head. Blood sprayed from the wound, and then Shangwan Jinhong grasped Li Jiyu's lifeless body and leapt away. Elsewhere, Yang Tianqian stood tall, a massive sword scar marring his back, blood streaming from the wound. With fierce determination, he glared at Jing Wuming. Had he not sensed the impending danger, that sword strike would have surely cleaved him in two. "What do you want? Who are you?" Yang Tianqian bellowed. "We are merely delivering what Yang Guanzhao wishes," Jing Wuming replied. "Yang Guanzhao wishes for my demise? Huh, do you think I would believe such a tale?" Yang Tianqian retorted coldly, though his focus remained on Bai Choufei, for he knew Jing Wuming was weaker than his opponent. Boom! As he spoke, Yang Tianqian slammed his foot into the ground, unleashing a furious punch towards Jing Wuming. A torrent of vitality and strength converged, surging forth like a blazing inferno. Jing Wuming's eyes narrowed, and he rapidly retreated. The overwhelming force obliterated everything in its path, shattering stones and creating a vast chasm in the earth. Yet, Jing Wuming's swiftness allowed him to evade the blow, though he could still sense the immense pressure from Yang Tianqian's formidable fist. As Jing Wuming remained on guard, Yang Tianqian unexpectedly turned and rushed towards Bai Choufei. A resounding howl transformed into a wave of sonic energy enveloping Bai Choufei. Following the utterance of this howl, Yang propelled himself forward, his fist imbued with a force akin to a tempest. Despite his grievous injuries, his thoughts remained remarkably composed. His prior assault on Jing Wuming was merely a prelude. His ultimate aim was Bai Choufei. If he could suppress Bai with a single blow, he would secure a moment to escape. However, Bai Choufei's finger, sharp as a blade, pierced through the force of the punch, penetrating his iron-like palm. A pain scream escaped Yang Tianqian's lips as his hand was perforated. In that instant, Jing Wuming sprang into action, drawing his sword in a flash, the blade cleaving through the air and bisecting Yang Tianqian's form. Chapter 578, Morong Qingqian's plea, Deputy Supervisor Lan Jiao's fate, as night descended. Jin Feihong sat in the council hall, his expression dark and foreboding. Since his return, he had been awaiting the return of Steward Yang and his 2 prominent disciples. But they had yet to arrive. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He dispatched individuals to investigate outside the city. As time elapsed, Jin Feihong grew increasingly restless, rising to exit the assembly hall. Just as he stood, a figure entered, the sole female steward among the five, Gao Salon. Leader, a grave situation has arisen. I investigated the location you mentioned, and we discovered traces of blood and signs of a struggle. Moreover, not far from there, we found a scene of confrontation with even more bloodshed, Gao Silon reported, her demeanor grave. Evidently, my two disciples and Steward Yang have encountered trouble. Who could be targeting my money gang? Is it directed at us, or is it aimed at the true martial academy? Jin Feihong replied, his voice heavy with concern. Initially, he believed the threat was aimed at his money gang, but now he suspected it was directed at the true martial academy. Gao Silon's countenance shifted upon hearing Jin Feihong's words. She was unaware of the identity of the individuals he had instructed her to seek. Yet she grasped the implications of his statement. Steward Yang had likely gone to retrieve the leader's two disciples. Given the circumstances, it appeared the situation was dire. Return for now, Jin Feihong gestured dismissively. The unfolding events exceeded his expectations, and he resolved to refrain from immediate action, opting instead to wait for the true martial academy to strike, with the intent of eliminating Yin Shursen first. Yes, Gao Silon bowed and departed. Once she left, Jin Feihong fell into contemplation. Would Yin Shursen turn against me? If he did, we could overwhelm him. Yet, from the observed focus of the adversaries, it seemed they harbored no intentions of targeting him directly. Based on their assault on Shi Hanzhou of the true martial academy, it appeared they preferred stealthy strikes rather than frontal confrontations. Even if he could evade a single attack, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. This indicated that while they possessed the capability to kill him, they chose not to do so. Thus, Jin Feihong sensed that the other party merely intended to divert matters towards the true martial pavilion. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Tianjin division, Murong Qingchen scrutinized the documents before her, her expression grave. The individual depicted in the materials was Yin Shursan of the Azure Dragon Society. Although Yin Shursan had taken many lives, no one had ever laid eyes on his visage. Hence, the dossier she held contained no portrait. Miss, the people from the Azure Dragon Society have appeared and confronted those from the true martial pavilion. What could their intentions be? Should we not inquire with Su Qin? He is the young leader of the Azure Dragon Society and must possess some knowledge, suggested Kai Wei from the side. The Azure Dragon Society is an assassin organization. Their actions in taking lives are undoubtedly motivated by monetary gain. With the current turmoil in the capital, it is an opportune time for them to arrive. As business is thriving, if I were to ask him, he likely would not divulge anything, Murong Qingchen replied, shaking her head. However, they have now killed Shi Hanzhou of the true martial pavilion, who had ties to Qin Jiyuan, the pavilion's chief steward. Whether for the sake of upholding the pavilion's reputation or avenging Shi Hanzhou, Qin Jiyuan will undoubtedly take action against Yin Shursan. Presently, the true martial pavilion is not only seeking Yin Shursan, but is also enlisting other intelligence organizations to provide information on his whereabouts. Once located, it's likely that the pavilion's members will attempt to encircle and eliminate him. If we were to intervene and assist Yin Shursan, I believe he could be temporarily swayed to our advantage, allowing you to achieve greater ambitions, Kai Wei continued. While he could aid us, do you truly believe that a formidable figure submerged in the depths of the ocean can be compelled to act on our behalf? Nonetheless, this matter requires further understanding. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to Bai Chou Fei of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to see if he knows anything, Murong Qingchen stated. Bai Chou Fei. Upon hearing Murong Qingchen mention his name, Sai Wei's expression shifted slightly. She had placed considerable trust in Su Chun, overlooking Bai Chou Fei, who also had connections with him within the capital. Although Bai Chou Fei of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had aligned himself with the Grand Prince, the absence of formidable experts to support him had stifled his development considerably. It seemed as though the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had been forsaken by the Tianyao Pavilion. Thus, she had not paid attention to Bai Chou Fei for some time. Miss, Bai Chou Fei's Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower is currently feeble. If not for the emergence of powerful figures from the Tianyao Pavilion, it would have likely been swallowed by others long ago. I doubt he possesses any significant information. Kai Wei remarked. We shall see what Bai Chou Fei has to say tomorrow. Recently, numerous powerful assassins have arrived in the capital. Do you think they come for the sake of the Imperial Martial Marquis, or for other reasons? Murong Qingchen pondered. The bounty on the Imperial Martial Marquis is exceedingly high. However, To assassinate him does not necessitate venturing into the capital. It can be accomplished outside as well. Should the Imperial Marshal Marquis meet with misfortune in the capital, the military would likely not allow them to leave, Kaiwei responded solemnly. Feeling a sense of intrigue, Murong Qingxin suggested, "You should pay a visit to the deputy supervisor and discreetly investigate this matter." Understood, Kaiwei replied. The following day, the capital exuded an unusual tranquility. Bai Qiufei was within the confines of the Jin Feihong Zailu, having enhanced his strength to the 9th level of the celestial realm. He believed that with the acquisition of rare treasures, he could soon ascend to the Ocean of Qi stage. Additionally, 3 skilled individuals had been dispatched by the leader, 2 of whom were at the Ocean of Qi level and could potentially collaborate to assassinate a formidable foe. All that remained was for these 3 to arrive, after which he could proceed with greater ease. "Master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Here is their insignia." A disciple entered, bowing as he presented a jade plaque inscribed with the name Murong. "Please, show them in." Bai Qiufei commanded at once. Before long, Murong Qingxin stood before him. "Miss Murong, please take a seat." Bai Qiufei invited warmly. "To be concise, I have come to request your assistance in contacting Yan Shisan of the Qinglong Society, as I wish to offer a bounty for the assassination of a certain individual," Murong Qingxin stated without sitting down. "Miss Murong, I find it challenging to reach Yan Shisan. It is rather difficult to enlist his services for an assassination," Bai Qiufei replied, shaking his head. Yan Shisan had gone into hiding and severed ties with them, as he was preoccupied with 2 significant tasks: eliminating the Emperor Wu Ho and traveling to Tianke Mountain Manor before the full moon, both of which required considerable focus and preparation. "Is that so?" A look of disappointment crossed Murong Qingxin's face. She had hoped Yan Shisan could assist in eliminating the deputy director of the Heavenly Monitoring Division, Lan Jiaocheng. "If you can afford to wait, I could facilitate contact with the Qinglong Society and arrange for them to send an assassin. May I inquire as to whom you wish to eliminate?" Bai Qiufei offered. "Lan Jiaocheng of the Heavenly Monitoring Division, whose strength resides within the Ocean of Qi," he stated, recognizing her predicament. Chapter 579, Zhenwu Courtyard, Qianzhenmo, and the eldest son of Master Pang, Pang Tong. Bai Qiufei's gaze sharpened, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. The number of formidable beings in the Ocean of Qi had increased significantly. Despite his own advancement to the 9th level of the celestial realm, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to those in the Ocean of Qi. He needed to devise a way to elevate his own strength to that level. However, ascension to the Ocean of Qi was no simple feat, unlike the transition to the Ocean of Qi stage, which required only the enhancement of one's energy and vitality. Reaching the Ocean of Qi demanded the consolidation of spiritual might, a rarity for most individuals. Guan Qi had obtained a 10,000-year-old blood frog beyond the frontier, elevating his strength to the Ocean of Qi, yet he too had failed to gather the necessary spiritual might. Bai Qiufei realized he needed to refine his own spiritual force to step into the Ocean of Qi. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qiufei remarked, "For an ordinary assassin from the Ocean of Qi, the Qinglong Society quotes a price of 2 million taels of silver. Given Lan Jiaocheng's unique status, the cost is likely to be even higher. Although Su Chun shares a connection with Murong Qingxin, the requisite fees must still be honored." He then presented her with a banknote for 2 million taels as a deposit. Murong Qingxin had no intention of relying on the Qinglong Association for assistance. As a member of the royal family and the Murong clan, she lacked for nothing in terms of silver notes. "Miss Murong, there is something I find perplexing. With all the upheaval in the capital, why has the royal family not exerted a forceful suppression?" Bai Qiufei inquired. "The strength of the royal family is undoubtedly formidable, entirely capable of quelling the current situation in the capital. Yet, they have remained inactive, prompting Bai Qiufei to seek information from Murong Qingxin. There exists the capability, yet no orders have been issued. I must inform Master Bai that I have conveyed my message to him, and shall take my leave, awaiting his response," Murong Qingxin said, wishing to avoid any complications. After sending her off, Bai Qiufei returned indoors, his expression growing solemn. From Murong Qingxin's words, he could discern certain implications. The absence of orders could only stem from the emperor of the Zhou dynasty. What schemes is our emperor truly orchestrating? Bai Qiufei pondered, regardless of his calculations. Significant changes are imminent in the capital. I must swiftly enhance my own power. He approached a stack of documents, which contained information about precious medicines. However, each treasure had an owner, making acquisition challenging. It seems I need to consult with gang leader Shangwan and brother Morong to deliberate further. Bai Choufei mused after a moment of contemplation. The changes in the capital demand that the three of us elevate our capabilities. Meanwhile, Shangwan Jinhong emerged from the secret chamber, a smile gracing his face. Earlier, during the ambush of Li Jiyu, he had leveraged the pressure from Li Jiyu to ascend to the 9th difficulty of the celestial realm. However, his aura had yet to fully stabilize, prompting him to retreat into the chamber for consolidation. I have received a piece of news. One that may prove advantageous for you, albeit potentially troublesome, Madam Yu remarked, approaching Shangwan Jinhong. Do share, he responded. I obtained information from Steward Yang indicating that Jin Feihong has ties within the Zhenwu Courtyard, where he has been serving Qian Junmo, the eldest disciple of the courtyard's master. 20% of the profits from the Money Guild are directed to Qian Junmo, Madam Yu explained. Qian Junmo, though he is the eldest disciple of the Zhenwu Courtyard. His information is scarce. I had not anticipated that Jin Feihong was backed by him, Shangwan Jinhong remarked. Does Steward Yang possess a way to contact Qian Junmo? He inquired. Steward Yang has no means to reach Qian Junmo. He merely delivers items to Baixiang Pavilion, handing them over to Madame Ningxiang, the person in charge. However, according to Steward Yang's conjecture, the true proprietor of Baixiang Pavilion should be Qian Junmo, Madame Yu clarified. If we take control of the Money Guild and continue to provide benefits to Qian Junmo, would he support my candidacy as the steward of the Zhenwu Courtyard? Shangwan Jinhong proposed. Leader, you aspire to become the steward of the Zhenwu Courtyard. If Qian Junmo's motives are purely profit-driven, we may indeed succeed, he concluded. Today, I acquired a method to eradicate the traces of the scent bug from Yang Butler. Once I have eliminated the traces, I will assist you in making contact with Lady Ningxiang, Lady Yu remarked. Let's first probe the waters. Shangwan Jinhong nodded in agreement. Gaining access to the true martial garden would enable our master to investigate its circumstances. If entry is denied, the most we could do is confront the true martial garden. Furthermore, he had a backup plan in the form of the 12th prince. By maintaining communication with Murong Fu and the 12th prince, he was confident that at this juncture, the true martial garden would not wish to oppose the 12th prince. While they were conversing, a disciple entered the room. Master Steward, someone seeks an audience outside. Do you know who it is? The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring their features, merely stating a desire to meet the Master Steward and claiming they could be of assistance. The disciple who entered spoke up. Please let them in. Shangwan Jinhong furrowed his brow slightly, yet he was curious to discern the identity of the visitor. Lady Yu then withdrew from the courtyard. Before long, a figure was ushered into the hall. You may leave now. Shangwan Jinhong waved his hand, and the disciple withdrew. It is time for you to reveal your true self. Shangwan Jinhong addressed the visitor. Of course, the person in the hat removed it, revealing a gaunt face and rodent-like eyes. It was the same man in a brocade robe who had previously delivered the purple python beastess essence pill to Chu Tianba. Huang Tianxing. Shangwan Jinhong's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated this individual would seek him out. Huang Tianxing served as a steward within the residence of Grand Tutor Pang and had been in contact with Chu Tianba of the Chu Palace, which could be regarded as one of the Pang family's enterprises. He was taken aback that such a person would come to find him. I did not expect Master Steward to keep an eye on me. It is truly an honor. Huang Tianxing spoke with a neutral expression, seemingly unfazed that Shangwan Jinhong recognized him. Master Huang, you should be heading to the Chu Palace, not visiting my money gang, Shangwan Jinhong remarked. Master Steward, I have come to present you with an opportunity. Our young master wishes to meet you. Huang Tianxing replied. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jinhong's expression hardened. The young master Huang Tianxing referred to could only be Pang Tong, the eldest son of Grand Tutor Pang. Given that the Money Gang and Chu Palace were currently at odds, meeting with young Master Pang could very well lead to his elimination by the gang leader. Your concerns have been duly noted, Master Steward. In truth, I am here on behalf of our young master. He wishes to support you in becoming the leader of the Money Gang. With the backing of our eldest son, you need not fear what Jin Feihong may do. Huang Tianxing observed, gazing intently at Shangwan Jinhong. Since the demise of Chu Tianba, he had been scouting for someone to confront Jin Feihong, ultimately settling on Shangwan He. In a remarkably short span, Shangwan He had risen to become one of the 5 stewards, indicating his considerable ambition. Ambitious individuals, when presented with sufficient incentives, can be persuaded to cooperate. Chapter 580. The opportunity to slay Jin Feihong. Assassins gather, the twin demons of Yin Mountain. Upon hearing Huang Tianqing's words, Shangguan Jinhong furrowed his brows. Nevertheless, this proposal was highly advantageous for him. The leader of the money gang was Jin Bangzhu, and as long as Jin Bangzhu remained, the money gang would not change hands. As Shangguan Jinhong spoke, his gaze turned towards Huang Tianqing. Huang Tianqing discerned the underlying meaning in Shangguan Jinhong's words. It seemed that Shangguan He implied that Jin Feihong was still alive. However, his tone betrayed a desire for Jin Feihong's demise. Truly ambitious. One wonders who the next leader of the money gang will be. Huang Tianqing ventured, attempting to probe Shangguan Jinhong's reaction. The next leader should pose no competition for me. Shangguan Jinhong replied, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. Indeed, upon hearing Shangguan Jinhong's assertion, Huang Tianqing mused inwardly. This Shangguan, he possesses tremendous confidence. It appears he has a hidden hand within the money gang. Since Shangguan is so self-assured, I shall speak candidly. Jin Feihong, we can collaborate. However, in the future, the money gang must remit a portion of its profits to the young master. Huang Tianqing declared. The money gang's financial dealings are substantial, constituting a significant little treasury. Shangguan, do you really believe that without Jin Bangzhu, the money gang's contributions to Qianshao will diminish? Moreover, I must not forget to inform you that I have been in collaboration with the 12th prince. Shangguan Jinhong stated. At times, it is crucial to reveal certain information. If one reveals nothing, some may become presumptuous and overreach. Furthermore, it is essential to let them know that he has formidable allies. Although he had yet to engage with Qian Junmo, it would not hinder his bargaining. Upon hearing Shangguan Jinhong's words, Huang Tianqing's expression hardened. He had not anticipated that Shangguan He was linked to the 12th prince, and that he was aware of Jin Feihong's association with Qian Junmo. Moreover, he had only learned this information today from the young master. I will return and inform the young master that with the money gang being so vast, Shangguan should consider selecting more allies. Huang Tianqing remarked. I, too, hope for more allies. This will ensure that Jin Bangzhu can rest easier. Shangguan Jinhong replied. Shangguan, I understand your intent, and I will convey your message to the young master. I am confident that we can forge a partnership. After Huang Tianqing concluded, he took his leave from Shangguan Jinhong. The situation was unexpected. He needed to promptly report back to the young master. After Huang Tianqing departed, Madame Yu emerged from behind. She had not anticipated that the money gang, which had just revealed signs of decline, would attract so many eager to partake. I am aware of Pang Tong. He is ruthless and will not relent until his goals are achieved. His interest in the money gang will not be easily dismissed. Madame Yu stated solemnly. Let us first utilize them to eliminate Jin Feihong. If they later behave insatiably, I shall not fear them. Shangguan Jinhong retorted coldly. Upon hearing Shangguan Jinhong's words, Madame Yu momentarily forgot the power that lay behind him. The renowned reputation of the imperial envoy of the 10 directions has indeed reached the capital. She is confident that the southern pavilion of the Tianyao Pavilion will not be lacking in strength. However, the emergence of Pang Tong has sparked new thoughts. There is no need for Jin Feihong to remain for long. As she spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Shangguan Jinhong's eyes. Initially, she had kept Jin Feihong around in hopes of leveraging him to better control the money gang and to explore potential connections with the true martial academy. Now that Pang Tong has appeared, a fleeting opportunity presents itself. The demise of Jin Feihong could now be justified. With the Emperor Wu Marquis and the events of the full moon on the 15th, it is likely that many assassins have arrived in the capital. Provided there is sufficient payment, I believe Jin Feihong could indeed be eliminated. At this moment, outside the city, 2 figures materialized, one tall and one short. Both donned masks that obscured their features, yet they emanated a terrifying aura of darkness. Brother, why have we come to the capital so early? Inquired the taller man. What else but to engage in the business of assassination? With the bounty placed by the Emperor Wu Marquis, such an opportunity indicates turmoil in the capital. It was once a forbidden zone for us, but now Yan Shi-san of the Qinglong Association has gained considerable notoriety here. We, too, can make our mark, replied the shorter man. But brother, are we not here to participate in the full moon event and to ambush the Imperial Master? The tall man questioned. Is it truly so easy to kill the Imperial Master? And regarding the full moon, we are well aware of the significance of this event in the Tianke Villa. Do you think the Imperial Master is unaware? Such a figure is beyond our reach. Only those of a certain caliber can undertake such a task. Our involvement would merely render us cannon fodder, the short man retorted. Brother, shall we not participate? He persisted. Certainly, this is a grand gathering in the assassin's realm. Our presence will enhance our reputation, the shorter man concluded. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance toward a certain direction. Who goes there? Step forth. I mean no hostility. Yinshan twin demons, a figure emerged from the shadows. It is you, the peacekeeper of the heavenly sacred hall. What brings you here? The leader of the Yinshan twin demons inquired. I am here to propose a business venture with you both. I have already contacted dozens of assassins to collectively deal with the Emperor Wu Marquis. The bounty he offers is astonishing, and I am certain you will be interested. The peacekeeper replied. I have heard that the Emperor Wu Marquis has sent people to search your true martial academy by uniting with other assassins against him. It is likely that he will return to search your academy once more, the Yinshan twin demons leader scoffed. It would be wise for you to refrain from certain comments. If you are uninterested, I shall take my leave, the peacekeeper said, regarding the two. Merely jesting. Of course, we are willing. A share of that fortune would certainly entice us. The leader of the Yinshan twin demons replied eagerly. Then follow me. The peacekeeper turned and departed. Let us go. The leader of the Yinshan twin demons said, following in the wake of the peacekeeper. We are here to conduct business. Otherwise, what purpose would our journey to the capital serve? Before long, Guan Heping arrived at a clandestine manor accompanied by two individuals. Within the manor, a dozen assassins were already present, among whom only one was a woman, her face partially concealed by a mask that revealed a strikingly beautiful visage. She sat alone at a table, while the others kept their distance, indicating her formidable nature. The rest of the assassins were absorbed in their own thoughts, devoid of any conversation. Assassins do not require companions. As Guan Heping entered the manor with the Yinshan twin demons, numerous gazes turned toward them. The Yinshan twin demons, unexpectedly. They had arrived in the capital ahead of schedule. Some among the assassins mused silently. As the twin demons surveyed their surroundings upon entering the premises, their expressions subtly shifted. The dozen individuals present were all at least at the 8th stage of the celestial realm, with one having reached the level of transforming their dantian into the sea. Their attention eventually settled on the woman with the half-mask. Despite her 9th stage cultivation, her unparalleled mastery of poison had previously caused the brothers considerable trouble. Chapter 581. The mysterious second leader of the evil alliance, Su Chun, steps into the 8th stage of the celestial realm. Guanhole Master, you have gathered quite a number of people here, but with just these individuals, they cannot possibly kill the Emperor Wu Ho, the leader of the Yinshan twin demons remarked. The Emperor Wu Ho, the foremost battle lord of the Great Zhou, possessed strength at the level of focusing one's spirit within the sea. Yet, not a single person here had reached that level. Although the brothers could contend with someone of that caliber when united, their strategy was merely to fight and escape. To kill would necessitate opponents weakened by some extraordinary elixirs that had tainted their foundations. There are others who can deal with the Emperor Wu Ho. You need not involve yourselves, and moreover, we will be seeking additional assistance, Guan Heping replied, standing beside them. Is that so? Then we shall partake as well. The leader of the Yinshan twin demons nodded in agreement. Guanhole Master, you ought to provide us with a time frame for the strike. Otherwise, my patience may wear thin, Guan Heping declared. At that moment, the voice of the poison fairy resonated within the manor. Within a day, Guan Heping asserted, the longer we wait, the more likely the Emperor Wu Ho will become aware of our gathering. At that point, it will be even more challenging to eliminate him. I wonder what contingency plans the steward has prepared? Guan Heping pondered internally. Initially, his intention was merely to create some disturbances for the Emperor Wu Ho, not to orchestrate his demise. However, following his meeting with the steward yesterday, he was informed that someone would indeed make a move against the Emperor Wu Ho, urging him to suppress the other members of the Wu Ho's estate. Given the current circumstances, at least one strong individual at the level of transforming their dantian into the sea would be necessary. Without lingering further, Guan Heping turned to depart, as he needed to continue his search for allies. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, the Emperor Wu Ho and Kai Jing sat facing each other. The commotion is becoming rather pronounced. The true martial academy may seek your life, and they are currently rallying others to act against you. Furthermore, Yin Shisan from the Azure Dragon Society may also make a move. This individual is exceedingly perilous. Kai Jing spoke in a grave tone. It appears that Shi Hanzhou's death was orchestrated at your behest, the Emperor Wu Ho observed, fixing his gaze upon Kai Jing. Initially, the intention was to divert the gaze of the true martial academy towards the Azure Dragon Society, yet unexpectedly, This Shi Hanzhou proved incapable of resisting a single strike from them. One might ponder how Qin Ji Yuan would respond by deploying formidable warriors from the sea. Kai Jing remarked, "It is conceivable that other forces are at play. The true martial academy is more terrifying than I had imagined." As I prepared to enter the rear courtyard, I found myself locked onto by two unfamiliar presences of sea-based warriors, with Qin Jian standing close by. These energies were unlike any we had previously encountered from the true martial academy. Should we aspire to take action against the true martial academy and procure the true martial secrets and the Xuanwu inner pill from them, it seems an insurmountable task, the Emperor Wu Marquis stated. Presently, a direct confrontation is unnecessary. Perhaps the Azure Dragon Society can assist us in breaching this obstacle. They are mercenaries. We can pay for bloodshed, targeting Qin Ji Yuan. Kai Jing interjected. No need. Just as Kai Jing finished speaking, a voice resonated within the secret chamber. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, their face obscured by a mask that revealed only a pair of profound eyes. When the moon is full and chaos ensues at the true martial academy, you shall find your opportunity to enter and discover the true martial secrets and the Xuanwu inner pill, the figure proclaimed. How can the true martial academy descend into chaos? Kai Jing furrowed his brow slightly. Have you not always yearned to uncover my identity? Look upon me and discern who I am. The man in black slowly removed his mask, only to immediately replace it, leaving Kai Jing and the Emperor Wu Marquis in a state of astonishment. You are indeed. Kai Jing exclaimed. I have come to inform you that the capital must remain undisturbed for the time being. All must proceed according to plan. However, Emperor Wu Marquis, exercise caution. While assassins may fail to eliminate you, Dugu Weiming may take it upon himself to do so. You are no match for Dugu Weiming. Thus hasten to arrange for your substitute to take your place in death. Only upon the demise of your double can you truly operate under the guise of the evil alliance's grand leader, transforming passivity into initiative. Besides, Dugu Weiming would be deeply pained by the loss of such a substantial sum. With that, the figure turned and departed without lingering. I never anticipated such ruthlessness. Kai Jing murmured as he watched the departing silhouette. It seems our prior conjectures were entirely misguided. His words affirm that I am indeed no match for Dugu Weiming. I had previously considered challenging him. The Emperor Wu Marquis sighed. He then turned and exited through another secret chamber, leaving Kai Jing alone within. I truly did not foresee that there would come a time when I, Kai Jing, would miscalculate. Kai Jing sighed once more before making his exit. From the tone of their discourse, it was evident that the individual was someone they had neither anticipated nor could have foreseen. At this moment, in a secret chamber within the Shanhe Gate of Lingnan Prefecture, Su Qin's eyes glowed crimson, his inner energy boiling like water in a cauldron, his heart pounding like a war drum. Had it not been for Su Qin's formidable physical strength, this surging energy might have torn through his flesh and erupted forth. Su Qin had absorbed the yin energy from Zhao Xiaodai. Certainly, it was not through the technique of dual cultivation, but rather through a rather violent act of absorption, allowing Zhao Xiaodai to channel the pure yin energy within her into his own body. He harbored fears that the hidden figures behind the Extreme Bliss Palace had left some influence on Zhao Xiaodai and her companions. During their dual cultivation, he might unwittingly fall prey to their machinations. Initially, there seemed to be no significant effects. His true qi gradually melded with hers. However, upon the last vestige of yin energy entering his body, it suddenly erupted, clashing violently with his internal true qi. This collision caused a tumultuous agitation within his dantian, ultimately forming a massive whirlpool. As the whirlpool emerged, his true qi began to circulate rapidly, leading to the current predicament. Unable to suppress the flow of true qi within him, Su Qin commenced the circulation of his vital blood to rein in this turbulent energy. As the vital blood surged, it began to restrain the frantic movement of true qi. Although it slowed, it nonetheless imposed a burden on his body, causing his bones to undergo a rigorous trial. With waves of pain emanating from him, Vajra-splitting demon, Su Qin roared. In that moment, his physique began to ascend, his bones growing sturdier, while the muscles around him swelled and coiled. A searing power akin to a volcanic eruption ignited within him, manifesting as the combustion of his vital blood. With the suppression of his vital blood, the internal true qi gradually became more harmonious. Slowly, the true qi began to stabilize, and the vital blood calmed. However, at that moment, The ferocious aura of the Vajra-splitting demon emanating from Su Chun intensified, becoming even more formidable and beast-like. With a deep breath, Su Chen's gaze regained tranquility. He gathered his aura and changed into a fresh set of garments. Acquired pure yin, true qi from Zhao Xiaodai. Reward, 1 orange lottery card. Upon receiving the orange lottery card, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a weight of seriousness. Bai Qiufei had not undergone such an experience, but his absorption had triggered a surge of true qi. It seemed evident that the other party had taken precautions to prevent the pure yin, true qi from being easily absorbed. He resolved to investigate whether any traces were left on Bai Qiufei. After assessing his own strength, a smile of delight graced his face. This absorption of Zhao Xiaodia's pure yin true qi had elevated his power to the 8th tribulation of the celestial realm. Most importantly, his physique had also been tempered. Now, even a practitioner at the 9th tribulation of the celestial realm might find it challenging to contend with him. Chapter 582. Shimin Chui Shui and the flowerless monk emerging from the secret chamber. Zhao Xiaodai awaited outside, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach. With her exceptional beauty and figure, she wondered why Su Chun had not engaged with her, instead merely requesting her to transfer her pure yin true qi into him. Upon completing the transfer, she exited the chamber, unaware of the events that had transpired within. Now, upon seeing Su Chun emerge, she promptly approached him with congratulations. Congratulations, Master Su, on your enhanced strength. Might I inquire whether you could share the cultivation method of 9 heavenly cicada with me? Su Chun gazed at Zhao Xiaodai, contemplating whether he could uncover some additional clues from this technique. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Xiaodia's expression briefly faltered, as if she had come to a realization. Is there an issue with my pure yin true qi? Indeed, Su Chun nodded affirmatively. I shall transcribe a copy for you. Upon seeing Su Chun, Zhao Xiaodai nodded, her heart skipping a beat, and promptly prepared to transcribe a copy for him. Once completed, she would head to my courtyard. By the way, let us discuss the matter concerning the Jade Bone Demoness. Zhao Xiaodai had already fulfilled her promise, and naturally, she was to complete the obligations she had previously undertaken. Very well. Zhao Xiaodai turned to leave, while Su Chun returned to his own courtyard. Inside the courtyard, just as Su Chun settled down, Zhuge Jinhua entered from outside. My lord, there is unusual activity at the Qinglong Temple. Unusual activity? Su Chun inquired, his brows furrowing slightly. 3 high monks from the Daxian Temple, one of the 4 sacred grounds of the Buddhist sect, have arrived at the Qinglong Temple, Zhuge Jinhua reported. Do we know the purpose of their visit? It is difficult to ascertain. The Qinglong Temple is currently in a closed-off phase, and our people are unable to enter for investigation. However, I have dispatched someone to the Daxian Temple in the Tingzhou region to see if we can uncover any information. Zhuge Jinhua explained. Stay vigilant. Has Elder Xiao emerged from seclusion? Su Chun pondered, noting that he had not seen Xiao Qiushui recently. With Zhuge Jinhua managing the affairs of the northern 9 prefectures in his stead, he has emerged, but during his recent excursion, Elder Xiao obtained a root of the Tianxin bamboo, which resonates with his Forgetting Emotions heavenly book, and thus he has entered seclusion once more. However, according to Elder Xiao, upon his next emergence, he may very well step into the realm of focused meditation, Zhuge Jinhua stated. At this point, an envious look flickered in Zhuge Jinhua's eyes. Recently, he had also been searching for some spear techniques and treasures to enhance his own abilities. Yet the multitude of affairs in the northern 9 prefectures hindered him from fully dedicating himself to improvement. He had only just reached the 6th difficulty of the celestial realm. Is that so? Su Chun remarked in surprise upon hearing Zhuge Jinhua's words. The Forgetting Emotions heavenly book of Xiao Qiushui, a collection of exceptional martial arts, was indeed peculiar, emphasizing realms, sensations, states, and momentum. Only those with profound understanding of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, possessing extraordinary martial talent, could hope to master it. Thus, it was a rare gem, often eluding even the most gifted individuals throughout the centuries. The essence of this technique lies in its focus on realms, momentum, sensations, and states. If Xiao Qiushui were to achieve a breakthrough, he truly could step into the realm of focused meditation. Truly, he is deserving of being one of the 4 supreme masters within the tome. Su Chun exclaimed in admiration. He then thought of Guanxi. Though both Guanxi and Xiao Qiushui were relatively weak at the outset, the strong would invariably grow stronger. Mr. Zhuge, how fares the cultivation of your subordinates? With our foundation strengthening, we can afford to delegate some matters, allowing you to devote yourself entirely to your training, Su Chen suggested. Rest assured, my lord, I have completed the structure of the northern 9 prefectures and trained some subordinates. It is time for them to undertake certain tasks, Zhuge Zhenwu replied. After a brief exchange, Zhuge Zhenwu took his leave. Su Chen then seated himself upon the stone platform in the courtyard, examining his current lottery cards. The number of cards was somewhat limited, and with the addition of an orange lottery card obtained from Zhao Xiaodai, he now possessed only 2. He proceeded to activate them. Congratulations on acquiring characters, Shimin Chui Shui and Wu Huang Monk. The sudden arrival of these 2 figures filled Su Chen with joy. Shimin Chui Shui, renowned as the sword god in the legendary tales of Lu Xiaofeng, is particularly famous for his battle against Yi Gucheng, a duel that has become the stuff of legends. Wu Huang Monk, a character from the novels of Chu Luxiang, is the son of Tianfeng, Shi Si Lang, and Shi Guanyin, celebrated in the Buddhist community. Not only is he a master of poetry, prose, calligraphy, painting, and the tea ceremony, but he is also acclaimed as the most skilled amongst his peers in Shaolin, earning the title of the 7 Wonders Monk. Many prestigious families in the martial world consider it an honor to host him as a guest. Su Chen investigated the 2 individuals' abilities. Shimin Chui Shui possesses the strength of congealing spirit in the sea, noted as fragmented. Wu Huang Monk's prowess lies in transforming the sea from Dantian, also marked as fragmented. On the 15th night of the lunar month, at Tian K Mountain Villa, Yanshi San and Fuhong Shui may not suffice. Therefore, let Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng join forces. With 3 unparalleled swordsmanship masters and a god of blades, I am confident that the Qinglong Association will make a resounding impact in the capital. The Emperor Wu Ho hopes you can endure for a while until our masters from the Qinglong Association arrive, Su Chen contemplated. Before the alliance meeting, perhaps he could first secure the bounty offered by the Emperor Wu Ho. As for Wu Huang Monk, a spark of brilliance flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Previously, he had acquired the relics from a high monk of the Esoteric Buddhist Institute and a copy of the Great Sutra of Life and Death. If he were to entrust everything to Wu Hua, the monk would undoubtedly succeed in entering the Qinglong Temple. Regrettably, the relic had already been given to Xiao Qiu Shui for refinement. However, Wu Huang Monk's extraordinary talent should enable him to comprehend the Great Sutra of Life and Death, a unique skill of the Qinglong Temple. This knowledge acts as a legacy. Mastering it should grant him access to the temple. The Qinglong Temple is one of the 4 ancestral grounds of the Esoteric Buddhist Institute, and Su Chen did not doubt that there were ancient sages within its walls. Thus, he needed to proceed with caution. Su Chen summoned Shimin Chui Shui and Wu Hua. Upon Shimin Chui Shui's arrival, Yi Gucheng, who had been meditating nearby, instantly opened his eyes and leaped into Su Chen's courtyard. Yi Gucheng, Shimin Chui Shui. Their straightforward exchanges, however, resonated with an air of familiarity. Allow me to introduce the matters of this world to you, Yi Gucheng stated. He had spent some time in this realm and possessed considerable knowledge about it. This is the Great Sutra of Life and Death from the Qinglong Temple. After your conversation with Yi Gucheng, you may consult the former steward to learn more about the Qinglong Temple. Once your training is complete, see if you can gain entry. Su Chen retrieved the Great Sutra of Life and Death from his spatial ring and handed it to Wu Huang Monk. Thank you, my lord. I shall study it diligently, Wu Huang Monk replied calmly. Following this, Yi Gucheng led the 2 into his courtyard. Shortly after their departure, Zhao Xiaodai entered Su Chen's courtyard, holding a transcribed copy of the martial arts manual. Chapter 583, by Choufei's exclusive weapon. The Rise of the 4 Ghosts of Xiangxi. This is the handwritten manuscript of my cultivation method, 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill. Zhao Xiaodai handed the transcribed 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill to Su Chen. Upon receiving it, Su Chen opened the manuscript to examine the technique. Acquired the special dual cultivation technique 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill, rewarded with 1 orange lottery card. He had once again obtained an orange lottery card. However, Su Chen paid little heed to this reward, focusing instead on discovering the unique aspects of the 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill. Upon further investigation, his expression turned grave. The 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill corresponded to another technique known as 9-yang True Fire Technique. These 2 methods complemented each other. To cultivate the 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill, one must be a woman and also serve as a furnace for someone practicing the 9-yang True Fire Technique. Moreover, there was a rather sinister aspect to the 9-in Heavenly Cicada Skill. During cultivation, a type of invisible insect would be generated within the body, merging with the vital energy. If one were to engage in dual cultivation with a practitioner of the 9-yang true fire technique, these insects would be transformed into the purest true energy. However, if others were involved in dual cultivation, these insects would silently enter the bodies of the participants. Under normal circumstances, they would go unnoticed and pose no real threat. Yet, when a practitioner of the 9-yang true fire technique unleashed the 9-yin true fire technique, these insects would become agitated, tearing through the bloodstream and causing excruciating pain. Once a person could no longer resist, their vital energy, along with their blood, could be completely devoured by the opponent. The masterminds behind the Extreme Heaven Palace are not to be underestimated. Such a method reveals their formidable capabilities. It is no wonder they allow the members of the Extreme Heaven Palace to roam freely. Yet, who exactly is this individual? Su Chen couldn't help but ponder. The creator of this technique possesses immense strength. The power behind the Extreme Heaven Palace is indeed formidable. Master Su, does this technique pose any issues? Zhao Xiaodai inquired, her brow furrowing with concern after seeing Su Chen's serious demeanor upon receiving the manuscript. This is a furnace technique. Not only you, but even those who engage in dual cultivation with you will become others' nourishment, Su Chen replied solemnly. What? Zhao Xiaodia's expression shifted alarmingly upon hearing Su Chen's words. Do you, Master Su, have any solutions? She looked at him with hopeful eyes. At present, I have no means to resolve this predicament. Su Chen shook his head, acknowledging his inability to remedy the situation. You need not worry excessively. The true energy within you has been consumed, and regaining it will require a considerable amount of time, even if they view you as a furnace. Your current power is insufficient to attract their attention. Your master, the Jade Bone Demoness, right? I will seek assistance from an expert of the Qinglong Society to help you address this issue. I will accompany you to the Extreme Bliss Palace. Su Chen expressed his keen interest in the Extreme Bliss Palace and his desire to meet the Jade Bone Demoness, hoping to glean some insights regarding the true identities of those behind the palace. The headquarters of the Extreme Bliss Palace is unknown to me. The only branch outside is located in Jinling City, Jiangnan, Zhao Xiaodai informed him. Jinling City, one of the 3 major cities in the Jinling prefecture of Jiangnan, is a bustling place, and I intend to visit, Su Chen declared. In my mind, I could not help but think of the Murong family of Jiangnan, the maternal lineage of Murong Qingchun, one of the sovereign powers of Jinling City. Upon hearing that Su Chen would accompany them, Zhao Xiaodai's face illuminated with joy. You prepare, we shall depart under the cover of night. With the full moon still 15 days away, there were but 20 days remaining. Should the matters concerning the Bliss Palace linger too long, they might miss the assembly at Tianke Mountain Villa. According to Su Chen's conjecture, the gathering of these formidable beings might culminate in a concerted effort to eliminate that imperial master on the very day. Excellent. Zhao Xiaodai beamed with delight and promptly set about her preparations. Master, Miss Zhuang has returned from the Lingjiang region. Outside the courtyard, Ruan Suiyun entered, escorting Zhuang Xuanji. Zhuang Xuanji appeared slightly fatigued. Although the official Yutian had the assistance of the hidden current sand and Yanin, she had been meticulously overseeing every detail, resulting in her weariness. Master, regarding the current funds of the Tianxia Alliance, we have secured 5 million taels, which have already been deposited into the bank. The other assets are unsuitable for sale, and the official envoy will regularly transfer funds into your account at the bank. Zhuang Xuanji stated as she handed Su Chen the 5 million taels in notes, and continued, furthermore, Hua Liue has discovered that the over 10 million taels raised by the Sea Shark Gang have been directed towards Jinling City. At this revelation, Su Chen's gaze flickered with interest. The bounty from the Emperor Wu Ho had indeed surfaced in the black market of Jinling City, making their movement in that direction quite plausible. Can Hua Liue ascertain the exact whereabouts of those funds? Su Chen inquired, for he held particular concern regarding that bounty. Hua Liue has already ventured to Jinling and will endeavor to investigate. However, it is worth noting that Jinling, being the most prosperous city of the Great Zhou dynasty, harbors a far more intricate web of clandestine forces than the capital. Thus, the investigation may prove somewhat challenging. Moreover, such a substantial sum is unlikely to be stored in isolation. It would likely circulate through the black market banks. The emergence of the bounty in the black market indicates that Dugu Wei has probably funneled half of the cash into those banks. Otherwise, the bounty would not have been issued. The black market banks are deeply entangled, and it is prudent that we refrain from delving into that matter, Zhuang Xuanji advised. She had gleaned some insights about the black market banks from her father, acknowledging their complexity. Let Hua Liyue conduct her inquiry. It is not our concern. If she succeeds, it will be her merit. By the way, when you entered, you must have seen Zhao Xiaodai from the Bliss Palace. I have accepted a task from her, which also leads us to Jinling. She will join us tonight, Su Qin remarked, looking at Zhuang Xuanji. After accepting Zhao Xiaodai's task, he had contacted Zhuang Xuanji to inform her of their journey to Jiangnan and urged her to return swiftly. Zhao Xiaodai from the Bliss Palace? Zhuang Xuanji's lovely eyes regarded Su Chun in surprise. She had not anticipated that the person she had just encountered was Zhao Xiaodai. As for the task Su Chun mentioned, it undoubtedly pertained to an assassination commissioned by Zhao Xiaodai. Whom does she intend to kill? Zhuang Xuanji inquired curiously. Her master, the Jade Bone Demoness. Su Chun candidly revealed to Zhuang Xuanji. The Jade Bone Demoness, one of the prominent elders of the Bliss Palace, was rumored to be consolidating her divine prowess, rendering this task rather straightforward. Zhuang Xuanji spoke softly. As the overseer of the Third Money House, the dealer possesses certain channels of information. It is quite effortless for the Qinglong Society to eliminate a Jade Bone Demoness who is yet to immerse herself in the depths of the sea. She has witnessed Yi Guqing in action. The host's subordinates, Cui Wuhu and the Wudu Tongzi, have set ablaze the Laiwang mansion, reducing it to ruins. The reputation of the Laiwang in the Huayuan region has significantly diminished, and a reward of 1 orange lottery card has been issued. What? These two have actually incinerated the Laiwang mansion. A look of astonishment adorned Su Chen's face. He had not anticipated such ferocity from Cui Wuhu and the Wudu Tongzi. Upon receiving 2 orange lottery cards, he noted, he acquired the exclusive weapon, the Breaking Gang Golden Silk Gloves, for Bai Choufei. And each of the Xiangxi 4 ghosts received a card granting 2 decades of celestial cultivation. With these cards, alongside some precious medicinal herbs, their strength should ascend to the level of transforming their Dantian into a sea. Upon reaching this stage, the 4 united may indeed contend with the most formidable of the sea's concentrated powers. The weapon bestowed upon Bai Choufei, upon channeling internal energy, could breach the defenses of Dantian transformation level experts, and when combined with finger techniques, it would be even more formidable. Chapter 584. The Assassins Surrounding the Diwu Marquis Mansion. Diwu Marquis slays with a single palm, 1 chapter combined. My own power has considerably increased. The Xiangxi 4 ghosts have remained at Su Chen's side, and their enhanced abilities offer him substantial protection. Of course, given Su Chen's own foundation, it is likely that he would remain unharmed even against concentrated attacks. This is precisely why Su Chen dared to leave the Shanhua Gate. Possessing strength, he no longer needs to confine himself. It is time for him to venture forth. Master, what occupies your thoughts? In the distance, Zhuang Xuanji inquired, observing Su Chen in a daze. Upon hearing Zhuang Xuanji's voice, Su Chen regained his composure. It is nothing. You may return to organize and rest. We shall depart this evening. Zhuang Xuanji bowed to Su Chen before exiting the courtyard. This is a piece of weapon-grade treasure. Ensure it is swiftly delivered into Bai Choufei's hands, Su Chen instructed as he handed the Breaking Gang golden silk gloves to Yuan Suiyin. Yuan Suiyin promptly arranged for the item to be prepared and dispatched to the capital. As they were leaving, Yuan Suiyin seemed to recall something. Master, Cheng Shifei's cultivation is progressing slowly. Senior Gu Santong has departed from the Shanhua Gate to the Tianshan Mountains to instruct him. At this, Su Chen merely nodded slightly. The enmity between Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi must be resolved by themselves, especially since Gu Santong serves as the head of the Eastern Pavilion and is needed in the Tianshan. As for the Shanhua Gate, the strength in the rear mountains is formidable. That night, on the broad official road outside Lingnan County, a carriage ambled along at a leisurely pace. This carriage was more than twice the usual size, drawn by 2 robust horses. The driver, wearing a broad-brimmed hat, was Yuan Suiyin. Inside the carriage, Su Chen reclined on the central seat, observing his surroundings. To his right sat Zhuang Xuanji and Zhao Xiaodai, both silent, their gazes directed toward the 2 individuals seated on the left side of the carriage. Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng were engaged in a game of chess, an atmosphere of silence enveloping them, rendering the scene somewhat mundane. As time gradually slipped away, the 2, fixated on the board, exchanged a brief glance, their eyes reflecting a hint of bitterness. Through unvoiced communication, Zhao Xiaodai inquired, Miss Zhuang, Is it always this quiet when you accompany Master Su on his outings? Indeed, the last time we ventured to the Lingjiang area was even more subdued. Senior Yi remained motionless, cradling his long sword throughout, while Master Su was engrossed in reading. Perusing various eclectic texts, Zhuang Xuanji conveyed in response. Then we find ourselves in a bit of a quandary. Master Su truly remains unperturbed. You are the third beauty on the celestial fairy list, and I am not lacking in charm either. With two illustrious beauties in his company, should he not revel in our presence instead of merely reading? Zhao Xiaodai lamented. Initially, she had assumed that Master Su desired the pure yin energy within her for a dual cultivation, but that expectation went unfulfilled. Upon encountering Zhuang Xuanji, she speculated that Master Su's indifference towards her stemmed from his interest in Zhuang, yet it appeared he harbored no particular sentiments towards Zhuang either. Could it be that Master Su was simply incapable? This prompted a slight blush on Zhuang Xuanji's cheeks as she communicated, "It seems you have not thoroughly investigated Master Su. He was often seen in brothels before becoming the head of the Xiaolong, but he has not returned since." Zhuang Xuanji, having collaborated with Su Chun, had conducted her own inquiries into him and possessed some knowledge. Yet, she was unsure why she felt compelled to explain this to Zhao Xiaodai. Her gaze drifted towards Su Chun, who was diligently engrossed in the book he held. Consulting the topographic map of Jiangnan, reward, 1 orange lottery card. His countenance remained composed, undisturbed by the acquisition of the lottery card, for it was imperative for him to comprehend the situation in Jiangnan. Upon hearing Zhuang Xuanji's words, Zhao Xiaodai's lovely eyes flickered with intrigue. Her statement was, in fact, a subtle probe into Zhuang Xuanji's perception of Su Chun, for she viewed her as a rival. Meanwhile, in the capital, within a concealed chamber, Shangguan Jin Hong, Bai Chou Fei, and Murong Fu were seated around a square table. Jin Feihong has begun to suspect our leading figures and seeks to weaken our influence. It appears he intends to seize complete control of the money gang, and thus, Jin Feihong cannot be permitted to remain, Shangguan Jin Hong solemnly articulated. Originally, they had believed that eliminating Jin Feihong's disciples would fortify their standing within the money gang. However, they had not anticipated that Jin Feihong would personally consolidate his power. The Taisher mansion is evidently eyeing the money gang as well, displaying an unsettling greed. I shall persuade the 12th prince. He will not let such an opportunity slip by. It is also a fitting occasion for me to discern the true strength that lies within the 12th prince's entourage, Murong Fu remarked. Having followed the 12th prince for quite some time, Murong Fu still found himself outside the inner circle, unaware of the prince's genuine capabilities. Chou Fei, what have you uncovered recently? A gathering of assassins has convened, possibly preparing to strike against the esteemed Lord Diwu, though the precise timing remains uncertain. Bai Chou Fei spoke in a somber tone, indicating that some are evidently too impatient and wish to act against Lord Diwu sooner rather than later. Murong Fu furrowed his brow slightly. Their forces have yet to assemble, and they may not be able to subdue Lord Diwu. Thus, he hoped that this assassination would be delayed. Suddenly, Bai Chou Fei's expression shifted. Please wait for me a moment, he said before exiting the secret chamber. Shortly thereafter, he returned, his demeanor grave. The first wave of the assassination against Lord Diwu has begun. Shall we go and witness it? Let us go, Murong Fu replied. The three then donned black cloaks, masks, and wide-brimmed hats, swiftly vanishing from the hidden room. On the rooftops surrounding the estate of Lord Diwu, shadowy figures moved rapidly towards their target. These individuals possessed remarkable speed, soon arriving at the gates of Lord Diwu's residence. Inside the estate, squads of guards patrolled, clad in armor and wielding long blades, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Suddenly, dozens of icy beams shot forth, akin to falling stars, aimed at the guards. The guards, reacting swiftly, struck out with their blades to disperse the lethal projectiles, but several fell to the ground during the fray. Kill. After deflecting the icy beams, the guards charged forth to engage the incoming black-clad assassins. Their purpose was solely to defend Lord Diwu against these intruders. However, as they surged forward, a wave of purple poison mist enveloped them. Those who rushed out were soon left frothing at the mouth, collapsing lifelessly. A woman clad in black descended, the infamous poison immortal. Upon landing, she charged at the guards, and in an instant, any who came into contact with her fell to the ground. The remaining guards hastily retreated. At that moment, reinforcements emerged from other areas. Lord Diwu had assembled 3,000 private soldiers to protect his estate. The guards, armed with crossbows, unleashed a hail of arrows. Seeing this, the black-clad woman nimbly dodged, while the other assassins who had infiltrated the estate found themselves besieged by a relentless barrage of arrows. Each assassin extended their hands, unleashing streams of true energy to counter the onslaught. Although they managed to shield themselves from the arrows, they could not advance. "Close in for the kill," a gruff voice bellowed. With that command, a formidable figure erupted from the throng, propelling himself off the ground, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. "Fire!" The archers swiftly adjusted their aim towards this daunting figure. However, the arrows failed to pierce the formidable barrier surrounding him. "Die!" The assailant landed and unleashed a powerful punch, sending several archers flying, their chests shattered by the force, blood spilling forth. "Yinshan's twin demons, you seek death." At that moment, a flash of blade light erupted from within the estate, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The one wielding the blade was none other than Mu Tianxiong, the commander of Lord Diwu's guards. At this moment, his aura was profound, suggesting that his injuries had fully healed. Suddenly, a flash of blade light appeared as a burly figure in black launched an attack, his fist thrust forward, emanating a dark radiance that collided with the blade's shimmer. A powerful surge of energy erupted at the point of impact, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. Following the strike, Mu Tianxiong landed before his opponent, his gaze sharp and filled with a menacing aura. "You truly seek death by daring to approach my Imperial Martial Marquis mansion." As he spoke, a dark figure surged forth from behind him, a hand extending with lethal intent towards Mu Tianxiong's head. "Do you think I am unaware of the infamous leader of the Yinshan twin demons?" Mu Tianxiong's expression twisted into a snarl as he pivoted, propelling himself off the ground, which crumbled beneath his feet, and launched a sweeping strike with his long knife. The ferocity of the blade illuminated the area. The leader of the Yinshan twin demons was taken aback, swiftly channeling his inner energy as he unleashed an onslaught of sinister force from his palm, meeting Mu Tianxiong's violent blade. The clash reverberated through the air, sending the demon leader staggering back, a trickle of blood oozing from his hand. "Damn it, kill him!" he growled, his face contorted in rage. Seeing his leader injured, the burly man in black felt a tempest of energy surge within him, ripping through the air with a deafening roar. Yinshan blazing palm. With a furious punch, the dark energy collided with the air, igniting into black flames that surged toward Mu Tianxiong. Meanwhile, the leader of the Yinshan twin demons pressed forward, his palms wielding fierce energy, akin to a dragon breaking through the waves, as they bore down on Mu Tianxiong. "Do you think my Imperial Martial Marquis mansion is defenseless?" Just then, a violent surge of blood energy erupted forth, accompanied by a crimson iron staff that swept toward the burly man's head like a mountain crashing down. Sensing the spatial distortion behind him, the black-clad figure could only retaliate with a punch, their fists clashing, sending both combatants reeling back. On this side, Mu Tianxiong's long knife clashed once more with the demon leader's palm, the two forces intertwining, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Within the hall of the Imperial Martial Marquis mansion, the Marquis sat calmly in his main chair. Two others occupied the room, their expressions grave as they monitored the situation outside. "My lord, perhaps it would be wise to retreat for now. The opponents will not be easily subdued," suggested a middle-aged man in black. "Indeed, my lord, it would be prudent to take a step back," echoed another man clad in dark blue robes. "I am eager to witness the strength of our adversaries. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat, and it is time for the world to recognize the might of the Imperial Martial Marquis." The Marquis replied with an unruffled demeanor. Upon hearing this, the two men ceased their discourse, remaining loyal to the Marquis and ready to heed his every command. The echoes of conflict resounded through the residence of the Imperial Martial Marquis, drawing forth a multitude of figures who swiftly ascended the rooftops to observe the unfolding scene. The scale of this operation was considerable, with numerous experts from the celestial 9 tribulations present, and the 3,000 soldiers of the Imperial Martial Marquis were unlikely to provide adequate support. In one corner, Shangwan Jinhong spoke. "This is an assassination, not a frontal assault. It allows these soldiers to converge, creating a formidable military force. Their dispersion is advantageous for the martial experts to eliminate them one by one. Perhaps the Imperial Martial Marquis aims to thwart these celestial 9 tribulations warriors. There are those capable of contending with the experts of the sea transformation stage." As Bai Chofei spoke, he gazed toward a specific direction, for 2 more sea transformation experts were making their way toward the hall of the Imperial Martial Marquis. However, as they charged forth, a colossal aura suddenly erupted within the Marquis's residence, an unstoppable force that radiated invincibility. I do not wish to squander time with you. If you possess greater strength, come forth. Consider these 2 as mere appetizers. A chilling and commanding voice resonated from within the Imperial Martial Marquis's abode. Following this proclamation, a tall, formidable figure burst forth, raising a hand as if to support the heavens, striking toward one of the intruders. The Imperial Martial Marquis had made his move. Witnessing this, the figures who had emerged appeared alarmed, their faces paling. Their intent had been to draw out the 2 sea transformation experts beside the Imperial Martial Marquis, not to engage him directly. After all, the Imperial Martial Marquis was the foremost martial figure of the Great Zhou dynasty, a title that underscored his immense power. Exchanging a glance, the 2 contemplated fleeing, but the overwhelming aura emanating from the Imperial Martial Marquis constrained their movements. "Strike!" one of them bellowed. Yet no one responded or acted. Realizing they had been manipulated as pawns, their energies surged, unleashing terrifying power as they desperately resisted the hand of the Imperial Martial Marquis. Merely ants. The Imperial Martial Marquis thundered, his might swelling, a terrifying authority manifesting above the residence. Under this oppressive force, the 2 felt their bodies halt, their minds shattered by the impact of the Marquis's dominance, their eyes momentarily dimming. Boom! At that moment, the hand of the Imperial Martial Marquis descended. Bang! The 2 figures were sent hurtling through the air like broken kites, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths as they succumbed to their wounds. 1 strike. The Imperial Martial Marquis had effortlessly dispatched 2 formidable sea transformation warriors, showcasing his overwhelming prowess, his tiger-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. Then, his eyes settled upon a specific figure. "Since you have arrived, do not hesitate to act. I am eager to witness your strength." His gaze fixed upon a towering silhouette, standing over 3 meters tall, which, under normal circumstances, would exude an aura of terror. Yet, this figure appeared to emit no discernible presence as it stood there. "Imperial Martial Marquis, should you wish for me to act, I too am keen to observe the prowess of the foremost martial figure." The towering figure's voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the very mountains. Chapter 585, Potent Vitality, Formidable Physique. At this moment, upon a rooftop, a shadow adorned with the mask of the Evil Alliance gazes intently at the Imperial Martial Marquis's residence. It is He Yishang, the 2nd leader of the Evil Alliance, who has also arrived. Does he intend to intervene? Upon noticing this figure, someone's gaze sharpened. He Yishang is a formidable figure within the realm of marine concentration. His presence here tonight suggests he is not merely an observer. Boom! Just as this thought crossed the observer's mind, the masked He Yishang suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before his adversary. With a claw-like hand, he swiftly severed the opponent's head and cast it aside, returning to his original position in a flash. The entire maneuver unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving some bystanders momentarily dazed. Instinctively, they distanced themselves from the scene, unwilling to share the same fate as the unfortunate victim. The brutal and unspoken actions of the 2nd leader of the Evil Alliance, He Yishang, instilled fear. A figure cloaked in black, wearing a matching mask, emerged nearby. Observing this silhouette from afar, a wandering martial artist felt a stirring in his heart. It is the 3rd leader of the Evil Alliance. The newly arrived 3rd leader, Kai Jing, scrutinized the burly man stepping out from the shadows, a glimmer of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Who could this individual be? It was unclear. Such a robust physique, if he had graced the martial world before, would not be lacking in notoriety. He Yishang, still masked, spoke. "I did not anticipate the emergence of such a formidable opponent." Kai Jing's tone turned somber. The first wave of assassinations has already summoned such strength. Surely there would be more to come. Do not fret. Our leader has assured us that the Imperial Martial Marquis is undoubtedly a powerful figure among those who have achieved marine concentration, He Yishang conveyed through a mental transmission. I am well aware of the Imperial Martial Marquis's prowess, yet there are numerous strong figures in the capital now. Yen Shursan from the Azure Dragon Society must have already set his sights on the Marquis, and the leader of the 3rd-ranked assassin organization, the Reincarnation Path, has stealthily arrived in the capital. Should we fail to deal with him, he may seize this opportunity to strike, Kai Jing replied mentally. The masked visage made it difficult to discern his expression. Hearing Kai Jing's words, He Yishang's eyes flickered slightly. Although the reincarnation path is the third-ranked assassin organization, its leader, Song Luhui, possesses extraordinary strength and wields the secretive art of shadow concealment, allowing him to blend seamlessly into darkness. An assassin capable of perfecting this fusion with shadows is exceedingly terrifying. He can strike when one is most vulnerable, regardless of a martial artist's vigor. There comes a moment of relaxation, and such a lapse can be fatal. Hence, Song Luhui is often referred to in the martial world as the one who brings death. As for his appearance, no one has ever laid eyes upon him. His identity remains a mystery. I trust that our grand leader will manage. He Yishang transmitted, his gaze unwavering as he continued to survey the battlefield. On the other side, a voice resonated. This person's physical presence is formidable. There is no information on him in my records. Bai Choufei spoke in a solemn tone. In the vast realm of the Great Zhou, where formidable warriors abound and many dwell in seclusion, uncertainty looms over whether he can conquer the Emperor Martial Marquis. Morong Fu's eyes shimmered with brilliance. The auras emanating from both the Emperor Martial Marquis and the imposing man were undeniably potent, stirring feelings of envy within him. In this world, martial prowess equates to power. Strength begets the authority one desires. Shangguan Jinhong remained silent, his mind fixated on the two figures, hoping that their clash would enhance his comprehension of martial arts. Who are you? The Emperor Martial Marquis inquired, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he scrutinized the burly man. Yet, the latter offered no response. An intense heat radiated from him, and in that moment, his muscles surged, tearing through his garments. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to shatter beneath him, a massive cloud of dust billowing forth like smoke. His colossal form lunged toward the Emperor Martial Marquis, devoid of any chi. Yet the collision of his body with the air produced a sizzling sound, filling the atmosphere with a dreadful sense of searing heat. What immense physical strength! Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. The fact that he had not employed any energy, relying solely on his raw physical power to generate such a scorching aura was nothing short of astonishing. The Emperor Martial Marquis himself bore an expression of surprise, though it swiftly faded. With a sudden surge, the Emperor Martial Marquis moved, unleashing a tremendous wave of bloodthirsty energy from his palm. He clenched his fist tightly and struck out. Within his punch, the bloodthirst surged like a dragon. The burly man responded in kind, delivering a powerful blow. Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying force that ravaged the surrounding area, yet neither warrior faltered. Simultaneously, the Emperor Martial Marquis and the burly man grounded their feet firmly. The bloodthirsty energy around the Emperor Martial Marquis erupted continuously, sending invisible waves of energy rippling outward, creating a surge of heat upon contact with the air. Conversely, the burly man exhibited bulging veins, with blood coursing rapidly through them, the sound of cracking bones resonating as his body expanded rapidly. In an instant, he transformed into a crimson behemoth, a fierce and oppressive aura emanating from him. Witnessing this transformation, the crowd's expressions shifted once more. The man's power was evidently still on the rise, and their gazes turned toward the Emperor Martial Marquis, who now bore a fierce countenance, retreating instinctively. As he stepped back, his bloodthirsty energy surged with alarming speed, forming a protective barrier around him, reminiscent of a demonic king amidst a sea of blood. Purple Extreme Blood Fiend Palm. With a resounding crash, the Emperor Martial Marquis unleashed his palm strike. The tremendous force obliterated everything in its path, manifesting as a colossal wave of crimson flames directed toward the burly man, whose eyes now burned with fervor. The imposing figure advanced rather than retreated, his ferocious fist colliding with the terrifying fiery palm of Emperor Wu Ho. A resounding thud echoed as the burly man was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall like a bulldozer, shattering the ground beneath him and leaving a profound scar in its wake. Yet, the figure that had been flung back rose to his feet, brushing off the debris, and began to compress his form, transforming into a man approximately 2 meters tall. The prowess of Emperor Wu Ho was indeed extraordinary. Though he had other matters to attend to today, they would undoubtedly clash again in the future. With that, he pivoted and disappeared into the shadowy streets, his speed so remarkable that he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Retreat. Observing the situation, the other assassins dared not linger and hastily withdrew. Those who failed to escape were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers of the Emperor Wu Ho's estate. The assassination unfolded like a tempest, swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. However, this confrontation illuminated the formidable strength of Emperor Wu Ho. Chapter 586. The whereabouts of Yan Shisan. The ambush plan against Jin Feihong commences. Watching the departing figure, Emperor Wu Ho's expression grew grave. "My lord, shall we pursue?" inquired a man clad in black beside him, his voice low. "No need. First, tend to the wounded. You investigate the identity of that individual. To withstand my strike purely through physical prowess and remain unscathed is no simple feat. We must ascertain who he is," replied Emperor Wu Ho, leading his entourage back to the estate. The spectators gradually began to disperse. Bai Qiufei and his companions returned to their secret chamber. The immense strength of Emperor Wu Ho astonished them when his energy surged. Bai Qiufei sensed a current of vitality still flowing within him. He had not yet exerted his full power. While Emperor Wu Ho is formidable, the man he faced was somewhat enigmatic, his strength akin to that of a colossal beast. In their initial clash, he refrained from utilizing true energy, relying solely on his physical strength to withstand Emperor Wu Ho's blow. Judging by his retreat, it appears he had reserved some of his capabilities. "The capital is more perilous than we anticipated," remarked Bai Qiufei, his brow furrowing. Although Jin Feihong had deployed numerous agents in the capital during this period and invested substantial sums, the intelligence gathered still fell short. It seemed necessary to delve deeper into their personnel arrangements, consolidating spies within the royal manor and officials' residences to unearth any useful information from seemingly trivial clues. Bai Qiufei contemplated. That burly man would undoubtedly be pursued by various factions from this day forth. Should any information about him surface, it would be crucial for Brother Bai to relay it to us. For now, our priority remains to deal with Jin Feihong. Brother Shangwan, I shall return to the residence of the 12th prince to discuss this matter and gauge his reaction, stated Murong Fu solemnly. Very well. I will await your news at the money gang, nodded Shangwan Jinhong. With that, the group departed the secret chamber once more, and Murong Fu made his way toward the 12th prince's residence. Armed with the token granted by the 12th prince, he swiftly arrived at a study. Within the study, aside from the 12th prince, there was a woman clad in sheer silk, none other than Hong Luo of the Shadow Gate. Upon noticing Murong Fu's arrival, she inclined her body, preparing to exit the room. "There is no need for you to withdraw. This is Hong Luo from the Shadow Gate. Henceforth, you shall have frequent interactions and collaborate with one another," Murong Fu stated. "What brings you here, Murong?" inquired the 12th prince, Lu He, gazing at Murong Fu. Upon hearing Lu He's words, Murong Fu felt a surge of elation within, though his countenance remained unchanged. "Your Highness, just now, Shangwan He approached me, mentioning that young Master Pang wishes to partake in the financial spoils as well," Murong Fu replied. "Is Pang Tong swift in his actions? What does Shangwan He intend?" Lu He queried. Shangwan He indicated that Jin Feihong is currently consolidating power, which poses some disadvantage to him. Therefore, he hopes that the 12th prince will join forces with young Master Pang to eliminate Jin Feihong, Murong Fu hastily explained. Shangwan He harbors great ambition. However, this indeed presents an opportunity. Yet, to assassinate Jin Feihong, we may need to deploy a formidable warrior from the sea. If Shangwan He can persuade Pang Tong to mobilize such a being, I shall dispatch 2 formidable practitioners to assist them. But I require a quarter of the profits from the financial association, Lu He declared. A quarter. Murong Fu's expression remained unchanged, but a wave of dismay washed over him. Lu He's demand for a quarter would inevitably compel the Taisher Manor to make the same request. Should they also grant a quarter to Zhenwu Courtyard's Qian Junmo, then Shangwan Jinhong would be left with but a quarter. This would essentially create benefits for the other parties involved. I shall persuade Shangwan He, Murong Fu assured. As he was now a subordinate of the 12th prince, he could not show any favoritism towards Shangwan Jinhong. The order from the deputy commander of the Northern Pacification Division shall reach you within a month. Familiarize yourself with the internal affairs of the Northern Pacification Division. I expect you to seize real power within 3 months, Lu He instructed, stepping away from his desk to stand before Murong Fu. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall diligently strive to grasp real power and remain loyal to you, Murong Fu responded, bowing deeply in gratitude. This is what you are owed. I trust you will not disappoint me, Lu He remarked, regarding Murong Fu intently. Then, recalling something, he inquired, "What news on Marquis Anqing of late?" Ever since Marquis Anqing visited the Southern Sea Chamber of Commerce with Lady Anqing, he has not left his estate. I have not dared to intrude upon his residence for intelligence, Morong Fu replied. It seems he has gained considerable benefits from the Southern Sea Chamber of Commerce. When you have the opportunity, represent me in visiting Marquis Anqing. I hope he will pledge allegiance to me, Luo Hong commanded. Yes, I shall discreetly visit Shangguan He's residence tomorrow. Once matters are arranged, I will proceed to Marquis Anqing's estate, Morong Fu responded, lowering his head. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his downcast eyes, but as he raised his gaze, that light vanished without a trace. He exited the room. Meanwhile, in another location, within a dilapidated temple, the robust man who had previously attacked the Emperor Wu Marquis materialized within the crumbling sanctuary. The upper body had already donned a suit of azure attire. In the courtyard, there stood a man clad in black, wearing a conical hat. He addressed the robust figure in azure as he entered. Are you not concerned that, without employing true energy and vitality, your corporeal form may be shattered in combat with the Imperial Martial Marquis? If he is capable of obliterating my flesh, it would merely signify that my physical strength remains insufficient. The muscular man in azure responded, You seem eager to seek me out. Have you discovered the whereabouts of Yin Shi? Indeed, I have located him, right in this vicinity. Bring me his head, and I shall reward you with a secret elixir, replied the man in black, before vanishing from sight. After the black-clad figure departed, the azure-clad man coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Imperial Martial Marquis is indeed formidable. Merely relying on strength to withstand his punch proves to be quite challenging. As he spoke, he extracted a pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. His vitality began to circulate, rapidly mending the injuries that had manifested within him. On the following day, news of the assassination attempt on the Imperial Martial Marquis spread throughout the capital. A wave of astonishment swept over the city. Since the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, no rogue assassin had dared to carry out such a brazen attack on an imperial martial figure. Could the world of martial arts be on the verge of transformation? This was the sentiment of many. Within a private room of a tea house, Shangguan Jinhong sat across from Huang Tianqing of the Grand Tutor's residence. Shangguan steward, is there something you require my assistance with? Huang Tianqing inquired. Steward Huang, I am preparing to ambush Jin Feihong. The 12th prince will dispatch 2 cultivators of the sea transformation realm, and I hope that young Master Pang can send forth a cultivator of the sea concentration realm. Shangguan Jinhong articulated. To deploy a sea concentration realm expert for us? What benefits could that possibly yield? Huang Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Shangguan Jinhong's words. 1/4 of the profits, Shangguan Jinhong replied after a moment of contemplation. Yet within his heart, he pondered whether they would be able to secure any benefits at all. Su Chun was already en route to the capital, and once he arrived, the power within the capital would undoubtedly surge. Shangguan Jinhong would then be able to reveal his true identity, no longer needing to conceal himself under the guise of Shangguan He. At that point, he would simply be Shangguan Jinhong of the Tianya Pavilion, unconcerned with others' opinions. Upon hearing Shangguan Jinhong's words, Huang Tianqing's expression remained unchanged. He was not satisfied with the offered 1/4 of the profits. To engage a sea concentration realm expert would pit them against the true martial academy, and 1/4 of the benefits seemed insufficient. Huang Tianqing spoke solemnly. Steward Huang, I fear I cannot provide more, as this involves not just young Master Pang alone. Recently, there has been a rumor circulating that Yin Shi of the Qinglong Society has a bounty of approximately 3 million taels for slaying sea concentration realm experts. If necessary, I shall see if I can locate him and enlist his aid, Shangguan Jinhong stated. Though he could freely promise a substantial reward, offering too much would arouse suspicion. Hearing this, Huang Tianqing's expression shifted. Steward Shangguan, if we are capable of resolving this matter ourselves, why should we complicate things by involving others? I shall personally communicate with Master Pang regarding this matter and ensure its successful resolution, Huang Tianqing hastily assured. 1/4 of the profits was part of their envisioned scheme. If Shangguan He truly refuses to cooperate with them and resorts to hiring an assassin to deal with Jin Feihong, they would not even receive that 1/4. Therefore, it is imperative that Manager Huang provides a prompt response. The situation concerning Jin Feihong cannot be delayed, Shangguan Jinhong stated. Rest assured, Manager Shangguan, Huang Tianqing replied, rising and bowing as he departed. Shangguan Jinhong stood, watching Huang Tianqing leave, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Have all the spies in the residence been eliminated? Who is currently assisting Jin Feihong? Shangguan Jinhong inquired. From behind the elegant chamber, Madam Yu emerged. The spies within the estate are under my control. All information must pass through my hands before it can be disseminated. Presently, assisting Jin Feihong is one of the 5 managers, Gao Salon, who was once a maidservant of Jin Feihong, Madam Yu disclosed. If she is aiding Jin Feihong, then we must eliminate her and see if Jin Feihong has any other allies. Locate her whereabouts. I shall personally deal with her. Shangguan Jinhong spoke coldly. Understood, Madam Yu acknowledged. Madam Ningxiang, have you made any discoveries during your contact with the Baixiang Pavilion? For now, there is nothing significant. Though I subtly revealed my identity to her, she remained composed, suggesting she is aware of my true nature. I fear she may have sensed something, Madam Yu remarked. Is that so? For the time being, refrain from further contact. Once Jin Feihong is dead, you will confront her on my behalf. Given the years Madam Ningxiang has spent with Jin Feihong, she may possess some degree of affection for him. Investigate Gao Silon's whereabouts. She must be dealt with tonight. Shangguan Jinhong commanded. In the capital, Baixiang Pavilion boasts a garden-like architecture, with all the structures fashioned from blue stones harmoniously integrated with the surrounding green bamboo groves, exuding an air of ancient elegance. This, combined with the floral embellishments, has made it a favored spot for many in the capital. Within a private chamber, Madame Ningxiang stood while Jin Feihong sat nearby, sipping tea. Someone from your Jinxian gang is approaching me. Madame Ningxiang's voice was melodious and gentle, akin to a yellow oriole taking flight. Her gaze was fixed not on Jin Feihong, but rather on the dense bamboo outside the window. Someone has come to contact you. It seems they learned of this through Steward Yang, who is still alive and in their custody. Who is this individual? Jin Feihong inquired calmly. As the leader of the Jinxian gang, he was no stranger to the nature of threats against him, yet he had yet to uncover the identity of his adversary. One of your previous drug slaves, Madam Yu said. I did not expect it to be her. It appears our opponent is formidable, Jin Feihong remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow. It is not simple. However, there is no need for you to worry. According to the information obtained from young Master Qian, the manager of the Zhenwu Courtyard has already arranged for action to be taken. I believe that the assassin Yan Shisan from the Qinglong Society will soon vanish. As for your inquiries regarding the internal affairs of the money gang, how have your investigations progressed? Madame Ningxiang spoke solemnly. There are no leads, but it has become inconsequential. The other party's contact with you should indicate that my recent actions have put them under pressure. In the next step, once I consolidate all power, they will make their move. I merely need to wait. Inform young Master Qian that I will resolve matters with the money gang promptly, Jin Feihong replied. It is reassuring to hear your confidence, Chief Jin. When will the profits be delivered? Madame Ningxiang turned and gracefully approached Jin Feihong, once more preparing a cup of tea for him. Within 3 days, I will arrange for someone to deliver it, Jin Feihong asserted, rising to leave the private chamber. At this moment, outside the city, in a shadowy forest, there stood a dilapidated temple, surrounded by overgrown weeds and towering trees that completely concealed the crumbling structure. One would hardly notice the existence of this temple without a careful inspection. Inside, Yan Shisan leaned against a pillar, cradling a long sword. At the entrance of the temple stood a figure clad in black, with only their eyes revealed, exuding an ominous aura. I did not expect someone else to choose such a forsaken temple. The voice was hoarse and chilling. Yan Shisan remained calm, seemingly ignoring the presence before him, continuing to lean against his sword. Intriguing. Upon hearing Yan Shisan's words, a glimmer of amusement appeared in the eyes of the man in black. He stepped directly into the dilapidated temple and sat down opposite Yan Shisan. The black-clad individual ignited a fire before him, the crackling sound reverberating in the stillness. Might I inquire your name? Perhaps we could collaborate, the man in black suggested, observing Yan Shisan. The choice of such a secluded location indicates a desire to remain unseen, suggesting that this individual shares a similar disposition. Moreover, despite Yan Shisan's relaxed posture, the palpable aura of menace surrounding him was unmistakable, and he sensed that Yan Shisan could perceive his own lethal intent as well. Of course, this aura of menace was not directed at the other party, but rather an inherent disposition developed through numerous encounters with death. Daihu, or perhaps the 15th night of the full moon, Yan Shisan replied calmly. I am Song Luanhui from the reincarnation path. I wonder if we might collaborate? The newcomer introduced himself. Song Luanhui, leader of the third-ranked assassin organization on the Zhenfu Division's killer list. Yan Shisan, of the Qinglong Society, he responded. I did not realize that you were the renowned Yin Shisan, who recently eliminated the manager of the Zhenwu Courtyard in the capital. My apologies. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Luanhui's eyes. Suddenly, his expression brightened as he glanced outside the temple. More people are arriving. Chapter 588. I possess a sword, yet to be wielded. With that, he rose and slowly made his way toward the shadows of the temple, seemingly vanishing upon entering the darkness. Leaning against a wooden pillar, Yin Shisan's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. In that very instant, with a thunderous crash, the already dilapidated wooden door of the crumbling temple was shattered by a single punch, and a fierce figure rushed in from outside. Standing at the threshold of the temple, the newcomer, towering over 2 meters, donned a blue robe, exuding a robust physique, and his tiger-like eyes fixated on Yin Shisan, who was leaning against the pillar. Yin Shisan of the Qinglong Society. His voice boomed, reverberating through the temple, giving it an impression of impending collapse. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. Yin Shisan rose, his gaze sharp as he regarded the approaching figure, the very individual who sought him out with lethal intent. In a heartbeat, as Yin Shisan stood, the assailant surged forward, his body propelled with ferocity, raising his fist to unleash a devastating blow. Though his fist bore no trace of true energy, it radiated an overwhelming brutality. Yin Shisan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he drew his long sword, channeling his sword intent into a brilliant arc that collided with the assailant's fist. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, the sword energy shattering under the force of the punch, and Yin Shisan was sent stumbling backward. Haha, your sword energy couldn't even breach my fist. Today, you shall meet your end by my hand. The assailant cackled madly. Unfazed, Yin Shisan maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to the taunts. In a flash, he vanished from his position, reappearing before his opponent, and thrusting his sword once more. This strike was not only swift but imbued with an even more formidable sword energy, aimed directly at the opponent's heart. The assailant's eyes narrowed as he felt the sharp energy radiating from Yin Shisan's sword, causing a prickling sensation on his skin. He hastily raised his hand, aiming to intercept the incoming blade with a punch. Yet, Yin Shisan's sword shifted, evading the impending collision. If it were merely a contest of sword energies and spiritual might, what need was there for swordsmanship? The long sword pivoted, continuing its trajectory toward the opponent's heart. The assailant, realizing the intent, reached out to seize Yin Shisan's sword. However, as he attempted to grasp it, Yin Shisan retracted his blade, vanishing once more, only to appear behind the foe, his sword enveloped in energy, racing toward the assailant's back. With a piercing thrust, the sword struck at the opponent's heart. In that moment, a low growl escaped the assailant's lips, and a wild surge of energy erupted from him. His 2-meter frame suddenly expanding to 4. Muscles bulged. Even the back was rippling with power, clamping down on the sword that sought to pierce his flesh. Yin Shisan's gaze sharpened. The sword energy surged explosively, allowing him to withdraw his blade, executing a swift turn to exit the temple. With a resounding crash, the transformed assailant's fist struck the ground, causing the entire temple to collapse, while he remained unscathed within its ruins. His eyes glinting with ferocity as he glared at Yin Shisan. Just moments ago, your sword energy could not penetrate my flesh. Now, I shall see how you intend to breach my defenses. As the conversation unfolded, a hand was raised, wide open, and struck towards Yin Shisan. With a focused gaze, Yin Shisan altered the stance of his long sword. Sword 13 was unleashed, meeting the palm of the opponent. In that fleeting moment of contact, a surge of condensed sword energy erupted forth. With a sharp sound, blood spattered as Yin Shisan's blade pierced through the opponent's palm. The adversary let out a muffled groan. Instinctively retracting his arm, his eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity, disbelief etched across his features. He found it hard to fathom that such sword energy could penetrate his palm. A force began to circulate within his injured hand, rapidly mending the wound. Your sword energy is indeed formidable, leaving me in awe. It seems I must reveal my true capabilities to contend with you. The assailant regarded Yin Shisan with a newfound seriousness. The intensity of Yin Shisan's sword energy was extraordinary. Without employing his genuine skills, it would be challenging to eliminate him. With a roar reminiscent of a tiger's might and a dragon's song. The moment the words left his lips, a terrifying sound of ferocious resonance erupted. This was a sound wave technique, harnessing the energy of sonic vibrations to disorient the opponent. In that instant of distraction, he aimed to strike down Yin Shisan. As the roar reverberated, a tremendous vitality surged through him, the blood energy circulating around his form, creating waves of heat. His physical being synchronized with this vitality, unleashing a terrifying force. Accompanied by this surge, the roar manifested visible ripples, ultimately taking the form of a tiger and dragon, advancing towards Yin Shisan. Yin Shisan's eye sharpened. His aura surged dramatically, the concentrated spirit within him exploding forth. A colossal sword intent emanating from his being. This sword intent was terrifyingly potent, capable of cleaving the heavens and obliterating the earth. With a resounding crash, he struck out, instantly vanquishing the advancing tiger and dragon shadows. However, the opponent's primary assault was not confined to this maneuver. As Yin Shisan unleashed his sword, the adversary moved, his body lunging forward, delivering a fist aimed at Yin Shisan's chest. The fist was suffused with blood energy, akin to crimson flames. After executing his strike, Yin Shisan swiftly retreated, his long sword unwavering in his grip. Sword 14. A domineering sword energy erupted, colliding with the opponent's fist. A thunderous explosion resonated from the point of impact, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that swept through the surroundings. The previously intact temple walls crumbled under the force, and both combatants were propelled back several steps. What a terrifying sword energy! The assailant, his hair disheveled and blood energy in disarray, regarded Yin Shisan with a grave expression. The sword strike just unleashed was more ferocious and domineering than the previous one, exuding an overwhelming sword energy. I possess one more sword. It has yet to be unleashed, and you are worthy of its deployment. As Yin Shisan retreated, his own energy surged, recognizing the ferocity of the opponent's fist. The previous clash had resulted in a stalemate, prompting him to decide to employ the 15th sword. Hearing Yin Shisan's declaration, the attacker's gaze sharpened. Engaging with Yin Shisan, he understood the terror he embodied. Now, the notion that Yin Shisan had yet another sword yet to be wielded sent a ripple of apprehension through him. The sheer terror of this sword cannot be underestimated. Indeed, some have fallen victim to Qin Jiyuan. Yin Shisan is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse in the realm of the sea, wielding a sword intent that is both fearsome and piercing. The assailant's heart is filled with curses, his mind heavy, and his gaze alert as he regards Yin Shisan. At that moment, Yin Shisan raises his sword. In the instant the sword is lifted, his eyes turn cold and hollow. A terrifying aura emanates from him. Following this, a dreadful sword intent manifests behind him, casting the surroundings into a dim haze, with swirling black mist enveloping the area, rendering the world as if it were on the brink of apocalypse. In the shadows, Song Luanhui observes this sword strike, his complexion paling as he directs his gaze towards the assailant. Chapter 589, Ambush. The hand of the judge of life and death rends flesh, exposing rotating eyes. This sword strike from Yin Shisan is exceedingly fearsome. Employing such a blow may very well cause him injury. In this battle in the capital, he cannot hope to gain anything alone and must collaborate with Yin Shisan, a being of such strength, capable of partnership. A thought crossed Song Luanhui's mind. His hand extends, revealing a metallic glove on his right hand. With fingers glinting in a chilling light, sharp and formidable. With a thunderous rush, he lunges forward, his claw-like hand aimed at the back of his opponent. The speed is astonishing. The figure in the green attire, preparing to confront Yin Shisan's sword strike, is caught unawares by the concealed attack. The palm grips his back, unleashing a surge of immense energy. A low growl escapes the green-clad man's lips. Song Luanhui's hand tears through his flesh, followed by a tight grip and a punch delivered to his opponent's back. The terrifying force surges into the green-clad man's body. With a resounding crash, the energy propels the green-clad man, blood erupting from his mouth as he is hurled like a brick, crashing into a massive tree several meters away. The tree splinters and collapses. Yin Shisan, gathering his momentum, changes his gaze, retracting his sword intent in an instant. The already injured green-clad man is not worthy of his most powerful strike, and employing such a blow would only bring him harm. If he can avoid it, he shall. Who dares to attack me? The green-clad man roars as he rises, a gaping wound on his back. His bloodshot eyes lock onto Song Luanhui, cloaked in black. The hand of the judge of life and death, Song Luanhui. The burly man, witnessing the glimmering glove on Song Luanhui's hand, lets out an enraged growl. Who are you? When did such a terrifying physical powerhouse emerge in the martial world? If it weren't for your focus being so intently on Yin Shi-san, my claw would have never pierced your flesh. Nevertheless, this strike has shattered your body. Today, this place shall become your burial ground, and your name shall be remembered henceforth. Song Luanhui replies coldly. As he speaks, a thick aura of bloodlust envelopes him, and the energy within his palms surges violently, charging towards his adversary. Witnessing this, the green-clad man's face contorts with ferocity as he propels himself towards Song Luanhui, ready to attack. Amidst the tumult of blood and energy, even in the face of injury, the vitality coursing through his veins remained robust. With a resounding crash, two figures collided, both retreating simultaneously. Yet the man in azure staggered back significantly more. His corporeal form was breached, blood gushed forth uncontrollably, and he had sustained grievous wounds. Despite the abundance of his life force, he found himself incapable of engaging directly with his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated toward the distant thicket, desperate to escape this deadly confrontation, for if he did not flee, he would meet his demise here. However, Yin Shi-san would not allow him to depart. In a flash, he materialized before his adversary, his longsword slicing through the air with lethal intent. You think you can leave after coming here? Yin Shi-san's sword energy was well known to the azure-clad man, and a surge of alarm gripped his heart. He quickly regained his composure, striking out with his palm in an attempt to parry the incoming blade, while shifting his body to another direction in a bid to evade. Yet, regardless of his maneuvers, Yin Shi-san's sword found its mark, aimed directly at his heart. With a piercing sound, the previously wounded flesh could not withstand the force of Yin Shi-san's strike. The sword plunged into his vital arteries, and blood erupted forth in a torrent. A fierce expression crossed the azure man's face. He realized he had no chance of survival left. In a final desperate act, he channeled all his remaining life force into his palm and directed it toward Yin Shi-san. Just then, a hand descended upon his head. A metallic sheen flashed down, creating 5 gaping wounds upon his skull, causing his gathered energy to dissipate in an instant. Yin Shi-san pivoted his sword, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the man's heart. The azure man could muster but a breath of defiance. His words uncompleted before his body crumpled to the ground. Gazing upon the lifeless form, Song Luanhui produced a small white vial from his grasp, releasing a fine white powder that cascaded onto the corpse. Almost immediately, a noxious smoke billowed forth, rapidly dissolving flesh into a pool of viscous liquid. Though some bones proved resistant to this transformation, Song Luanhui's gaze sharpened as he approached to inspect the remnants. The bones exhibited a reddish-brown hue, suggesting a metallic evolution. It was astonishing that his skeletal structure had reached such a formidable state. No wonder his physical form was so terrifying. Yet, this man was unfamiliar to him, further adding intrigue to this ever-evolving martial world. Once more, Song Luanhui scattered additional white powder, until the remaining bones too were reduced to a puddle of pus. Brother Yin, we should not linger here. It is time for us to depart, he advised. Yin Shi-san nodded in agreement, and both figures vanished into the depths of the forest. Shortly after their departure, a shadowy figure emerged in the vicinity, surveying the remnants of the battle. After a meticulous examination, he approached the pool of viscous liquid, his brow furrowing slightly before he turned and left in haste. In the evening at the Zhenwu Courtyard, within a lavish chamber, a man adorned in resplendent attire, Jing Yi, found himself kneeling before a figure clad in black, the very same individual who had appeared at the site of Yin Shi-san's confrontation. 2 individuals, not just one. Could it be that other experts from the Azure Dragon Society have arrived? Qin Zhuyuan's expression was far from pleasant. His subordinate reported that, based on the traces of battle and the areas where blood had fallen, it was evident that another person had launched a surprise attack, subsequently joining forces with Yin Shi-san to eliminate the 3rd member. The Azure Dragon Society, I had underestimated you. I never anticipated that such a formidable physical presence as the 3rd member could meet such an untimely demise. What a pity, Qin Zhuyuan lamented. Chief, shall we continue the search for Yin Shi-san? The cloaked figure inquired. Given the presence of formidable foes by his side, it would be prudent to hold off on our investigation for now. Once they enter the city, they will reveal themselves. At that point, we shall seize the opportunity to surround and eliminate him. Has there been any progress in the investigation on the side of the young master? Qin Zhuyuan whispered. Currently, It is challenging to conduct an investigation with the Imperial Marshal Marquis remaining within the estate. However, the military has issued another order for the Imperial Marshal Marquis to depart the capital for the South Sea within 10 days, the cloaked figure replied. Within 10 days? What is the military's intent? Are they not safeguarding the Imperial Marshal Marquis? Qin Zhu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Continue to assist the young master in his inquiries. This matter requires careful handling. Even the Imperial Marshal Marquis should refrain from intervening. Nonetheless, the safety of the young master must remain a priority, Qin Zhu Yuan commanded. Understood. The cloaked figure responded before bowing and exiting the room. Meanwhile, Huang Tianqing made no effort to conceal his presence at the residence of Shangguan Jinhong. Pang Xiao has agreed to dispatch a master of the soul condensation realm from the sea to assist the 12th prince in eliminating Jin Feihong. The plan is yours to devise, Huang Tianqing stated as he sat before Shangguan Jinhong. Your presence here will surely raise suspicions in Jin Feihong. He will dispatch someone to investigate me tonight. When he does, it will be the opportune moment to act, Shangguan Jinhong replied. Tonight, the time is pressing, yet it should be manageable. I shall report to Pang Xiao immediately and then bring reinforcements. You should also notify the 12th prince to send his men, Huang Tianqing said before turning to leave. Disseminate the news of Huang Tianqing's appearance here and inform Murong Fu about tonight's operation. He will know how to proceed. Shangguan Jinhong instructed, standing and addressing the concealed Madame Yu, who was hidden at the back of the hall. With hands clasped behind his back, he approached the threshold. Gazing at the horizon where the last rays of sunlight faded, a fierce determination etched upon his face. After tonight, he, Shangguan Jinhong, would seize control of the money gang. Inside the expansive secret chamber of the money gang lay a blood pool. The rectangular pool, measuring over 2 meters in length, was filled with dark crimson blood, saturating the chamber with a heavy, gruesome scent. The previously cultivated blood slaves had been fully absorbed, prompting him to mix the blood of warriors with certain concoctions to create this blood pool. The atmosphere above the pool was thick with a terrifying aura. Jin Feihong's actions were motivated by his observations of the battle between the Imperial Marshal Marquis and another individual. Though he had stepped into the sea, focusing intently, he knew that if he were to receive a punch from the Emperor Marshal Marquis, he would be gravely injured, if not killed. With the current turmoil in the capital and someone targeting him, he must enhance his strength. Jin Feihong removed his upper garments and entered the blood pool. The moment he stepped into the pool, the blood within began to boil, and a tremendous force of blood energy surged uncontrollably into his body. He activated the Xuanji Zhenma Gong, beginning to absorb the power of the blood flowing into him. As the Xuanji Zhenma Gong operated, the blood water in the pool became increasingly agitated, and a rolling aura of blood malice manifested above the pool, filling the entire secret chamber. Jin Feihong, immersed in the pool, paid no heed to the emerging blood malice. His eyes closed as he absorbed the energy of the blood. Bang, bang, bang. As energy continuously flowed in, the sound of his heart pounding grew intense, becoming increasingly frantic. With the rapid beating, his aura began to amplify. Creak. At that moment, the stone door of the secret chamber swung open. A slender figure entered, and a dense aura of malice surged toward her, causing her complexion to pale. The powerful blood malice could affect one's spirit, and those of weaker strength found it difficult to resist. The newcomer was Gao Silan, one of the 5 chief managers. Although her own strength had reached the 8th level of the heavenly human realm, the overwhelming blood malice momentarily impacted her mind. Upon sensing Gao Silan's presence, Jin Feihong opened his eyes. The blood malice within the chamber swiftly converged toward his body. Why the urgency? Is something amiss? Jin Feihong inquired. Master, Huang Tianqing from the Grand Master's residence appeared at Shangguan He's mansion. His stay was brief, and he left in a hurry, indicating that something has transpired. Gao Silan reported. Huang Tianqing, Shangguan He, my restraint towards Chu Tiantang is merely out of respect for Grand Master Pang, yet they still wish to target me. Go meet with Shangguan He and inquire what Huang Tianqing sought from him. If he refuses to divulge, then eliminate him, Jin Feihong commanded coldly. Understood, Gao Silan responded dutifully. Do not depart just yet. Have you prepared the cash I instructed you to gather? It is ready and can be dispatched at any moment, Gao Silan replied. 3 days hence, deliver it through the secret passage to Baisheng Pavilion and hand it to Madame Ningxiang. You may leave, Jin Feihong instructed. Gao Silan bowed and exited the secret chamber. Meanwhile, in the residence of the 12th prince, Are you saying that Shangwan Jinhong intends to strike at Jin Feihong tonight? 12th Prince Luo Hong gazed at Murong Fu. He just sent word. Young Master Pang has arranged for the sea to focus on Jin Feihong, and Shangwan he has urged us to mobilize our forces to act together. Your Highness, my dealings with Shangwan he suggests he harbors great ambition. He may prove difficult to control in the future. Previously, when Yin Shisan from the Qinglong Society appeared in the capital, I suspect it was at Shangwan he's behest, Murong Fu stated. Some matters, he felt, must be articulated in advance. After Shangwan Jinhong seized control of the money gang, it was inevitable that the sovereign would arrive and reveal his identity. At that juncture, the 12th prince might not derive even the slightest benefit from the situation. He was in contact with Shangwan He, making himself a potential target of suspicion. Having just entered the Northern Pacification Office, he still required the assistance of the 12th prince, and thus could not afford to raise any doubts in his mind. Is it not commendable to possess ambition? Without ambition, who can achieve greatness? The 12th prince spoke. Masters, I am prepared. Brothers Peng, come forth and accompany Murong Fu to Shangwan He's residence. As the 12th prince's words fell, two figures emerged from the shadows. Their appearances were strikingly similar, clad in gray attire, which obscured any indication of their true prowess. Yet, Murong Fu's senses sharpened. He had not detected their presence in the room, despite nearing the pinnacle of his strength. Reflecting on this, he sighed. Both Bai Choufei and Shangwan Jinhong had already reached the 9th tribulation of the celestial realm, and he needed to hasten his cultivation to achieve the same before entering the Northern Pacification Office. Your actions will be directed by Murong Fu. Proceed, commanded the 12th prince. Yes. The three bowed and retreated. Once they had exited, Hong Luo spoke up. Your Highness, Murong Fu raises a valid point. We should remain wary of Shangwan He. If he still finds value in me, he will surely provide for my interests. Should he not, it would indicate his substantial backing, and we might as well consider him a friend. The 12th prince replied in a calm tone. Indeed. Hearing his words, Hong Luo was momentarily taken aback. Her heart filled with astonishment. When will your esteemed leader emerge? The last time it was mentioned, there has been no further communication. I do not wish to wait indefinitely. Aside from your shadow gate, I have other factions to consider. With that, the 12th prince slowly exited the room, leaving Hong Luo's heart heavy. She understood that the 12th prince harbored reservations about them, yet with the leader absent from the capital, arranging a meeting was unfeasible. It was imperative to relay this information to the leader and await their response. Subsequently, Hong Luo followed out of the room. Meanwhile, at Shangwan Jinhong's residence, Gao Xilan entered with 4 companions. In the hall, Shangwan Jinhong stepped forward to greet her. Manager Gao, what brings you to my residence? Gao Xilan, I come on the orders of the gang leader. Today, Huang Tianqing visited your residence. I demand a complete account of your discussions, every detail. Gao Xilan's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized Shangwan Jinhong. She held little regard for him, seeing him merely as an individual who had secured his position through bribery. A mere 6th tribulation of the celestial realm. There was no need for courtesy. If Shangwan He chose to remain silent, she would not hesitate to act decisively, eliminating him to demonstrate to the gang the fate of those who conspire with outsiders, regardless of rank. Chapter 591. Infiltrating the money gang. Surrounding and slaying Jin Feihong. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Jinhong's expression turned icy. Gao Xilan, do not attempt to intimidate me with the authority of your leader. Huang Guanshi has come merely to propose a collaboration. It is of no consequence to share the nature of this endeavor. The matter at hand is the assassination of Jin Feihong. In this moment, Shangwan Jinhong felt no trepidation, for Gao Xilan could not escape the confines of his estate. Upon hearing Shangwan Jinhong's words, Gao Xilan first appeared startled, but her expression swiftly transformed into one of rage. Shangwan He, you are courting death. Today I shall take your head on behalf of my leader. As she spoke, her hand morphed into a claw, poised to sever Shangwan Jinhong's head. However, as she made her move, Shangwan Jinhong was already in motion. The distance between them was not great, and the gilded ring in Shangwan Jinhong's hand shot forth like a streak of golden light. Before Gao Xilan's hand could reach his head, the ring had already struck her throat. A chill enveloped Gao Xilan's heart as she attempted to grasp the ring. Yet, its speed was formidable, crashing against her throat with relentless force. 2 successive impacts shattered her windpipe. Your strength. Gao Xilan gazed at Shangwan Jinhong, incredulous that she had been outpaced. Furthermore, the power of the ring was overwhelming. With a thud, Gao Xilan collapsed to the ground. The 4 companions who had accompanied her were taken aback. 3 of them turned to flee. However, scarcely had the 3 taken 2 steps before they fell to the ground, foam escaping their lips, lifeless in an instant. The courtyard had long been laced with poison by Madame Yu. Shangwan Guanshi, do not kill me. I know the whereabouts of a sum of cash. The one who had not fled exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jinhong's interest was piqued. Take him below. I wish to ascertain the location of that cash. Shangwan Jinhong instructed Madame Yu, then strode out towards the hall, where the lights were beginning to brighten. 5 figures were seated within the hall. Upon seeing Shangwan Jinhong arrive, Huang Tianqing spoke. Shangwan Guanshi, the matter has been resolved. Shall we set forth? Let us go. Shangwan Jinhong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 6 departed the estate. The money gang appeared oddly tranquil at this hour, with only the sound of chirping insects piercing the silence. The 6 figures emerged in the backyard of the money gang, making their way towards the secluded chamber where Jin Feihong was in seclusion. Beneath the night sky, they evaded the guards and swiftly arrived at Jin Feihong's sanctuary. Who dares to intrude upon the sanctum of the money gang? At that moment, several disciples of the money gang emerged from the shadows surrounding the chamber, the leader addressing the 6 with a stern voice. They were elite disciples tasked with the daily patrols safeguarding Jin Feihong's retreat. After speaking, the leader seemed to recognize Shangwan Jinhong. Shangwan Guanshi, you come without the leader's summons. What is your intention? Sometimes, it is better not to ask too many questions. Knowing too much can lead to a swifter demise. As Shangwan Jinhong spoke, his figure flickered and appeared before the leader, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The leader was struck by a powerful blow, causing him to fly backward and crash against a nearby artificial hill, spewing forth a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. As for the others, a flash of sword light cut through the darkness, and in an instant, several heads tumbled to the ground. It was no wonder that this Shangwan he harbored ambition. He had orchestrated so much. Huang Tianqing recognized Jing Wuming, the newly appointed steward of the money gang, the very one who had previously slain Chu Tianba's wife. With a resounding crash, after eliminating these few, Shangwan Jinhong appeared at the stone door of the secret chamber. The energy in his hands surged violently, tearing through the air as he forcefully struck the stone door. Boom! The door exploded open, only to reveal a terrifying wave of energy erupting from within the chamber. Shangwan Jinhong quickly retreated, his gaze heavy with concern as he eyed the doorway. From within, Jin Feihong emerged, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he scrutinized the 6 individuals before him. After making his move, Jing Wuming concealed himself once more. Shangwan He, the Peng brothers, Huang Tianqing, and Duan Mufeng. Jin Feihong immediately identified the 4, but he did not recognize Morong Fu, hence he refrained from naming him. His gaze ultimately settled on Duan Mufeng, revealing a hint of wariness. For he knew that Duan Mufeng was a guest elder from the esteemed Pang Taishi's residence. 12th Prince, Pang Taishi, Shangwan He, you truly possess ambition. Able to collaborate with these 2 factions. I underestimated you, Jin Feihong mused, then shifted his attention to Shangwan Jinhong, whom he had previously overlooked. Your strength also resides at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and your concealment technique is commendable, even capable of eluding my perception. Today marks your demise, Jin Feihong. From now on, the money gang shall belong to me. Shangwan He, Shangwan Jinhong declared coldly, exuding a formidable aura of dominance. With such confidence, let me witness the extent of your abilities. Boom. As his words fell, Jin Feihong suddenly stomped the ground, causing it to erupt as he swiftly advanced towards Shangwan Jinhong, raising his palm with the intent to eliminate the traitor at once. However, as he moved, Duan Mufeng, positioned behind Shangwan Jinhong, promptly struck out, his palm colliding with Jin Feihong's. Bang! The shockwave surged forth, a tremendous force creating a tempest of energy. Xuanji, true demon blood fiend hand. With the blow thwarted, Jin Feihong roared lowly, his energy and blood surging as a terrifying wave emanated from him, sending invisible ripples outward. His palm expanded, suffused with a deep crimson hue, his gaze growing increasingly ferocious. With a broad hand, he struck again. At this moment, Duan Mufeng did not hesitate. His energy erupted, unleashing a terrifying divine force. He committed fully to the attack, recognizing that this matter could not be delayed. Otherwise, should the true martial academy become aware, they would surely send reinforcements. As Duan Mufeng unleashed his divine power, the Peng brothers beside Morong Fu also sprang into action simultaneously. Explosive divine fist. Boom. Their techniques mirrored each other. A powerful surge of energy erupted from their fists, akin to a bomb, hurtling towards Jin Feihong. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jin Feihong's expression hardened, his vital energy igniting as a fierce, bloodthirsty aura enveloped him. He engaged in a confrontation with Duan Mufeng, and though their energies were nearly matched, both were forced to retreat several paces. At that moment, the fists of the Peng brothers struck him with tremendous force. Boom. A dull thud resonated as Jin Feihong was propelled backward, crashing into the rocky facade of the hidden chamber behind him. Bang! The shockwave shattered the chamber, sending him hurtling forward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his vital energy remained largely intact. Glancing at his assailants, he turned to flee. But the attackers were unwilling to grant him an escape. Particularly, Duan Mufeng appeared before him like a wraith, launching powerful strikes that enveloped him, denying any chance of retreat. The Peng brothers joined in, unleashing a flurry of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosive clashes as figures engaged in a frenzied exchange at lightning speed. The surrounding air crackled with relentless bursts, echoing like a continuous rumble of thunder. Amidst this furious combat, Jin Feihong found himself in a defensive stance. This was untenable. He needed a strategy to escape. As he fended off the relentless assaults, his mind raced. Chapter 592, Unparalleled Elegance. Characters: Yao Yu, Lian Xing. Meanwhile, Shangwan Jinhong fixed his gaze intently on the battle, gradually advancing towards the fray. Suddenly, he spotted a fleeting gap and surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Jin Feihong's back. Caught off guard, Jin Feihong staggered at the impact. Just then, a sinister sword light erupted forth, severing one of his arms. Jin Feihong screamed in agony, his vital energy surging violently, sending Jing Wuming flying. Jing Wuming, akin to a broken kite, crashed against a stone pillar in the corridor, spitting blood and paling in color. Struggling, he retrieved a vial of elixir from his pocket and swallowed its contents. At that moment, a disciple from the Golden Money Gang, drawn by the commotion, approached the severely injured Jing Wuming. With a swift motion, Jing Wuming grasped the disciple, drawing forth their life force. The pallor of his face transformed to a healthier hue as his injuries began to mend. Casting a glance upward at Jin Feihong, he wasted no time in retreating. Though Jing Wuming had the ability to absorb blood to heal, it bore consequences. He would soon endure greater pain. Remaining here served no purpose. The others, witnessing this, wasted no time and unleashed their full force upon the now one-armed Jin Feihong. Under the relentless assault, Jin Feihong's head was shattered, his body collapsing to the ground in defeat. He had not anticipated such a demise. Shangwan He, the rest is up to you. We must depart. Huang Tianqing, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. As his words fell, he swiftly departed the money gang, accompanied by his companions. We too took our leave, leaving this matter to be resolved solely by Master Shangwan. Murong Fu and his entourage hastily exited as well. With Jin Feihong's demise, their mission was accomplished. The next course of action rested upon Shangwan Jinhong. He held confidence in Shangwan's capabilities. At that moment, silhouettes surged into the money gang from outside, led by Madame Yu. With her intervention, the disciples of the money gang fell one after another. Those with some strength who attempted to resist found their throats shattered by the swift flight of the golden ring in Shangwan Jinhong's hand. Now that Huang Tianqing had departed, his golden ring could be employed. I hereby declare myself the master of the money gang, announced Shangwan Jinhong. What of Lu Zhan? His strength is formidable, Madame Yu inquired. Among the 5 chief managers, only Qin Gang and Lu Zhan remained. Qin Gang was the weakest and had already been subdued by Shangwan Jinhong. As for Lu Zhan, he had been notably silent of late. You will take over the forces of Luo Hong and Gao Salon tonight. With these powers consolidated in your grasp, Lu Zhan cannot stir much turbulence. Should he refuse to submit, we shall execute him, Shangwan Jinhong proclaimed coldly. Now, unleashing the full might of the Dragon and Phoenix Golden Ring, he could contend with any typical cultivator at the Dantian transformation stage. Lu Zhan's strength was akin to Gao Silon's, both being formidable and easily dispatched. At that moment, Su Chun was en route to Jiangnan, diligently practicing in and late into the night. Shangwan Jinhong has seized control of the money gang, earning 1 orange lottery card. Su Chun mused, realizing that Jin Feihong had indeed perished. He glanced at his lottery cards, noting he possessed 4 orange and 2 blue cards. I shall first draw from the 4 orange cards, he thought. Acquired 1 card for Shangwan Jinhong's 20 years of Celestial Realm True Qi cultivation. Acquired characters Yao Yu and Lian Xing. Acquired 1 card for Murong Fu's 30 years of Celestial Realm True Qi cultivation. Excitement illuminated Su Chen's eyes. This lottery draw had proven exceedingly fruitful. Both Shangwan Jinhong and Murong Fu had their cultivation levels enhanced, 20 and 30 years respectively, leading him to believe that their powers would ascend to the Dantian transformation stage. As for Yao Yu and Lian Xing, Su Chun had not anticipated the emergence of such extraordinary characters. Previously, only Lu Sheng Piaoshu and Riho had appeared, and now 2 remarkable female figures had manifested. Yao Yu and Lian Xing were renowned. Yao Yu, the Grand Master of the Yihua Palace, possessed an unparalleled beauty and luminous eyes, exuding an ethereal elegance and a chilling demeanor, often referred to as the world's most exquisite being. Lian Xing, Yao Yu's sister, was equally striking and noble, a beauty of unmatched grace, though steeped in melancholic fate. Both sisters harbored affections for Jiang Feng, resulting in a life of solitude. I hope I do not draw Jiang Feng, Su Chen contemplated. In a world filled with beauty, he too aspired to claim a piece for himself, his thoughts swirling in reverie. Commencing the evaluation of the 2 individuals' prowess, Yao Yu's strength is rooted in the oceanic focus, with a backup of shattered. As for Ling Xing, her power is centered in the Dantian, nearing the state of oceanic concentration, which is quite reasonable. Yao Yu has cultivated her Mingyue skill to the 9th level, while Ling Xing has reached the 8th. With Shangwan Jinhong having already secured the Jinqian Gang, it stands to reason that the Tianya Pavilion South Pavilion should emerge. Yao Yu and Ling Xing will first journey to the capital, where Yao Yu can assume the role of the vice leader of the South Pavilion, while Ling Xing will serve as Yao Yu's aide, given that the sisters rarely part ways, thus eliminating the necessity of bestowing Ling Xing with the vice leader title. In his mind, Su Chun arranged this and subsequently summoned the 2. He informed them of certain circumstances in this world. The following dawn, the 2 set off ahead of Su Chun towards the capital, while he and his companions continued their journey to Jinling City. 3 days later, Su Chun, Zhao Xiaodai, and Zhuang Xuanji found themselves aboard a pleasure boat in Jinling City, standing on the upper deck, admiring the picturesque scenery of Jinling Lake. Have you uncovered any trace of your master? If there are still no leads, I may need to make a trip to the Imperial City, Su Chen remarked, directing his gaze towards Zhao Xiaodai. She has already contacted me to meet tomorrow. Master Su can act then, Zhao Xiaodai replied. Very well, Xuanji. Do we have any leads from Hualiyue? Where is that batch of silver currently located? Su Chun then inquired of Zhuang Xuanji. Hualiyue has not reached out to us. That batch of silver is circulating in the black market and has entered the control of the underground force known as Ghost Tomb. This Ghost Tomb has a long-standing presence in Jinling's black market, rumored to be connected to the 4 great families of Jiangnan. However, this remains unverified. Based on Ghost Tomb's usual practices, that batch of silver should have been dispersed. Zhuang Xuanji explained. Send a message to Hualiyue, instructing her to find me within a day. If she fails to appear, the official will have issues with her. Hualiyue, while in the Lingjiang region, was subdued by Guan Yutian and became one of his subordinates. Chapter 593, The Jade Bone Demoness of Jile Palace, and the 7 Dragon Heads of the Qinglong Association. Weizhuang, Yunhai Academy, one of the 4 major academies within Jinling City. Within the academy, scholars bustle about, differing somewhat from the conventional notion of an academy. The students here all practice martial arts and possess considerable depth. The Great Zhou is a martial world. Scholars must also be adept in martial arts to attain higher official positions. At the rear of the academy lies the residence of the instructors. In a quaint and ancient room, furnished with antique furniture, stood a woman clad in a blue robe at the center. The woman exuded an aura of sophistication typically found in mature women, coupled with a slender figure and alluring curves, embodying myriad charms. This blue-clad maiden is none other than Zhao Xiaodia's master, the Jade-Bone Demoness of Jile Palace. No one would have anticipated that the Jade-Bone Demoness of Jile Palace serves as an instructor at Yunhai Academy. Before her stood a middle-aged woman of notable grace, her eyes harboring a concealed brilliance, suggesting she is a formidable expert. Is there something pressing that Zhao girl needs to discuss with me? The Jade-Bone Enchantress inquired, her spirits lifted of late. The heavenly thought stone, exchanged by Zhao Xiaodai with the Evil Alliance, proved immensely beneficial to her. She could sense that the time for her to consolidate her divine power was drawing near. Madam, it is said that the young leader Su Chun of the Azure Dragon Society is expecting to meet you, and you have parted ways with me. Now that you have returned, it seems you are already in contact with the Azure Dragon Society, a woman spoke. Yen Shisan of the Azure Dragon Society had recently made headlines in the capital by taking the life of Shi Hanzhou from the True Martial Institute. Establishing a connection with the Azure Dragon Society would undoubtedly be advantageous. Inform Xiao Dai to meet me at the branch this evening, commanded the Jade Bone Enchantress. Understood. The woman bowed and exited the room. Once she left, the lady in the azure robe adjusted her attire and followed suit. Along the way, she encountered several students who greeted her warmly. Upon leaving the academy, it wasn't long before the Jade Bone Enchantress arrived outside a manor in the city. Her azure garments had been replaced with a black ensemble, and a veil concealed her face as she stepped into the estate. Inside the manor, a group of guards bowed respectfully upon her arrival, and the Jade Bone Enchantress made her way directly toward the main hall. Outside the hall, a burly man with a face full of excess flesh was directing several individuals clad in black as they moved boxes. Noticing the Jade Bone Enchantress, he approached and gestured for the workers to step aside. "Greetings, my lady," he said, bowing deeply. "How did this shipment fare?" The Jade Bone Enchantress inquired, eyeing the boxes before her. "These are the recently concocted Elysium powder, ready to be delivered to the buyers. My lady, this month we have doubled our output compared to last month. We will meet the target you set by the end of this month," the burly man replied promptly. "Very well. Ensure all cash is securely stored and dispatched at the month's end. Continue with your work. I shall be in the secret chamber in the back. When Zhao Xiaodai arrives, direct her to find me there," she instructed before making her way toward the rear of the manor. While the burly man resumed directing the transport of the boxes. In another location, on the waters of Jinling Lake, Su Qin spoke. "The meeting point is at the Elysium Palace's branch. This is our address. I wonder who will take action tonight. I expect no survivors from this branch." Zhao Xiaodai approached Su Chun and handed him a note. He took it and remarked, "Only a branch? Did you not claim that the headquarters of your Elysium Palace is in Jinling City?" "The headquarters certainly exists, and it is undoubtedly within Jinling City, though it remains shrouded in mystery. I am uncertain, but my master should be aware," Zhao Xiaodai replied solemnly. "Even you are unaware? It seems there is more to this matter. As for your master, I have already made arrangements. The address is secured. There will be no survivors at this location tonight." Su Chen stated. "Disseminate this address," he commanded, handing it to Yuan Suiyun. The strength of the Jade Bone Enchantress had already been conveyed to Su Chun by Zhao Xiaodai, indicating that she had yet to step into the realm of divine concentration. However, she was currently utilizing the heavenly thought stone obtained from the Evil Alliance to aid her in consolidating her divine power and progressing into the realm of sea-like concentration. Thus, it was Wei Zhuang, who had previously arrived in the Jiangnan region, that made the move. Yuan Suiyun, after exchanging pleasantries, departed swiftly. "Was it not Senior Yi and Senior Shiman who took action?" Zhao Xiaodai inquired, observing Yuan Suiyun's departure with a hint of bewilderment. "This is Jiangnan, the domain governed by the 7 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society. Your master, of course, would be responsible for orchestrating the resolution," Su Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaodia's expression shifted, and even Zhuang Xuanji, who stood nearby, displayed a subtle change in demeanor. Neither of them had anticipated that the 7 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society would be present in Jiangnan. Was it perhaps Fu Hongxue, who had made an earlier appearance? Yet, Fu Hongxue was the 4th dragon head. Who could it be? Zhao Xiaodai pondered. "No one has seen him," Su Chen replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The Jade Bone Demoness was currently striving in the realm of the Sea of Tranquility, a formidable presence within the Dan Tian transformation. Wei Zhuang's prowess also approached that of the Sea of Tranquility. While Wei Zhuang may not hold a distinct advantage in terms of cultivation, he was a renowned assassin, and Su Chun had faith in Wei Zhuang's ability to eliminate the Jade Bone Demoness. Noticing that Su Chun had ceased speaking, Zhao Xiaodai wisely refrained from pressing further. As night deepened, within the branch of the Extreme Bliss Palace, a certain stillness enveloped the atmosphere. A portly man sat in the hall, indulging in copious amounts of meat and wine, awaiting Zhao Xiaodia's arrival. Suddenly, a faint whirlwind materialized, heralding Zhao Xiaodia's entrance at the doorway. Upon sighting her, the rotund man set aside his meal. "Lady Xiaodai, you arrive a tad late. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time," he remarked, his gaze unabashedly roving over Zhao Xiaodai. Where's my master? Zhao Xiaodia's eyes flickered with disdain. The master is in the secret chamber. You shall find him there. The portly man replied. As he spoke, a sudden twitch of his nostrils suggested he had detected an unusual scent. Blood, a sign of an enemy. The man's countenance shifted, a glint of cold light appearing in his eyes. He rose swiftly, taking a large stride towards the door. You go meet the master. I will investigate who dares to intrude here. However, as his words fell, Zhao Xiaodai, positioned at the entrance, unexpectedly struck, delivering a powerful palm strike to the man's lower dantian. Bang! The portly man, caught entirely off guard by Zhao Xiaodia's assault, was propelled backward by the force of the blow. Struck at his dantian, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, grievously injured. In a flash, Zhao Xiaodai appeared before him, her slender hand gripping his throat, and with a sudden exertion of strength, crack. She offered him no opportunity to utter a word, decisively snapping his throat. Her actions were swift and ruthless, her gaze fixed towards the back courtyard. Jade-boned demoness, tonight I shall send you on your way, she declared, her eyes brimming with profound hatred. Chapter 594. Darkness descends, head severed from the intensity of Zhao Xiaodia's gaze. It was evident that there existed a deep-seated enmity between her and the jade-boned demoness. Rising to her feet, Zhao Xiaodai made her way toward the secret chamber in the back courtyard. The rear courtyard was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Zhao Xiaodai pushed open the door to the courtyard. The creaking sound resonated crisply in the stillness of the night. You've arrived. What urgent matter brings you to seek me? A voice emanated from within the courtyard. As the voice emerged, the door to the inner chamber swung open, revealing the fishbone demoness clad in black. Her gaze landing upon the newcomer, Zhao Xiaodai, and her expression shifted abruptly. Why has the pure Yin energy within you diminished so drastically? Have you been possessed by another? The tone of the jade-boned demoness turned cold and severe, her eyes fixated on Zhao Xiaodai, who was to be her offering to the esteemed one. Yet now, the pure Yin energy that once enveloped Zhao Xiaodai had nearly vanished, igniting her fury. Who is it? Who has taken your essence? The jade-boned demoness approached Zhao Xiaodai, but her expression transformed once more. You have not lost yourself. What is happening? Explain this at once. Just as she inquired, Zhao Xiaodai raised her palm, unleashing a fierce surge of energy that shot forth towards the jade-boned demoness' face. Caught off guard, the demoness had not anticipated such an assault from Zhao Xiaodai. Ah! She screamed in pain as 5 deep gashes marred her visage, one eye struck by the force, blood spilling forth. Boom! As a formidable practitioner of the Dantian transformation, the jade-boned demoness erupted with overwhelming energy. Following her successful strike, Zhao Xiaodai swiftly retreated, evading the fierce aura that radiated from the demoness. Zhao Xiaodai, how dare you ambush me? Today, I shall tear you apart. The demoness' face contorted into a savage expression, her veil discarded upon the ground. The once stunning beauty now bore 5 crimson scars, one eye clouded, blood trickling forth, rendering her appearance grotesque. Jade-boned demoness, you murdered my entire family to compel me to become your disciple. Do you think I was unaware? Today marks your demise. Zhao Xiaodai declared fiercely. You wretched servant. You dare to know such truths. But what of it? Regardless of my injuries, I could still slay you with ease. However, I have reconsidered. I shall not kill you. Instead, I will deliver you to the black market's Baiyuan Tower, where I am certain many will find you desirable. As she spoke, the jade-boned demoness lunged, transforming into a blur, her hand reaching out towards Zhao Xiaodai. Just then, a figure materialized within the courtyard. The newcomer was slender, with flowing white hair that shone brilliantly in the moonlight. A golden headband adorned their brow, and their coat was embellished with intricate gold and black patterns, exuding an air of nobility. Their eyes were cold, imbued with an undeniable dominance, radiating a terrifying killing intent that enveloped the jade-boned demoness. A chill gripped the heart of the jade-boned demoness. Her movements faltered, not by her own volition, but due to an instinctual awareness that she could not capture Zhao Xiaodai, even if she persisted. Who are you? The remaining eye of the jade-boned demoness regarded the newcomer with trepidation. It was none other than Wei Zhuang, the one who had previously come to Jiangnan. At this moment, anguished cries echoed throughout the estate. Wei Zhuang did not come alone. He was accompanied by other assassins, ensuring that no one would escape alive. Zhao Xiaodai cast her beautiful gaze toward Wei Zhuang, wondering if he was indeed the seventh dragon head of the Qinglong Association. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a formidable and terrifying aura emanated from Wei Zhuang. He advanced step by step towards the Jade Bone Demoness, each footfall causing a slight tremor in the ground, a manifestation of the energy radiating from him. The Jade Bone Demoness' expression shifted slightly, her apprehension growing in response to his overwhelming power. However, a glimmer of resolve sparked in her eyes. "You must be from the Qinglong Association. We at the Jile Palace have no enmity with you," she declared. "Taking money to do someone's bidding, someone has paid for your life. Hence you shall perish today." Wei Zhuang's voice was cold, his power intensifying with each passing moment. "You won't have that opportunity." In that instant, the Jade Bone Demoness conjured a bead in her hand, the Tangmin Thunderbolt. From a distance, Zhao Xiaodai's expression changed upon seeing the object in the Demoness' grasp. Boom! The thunderbolt was hurled towards Wei Zhuang with a resounding crash, and the Demoness swiftly turned to escape the courtyard. However, as she moved, a figure emerged from the billowing smoke of the explosion, pursuing her. Zhao Xiaodai followed suit. Exiting the courtyard. In the front courtyard, the Jade Bone Demoness reappeared, surrounded by corpses scattered across the ground. Several members of the Jile Palace had gathered, their eyes wide with fear as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Upon seeing the approaching Jade Bone Demoness, relief washed over their faces, only to be replaced by shock as they beheld her countenance. "Stop those pursuing me," the Jade Bone Demoness commanded sharply. If she could delay her pursuers even for a moment, she would have time to flee. Instinctively, the group surged towards the shadow behind her. In an instant, a flash of light swept past, and anguished cries filled the air as the weapons fell from their hands. Grasping their throats, they spewed blood, collapsing in terror upon the ground. The Jade Bone Demoness' expression shifted, urging her to hasten her pace. Yet, she was abruptly halted, for Wei Zhuang had appeared before her, his attire unchanged. Kill. Realizing escape was futile, the Jade Bone Demoness braced herself for combat. With fierce determination, she stomped the ground, unleashing the formidable power from her dantian, a torrent of energy surging forth as she struck towards Wei Zhuang. "Your momentum has weakened, your strength diminished," Wei Zhuang mused aloud, observing the Jade Bone Demoness. Having perused her dossier earlier, he had anticipated her formidable prowess. Yet, upon their encounter, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to leverage her abilities to discern whether he could transcend to the next level. Yet now, her aura had significantly waned. The distance between them was minimal, and she moved like lightning, closing the gap in an instant. A formidable surge of energy emanated from the palm, imbued with a chilling aura, and struck fiercely towards Wei Zhuang's chest. Just as the adversary's palm was about to make contact with his torso, Wei Zhuang's hand, gripping the long sword, moved in an instant, unleashing a terrifying flash of sword light that obscured the hazy gaze of the Jade Bone Demoness. Subsequently, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, an instinctive urge to twist her head, yet found herself enveloped in darkness. Her head severed and fell to the ground. Zhao Xiaodai rushed over, her eyes wide with horror, having just witnessed the Jade Bone Demoness charging towards Wei Zhuang, followed by the dreadful sword flash that sent the Demoness' head flying. Chapter 595. In the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, Dugu awaits me, Murong Qingchen's affairs, accomplished. Aboard the pleasure boat, a joyful expression adorned Su Chen's face. After the massacre orchestrated by the branch of the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, an astonishing sum of 1,000,000 taels in silver was discovered. The profit from the Ultimate Bliss powder was remarkably high. However, Su Chen pondered why such a substantial amount of silver had not been transported away. "I am uncertain about this as well. Previously, the branch did not retain silver. Any that was present would be transported immediately," Zhao Xiaodai replied solemnly, equally perplexed by the abundance of silver within the branch. "It seems this was prepared for specific individuals, and currently, only the great General Dugu awaits me requires silver. Could it be that the Palace of Ultimate Bliss has ties to the great general?" Zhuang Xuanji interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Zhuang Xuanji's hypothesis held merit. "Miss Zhao, with your master fallen and the branch destroyed, will you be implicated?" Su Chen inquired, directing his gaze at Zhao Xiaodai. "I wish to join the Azure Dragon Society and serve under Wei Zhuang. I wonder if Su Xiaolong could assist me in this endeavor." Zhao Xiaodai expressed her intent, disregarding Su Chen's earlier question. Su Chen acknowledged her cleverness, recognizing that aligning with Wei Zhuang in the Jiangnan region would afford her a measure of protection. I will speak to Dragon Headway about this matter. It should not pose any issues. I believe Miss Zhao will prove her worth within our Azure Dragon Society. Zhao Xiaodai still held her identity as a member of the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, a status that remained advantageous. Moreover, given that the palace was currently amassing funds, it was likely that other locations were involved as well. Although Dugu awaits me had been unable to acquire that substantial sum of silver, should he manage to procure silver from other sources, his expedition to Jinling would still yield fruitful rewards. Master, Vice President Hua Liyue from the Flower Association has arrived, Yuan Suiyun announced as he entered. I shall excuse myself for a moment. Zhao Xiaodai, not wishing for others to be aware of her dealings with the Azure Dragon Society, decided to step aside. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Suiyun returned with Hua Liyue into the cabin. At that moment, Hua Liyue was attired in simple clothing, her face obscured by a hat. Upon entering the cabin, she removed the hat, revealing her hair elegantly styled up. Despite her plain attire, an inherent grace remained. For a woman of a certain age naturally exudes a captivating aura. Greetings, Master Su. Hua Liyue greeted with a respectful bow. Though she remained loyal to Guan Yutian, her reverence for Su Chun was unwavering due to the extraordinary bond between them. Master Su, the funds have already infiltrated the black market and have been dispersed, making them impossible to trace. It appears that those individuals have vanished completely, Hua Liyue stated gravely. I had initially hoped to win Guan Yutian's favor with this sum. Yet upon investigation in Jinling, all leads have vanished. Upon hearing Hua Liyue's words, Su Qin's eyes brightened, further affirming Zhuang Xuanji's earlier conjecture. The Paradise of Bliss must be amassing liquid funds for Dugu Weima. However, their relationship remains to be uncovered by Zhao Xiaodai and Wei Zhuang. Is that so? If the trail has gone cold, it means we need not linger in Jinling any longer. Su Qin remarked with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Hua Liyue nodded in agreement. In that case, we shall leave Jinling. I have heard that the capital is currently bustling with activity, and since we are already in the region, it would be fortuitous to journey there. At this, Hua Liyue appeared taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Qin's intention to personally venture to the capital, especially with the formidable Azure Dragon Society present there. Master Su, given the current turbulence in the capital, it may. Hua Liyue's words trailed off, for she knew Su Chun would grasp her meaning. Yan Shisan of the Azure Dragon Society has already slain Shi Hanzhou of Zhenwu Courtyard. If you travel to the capital, there is no telling how Zhenwu Courtyard might retaliate. Since I am bold enough to go, I trust in my safety. Such a grand event in the capital cannot be missed, Su Chun replied softly. On the island of Qinhu, within a grand pavilion, a figure clad in black palace attire regarded a kneeling servant with icy demeanor. The Paradise of Bliss branch has been destroyed, the Yugu demon is slain, and the funds have been seized. Do you know who is responsible? The individuals within the branch were all dissolved with corpse powder, leaving us with little to investigate. However, based on the traces of the struggle and remnants in the secret chamber where the funds were stored, my subordinates have concluded that a considerable number of perpetrators were involved. The blue-clad servant hurriedly explained. Many departed with our funds. Are you suggesting that they acted solely for that batch of cash? The palace-clad lady's brow furrowed slightly. Our estimation is, the servant replied. Notify the other branches that the cash transfer must commence immediately, and you expedite its movement to the black market. After a moment of contemplation, the lady continued, they have absconded with 10 million in cash. Such a substantial amount, whether funneled through legitimate banks or the black market, will surely leave traces. We must ascertain who has taken our funds. Once identified, take my token and summon the 4 great malefactors at the headquarters. A flicker of ruthless intent shone in her eyes. Yes, the blue-clad servant bowed and exited the chamber. As the servant departed, the palace-clad woman slowly rose and approached the pavilion's edge, gazing out over the tranquil lake. Have you come solely for the sake of that money? Or have you uncovered something? Murmured the elegant lady. At that moment, in the capital's delicate rain pavilion, Bai Choufei's face glowed with excitement as his gaze fixated intently on his hands. Although his palms appeared unremarkable, they were adorned with a pair of gloves that, upon being donned, transformed into a liquid, seamlessly merging with his skin. When he unleashed his internal energy, the gloves would manifest, showcasing their formidable power. Just then, Nalan Rongyan entered from outside. Upon receiving notification, she had hurried back from Jiangnan. However, She had not anticipated the myriad events that unfolded in her absence. Shangguan Jinhong had taken control of the money gang, and Murong Fu had infiltrated the Northern Pacification Office. Yin Shisan had arrived in the capital, having slain Shi Hanzhou of the true martial courtyard. Additionally, Fu Hongxue, who had parted ways with her, was also present. The Azure Dragon Society boasted 2 formidable practitioners in the capital. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed Naylan Rongyin's face. For Lung Huishan and the others had not returned with her. Instead, they had ventured towards Lingjiang, summoned back by the 10 Directions envoy of the Tianya Pavilion. "Master, what is our current strength?" inquired Naylan Rongyin. "Our current power far exceeds what it once was. The young master has dispatched 3 experts, already stationed in the capital, 2 of whom have reached the Sea of Qi, and 1 is on the verge of transcending into the 9 trials of the celestial realm. Yin Shisan and Fu Hongxue will assist us to a significant extent," Bai Choufei responded, seemingly discerning the worry etched on Naylan Rongyin's face. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "You should send a signal to inform Miss Qingchen that the matter she entrusted to you can now be addressed." Chapter 596. The Tianjin Office and the attack on Sima Yun of the true martial courtyard within the palace of the Tianjin Office. Murong Qingchen furrowed her brow as a middle-aged man clad in blue stood before her, quietly studying a confidential letter in his hands. "Vice Director Lan, with so many formidable practitioners emerging in the capital, should we not deploy the Divine Guards to suppress them?" Murong Qingchen proposed, lifting her gaze to the blue-clad man, Lan Xiaochen, who commanded the most powerful and enigmatic Divine Guards of the Tianjin Office. "Director, the emergence of numerous martial experts poses a challenge. If we deploy the Divine Guards to suppress them and fail, the royal authority may be undermined. I believe we should observe the situation for now," Lan Xiaochen replied, placing the letter down. "Yet these assassins have brazenly attacked the Duke of Imperial Valor, openly defying the court's authority. If we do not intervene, what will become of the court's dignity?" Murong Qingchen insisted. "Trust in the Duke of Imperial Valor's strength. He alone can subdue the incoming assassins, thereby reinforcing our court's prestige. Moreover, the responsibility of handling such matters lies with the Pacification Office, not our Tianjin Office," Lan Xiaochen stated with measured calmness. "Master, we must now direct our attention to the emerging powers that have surfaced in recent years, such as the Tiansha Pavilion, the Qinglong Society, the Mingyu, and the Luo Hong. We must thoroughly investigate their true nature." When Lan Xiaocheng mentioned the Qinglong Society, his tone subtly intensified. These formidable forces, which have appeared abruptly, pose the greatest threat to the dynasty. Relying on the constables to uncover the details of these factions seems rather implausible. I have successfully arranged for an individual to infiltrate the Luo Hall. I believe we shall receive information about it in due course, Lan Xiaocheng asserted. His demeanor suggested a lack of concern for the happenings in the capital. His focus was on these newly emerged forces. "Since Deputy Supervisor Lan wishes to investigate these factions, I shall leave the matter entirely in his capable hands and refrain from intruding further." After saying this, Murong Qingchen withdrew from the palace. Once Murong Qingchen departed, a man clad in black emerged from the shadows. "Deputy Supervisor, Princess Murong's perspective diverges from that of Master Shui. She comprehends everything yet seeks to alter it all, which is certainly not encouraging," the black-clad man stated solemnly. "Regardless of her intentions, as long as I maintain control over the Divine Guards, she shall be powerless to enact her schemes." Lan Xiaocheng replied nonchalantly. "Have you prepared the Tianju grass as instructed?" he inquired, gazing at the man in black. "It is en route to the capital. Once this batch of Tianju grass arrives, we will also gather the remains of some formidable warriors." Significantly augmenting the power of the Divine Guards, the black-clad man responded enthusiastically. "The individual who engaged with the Emperor Wu Marquis possesses a notable identity. I suspect it may be the handiwork of the Zhenwu Courtyard. Over the years, they have been studying corporeal strength and seem to have made progress. We must devise a method to investigate further," Lan Xiaocheng remarked gravely. "Within the Zhenwu Courtyard, this endeavor is likely overseen by Chief Qin Ju Yuan. The others probably possess little knowledge about it." The black-clad man furrowed his brow slightly. "Isn't Sima Yun often occupied with menial tasks at the Zhenwu Courtyard? He must know something. Capturing him might yield valuable information," Lan Xiaocheng suggested. The black-clad man, standing before him, slightly raised his brow. Understanding that Lan Xiaocheng intended to take action against Sima Yun, "I will arrange this matter, but I cannot guarantee that I will capture Sima Yun alive." The black-clad man replied. Whether alive or not is of little consequence. Has the Zhenwu Courtyard not been in disarray recently? The deaths of 2 managers make the passing of a 3rd entirely plausible. I am eager to witness Chief Qin Zhu Yuan's fury, Lan Jiaoqing declared, rising and slowly exiting the palace. Inside the palace, the black-clad man contemplated Lan Jiaoqing's departure for a moment before turning to leave as well. On the road leading to the Jinqian gang, a grand carriage was moving slowly. Inside the carriage, Sima Yun sat with a grave expression. Shi Hanzhou had been slain by Yin Shisan, and Jin Feihong was also murdered by conspirators within the Jinqian gang, which had now fallen under the control of an individual named Shang Wanhe. The individual had previously been unfamiliar to him. Yet behind this person stood the 12th prince and the Grand Tutor's residence, instilling a sense of trepidation in Sima Yun. Nevertheless, the opponent had slain Jin Feihong, the steward of the Zhenwu Courtyard. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to visit the Jinqian gang and meet this Shang Wanhe. Little did he anticipate that the upheaval in the capital would commence with the Zhenwu Courtyard. Sima Yun mused silently. Suddenly, Sima Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he burst forth from the carriage. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure descended upon his vehicle, shattering it into splinters. The horse, pulling the carriage, let out a piercing neigh, attempting to flee forward, only to be ensnared by a gigantic hand that forcefully pinned it to the ground, silencing its cries. Dust swirled as pedestrians nearby hastily scattered in all directions. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the wreckage of the carriage and the lifeless horse were revealed, upon which stood a corpulent man. This rotund figure wore a crimson-black mask, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent ferocity. Seeking death, Sima Yun shouted, raising his hand. At that moment, a flash of cold light streaked past him, akin to a bolt of lightning, appearing instantaneously behind him. It was a swordsman clad in green, also masked in crimson-black, allied with the fat man. The sword's chi sliced through the air, generating a formidable storm of blade energy. Given the speed, Sima Yun could only react in defense. With a powerful thrust of his palm, he collided with the sword's energy, sending the swordsman hurtling backward. Such meager strength. Yet you dare to attempt my assassination. Sima Yun's gaze sharpened as he leaped into the air, his claws descending towards the opponent's head. At that moment, the corpulent man launched himself from the debris, his palm dark as coal, striking towards Sima Yun. Yet, Sima Yun paid no heed to the impending blow from behind, continuing his assault on the swordsman he had just repelled. The swordsman, unable to evade in time, was struck on the head by Sima Yun's palm, which crushed it like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering forth. The mask fell away, revealing an otherwise ordinary face. However, in that instant, the corpulent man's hand descended upon Sima Yun's back, where a formidable barrier of energy materialized to counter the attack. Seeing this, the rotund man let out a low growl, a surge of vitality coursing into his arm, causing it to swell ominously as he bore down on the barrier. The collision of immense power against the energy barrier generated a shockwave that rippled outward. Despite his efforts, the barrier remained unbroken, prompting the corpulent man to raise his hand again, transforming it into a claw that viciously raked across the barrier. With a sharp sound, a fissure appeared in the protective energy surrounding Sima Yun. At this moment, Sima Yun pivoted, unleashing a powerful punch that collided with the palm of his adversary. A rotund figure. The impact reverberated through the air, causing the hefty individual to stagger backward. With a thunderous stomp, he stabilized his stance and inquired coldly, "Who are you?" However, Sima Yun was met with a sinister grin from his opponent. With a resounding thud, the rotund man stomped the ground once more, fracturing the earth and creating a vast chasm as he transformed into a blur, hurtling towards Sima Yun. "I will kill you." Despite his bulk, the man's speed was astonishing. Almost instantaneously closing the distance between them, hands outstretched, aiming to seize Sima Yun with ferocity. Sima Yun deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the 5 fingers that swept past his face, the air around him whistling as the hand tore through it. The attack failed to connect. The hefty man swiftly redirected his grasp towards Sima Yun's head. Sima Yun's gaze sharpened. He leaped with agility, becoming a fleeting shadow that evaded the onslaught, his eyes glinting with a lethal coldness. Initially, he had intended to spare this individual, hoping to extract information about the origins of the 2 assailants. However, the brutal nature of his opponent's strikes left no room for mercy. With a resounding roar, The energy from his dantian surged forth, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped him with an overwhelming ferocity. The rotund man, sensing the shift in momentum, halted, pressing his fingers against various acupoints on his body. His vital energy surged, causing his complexion to flush scarlet as his bulk began to contract, transforming into a formidable force. With this rapid acceleration of vigor, the rotund man's power surged towards Sima Yun. In a simultaneous eruption of force, both combatants launched at each other, engaging in a fierce exchange that ripped through the surrounding air, creating violent shockwaves. The tumultuous currents of energy spiraled outward, raising clouds of dust and causing nearby structures to crumble. Bystanders retreated to a safe distance, observing the clash. The rotund man harnessed his internal energy to counter Sima Yun's formidable might. With each clash, he felt his vitality wane, as a portion of his energy was siphoned, vibrating his meridians in a bid to shatter them. "I wonder how many of my strikes your body can endure," Sima Yun declared vehemently, his aura intensifying with wild ferocity. The rotund man found himself increasingly pressured by Sima Yun, retreating until he stood before a crumbling edifice. Suddenly, from the ruins, a figure erupted forth, lunging at Sima Yun with a pointed finger, imbued with a surge of sanguine energy that collided with Sima Yun's protective barrier. With a muffled grunt, Sima Yun staggered back several paces, a crimson mark appearing on his chest. At that moment, the earlier assailant, the rotund man, unleashed a tremendous punch, the force of which shattered the air, sending a powerful wave crashing towards Sima Yun. Sima Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he maneuvered his injured body to retreat. A thunderous sound erupted as the obese man's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Undeterred by his failed attempt, the rotund figure lunged at Sima Yun with both hands. Meanwhile, another assailant morphed into a shadow, targeting Sima Yun's lower body. With a furious roar, Sima Yun unleashed a flurry of punches. The force of his strikes reverberated like cannon fire against the earth, forming a vast pit and stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, a searing beam of sword light emerged, piercing swiftly into Sima Yun's back. The blade penetrated his energy defense, although he attempted to evade. His movements were slightly too slow, and the long sword found its mark upon his shoulder, the sword energy erupting and piercing through. A spurt of blood erupted as Sima Yun cried out in pain. At that moment, two additional foes had already reached him. The obese man's fist crashed into his chest while another's hand grasped his wounded shoulder. With a chilling sound, the flesh of his injured arm was torn apart. A scream escaped Sima Yun's lips. Subsequently, he was sent flying by the force of the obese man's punch. Just then, the final assailant landed upon Sima Yun, his claw-like hand snapping both legs and the remaining arm, seizing his form and swiftly retreating into a nearby alley. The obese man and the other accomplice grabbed the corpse of the earlier victim from the ground and hastened into another alley, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within the ranks of the money gang, Shangwan Jinhong received word that Sima Yun was on his way, pondering how to confront him. Sima Yun's strength had reached the level of a vast ocean in his dantian, having cultivated for 2 decades in the realm of celestial beings. Shangwan Jinhong had also attained this level. He was not overly concerned about Sima Yun, yet his arrival likely represented the true martial academy. As the formidable figures behind Sima Yun had not yet arrived, he needed to delay for a few days. The prior communication from Ru Yun had already reached him. The deputy leader of the southern pavilion, Yao Yu, was en route, with her power consolidated in the ocean of spiritual energy. According to the schedule, she would arrive within the next couple of days. Once she arrived, Shangwan Jinhong would reclaim his name. At that moment, a figure rushed in, the ever-inquisitive Madame Yu. Her expression grave. "Has Sima Yun arrived?" Shangwan Jinhong inquired, observing the tension in her demeanor. On his way to the money gang, he was ambushed and grievously injured. Ultimately taken away by his assailants, Madame Yu disclosed. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jinhong's brow furrowed slightly. The attack on Sima Yun en route to the money gang clearly indicated an intention to prevent his arrival. The only ones who would wish to deter him were Shangwan Jinhong and his associates. Could it be the 12th prince or the Grandmaster's people behind this? Madame Yu suggested. Highly unlikely, Shangwan Jinhong replied, shaking his head. Although the 12th prince had sent someone from the Grandmaster's residence to assist him in eliminating Jin Feihong, they would never so brazenly strike a blow against Sima Yun or abduct him. As Shangwan Jinhong shook his head, Huang Tianqing hurriedly entered. his gaze dark and fixated on Jinhong. Shangguan He, was the matter concerning Sima Yun orchestrated by you? What are your intentions? Huang Tianqing demanded. This is news to me as well. I have no involvement in the affairs concerning Sima Yun. Furthermore, Manager Huang, refrain from coming here to accuse me. If this continues, you shall not appear before me in the Golden Money Gang again. Jinhong replied coldly, unwilling to permit such arrogance in his presence. Witnessing this, Huang Tianqing's expression also grew grim as he coldly stated, Shangguan He, you ought to realize that your position as the leader of the Golden Money Gang is sustained by our assistance, and we could easily replace you. He sought to exert pressure on Jinhong, understanding that failing to do so would hinder their gradual encroachment upon the Golden Money Gang. The support from Xiaopeng for Jinhong was not merely for a quarter of the profits. He sought the entirety of the Golden Money Gang. He had come upon learning that Sima Yun had been ambushed on his way to the Golden Money Gang, suspecting Shangguan He of orchestrating the attack, thus testing the waters. If Shangguan He possessed such capable individuals, it would not bode well for them. However, having just observed Jinhong's change in demeanor, he realized that those assailants had no connection to Jinhong. Should I be in your position, Huang Tianqing, would you possess such capability? Jinhong's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent coalescing around him. Although Vice Pavilion Master Yao Yu had yet to arrive in the capital, their clandestine strength had significantly increased. He, Morong Fu, and Bai Choufei had all enhanced their capabilities, complemented by the formidable trio of Lu Sheng, Da Ma Shou, and the focused Yin Shisan and Fu Hongxue. This formidable force should not be underestimated. He no longer felt the need to fear the Grand Master's residence or the 12th Prince. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Jinhong, Huang Tianqing's eyes turned cold. He was well aware of Jinhong's abilities. A person who had yet to reach the realm of the 9 trials could not possibly harbor such lethal intentions against him, a practitioner of the Dantian transformation. Shangguan He, you truly are audacious. Today, you shall learn that in the presence of the strong, your only recourse is submission, Huang Tianqing declared, his figure shifting as he appeared before Jinhong. With a single palm imbued with terrifying energy, he struck towards Jinhong. Within the room, Madame Yu's expression shifted, revealing her concern. Huang Tianqing's strength was that of the Dantian transformation, and Jinhong was no match for him. Yet, at that moment, the aura around Jinhong transformed, the energy of the Dantian eruption bursting forth in a terrifying display. With a resounding clash, the two hands collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. Huang Tianqing was sent sprawling, landing in the courtyard outside the hall, his feet pounding the ground repeatedly before he could regain his footing. His gaze was filled with horror as he beheld Jinhong emerge from the hall, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Teach me a lesson, Huang Tianqing. You lack the capability, Jinhong declared. I am no wretched dog, groveling for your favor. After today, do not expect to derive any advantage from the Taisher manner. As he spoke, his aura surged, radiating an undeniable dominance. Once a formidable leader, he had now reached the realm of Dantian, transforming into the sea, and with the dragon and phoenix golden rings in his possession, he could contend even against ordinary opponents in the Mingxin stage. Why should he concern himself with a mere lapdog like Huang Tianqing? Shangguan He, you court death. Huang Tianqing's expression twisted into a snarl at being labeled a lapdog. Though Jinhong's explosive aura startled him, he recognized it to be merely at the Dantian transforming stage. His earlier display had been restrained, resulting in his current predicament. A chilling energy coalesced within his palm as he lunged towards Jinhong. Fury etched across his face and unleashed a fierce strike. Tying Liabao palm. The icy energy erupted forth, generating a wave of chilling dread. Jinhong's eyes narrowed as he met the attack with his own palm. His energy robust and radiant as the sun. The earth-shattering explosion resonated from their clash. Jinhong staggered back only slightly, while Huang Tianqing was sent crashing back into the courtyard, shattering the stones beneath his feet. His energy surged violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His arm that had met Jinhong's strike hung limply, his sleeve torn, veins ruptured, blood streaming forth. Shangguan He, your concealment is profound. Today, I shall report to the young master and ensure your execution. Huang Tianqing bellowed. Just then, a gray figure appeared behind him, moving without uttering a single word. The figure unsheathed a long sword, its light fierce as it sliced through the air like a tempest. Huang Tianqing, preoccupied with Shangwan Jinhong, failed to notice the imminent attack. Instinctively, he turned to see the gleaming sword hurtling toward him. He attempted to raise his right arm to defend, but as his veins burst, he could only rely on his left arm. Yet, the ferocious sword light offered no time for contemplation. The blade descended, tearing through the protective energy that had rapidly surged around him. It left a deep gash across Huang Tianqing's forehead, the sword's energy penetrating and shattering his defenses. With a look of unyielding defiance, Huang Tianqing collapsed to the ground. The assailant, Jing Yi, would not allow any who dared to oppose Shangwan Jinhong to survive. He sheathed his sword, hoisting Huang Tianqing's lifeless body and exiting the Jinxian gang, tossing the corpse outside the gates. Turning to the coachman, he commanded, "Take the body of your steward Huang back." The voice was frigid, and after speaking, he turned and returned to the money guild. Outside the door, the coachman of Huang Tianqing gazed at the lifeless body, discarded on the ground. The figure and attire bore a resemblance to Manager Huang. Disembarking from the carriage, he approached the corpse, flipping it over. The pale visage caused him to falter and drop to the ground. He quickly regained his composure, lifted Huang Tianqing's body, and placed it into the carriage before hastily departing from the money guild. The death of Manager Huang felt like the sky had collapsed for him. Within an estate, a young man clad in white, majestic in stature with long hair cascading like ebony, lay in the embrace of a woman whose brows resembled wisps of smoke, her eyes shimmering like water, and her hair a cascade of green silk. The woman was gently peeling a green grape and placing it into the young man's mouth. He reached out to grasp her snow-white hand, pulling her closer, his palm beginning to wander. However, a sudden commotion from outside caused his expression to darken. Reluctantly, he released the woman and called out, "Come in." A trembling servant cautiously entered. "Young master, Manager Huang has been murdered at the money guild, and his body has been returned," the servant reported, his face pale. Upon hearing this, the half-reclined youth abruptly stood from the woman's side, his demeanor grim as he approached the servant. "You say Manager Huang's body was sent back by someone from the money guild?" "Indeed. The body was thrown out by Jing Yi from the money guild," the servant replied promptly. "Take me to see it." Without a backward glance, the young man strode out of the courtyard. This youth was none other than the esteemed Pang Tong. In the expansive courtyard, Huang Tianqing's body lay on the ground. Beside it stood a gaunt elder clad in blue, meticulously examining the corpse, his sunken eyes occasionally glinting with sharp intelligence. As Pang Tong entered the courtyard, the elder approached him. "Young master, it appears that Manager Huang initially engaged in a confrontation, his vitality shaken and sustaining injuries, ultimately succumbing to a sudden sword strike. And the others?" Pang Tong's earlier fury had given way to calmness. The traces of the sword energy suggest that it was indeed the work of Jing Yi from the money guild. It was he who cast Manager Huang's body out for the coachman to retrieve, the elder explained. "Does the 12th prince have experts within the money guild?" Pang Tong inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. He was aware that Huang Tianqing's visit to the money guild was to inquire about the ambush and abduction of Sima Yun from the true martial courtyard, while also applying pressure on the money guild. However, the revelation that the money guild had returned Manager Huang's body was unexpected. Only those loyal to the 12th prince would dare to murder Manager Huang. Hence his inquiry regarding the presence of the 12th prince's people within the money guild. "Young master, my subordinate has conducted an investigation and found that at the time there were no members of the 12th prince within the money gang. I suspect that there are formidable experts by Shangwan He's side, likely at the level of Dan Tianhua High. Otherwise, there would be no need for a surprise attack," the gaunt elder stated. "Young master, this Shangwan He is truly courting death, daring to kill Steward Huang. My 4 brothers and I will slay him." From one side of the courtyard, 4 figures emerged. Leading them was a towering man, his face marked with bulging muscles, exuding a ferocious aura. He was the notorious De Tianba, the leader among the 4 villains under Pang Tong. Upon hearing De Tianba's words, Pang Tong fixed his gaze on the corpse of Huang Tianqing, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Shangwan He has plotted against the money gang for so long, and to dare commit murder at this juncture, he must have some backing. Lu Lao, you shall investigate this matter first. Once the investigation is complete, we shall take action." Pang Tong spoke in a solemn tone. There must be something amiss behind this unusual occurrence. With so many powerful figures arriving in the capital, he could not afford to let his guard down. "My subordinate will uncover the truth." The gaunt elder bowed and departed. Shangguan He, you are intriguing. I am eager to discern the foundation of your audacity. Once I ascertain the facts, I shall rend you asunder. A sinister expression crossed Pang Tong's face as he turned to his steward nearby. Arrange a meeting with the 12th prince for me. I wish to gauge his stance regarding this matter and determine if he is involved. At this moment, on a towering pavilion, the 12th prince, adorned in a purple brocade robe, stood at the corridor, gazing at the bustling streets below. Your Highness, I have just received news that Shangguan He has killed Huang Tianqing and sent the corpse to Pang Tong's residence via Huang Tianqing's coachman. Hong Luo conveyed to the 12th prince Luo Hong. Upon hearing Hong Luo's words, a hint of puzzlement crossed the 12th prince's face. Has he severed ties so swiftly? Shangguan He must possess a trump card. Do you know who it was that Shangguan He killed? The 12th prince Luo Hong expressed keen interest. After thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the one who acted was Shangguan He himself, with his true strength at Dan Tian Hua Hai, his internal energy surpassing that of Huang Tianqing. In their confrontation, Shangguan Jinhong completely dominated Huang Tianqing. Ultimately, the one who executed the fatal blow was Jing Yi. Indeed, his strike was swift and lethal. Hong Luo recounted the events that transpired within the money gang. Shangguan He did not shy away from anyone in killing Huang Tianqing, which is why Hong Luo could easily gather such intelligence. Shangguan He has concealed himself well. I underestimated this official. He is relying on his own strength. After such a significant loss, Pang Tong should have sent someone to take action by now, Luo Hong remarked. Pang Tong did not act. He merely dispatched someone to investigate. Is that so? He remains as cautious as ever. A trace of disappointment flickered across the 12th prince's face. He had hoped that Pang Tong would pave the way for him, probing whether Shangguan He possessed any further trump cards. At this moment, a maid dressed in green approached the corridor. Your Highness, Pang Tong wishes to see you. Upon hearing the maid's words, the 12th prince Luo Hong's expression shifted slightly. He has come to probe my foundation. Reply to him that I await his esteemed presence here. The 12th prince Luo Hong declared. The maid bowed and exited. Has Sima Yun's whereabouts been traced after his abduction? Inquired the 12th prince Luo Hong after the maid departed. The matter concerning the money guild is trivial in comparison. The significant issue lies in the fact that Sima Yun, the steward of the true martial pavilion, was ambushed and severely injured, leading to his abduction. The assailant vanished swiftly, leaving no trace, and has not been seen since. Hong Luo's expression turned grave as she spoke. Has the true martial pavilion attracted formidable adversaries? So many eyes are upon us, Luo Hong murmured. Now, 3 stewards of the true martial pavilion have encountered misfortune. Within a pavilion of the true martial pavilion, Yang Yinluan, Mu Yuanping, and Mu Qingxian convened. They had just received word that Steward Sima had been attacked on his way to the Money Guild, severely wounded, and is now missing. Their investigation into why the Duke of Imperial Marshal is searching the true martial pavilion has yielded little progress, Mu Yuanping stated solemnly. The Duke's residence is currently heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible to uncover anything. Therefore, we aim to shift our approach and focus on the Money Guild. The simultaneous occurrences involving the Duke's search of both the true martial pavilion and the Money Guild, although seemingly independent, are intertwined. Perhaps Shangguan He of the Money Guild has exploited the turmoil within the true martial pavilion to ascend as its leader. Since we cannot obtain clues from the Duke, we shall investigate the Money Guild for potential leads. In light of Sima Yun's attack en route to the Money Guild, Shangguan He raises suspicion. We should directly approach the Money Guild to confront him. Mu Yuanping suggested. Yan Shisan was likely summoned by Shangguan He. We should indeed seek him out at the Money Guild, Mu Qingxian concurred. As for Yan Shisan and the Money Guild affairs, should we inform Chief Steward Qin before we proceed? Yang Yinluan inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. You are no match for Shangguan He. He conceals his true strength, which is at the level of the Dan Tian to see transformation. He has recently eliminated Huang Tianqing, a subordinate of Pang Tong with whom he previously collaborated, exhibiting a ruthless decisiveness. Approaching him could be perilous. At that moment, Qin Zhuyuan entered, speaking up. Uncle Qin, are you suggesting that Shangguan He is responsible for Steward Sima's misfortune? Yang Yinluan asked. It is likely not Shangguan He. Recently, there have been forces targeting our true martial pavilion with great ferocity. Yinluan, do your best to remain within the true martial pavilion for now, Qin Zhuyuan advised before turning to leave. The atmosphere within the true martial pavilion felt ominous, yet it remained secure. Chapter 600. The God of Death strikes. Snow falls upon the world stepping out of the pavilion. Qin Zhu Yuan arrived at the council chamber. Inside, the master of the heavenly sacred hall and an elderly man with white hair sat solemnly upon wooden chairs, their expressions darkening as they beheld Qin Zhu Yuan entering the hall. The steward spoke in a deep voice. Now, there are those who are targeting us at the true martial pavilion. How shall we proceed? The white-haired elder, surnamed Chu, expressed the gravity of their situation, stating that it was evident they were being attacked. They needed to make appropriate arrangements. Do we have any leads on the whereabouts of Manager Sima? Qin Guyuan inquired, turning towards the master of the heavenly sacred hall, who had been responsible for intelligence at the true martial pavilion. The master shook his head. Not a single clue. I have entrusted some discreet channels within the capital to investigate, and I believe we shall receive news soon. Steward, we currently find ourselves in a passive position. If this situation remains unresolved, I fear it could spell crisis for our true martial pavilion. The elder Chu urged. I propose we mobilize the formidable experts from the true martial pavilion to take decisive action against the money gang. Indeed, the money gang presents a viable point of attack and could serve as a deterrent. However, it was previously the domain of Chief Qian. Before proceeding, you should communicate with him. If he has no other plans, I will personally confront the leader of the money gang, Shang Wanhe. A terrifying aura radiated from Qin Guyuan, who had held the position of steward for 10 years without taking action, causing some to forget the dread he instilled. Subordinate, go at once to meet with young Master Qian. The elder Chu arose, bowed, and departed. After elder Chu left, the master of the heavenly sacred hall stood up. Steward, it seems elder Chu has fully aligned himself with Chief Qian. Will this not adversely affect the young pavilion master? Chief Qian's background is illustrious, so elder Chu's allegiance is understandable. However, this does not hinder the young pavilion master from becoming the head of the true martial pavilion. Moreover, I believe Chief Qian will acquiesce to my actions against the money gang. Please take the time to inform the 12th Prince and Pang Tong that they should not involve themselves in the affairs of the money gang. Should they do so, they will be regarded as enemies of the true martial pavilion. I will personally eliminate those who attack Jin Feihong. Qin Guyuan's tone was imperious. Subordinate will notify them both. The master of the heavenly sacred hall bowed and left. At this moment, in the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion, Murong Qingshan, clad in agile attire, appeared within the hall. You messaged me, saying we could strike against Lan Jiaochen? She inquired. Indeed, but we require some leads on Lan Jiaochen from you, Miss Murong. Bai Choufei replied. There is now an opportunity for action. Today, Sima Yun was severely injured and abducted, an arrangement made by Lan Jiaochen. He is hidden in a covert residence outside the city. He will be at this residence tonight, presenting an opportunity for the Azure Dragon Society. However, Lan Jiaochen is no ordinary adversary. We have but one chance. If we fail to eliminate him this time, there will be no second opportunity. Rest assured, Miss Murong, I will relay these circumstances to the representatives of the Azure Dragon Society, Bai Choufei stated, though a flicker of surprise stirred within him. He had not anticipated that the abduction of Sima Yun would be orchestrated by the renowned official, Lan Jiaochen. Lan Jiaocheng did not resort to murder. Rather, he inflicted severe injuries and took his target away, presumably seeking to extract information from Sima Yun. This could prove troublesome. Murong Qingchun arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the depths of night, within the palace of the Heavenly Watch, a figure clad in black appeared before Lan Jiaocheng. Vice Inspector Lan, a message has arrived from the commanding officer, stating that significant discoveries have been made during the interrogation of Sima Yun. You are requested to personally visit the secret residence. The black-clad figure bowed and reported. Significant discoveries warrant my presence? Lan Jiaocheng's expression shifted slightly, a hint of joy illuminating his face. He waved his hand. I understand. I shall depart immediately. With that, he exited the palace alone. On a towering edifice, Murong Qingchun, dressed in black, observed Lan Jiaocheng as he left the palace. I have become the master of the Heavenly Watch. I am its sovereign. You ought not to openly defy my commands, Murong Qingchun murmured to himself. In the dead of night, the streets were deserted save for the night watchman. Lan Jiaocheng concealed his presence, merging with the shadows, rapidly making his way towards the outskirts of the city, the towering walls appearing inconsequential before him. Outside the city, on a narrow path through a dense forest, Lan Jiaocheng surged forward at great speed. Suddenly, several beams of black light shot towards him like meteors. He deftly maneuvered, evading the streaks of darkness. The black beams embedded themselves in a large tree behind him. Fixing his gaze upon the source, his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Overseas, the Yingmin Kunwu. Lan Jiaocheng halted, surveying his surroundings. Unexpectedly, not far behind him, a figure emerged from a tree trunk, accompanied by a razor-sharp flash of a blade in their hand. In a split second, the sword energy and murderous intent coalesced, appearing right behind Lan Jiaocheng. Merely a trivial skill, the primordial golden body. Lan Jiaocheng smirked coldly. A layer of energy enveloping him. He struck out with his palm, colliding with the blade's light. A resounding explosion echoed as their forces met. The assailant was jolted back several steps. Lan Jiaocheng turned his gaze upon his attacker, clad in black, a conical hat atop his head, firmly gripping a long knife. Eyes brimming with lethal intent. There was no sign of disturbance in his demeanor, despite the failure to deliver a fatal blow. It was none other than Yuxing Damashu. Striking silently and with unparalleled ferocity, a master of the Dan Tian transformation, he likely anticipated that an ordinary defender would falter. Yet, unfortunately for him, his opponent was Lan Jiaocheng. Overseas, the Yingmin, have you been dispatched by the Dugu? Lan Jiaocheng inquired, staring at the hat-clad Yuxing Damashu. Without a word, Yuxing Damashu gripped his long knife, channeling his energy into it, and with a sudden movement, launched himself into the air. His black robes billowed as an overwhelming surge of blade energy erupted from his weapon. God of Death's blade. The words had scarcely left his lips when a dazzling beam of light, akin to a striking ribbon, pierced the heavens, cleaving towards Lan Jiaocheng with the might to split rivers and seas. Humph! Lan Jiaocheng scoffed, his fist clenched tightly, and he retaliated with a powerful punch. With a thunderous strike, the overwhelming sword energy unleashed by Yagyu Dan Masamyun shattered instantly. As the snowflakes fell upon the world, a white silhouette emerged, delivering a swift slash that released an icy intent. On what was once a summer night, flurries of snow began to descend. Lan Jiaocheng, hearing the resonant clang of the blade, turned to see a grayish sword energy slicing through the air with ferocity. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he withdrew his hand, which was poised for a follow-up attack, and brought both hands together to shatter the luminous blade, redirecting his palm towards the white figure. With a resounding impact, his palm struck the opponent's shoulder, sending the white figure hurtling backward, the long knife clattering to the ground. Observing this, Lan Jiaocheng smirked coldly and erupted forward. In an instant, he reached for the white silhouette. However, as his palm descended, it struck the earth instead, for the figure had vanished. A change washed over Lan Jiaocheng's expression, and he scanned the surroundings. Chapter 601. The Dispersal of Power in 3 Steps. Lan Jiaocheng's demise, the earlier apparition of Yagyu Dan Masamyun, had also disappeared. Lan Jiaocheng's eyes darkened. He had not regarded the strength of these two figures. Yet their peculiar vanishing act vexed him. If they wished to evade, he would compel them to reveal themselves. An aura of divine might envelop him, radiating an invisible wave that spread outward. Suddenly, he shifted, appearing in a different location, and unleashed a powerful strike. The Hunyuan golden cracking palm erupted with tremendous force, unleashing a vigorous airflow that violently compressed the surrounding air, generating a tempest that roared in all directions. At the heart of this energy, an indomitable golden sharpness coalesced into a fierce wave aimed at a specific point. With a thunderous crash, at that location, Yagyu Dan Masamyun reappeared, slashing with his long knife. The blade's energy, fierce and unyielding, met the golden force, but was shattered upon impact. The collision sent Yagyu Dan Masamyun careening through the air, blood streaking across his robes. Just then, the figure of Lu Shengpiaoshu appeared, brandishing a golden needle which he swiftly plunged into Yagyu Dan Masamyun's back. In that moment, as the golden needles pierced his acupuncture points, Yagyu Dan Masamyun's energy surged dramatically. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the attacking force. Observing the shift in Yagyu Dan Masamyun's aura, Lan Jiaocheng, who had previously dismissed him, now regarded him with renewed interest. Stimulating acupuncture points to enhance one's power. Such a secret technique held promise. As the commander of the Heavenly Monitor's divine guards, he had long sought methods to augment their strength. In a sudden movement, he appeared before Yagyu Dan Masamyun, striking with his palm. Yagyu Dan Masamyun was not one to lag behind, retaliating with a swift slash. Their attacks collided with a resounding force. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air as the two combatants unleashed their formidable energies, sending terrifying ripples outward with a visible ferocity. Surrounding trees collapsed as if struck by an invisible force. Lan Jiaocheng and Lu Sheng Dan Ma Shou swiftly retreated, attempting to dissipate the backlash from this immense power. However, as Lan Jiaocheng fell back, his gaze sharpened in astonishment, for he had not anticipated that Lu Sheng Dan Ma Shou, having significantly enhanced his strength, could withstand his onslaught. Although there had been a marked improvement in prowess, the disparity between them remained vast. He could eliminate his opponent with a single strike. Lan Jiaocheng invoked his divine technique, the divine force of mixed origin, but his expression shifted abruptly. He realized that a substantial portion of his true qi had dissipated. The divine force depended on his foundational true qi, yet it was rapidly vanishing, rendering his divine might feeble. "You poison me. How could I not sense it?" he roared. Lu Sheng Piaoshu's chilling voice echoed in the shadows, revealing that she had intentionally allowed him to strike her back, thus ensuring he would succumb to the toxin known as 3 steps to exhaustion powder. The duo, formidable in their own right, could not secure a definitive kill. Thus, they sought to incapacitate him by depleting his true qi. Once his true qi vanished, escape would be impossible. Lan Jiaocheng endeavored to channel his remaining true qi to mitigate the loss, but to no avail. In that moment, Lu Sheng Dan Ma Shou ascended into the air, executing a deadly strike with his blade, the killing god blade, now infused with all his energy, its might surpassing that of previous attacks. A terrifying blade aura surged forth, transforming into a waterfall of lethal intent. Simultaneously, Lu Sheng Piaoshu, previously struck in the back, emerged, unleashing her own blade with an icy ferocity. Witnessing this, Lan Jiaocheng hastily struck out, his palm colliding with the 2 glimmering sword lights in a fierce confrontation. The air erupted with a thunderous clash at the center of the 3. In that instant, Lu Sheng Dan Ma Shou and Lu Sheng Piaoshu vanished, reappearing behind Lan Jiaocheng, their blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. While focusing on his dwindling true qi, Lan Jiaocheng raised his hands, creating visible afterimages as he parried against their onslaught. The ensuing collisions echoed violently, sending waves of energy spiraling outward, stirring up clouds of dust upon the ground. Lan Jiaocheng's expression darkened as he felt the relentless drain of his true qi. He realized that if he did not escape, he would surely be slain once his energy was entirely expended. He thrust his palm forward, repelling both opponents, and propelled himself backward toward the direction of the hidden abode. Once there, he would be met with reinforcements and would have the opportunity to turn the tide against them. However, just as he retreated, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped his heart. Accompanying this eerie sensation, a blinding flash of cold steel appeared behind him. The blade, twisting and silent, descended in an instant. Yet at that moment, it was as if Lan Jiaocheng possessed eyes at the back of his head. His body moved, narrowly evading the strike. As the attack missed, the assailant twisted the long knife in hand, launching a horizontal slash towards Lan Jiaocheng's waist. The speed was astonishing, the change of tactics instantaneous, and the blade's technique was both bizarre and swift, instilling terror. In that fleeting moment, Lan Jiaocheng evaded the blow with an incredible posture, countering with a palm strike aimed at his attacker. A resounding clash echoed as his palm collided with the assailant's long knife. The energy of the blade erupted, and the force from his palm followed suit. With a thud, both figures were forced to retreat simultaneously. However, as they fell back, Lan Jiaocheng's expression shifted once more, for the vital energy within him had vanished in that instant. At that moment, a flash of blade light flickered above him, and with a soft sound, Lan Jiaocheng's body was cleaved in 2. Lu Sheng Dan Ma descended gracefully. Soon after, Lu Sheng Piaoshu and Duan Tianya emerged from the shadows. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Sheng Piaoshu's mouth. Lan Jiaocheng's support was not to be underestimated. This strike had inflicted significant injury upon him. "Someone's coming. We must leave." The trio vanished in an instant. After their departure, several figures appeared at the scene of their confrontation, led by a cloaked figure in black. Approaching the bisected corpse on the ground, he examined it closely. Upon investigation, his expression changed drastically. "Vice Inspector Lan." The cloaked figure had not anticipated that the slain would be Vice Inspector Lan. "Quickly pursue them," he growled, commanding his companions. Those nearby swiftly dispersed, seeking the whereabouts of the murderer. The remaining cloaked figure gazed at Lan Jiaocheng's body, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward to reassemble the corpse, then carried it towards the inner city. Chapter 602. Interrogation. Remembering one's identity. The cloaked figure, cradling Lan Jiaocheng's body, entered a palace. Within the depths of the palace, in a concealed chamber, the air was thick with the stench of blood. The floor, stone platform, and walls bore the marks of thick, dried blood. He laid Lan Jiaocheng's body upon a stone slab, then turned to enter the inner sanctum. Shortly thereafter, he re-emerged, approaching the stone platform once more to meticulously sew the body back together, his movements both deliberate and attentive. Vice Inspector Lan, I shall transform your remains into a unique puppet. I trust you will come to appreciate my perspective. His actions were neither hurried nor slow, his hands delicate, akin to a woman's fingers. Before long, the two halves of the corpse were stitched together. After casting a glance at the restored body, he departed the chamber, heading towards the location of the chief of the Heavenly Monitor. Within the chief's hall, Murong Qingchun was perusing a secret missive, her mind elsewhere as she awaited news. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and a man clad in black entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Murong Qingchun's expression sharpened. To intrude upon my palace at such a late hour is hardly a commendable habit, she remarked coldly. The Lord, Deputy Supervisor Lan has been slain. I have brought back the body. Upon investigation of the scene, I discerned that 3 individuals were involved. Their strength appears to be below the level of Sea of Tranquility, and during the confrontation, one was injured. They managed to kill Deputy Supervisor Lan because he was poisoned in the midst of battle, causing his vital energy to suddenly dissipate, leaving him unable to contend with his assailants. The man in black spoke in a calm voice, as if recounting a mere occurrence. A look of shock crossed Murong Qingchun's face. She had anticipated that the Qinglong Society would dispatch someone of the caliber akin to Yin Shisan, a master of the Sea of Tranquility. Yet they had sent individuals beneath that level to eliminate Lan Jiaochen. Have you tracked their whereabouts? Murong Qingchun inquired, her demeanor composed as she spoke in a low tone. The traces have been meticulously erased, leaving behind no clues. However, I find myself intrigued as to how they knew Deputy Supervisor Lan would leave the Heavenly Supervisory Office at this hour, the man in black replied, gazing at Murong Qingchun. What do you suspect? Murong Qingchun's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as she inquired. What do I suspect? Is it not evident? The Lord desires the leadership of the Heavenly Supervisory Office, hence orchestrating the assassination of Deputy Supervisor Lan. The man in black stated with an unruffled expression. Impudent. You seek your own demise. Murong Qingchun's countenance darkened with fury. At that moment, a figure stepped forth behind her, fingers poised together, delivering a strike with a sword-like gesture. Shadow Blast. In the dimly lit palace, devoid of any visual or auditory effects, an icy force surged forth, reaching its target in an instant, striking the man in black. With a resounding crash, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. The man in black staggered back several paces, his right arm raised as he had just used it to deflect the incoming strike. The sleeve of his garment burst apart, revealing not a human arm, but a metallic one. Seeing this, both the assailant and Murong Qingchun exhibited a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Murong Han. I did not expect the Murong family to have already invested their allegiance in the Lord, the man in black remarked, his gaze shifting to the figure that had materialized beside Murong Qingchun. The figure, clad in azure, appeared as a middle-aged man. The look of astonishment had vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze directed at the man in black. You ought to have known better than to speak so. The middle-aged man, addressed as Murong Han, stated as he moved with swiftness, appearing before his opponent in the blink of an eye. With an uplifted palm, a terrifying chill radiated from him as he struck downwards. The man in black, witnessing this, swiftly retaliated with his own palm strike, channeling his energy to augment the force behind his blow. The two forces collided with a tremendous impact. The man in black was sent hurtling away, landing outside the grand hall, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood as a layer of frost glimmered upon his metallic arm, which bore cracks. Casting a glance back at the palace, he turned and departed. Murmuring, Han refrained from pursuing his target, instead approaching Murong Qingchun. Why do you prevent me from eliminating him? He inquired. You cannot kill him here. Should you venture beyond the palace and attempt it, you will face repercussions, and your life will be forfeit, Murong Qingchun replied coldly, returning her attention to the documents in her hand. With the death of Lan Jiaocheng, her heart felt resolute. As for the departing figure clad in black, she dismissed him. His audacity would surely draw the ire of his superiors. The cloaked figure returned to the previous palace, but upon entering, a terrifying force descended upon him, causing his already injured body to collapse to the ground. Who grants you the audacity to question the princess? A chilling presence approached, clad in a purple eunuch's robe, his white hair framing a pale visage. It was Ling Cheng, one of the 3 chief eunuchs of the palace. Your father, the deputy supervisor Lan, was undoubtedly slain by Morong Qingshen, the black-clad man asserted, half kneeling on the ground. With a swift motion, Ling Cheng appeared before him, delivering a powerful strike. The man coughed up blood in response. As a servant, the name of the princess is not for your lips. Remember, a master is a master, and a servant is a servant. Should you wish to forsake your servitude, I can expedite your departure. Ling Cheng regarded the black-clad man with an icy glare, his hand descending upon the injured arm. In a brutal act, he tore the arm from its socket. Ah! The man cried out in agony. Ling Cheng discarded the severed limb, which clattered to the floor, a mockery of a true arm, yet the point of dislocation bled with real flesh and blood. This is your lesson. Your duty within the Tianjian is to study. Never forget your own responsibilities. He concluded, stepping away. The black-clad man rose, retrieving the severed arm with his remaining hand and retreating deeper into the palace. In another location, at the Pang Tong estate, Pang Tong surveyed the information that had recently come to light. His expression darkened. Young master, Shangwan He has concealed himself well, having taken control of the money gang. He now displays his strength, seemingly preparing to challenge us. And how did the 12 prince respond during your meeting? Inquired the elderly figure with triangular eyes seated opposite him. The 12 prince made it unequivocally clear that he would not interfere in my dealings with Shangwan He. Pang Tong replied solemnly. He had sought the prince's stance on the matter today, only to be met with a definitive refusal to meddle in his affairs with Shangwan He. That is indeed a positive development, the elder remarked. Yet Pang Tong felt an unsettling disquiet. Could it be that Shangwan He has forged an alliance with Qian Junmo of the Zhenwu Yuan? The elder furrowed his brow. If the 12 prince was not Shangwan He's backing, it could only mean he had indeed allied with Qian Junmo of the Zhenwu Yuan. Young master, the master's order regarding the money gang and Shangwan He is to refrain from any action for the time being. The master received intelligence that Jing Yi, the steward of the Zhenwu Courtyard, was preparing to take action against Shangwan He of the money gang. An elderly man dressed in a blue servant's attire entered the room. Chapter 603, Assassins Gather Again. The Emperor Marshal Marquis, Zhenwu Courtyard, is stirring. Xiaobo. Pang Tong greeted the blue-clad steward warmly. This elderly man was not only the steward of the Pang residence, but also the foremost expert in the household, second only to Pang Tong's father. Pang Tong regarded him as a confidant. Steward Zhao. On the other side, the old man with gloomy triangular eyes bowed in greeting. Master, allow me to advise the young master to consolidate the Chu paradise and refrain from greed towards the money gang. As for the death of manager Huang, the young master can send people to capture Jing Yi during Qin Jiyuan's strike and refine him into a medicinal figure. Steward Zhao spoke with an even tone, viewing Jing Wuming as inconsequential. Thank you, Zhao Bo, for your reminder. I know what to do. Pang Tong nodded in acknowledgement. Since the young master is aware, I shall take my leave. After the blue-clad elder bowed, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. It was unexpected that Qin Jiyuan from the Zhenwu Courtyard would personally take action against Shangwan He of the money gang. Was he attempting to set an example? After Steward Zhao departed, the emaciated old man with triangular eyes remarked, regardless of his intentions, the Zhenwu Courtyard's influence has already diminished, and recovery will not be easy. Manager Liu, keep a close watch on both the Zhenwu Courtyard and the money gang. As soon as the Zhenwu Courtyard makes a move, you and the four evils must set out and ensure Jing Yi is brought back, Pang Tong commanded resolutely, while the two were deliberating. In a dim underground chamber outside the city, 7 figures gathered, exuding an aura of chilling oppression that stifled the air within the confined space. Clad in voluminous black robes and masked, their features remained concealed. My apologies for the delay. 3 figures entered, led by the master of the heavenly sacred hall, followed by the Yinshan twin demons. Everyone, I have gathered you here for a purpose you all understand. The Emperor Marshal Marquis will leave the capital in 2 days. Therefore, I hope each of you can take action tomorrow to eliminate the Emperor Marshal Marquis. I am merely the convener. I will not take a share of the bounty, and the other 7 shall divide it equally. Wait. Before he could finish his sentence, a burly man with an iron mask among the 7 spoke up, his voice raspy and unpleasant. master of the heavenly sacred hall, an equal division lacks allure. As the burly man finished speaking, a woman, also masked and draped in black robes, yet possessing a distinctly curvaceous figure, interjected, I also disagree with an equal division. After all, there are 3 martial artists at the Dantian Hua high level among us. How can we divide the bounty equally? Although both had reached the realm of focused energy, against the Emperor Martial Marquis, they would fall in mere 3 moves, rendering their status comparable to that of the Dantian Hua high level. Upon hearing their remarks, the master of the heavenly sacred hall responded, I concur with the division of spoils. If there are dissenters, they are free to depart. At this juncture, a masked figure spoke, accompanied by another individual who stood with a long sword cradled in his arms, seemingly indifferent to the conversations around him. Song Luanhui, do you consent to this course of action? Are you inclined to assist the person beside you in obtaining a reward? The black-robed woman cast a gaze towards the sword-bearing individual beside Song Luanhui. Though her aura exuded an air of arrogance, it did not convey the essence of focused energy found in the depths of the sea. As her words fell, the sword-wielder's blade flickered with light, instantly fracturing the mask on the woman's face, revealing a cold, somewhat haughty visage. However, the moment the mask shattered, her arrogance vanished, leaving only astonishment in its wake. You. The black-robed woman's expression twisted into a snarl, taken aback by the unexpected strike. Tianmei, Brother Yin is not one to be trifled with. If you wish to avoid meeting your end beneath his blade, I suggest you remain silent. The assailant was Yin Shisan. Song Luanhui had received a summons from the master of the Zhenwu Academy, thus bringing Yin Shisan along. Previously, Yin Shisan had concealed his presence, and no one anticipated that Song Luanhui would be in his company, believing instead that Yin Shisan was merely an accompaniment brought along by Song Luanhui. Brother Yin, may I inquire your identity? The black-clad woman inquired coldly. Yin Shisan of the Qinglong Society, he replied, resuming his meditative silence. Yin Shisan of the Qinglong Society? Upon hearing this, the black-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she had not expected to confront Yin Shisan. Rumors swirled in the capital regarding Yin Shisan, a formidable presence in the realm of focused energy. The recent display of his swordsmanship had unequivocally affirmed his strength. I am in agreement. At this moment, a soft voice resonated, belonging to another of the 4 powerful figures mentioned earlier. Since everyone is in accord, we too shall acquiesce. Might I inquire when you all intend to act? The previously imposing man added. Tomorrow at dawn, my esteemed manager Qin of the Zhenwu Academy will strike against Shangguan He of the Money Gang. You may act then. Furthermore, executing the plan during daylight will facilitate our escape post the demise of Di Wuho, the master of the heavenly sanctuary articulated. It was indeed astonishing that a mere figure like Shangguan He from the Money Gang could provoke such action from the esteemed manager Qin of the Zhenwu Academy. Nevertheless, it presented a unique opportunity. The eyes of the capital would undoubtedly be fixated on the Money Gang, rendering our attack on Di Wuho unexpectedly discreet. I concur with the plan to act at dawn, Song Luanhui declared. Excellent. We are in agreement. The others nodded in unison. In that case, we shall await the dawn to set forth towards the residence of Di Wuho. At the moment manager Qin strikes the Money Gang, we shall make our move. The master of the heavenly sanctuary concluded. Subsequently, he did not take his leave, but instead settled into a meditative posture within the dimly lit space, preparing for the morrow's venture to Di Wuho's estate. Brother Yin, what is your perspective on the events of tomorrow? In the depths of darkness, Song Luanhui transmitted a message to Yin Shisan. Is it Emperor Wuho or Qin Jiyuan? Yin Shisan replied. Upon hearing this, Song Luanhui was taken aback. His concern lay not with Qin Jiyuan, but with Emperor Wuho. Emperor Wuho shall surely perish by tomorrow. His head will be taken away, Yin Shisan conveyed. Brother Yin, you must seize that bounty for yourself. Song Luanhui exclaimed, startled. The Qinglong Society had sent numerous individuals, and it was implausible that outsiders would claim the rewards. Yin Shisan refrained from elaborating further. Song Luanhui, though still slightly bewildered, chose not to press for more information, as Yin Shisan had already disclosed quite a bit. He could not afford to be greedy in his inquiries, yet he remained perplexed as to why Yin Shisan mentioned Qin Jiyuan. Could it be that the Jin Qian gang would face unforeseen changes? The following day, dawn broke with clear skies and radiant sunlight. Yet many were fixated on the Zhenwu Courtyard, for news had emerged that it was preparing to strike against the Jin Qian gang. With a creaking sound, The gates of Zhenwu Courtyard swung open. Clad in a purple robe, the steward Qin Jiyuan emerged, flanked by two companions, an elderly man in a brown robe and a robust figure in battle attire. The trio proceeded outside, approaching the waiting carriage, which was headed towards the Jinxian Gang. Chapter 604, Zhenwu Courtyard, Jinxian Gang, a head-on collision, Bai Choufei strikes first. Within the conference hall of the Jinxian Gang, Shangwan Jinhong sat regally, with Jing Wuming standing respectfully beside him, his gaze impassive, untouched by emotional turbulence. On the other hand, Madame Yu appeared pale, having received word that Qin Jiyuan from Zhenwu Courtyard was personally coming to the Jinxian Gang. She had spent a restless night. Report. At that moment, a Jinxian Gang disciple rushed into the hall, breathless. Leader, the carriage from Zhenwu Courtyard is approaching our Jinxian Gang. The disciple stammered. The reputation of Zhenwu Courtyard in the capital was formidable. They knew the Jinxian Gang could not withstand it. The rumors from the previous night had circulated. When one member of the Jinxian Gang attempted to flee, Jing Wuming had slaughtered them all, leaving a scene of bloodshed. The stench of blood still lingered in the courtyard. The two remaining overseers of the Jinxian Gang had also lost their heads, buried alongside ordinary members. The remaining disciples were cowed by such brutal tactics, not daring to make a move. I am most eager to meet the steward of Zhenwu Courtyard, Shangwan Jinhong stated with a calm demeanor. The previous night, the deputy leader of the southern pavilion, invited by the moon, had already sent word that he had arrived in the capital. With the arrival of the messenger, he felt no trepidation towards Qin Jiyuan of Zhenwu Courtyard. Initially, he had intended to leverage the Taisher Mansion and the 12th Prince to intimidate them and formally unveil the Tianya Pavilion's southern pavilion. However, he had not anticipated Zhenwu Courtyard's advance. At this moment, not far from the Money Gang, atop a pavilion, a young man clad in a white robe stood at the pinnacle, gazing at the Money Gang in the distance. Beside him, Lady Ningxiang of the 100 Fragrance Pavilion stood respectfully. Pray tell, why does Shangwan he linger? Can he truly stand against Qin Jiyuan? The young man inquired. Young master, the Lady Yu beside Shangwan he has reached out to me. It seems she wishes to connect us. If he had any confidence, he would not need to involve me. Lady Ningxiang replied. Dressed in a pale green palace gown, her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, she exuded an air of grace. Does he lack any trump cards? How then does he dare confront Qin Jiyuan directly? The young man's brow furrowed slightly. This young man was Qian Junmo, the most esteemed disciple of the true martial academy, and the Money Gang was his enterprise. Naturally, he felt compelled to keep an eye on matters. Even Pang Tong's men had come to join the fray. Qian Junmo's gaze shifted towards the street, where 4 burly men clad in martial attire were making their way toward the Money Gang. They were none other than the notorious 4 evil slaves under Pang Tong. The 4 evil slaves. The leader and the second-in-command among them have reached the Dan Tian Hua high level, while the other 2 are at the 9 difficulties of the celestial human stage. Are they planning to seize the Money Gang? Lady Ningxiang's brows knitted in concern. Pang Tong would not resort to such underhanded tactics. He likely seeks to make a show of strength, especially since Huang Tianqing met his end within the Money Gang. If he does not act, how will he justify himself? Qian Junmo remarked coldly. As he spoke, a carriage from the True Martial Academy slowly approached the Money Gang. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, causing pedestrians and wandering martial artists to hastily retreat. Even the 4 evil slaves, who had been walking down the street, stepped aside to grant passage for the True Martial Academy carriage. Meanwhile, on another pavilion, the 12th Prince and Pang Tong stood together. Your Highness, today Shangwan he has no chance of survival. Our prior investment may well be in vain, and we have also offended Qian Junmo, Pang Tong stated. If Qian Junmo intended to confront us, he would have done so long ago. Today, we remain inactive, and he will not trouble us with this matter. The 12th Prince replied. However, we must not underestimate Shangwan he. Last night, his methods were ruthlessly effective. With such capabilities, he must possess some hidden cards. He would not act so boldly without them. As the 12th Prince spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. For he harbored hopes that Shangwan he would achieve greatness, allowing him to maintain their connection. The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Money Gang. But no one emerged. The gates were ominously silent. 2 figures disembarked from the carriage, none other than the white-haired elder and the burly man. Qin Jiyuan remained inside the carriage. For while he aimed to deal with the Money Gang, it was not necessary for him to take action personally. Within the Money Gang, two figures stealthily emerged from the shadows. One of them was Bai Qiufei, who made no attempt to conceal his identity. Another figure, clad entirely in black and wearing a black hood that concealed all but a pair of piercing eyes, was none other than Murong Fu. Today, Shangwan Jinhong unveiled the identity of the Tianya Pavilion. Bai Qiufei, a member of the Northern Pavilion, recognized the necessity of taking action at this moment. As he observed Bai Qiufei and Murong Fu emerging from the shadows, Madame Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The appearance of Bai Qiufei and Murong Fu indicated that skilled fighters from the Tianya Pavilion had arrived. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, and her tension began to ease. Leader, Qin Zhu Yuan's carriage has arrived, yet he has not disembarked, reported a disciple who entered. Understood. You need not intervene. Step aside, Shangwan Jinhong commanded. Boom. As his words fell, the doors of the money gang were shattered by a forceful punch. And two figures burst into the hall, Chu Shan and Lu Qitian from the Zhenwu Academy. As they entered, their auras surged violently, heading straight for the main hall of the money gang. Let us take action. Bai Qiufei and Murong Fu charged forward, landing in the courtyard. Onlookers furrowed their brows at the sight of these figures. Bai Qiufei from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. What was he doing here? Many spectators felt a sense of unease upon seeing him. His strength was barely at the level of the 9 difficulties. How dared he engage? Bai Qiufei was a well-known figure in the capital, and many had investigated his capabilities. Had it not been for the presence of the two leaders from the Northern Pavilion of Tianya, Bai Qiufei's Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower would have long since been obliterated. Bai Qiufei. Chu Shan glared at Bai Qiufei, who stood in their path, his tone icy. As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of energy from his dantian, intending to suppress Bai Qiufei with sheer force. Boom. Bai Qiufei emanated the aura of the 9 difficulties as well. With a swift movement, he appeared before his opponent like a ghost, his hands moving like shadows, infused with a terrifying and fierce energy as he attacked. To challenge me while relying on the 9 difficulties, such arrogance is truly suicidal. Chu Shan scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a devastating palm strike aimed at Bai Qiufei, a force more terrifying than his own. Sizzle. As their palms clashed, Chu Shan's energy was ripped apart by the fierce radiance emanating from Bai Qiufei's hand. The strike left a bloody mark as he instinctively withdrew his hand in shock. In that fleeting moment, Bai Qiufei transformed his claw into a palm and struck Chu Shan's body. Bang! The immense force sent Chu Shan hurtling back, crashing against the wall of the money gang's estate, causing it to collapse. Chu Shan's body fell outside the money gang's premises, and as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at the advancing Bai Qiufei. Chapter 605. The Shifting of Stars. Returning the favor with their own methods before the echoes of his voice faded, Bai Qiufei swiftly followed, his fingers unleashing a flurry of sword-like strikes aimed at Chu Shan. Enraged and wounded, Chu Shan maneuvered to evade the incoming onslaught. In the fleeting moment, he dodged the strikes. Bai Qiufei executed a finger thrust that resembled a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a penetrating force that arrived in an instant. With a sharp sound, blood erupted as a gaping wound appeared on Chu Shan's arm, rendering it momentarily immobile. He quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Bai Qiufei, his gaze warily fixed on Bai Qiufei's hand. Upon that hand rested a pair of metallic gloves, shimmering with a chilling light. An artifact-grade weapon. Who would have thought Bai Qiufei possessed such a formidable tool, and that his strength had already reached the 9th level of the celestial realm? Chu Shan's eyes blazed with fury, his heart brimming with murderous intent. The previously underestimated Bai Qiufei had concealed his prowess, wielding an artifact-grade weapon. His carelessness had allowed his opponent to breach his protective aura and inflict a severe injury upon him. You are now inferior to me, Bai Qiufei declared coldly. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the carriage where Qin Zhiyuan sat. Following Chu Shan's injury, his evasion had brought him perilously close to Qin Zhiyuan's carriage. Thus he refrained from striking. While he could injure Chu Shan, he could not harm Qin Zhiyuan. He sensed that had he continued his pursuit, it might have cost him his life. The strength of Bai Qiufei was unexpectedly formidable, capable of injuring Chu Shan, a revelation that took many by surprise. Whispers circulated among the martial artists outside the money gang, speculating on Bai Qiufei's presence there and his motives in aiding Shangwan He. On the upper floors, Qian Junmo observed Bai Qiufei's arrival with a slight furrow in his brow. My lord, could it be that Shangwan He is connected to the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Lady Ningxiang inquired solemnly beside him. Qian Junmo remained silent, contemplating before responding. Perhaps Shangguan he has ties to the Tianya Pavilion behind the Jin Feihong Shiyu building. Quite intriguing. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the hall of the money gang. At that moment, another figure emerged from within, engaged in combat with an unknown opponent. With a thunderous clash, two silhouettes burst forth, one fierce and brutal, the other ethereal and elusive. Their palms met in a flurry of strikes, releasing waves of energy that shattered the walls Chu Shan had previously demolished, exposing the interior of the money gang. A figure cloaked in black engaged in battle with another from the Zhenwu Courtyard, Luo Hong. The black-clad individual had reached the level of Dan Tianhua High, their palms radiating a relentless force, executing techniques that, though varied, flowed together flawlessly. The towering figure of Luo Hong was forced to retreat step by step. After being cornered by the Jin Xian gang, he let out a low growl, his internal energy coalescing, as his palm transformed into an invisible black hole, lunging toward the cloaked Morong Fu. Inside, he was screaming in despair. The peculiar energy within this man was exceedingly enigmatic, and his movements were razor-sharp. His attacks were either thwarted or neutralized. Opposite him, Morong Fu maintained a calm demeanor, just as Luo Hong's hand was about to reach him. His form suddenly split into several silhouettes. In an instant, his palm struck out, transforming into a flurry of shadowy hands that targeted various pressure points on Luo Hong's body. Bang! 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 Morong Fu's palms landed on Luo Hong, producing a thunderous sound. Luo Hong's figure was jolted back several steps, unable to withstand the pressure as the ground beneath him cracked. However, he bore no injuries. Only his outer garment was shattered by Morong Fu's energy, revealing his bronze skin. Morong Fu's recent assault had inflicted little damage. As expected, he mused inwardly, realizing that the opponent's physical strength, combined with his vitality, rendered ordinary strikes ineffective against his flesh. Damn it! Damn it! Luo Hong fumed, veins bulging on his forehead. He had not gained the upper hand against Morong Fu, having underestimated him. With a fierce roar, a terrifying surge of vitality coursed through him, causing his skin to flush red, muscles hardening like iron, while a searing heat surged within, distorting the surrounding space. What an ominous aura! Observing Luo Hong's transformation, some martial artists watching were taken aback. Morong Fu's gaze sharpened, sensing the formidable malevolence emanating from his opponent. Just as his mind stirred, Luo Hong suddenly surged forward, his massive form colliding with the air, producing a deafening roar as he accelerated with astonishing speed. Akin to a flash of crimson light, this was a manifestation of his own power, enhancing his velocity. This time, I shall see how you evade. A chilling glint flickered in Luo Hong's eyes as he struck out with both hands. His scarlet palms, imbued with terrifying energy, descended upon Morong Fu, locking his form and the surrounding space in a fierce grip. In the face of this onslaught, Morong Fu focused, unleashing his own energy as he simultaneously countered with both palms. This time, he was determined to confront Luo Hong head-on. Surely, his internal energy and vitality would not match Luo Hong's? Pang Tong, who was with the 12th prince, spoke up. Yet, before his words could settle, the two palms collided. This time, it was not Morong Fu who was sent flying, but Luo Hong. In an instant, he was propelled away, his body akin to a wild horse breaking free. And both arms, which had met Morong Fu's strike, erupted in a shower of flesh and shattered bones. Ah! Luo Hong let out a wail of agony. What just happened? Many were perplexed by the turn of events. With wide-open eyes, Morong Fu observed the immense force of Luo Hong's recent strike. Remarkably, he remained unscathed while Luo Hong suffered injuries instead. All gazes turned towards Morong Fu, whose expression remained composed. Undoubtedly, the internal energy within him had also surged. He had just employed the technique of Do Zhuan Xing Yi, returning the opponent's force back upon himself. Thus, the meridians in Luo Hong's arms had shattered. As he regarded the injured Luo Hong, a flicker of murderous intent flashed within his eyes. The moment to strike had arrived. What a masterful maneuver, using strength against strength. Just as he contemplated his next move, a voice emerged from the carriage stationed at the entrance of the Money Guild, calling for him. Morong Fu was momentarily halted, deprived of the opportunity to act. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within the guild, moving with astonishing speed and appearing before the agonized Luo Hong in the blink of an eye. Luo Hong's complexion paled as instinct compelled him to raise his hands in defense. Yet, with both arms injured, he found himself utterly immobilized. This fleeting instinct caused him to neglect any movement of his body. The golden light then materialized at his throat. A voice boomed from within the carriage, boldness indeed. A surge of energy emanated from the carriage, aimed directly at the golden light. The clash produced a resonant sound as the two forces collided. Lu Qitian felt a moment of relief, but that relief was short-lived. The golden light split in two, one half striking his throat. The sharp, crisp sound of shattering bone echoed in the ears of those present. Lu Qitian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the golden light's division, nor did he foresee his own demise. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As Lu Qitian's form hit the earth, a figure emerged from the money guild, extending a hand to capture the now dispersed golden light. It was Shang Wanhe. Many in the crowd stared in astonishment. Shang Wanhe was a relatively unfamiliar figure, having risen to prominence astonishingly swiftly, becoming the leader of the money guild overnight. Initially, many doubted his capabilities, but after the death of Huang Tianxing, a senior official, at the hands of Shang Wanhe, the perception of his prowess began to shift. Yet, now that Shang Wanhe had demonstrated his strength by dispatching Lu Qitian, aided by Qin Jiyuan, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Zhenwu Courtyard, which had aimed to intimidate the money guild, now found itself with one casualty and another gravely wounded. All eyes shifted towards the carriage, uncertain whether Qin Jiyuan would make a move in this pivotal moment. On the other side, the 12th prince gazed at Pang Tong and remarked, "It would be prudent to recall your 4 wicked subordinates. Otherwise, they may very well meet a grim fate." Upon hearing the 12th prince's words, Pang Tong's expression darkened. The situation had deviated entirely from his expectations. What he had initially perceived as a fortuitous opportunity had now become fraught with peril. Moreover, it seemed that this Shang Wanhe was likely linked to the Tianya Pavilion. Provoking such an adversary was undeniably unwise. He instructed his thin assistant, Lu, standing behind him, to prevent any further action. Yes, Lu promptly turned and departed. "Do you think Qin Jiyuan will intervene? If he does, it may not necessarily restore the dignity of the Zhenwu Courtyard," Pang Tong continued. "From the current circumstances, it appears that Shang Wanhe's trump card may indeed be connected to the Tianya Pavilion." As the 12th prince spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The arrival of Bai Choufei had already signaled much. This Shang Wanhe was no ordinary figure, exuding an undeniable presence. Pang Tong spoke in a low voice. The 12th prince's gaze shifted towards Shang Wanhe, who stood at the entrance of the money gang. At this moment, Shang Wanjinhong, though not particularly tall, bore an expression of cold indifference, his features imbued with an air of authority. Though his aura was not overwhelming, his presence was undeniably commanding. Behind him stood Jing Wuming, motionless. "I am eager to uncover your true identity." At this juncture, a voice emerged from within the carriage, Qin Jiyuan's. The appearance of Shang Wanjinhong did not prompt Qin Jiyuan to dismount. His tone was now devoid of the earlier irritation. Upon hearing Qin Jiyuan's words, Shang Wanjinhong's gaze sharpened slightly. "The esteemed manager Qin arrives at my money gang, yet remains seated in his carriage. How disrespectful." Shang Wanjinhong did not respond to Qin Jiyuan's comment, but coldly retorted, "If you possess the capability, you could surely compel me to disembark." Though Qin Jiyuan's tone remained calm, it conveyed to all that Shang Wanjinhong was not yet formidable enough to provoke his intervention. "Oh, then I am keen to test that assertion." As Shang Wanjinhong spoke, he surged forward, launching himself directly at Qin Jiyuan's carriage. "If you refuse to dismount, I shall force you to." Just as he leapt, an oppressive aura erupted from the carriage, manifesting as a terrifying wave of true energy that surged towards Shang Wanjinhong like a tidal wave. Accompanying this force, a blood-red essence coalesced into a blood sword, which shot forth towards Shang Wanjinhong. With a focused gaze, Shang Wanjinhong transformed the golden ring in his hand into a brilliant beam of light, colliding with the oncoming longsword. The impact reverberated with a resounding crash, causing the golden ring to tumble to the ground while the blood-red sword shattered. This golden ring was no ordinary weapon, yet the disparity in strength rendered it insufficient. A cold snort emanated from within the carriage. As the words were spoken, the carriage curtain parted, unleashing a fearsome punch that enveloped Shang Wanjinhong. Upon witnessing this, Shang Wanjinhong swiftly moved, raising his hand to retrieve the fallen golden ring, which instantly returned to his grasp. As the energy surged forth, the golden rings within radiated an intense brilliance. Suddenly, One of the golden rings shot out like a spring, colliding violently with the fist. A resounding bang echoed as the force of the punch met the golden ring, causing the punch's power to dissipate, while the ring split in two and returned to the arms of Shangwan Jinhong. In that instant, Shangwan Jinhong leaped into the air, channeling all his internal energy into the golden rings. With both hands, he struck out simultaneously, transforming the rings into two beams of golden light that surged forth alongside his energy. A cold snort emanated from the carriage. The two forces of energy erupted. With a thunderous roar, the punch energy surged towards the golden light, but the two beams of light suddenly veered, simultaneously striking the sides of Qin Jiyuan's carriage. The carriage was shattered into pieces upon impact. As the debris scattered, a purple figure soared out from the wreckage, exuding a powerful aura that reduced the fragmented carriage to dust. The coachman and horses were violently thrown aside by the force, landing amidst the nearby crowd. The coachman remained unharmed, but the fallen horses let out a couple of whinnies before falling silent. The crowd's gaze shifted to the fallen Qin Jiyuan. His imposing figure, coupled with the terrifying energy radiating from him, made him appear almost demonic as he fixed a cold, piercing stare upon Shangwan Jinhong. The latter descended gracefully, reclaiming the golden rings into his grasp, now regarding the formidable Qin Jiyuan with a serious expression. The pressure emanating from Qin Jiyuan was palpable. Even with the full power of the dragon and phoenix golden rings, Shangwan Jinhong sensed he could not inflict harm upon this man. Qin Jiyuan, the steward of the Zhenwu Courtyard, was indeed formidable. At that moment, the street fell into a profound silence. The reputation of a man often casts a long shadow. Qin Jiyuan was known as one of the elite in the Zhenwu Courtyard, a pinnacle of strength amidst the ocean of contenders. Although he understood he could not defeat his opponent, he still harbored a desire to engage. I am quite curious about you. From which part of the Tianya Pavilion do you hail? Without launching an attack, Qin Jiyuan scrutinized Shangwan Jinhong, directly referencing the Tianya Pavilion. I come from the southern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, Shangwan Jinhong. As he spoke, Shangwan Jinhong removed the mask of Shangwan He. In this revelation, Shangwan Jinhong no longer felt the need to conceal his identity now that Qin Jiyuan had openly acknowledged the Tianya Pavilion. Although the crowd had previously speculated on Shangwan Jinhong's origins, hearing it confirmed left them astonished. Shangwan Jinhong, from the southern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion? Qian Junmo glanced at Madame Ningxiang. Young master, it is said that Tianya Pavilion comprises 4 pavilions. The Golden Wind and Drizzle House belongs to the northern pavilion, while the eastern pavilion currently occupies the secluded Tianshan sect. The southern pavilion has remained hidden until now. Madame Ningxiang replied. The Lingjiang region. Is it not also under the dominion of Tianya Pavilion? Indeed, it has been claimed by the 10 Directions General, Guan Yutian, Madame Ningxiang confirmed. What is the intent behind Tianya Pavilion's actions? Uncertain of the formidable figures that may emerge from the South Pavilion of the Tianya Guild, Qin, the chief steward, pondered the strength of his potential adversaries. I wonder if they can withstand the might of our presence, he remarked in a somber tone. As the foremost disciple of the true martial academy, he held a clear understanding of the prowess possessed by Qin Jiyuan, the steward of the academy. His gaze fixed intently upon the latter. First, I shall eliminate you. Qin Jiyuan, aware of Shangwan Jinhong's true identity, felt the surge of energy within him coalesce into a dazzling aura. He raised his hand, striking towards Shangwan Jinhong. In response, Shangwan Jinhong lifted his arm, and the golden ring in his grasp shot forth in a brilliant flash. However, the power emanating from Qin Jiyuan's palm was overwhelming. The ring was effortlessly swatted aside, and Shangwan Jinhong was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. With a darkened gaze, he glared at Qin Jin, acutely aware of his grievous injuries. Is there truly no one from the Tianya Guild to come to my aid? Then I shall send you to your demise. Although Qin Jiyuan had not unleashed his full strength in his initial attack, he surmised that Shangwan Jinhong's audacity suggested the presence of allies from the South Pavilion. Yet, no one had yet revealed themselves. If they choose to remain hidden, then I shall ensure Shangwan Jinhong meets his end. Clenching his fist, he began to gather his might, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as he concentrated his power, his attention was drawn to a pair of exquisite figures emerging from the shadows. The foremost figure, exuding an air of aloofness, possessed cool, piercing eyes and donned a pale gold robe, adorned with a golden crown from which 2 violet ribbons cascaded. Her physique was delicate, her skin radiant, akin to fine jade, while her long, ebony hair flowed down to her waist. With long, graceful legs and an enchanting silhouette, she embodied perfection. Her demeanor was ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being from the Moon Palace, imbued with an unexplainable authority and an irresistible allure that commanded reverence. Upon her entrance, the crowd instinctively shifted their gaze towards her, only to lower their heads in silent submission. The two figures advanced towards the entrance of the Money Guild, surrounded by an invisible aura that rippled through the air like waves. Their movement appeared slow, yet in the blink of an eye, they stood before the grand doors. At this moment, Feihong, coughing, rose to his feet and approached the newcomers. Morong Fu and Bai Choufei swiftly moved to stand before them. "We pay our respects to the Deputy Pavilion Master and the South Deputy Pavilion Master," Feihong acknowledged. The disparity in his address signaling the identity of the stunning beauty before him. Indeed, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the South Pavilion. The brilliance of such beauty, now revealed as a figure of authority in the Tianya Guild, sparked a glimmer of interest in the eyes of Pang Tong, who stood beside the 12th prince. "If you seek death, you may approach," the 12th prince declared coldly, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of intrigue. He had not anticipated that the vice master of the southern pavilion of the Tianya Guild would be such an unparalleled beauty, though the individuals behind her were also striking. They lacked the captivating aura that radiated from the leading lady, perhaps overshadowed by her brilliance. While Qin Jiyuan was taken aback by her exquisite beauty as a formidable figure, his temperament was not that of an ordinary warrior. Indeed, in the eyes of the mighty, even allure may transform into mere skeletons. "Who are you?" Qin Jiyuan steadied his mind and inquired in a deep voice. "I am Yao Yu, the vice master of the southern pavilion of the Tianya Guild," she responded, her voice cool and detached, exuding an air of transcendence while simultaneously conveying an undeniable pressure. "Since you, Vice Master Yao Yu, have made an appearance, it is only fitting that you provide an explanation to me on behalf of the Zhenwu Courtyard," Qin Jiyuan remarked, his gaze fixed upon Yao Yu. "An explanation to your Zhenwu Courtyard? This is the Money Guild, under the jurisdiction of our Southern Pavilion steward, Feihong. If Steward Qin creates a disturbance here, should he not also provide an account to our Tianya Guild?" Yao Yu retorted coldly, her slender hand rising. Her hand, delicate and as white as jade, emanated a surge of energy as she swiftly moved to stand before Qin Jiyuan, striking out with a palm. The hand became crystal clear, yet upon witnessing this, Qin Jiyuan's expression hardened, and he clenched his fist. Devil's roar. He unleashed a powerful punch, his robust, true energy transforming into a roaring force, colliding with Yao Yu's palm in a flash. Bang! The two hands met, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged outward, engulfing the surroundings. Both figures recoiled slightly, yet neither paused in their advance. They charged at each other once more. Yao Yu's palm struck again, morphing into several hands aimed at Qin Jiyuan. Qin Jiyuan continued to unleash a barrage of punches, propelling himself towards Yao Yu with urgency. In that fleeting moment, only their fleeting silhouettes could be discerned. While waves of energy erupted from their clash, debris from the ground was violently propelled, ultimately reduced to dust by the force. Bang! The two figures separated, Yao Yu maintaining her tranquil demeanor, while Qin Jiyuan's expression darkened. Having just exchanged blows, he found himself at a disadvantage. His gaze sharpened from their earlier engagement. It was evident that her strength was not inferior to his own. However, he could not simply withdraw and allow the Zhenwu Courtyard to be overshadowed by the Tianya Guild. With a fierce resolve, Qin Jiyuan stamped his foot, unleashing a torrent of blood energy akin to a raging flood. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. "Fiery blood demon fist," Qin Jiyuan shouted, surging forward once more. His palm suffused with blood light as his internal true energy rapidly coalesced, merging with the crimson glow to form a formidable force. Behind him, a shadow of blood emerged. At that moment, Qin Jiyuan harnessed the divine might of a formidable master from the depths of the sea. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yao Yu did not hesitate. She unleashed her entire vital energy, causing a blurred female figure reminiscent of herself to materialize behind her, crystalline and translucent. With a swift motion, she executed the Ming Yu technique, striking forth with a palm that generated a vortex of energy, merging seamlessly with her internal force, creating a swirling tempest in the surrounding atmosphere. As both combatants engaged, ominous clouds gathered in the skies above. With a resounding clash, their palms collided, releasing a formidable wave of energy that radiated outward, scattering the air and forming a vacuum around them. Both figures were propelled backward, yet behind the retreating Qin Zhu Yuan, a gray silhouette emerged. In an instant, a gleaming sword light flashed by with astonishing speed. In a swift motion, Qin Zhu Yuan's arm was severed by this blade. Seeking death, he bellowed, attempting to retaliate with a strike toward the assailant. However, a surge of energy ensnared the figure, pulling it back. Though the wrathful Qin Zhu Yuan's attack still forced the figure to spit forth blood, the arm that had wielded the sword fell limply, clearly injured by the force of the strike. The attacker was Jing Ming, a rather inconspicuous individual. Injured, Qin Zhu Yuan had harmed Shangwan Jinhong. Jing Ming was determined to make him pay dearly for it. Chapter 608. The Five Spirits Converge. Surrounding the Emperor Wu Marquis, this development, Qin Zhu Yuan losing an arm, was entirely unforeseen. Yao Yu gazed at him, her expression momentarily tightening. Yet, she refrained from exploiting his vulnerability. It was not in her nature to take advantage of a misfortune. She cast a glance at Jing Ming, whom she had pulled back, shaking her head. Prior to her arrival, she had conversed with Yuan Sui Yun, who had imparted various pieces of information regarding Jing Ming and Shangwan Jinhong. Qin Zhu Yuan, despite losing an arm, maintained his formidable presence. He had not anticipated that, while engaging with Yao Yu, someone would dare to strike him. The timing of the attack had been impeccably executed. He had only seen a flash of the blade before it severed his arm. Had it not been for the suddenness of the encounter, his limb would not have been cleaved so easily. Though not of high rank, this assailant was undeniably perilous. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the direction of the Emperor Wu Marquis' residence. Observing this, several individuals shifted in countenance. Something has occurred at the Emperor Wu Marquis' residence. Some exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, numerous figures surged toward the estate, where a cacophony of battle cries resounded. Within the confines of the Emperor Wu Marquis' residence, waves of guards armed with crossbows emerged, unleashing a relentless barrage. Yet, in the next instant, dark-clad figures appeared behind them. These shadowy figures launched dozens of concealed weapons, swiftly bringing down a multitude of guards, who fell in disarray, unable to regroup. Suddenly, a flash of blade light surged toward the dark-clad assailants, but it was caught and torn apart by an outstretched arm. A towering figure burst forth, radiating an overwhelming energy. With a powerful punch launched towards the knife-wielding commander Mu Tianxiong, the latter's expression twisted in fury. He had not anticipated that these individuals would brazenly assault the Imperial Martial Marca residence in broad daylight. The 3,000 guards were thrown into disarray, unable to consolidate their ranks. Wielding his blade with ferocity, he intended to cleave through the one who had just blocked his attack, channeling his energy into the long knife, revealing a terrifying gleam of steel. Death. At that moment, an overwhelming presence suddenly descended upon him, causing his mind to reverberate as confusion clouded his vision and his internal energy swayed erratically. Alarm surged within him, an aura of divine might. A formidable expert from the sea of consciousness. Before Mu Tianxiong could fully comprehend the situation, a hand, as unyielding as steel, grasped his head. Crack! In an instant, Mu Tianxiong's head was severed, blood spraying forth. Upon witnessing Mu Tianxiong's demise, a figure wielding an iron rod surged forward. Yet, as he charged, a slender silhouette appeared behind him, as elusive as a specter, Tian Mei, one of the 7 assassins who had converged earlier. Her hand reached out silently towards the man with the rod. Sensing danger behind him, the rod wielder swept his weapon, a gust of wind howling. Yet, he struck only a phantom. In the next moment, 2 black-silver needles appeared. The rod wielder let out a scream, clutching his eyes. Boom. At that instant, the burly man who had struck earlier delivered a punch that obliterated the rod wielder's skull. In that fleeting moment, 2 formidable experts from the Dantian transformation level were slain within the Imperial Martial Marquis estate. The situation was now in their hands. The 4 warriors of the same level, along with others, could easily handle the chaotic guards. The graceful figure that had descended spoke up. After finishing her words, she moved towards the hall of the Imperial Martial Marquis. At this moment, the Marquis himself was engulfed in fury, his aura raging like thunder. His gaze fixated on the 3 figures before him. The top assassin from the Jinfu division, the leader of the Life and Death Alliance, Shen Wuming, and the third, Song Luanhui, whose identity remained unknown. Qinglong Hui's Yin Shisan spoke, his eyes locked onto the Imperial Martial Marquis. Upon hearing the name Yin Shisan, the Marquis's gaze sharpened. He sensed a terrifying sword intent emanating from him. Behind the Marquis stood two figures, one clad in black, the other in green, their expressions vigilant. "I will hold them off. You take my family and flee," the Marquis transmitted to the two. He had indeed not expected that these individuals would dare to assault his estate in daylight. This momentary lapse had led to the current chaos. Exchanging glances, the two showed no hesitation, swiftly entering the conference hall and escaping from within. Yin Shisan and his companions made no move to stop them. Their objective was solely to claim the head of the Imperial Martial Marquis. Kill. As soon as the two departed, the enigmatic figure known as Sheng Wuming manifested a dark aura, his eyes radiating a terrifying glow. In a flash, he lunged towards Di Wuho with a palm strike. In the wake of his attack, a menacing shadow loomed behind him. Di Wuho, with a frigid gaze, swiftly countered with a palm strike of his own, resulting in a thunderous collision. The sound reverberated ominously, and the force of the impact shattered nearby structures. Di Wuho staggered back a step, while Sheng Wuming was forced to retreat several paces, a trickle of blood seeping from his mask. In a direct confrontation, Sheng Wuming was no match for Di Wuho. At that moment, Song Luanhui appeared behind Di Wuho, delivering a palm strike. Di Wuho, still reeling, retaliated with ferocity. Song Luanhui's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly withdrew, opting not to engage in a direct clash. His movements were ghostly and elusive. At that juncture, two figures emerged in the courtyard, the previously encountered burly man and the enigmatic Tian Mei. "Kill!" thundered the burly man as he unleashed a violent punch, his true energy surging forth like a hurricane. "Get back!" Di Wuho barked, his demeanor icy as he countered with both palms, one directed at the burly man and the other aimed at the dark-clad woman, Tian Mei. The three hands collided, sending Di Wuho staggering backward while the two attackers were also pushed back, their energies disordered, with visible cracks in their meridians and blood seeping forth. However, the retreating Tian Mei unleashed two swift black needles from her mouth. Observing this, Di Wuho raised his arm, channeling his true energy to ward off the incoming black projectiles. Yet, the needles pierced through his defenses, embedding themselves in his arm. Realizing the urgency, Di Wuho concentrated, allowing his vitality to surge and expelling the needles with a forceful blast. In that instant, Sheng Wuming, Song Luanhui, and Yin Shisan simultaneously drew their blades, unleashing a tempest of power. Indestructible, true demon. Di Wuho roared, enveloped by a formidable aura that shielded him. With a resounding crash, he was still propelled back into the hall, blood spewing from his mouth. The overwhelming force of their combined energies collapsed the structure, echoing ominously as five figures fixed their gazes upon the ruins. Chapter 609. The Frenzied Battle. Di Wuho's desolation amidst the chaos. A figure surged forth, not Di Wuho, but a hulking man bound in iron chains, his hair disheveled and emanating an aura of dread. Behind him, Di Wuho appeared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a result of the previous assault. Though injured, his gaze remained fierce, fixated on Yin Shisan and the others. "Eliminate them," Di Wuho commanded, as the chain-bound brute roared and charged at the five adversaries. The iron chain in hand was launched forth, accompanied by a fierce and malevolent energy that swept towards the crowd, embodying a sense of unstoppable force. Boom! At the forefront, a towering man stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura that coalesced within him rather than projecting outward. This ominous energy caused his physique to swell, and a sinister grin spread across his face. "The puppet of the Emperor Martial Marquis dared to charge at us. I shall subdue him." With a mighty fist, he struck forth, the energy surging like tidal waves, colliding with the iron chain. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom as the forces clashed, unleashing an unparalleled power that radiated outward, displacing the air and creating vacuums, causing the ground to tremble. The surrounding buildings, still standing, crumbled instantaneously under the force of this energy wave, raising a cloud of dust akin to a sandstorm. Following their initial clash, the two combatants surged forward once more, colliding in rapid succession. Boom! The muscular man's fist pierced through the iron chain, landing a blow upon the chain-wielding giant, who seemed unfazed by his injuries, as if they were non-existent. He roared madly, ensnaring his opponent with the iron chain. then charging forward with a resounding crash. The giant's aura erupted violently, clashing with the malevolent energy emanating from his adversary. The iron chain wielder's body shook from the impact, yet he disregarded the pain, continuing his relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. In their fourth collision, the muscular man's protective aura shattered, and he spat blood once more. Die, you shall perish, he bellowed as he struck fiercely at his opponent's body. The adversary braced himself against the onslaught. At that moment, the adversary's hands morphed into claws, seizing the muscular man's arm. A crimson glow erupted from his palms, piercing through the aura-imbued arm. Crack! With a sickening sound, he snapped the giant's arm. Then, with a swift motion, he tore the severed limb away. The muscular man let out a low growl, and with his remaining arm transformed into a claw, he lunged toward his opponent's heart, intent on extracting it. However, just then, the iron chain wielder deftly maneuvered his chains, ensnaring his opponent's arm. In that fleeting moment, he charged forward once more. Boom! At that instant, an explosive force erupted, propelling both combatants backward. Yet, the muscular man, with his arm ensnared by the chain, suffered a violent rupture as it was wrenched free, eliciting a pitiful scream. At this juncture, the ethereal figure known as Tianmei appeared before the iron chain wielder, her fingers darting toward his eyes like venomous stings. Roar! At that moment, the Emperor Martial Marquis let out a low growl, reverberating like the roar of dragons and tigers, as a terrifying dragon-tiger apparition materialized behind him. The powerful roar momentarily halted Tianmei in her tracks. Seizing the opportunity, the iron chain wielder charged at her. Boom! Tianmei was struck and sent tumbling, blood spilling from her mouth as she hit the ground. In that moment, Song Luanhui appeared behind the chain-wielding giant, striking down with his palm towards the opponent's head at an astonishing speed. Thud! His hand connected, blood gushed from the top of the giant's head, yet it failed to shatter the skull. The intense pain drove the giant into a frenzy, roaring as he swung his chains like a tempest. However, Song Luanhui was already at his feet, grasping his ankles with a surge of force that toppled the giant. Thud! The body crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The previously injured Tianmei landed before him, her fingers plunging into the giant's eye sockets. The chain-wielding giant let out a horrific scream, his chains spinning wildly as he moved with incredible speed. Tianmei attempted to escape, but at that moment, a violent aura surged towards her, causing her to hesitate momentarily. The chain swept across her body, cleaving her in two without a sound. Meanwhile, behind the Emperor Wu Ho, the figure of Sheng Wuming emerged, his hand morphing into a claw as he struck towards the giant's heart. The Emperor, having let out a low growl, seemed oblivious to the impending attack. Thud! He was struck in the back, and at the moment of impact, a tremendous force surged into his body, sending him crashing into the ruins of a collapsed building. Dust enveloped him as the blinded giant groaned, a deep, terrifying sound erupting from his mouth, creating a shockwave that swept through the surroundings. In an instant, a terrifying sonic wave assaulted the ears of those present. The already crumbled structure trembled under the pressure of the sound waves, collapsing further as the Emperor Wu Ho was completely obscured beneath the debris. Death! Song Luanhui materialized before the chain-wielding giant once more, his palm descending to seize the giant's head, unleashing a terrifying energy that sliced through. With a hiss, the head was severed. At that moment, a figure rose from the rubble. Yan Shursen swiftly drew his long sword, its blade shimmering with lethal intent, appearing before the giant in the blink of an eye. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the giant's protective aura. The Emperor Wu Ho, now standing, was bisected by the blade, blood gushing forth as his two halves fell to the ground. Upon striking, Yan Shursen's expression sharpened. He sensed something amiss, yet numerous figures were already rushing towards them. He intended to advance, but another figure appeared before the severed halves of the Emperor. With a swift strike, both halves of the head were cleaved off, wrapped in black cloth, and surrounded by a thick smoke, vanishing before their eyes. Witnessing this, Sheng Wuming's expression changed, his voice emitting a hoarse sound wave that swept through the area, yet no trace was found. The head had been taken, and their bounty was lost. For the head was the ultimate proof of the reward. Seeking death, seeking death. At this moment, a series of terrifying attacks were directed towards the residence of the Imperial Martial Marquis. Hurry! Other Martial Marquis are on their way. Song Reincarnation urged Yan Shursen. Without hesitation, Yan Shursen turned and fled. The expression of Sheng Wuming changed abruptly as he too turned to leave, unwilling to linger. The daylight assault on the Imperial Marshal Marquis would undoubtedly summon reinforcements, and with a reluctant glance at the corpse of the Imperial Marshal Marquis, he swiftly departed. Meanwhile, the assassins who had previously appeared with the Imperial Marshal Marquis also hurriedly fled the scene. Chapter 610. The emergence of the three great war marquises within the devastated courtyard of the Imperial Marshal Marquis' residence. Three figures surged in, their gazes fixated on the headless corpse lying on the ground. Among them was a broad-shouldered man with a complexion as pale as jade, his face contorted with rage. To brazenly attack the Imperial Marshal Marquis in broad daylight, these assassins are utterly audacious. We must report this to the military department and have them eliminate all these assassins. Though his visage was serene, his words were laced with a fierce resolve. The Qing Marshal Marquis among the four great war marquises spoke up. As he spoke, two figures entered the courtyard, those who had been called away by the Imperial Marshal Marquis. One was clad in black, while the other donned a deep blue robe. The Su brothers, upon seeing these two, were addressed by a robust man in a brocade robe radiating an aura of ferocity. Among the four great war marquises, I am the loyal Marshal Marquis. I beseech you three, retrieve our lord's head and avenge him. The two immediately knelt before the trio. We shall do our utmost, declared the Qing Marshal Marquis. The head has been taken. It will likely be swiftly smuggled out of the capital, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Yet, as the foremost war marquis of the great Zhou dynasty, it is absolutely intolerable for the Imperial Marshal Marquis to have his head severed after death. This is a profound disgrace to the four great war marquises, he continued. Thank you, esteemed war marquises. We shall first attend to the remains. The two expressed their gratitude as they rose. The man in black stepped forward to piece together the Imperial Marshal Marquis' severed body and wrapped it in a white cloth. Meanwhile, the man in the deep blue robe approached the one wielding the iron chain and lifted his corpse. You two handle the situation at the Imperial Marshal Marquis' residence. We three will make our way to the military department, spoke another man, elegantly attired and exuding an air of authority, though he bore no distinctive aura. He appeared scholarly and was, aside from the Imperial Marshal Marquis, the strongest among the four great war marquises. He was the Jade Marshal Marquis. Understood. The two responded with bows, subsequently carrying away the two corpses. Observing their departure from the courtyard, the three men wore grim expressions. Let us proceed to the military department. With that, they swiftly made their way towards the military establishment. At this moment, numerous martial artists arrived at the Imperial Marshal Marquis' residence, horrified by the scene of devastation and bloodshed. Their eyes widened in shock upon learning that the Imperial Marshal Marquis had been slain, his head severed. Many skilled fighters had been used as pawns, leaving the final beneficiary to reap the rewards of the Imperial Marshal Marquis' demise. Those who were aware of this news were left with expressions of sheer astonishment. Boom. At this moment, three squads of armored soldiers swiftly approached the residence of the Imperial Marshal Marquis. These three contingents hailed from the soldiers of the other three great marquises. Within a span of 10 breaths, no martial artist was permitted to appear within a radius of 1 mile around the Imperial Marshal Marquis' estate. Any who dared to do so would be executed without hesitation. One commanding officer among the ranks spoke sternly. What? Upon hearing these words, the approaching martial artists were taken aback, yet they promptly began to flee. Some of the stronger individuals, observing the scene, also dared not linger. At this juncture, there was no room for doubt regarding the soldiers' declarations. However, a few martial artists reacted slowly. By the time they regained their senses, they had already been surrounded by soldiers. They attempted to speak, but the soldiers encircling them offered no opportunity for utterance. The long spears in their hands pierced through their bodies with the ferocity of a dragon. Soon, the vicinity around the Imperial Marshal Marquis' residence fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sight of corpses with gaping wounds. Within the estate, several bodies were hastily arranged and covered with white cloth. Before the Su brothers lay three corpses, that of a burly man with iron chains, a fierce warrior named Mu Tianxiong, and a man wielding an iron rod. The two brothers wore expressions of profound sorrow as they placed the three bodies into coffins. The headless body of the Imperial Marshal Marquis was laid to rest in a coffin within the already prepared mourning hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yan Shisan and Song Luanhui came to a halt. They dared not linger within the city. They were well aware of the might of the great Zhou dynasty. Brother Yan, Do you know who that man in black was? Song Luanhui harbored suspicions that the action stemmed from the Qinglong Society, which he believed was linked to Yan Shisan. I do not know. He is not one of us. Yan Shisan replied in a grave tone. Under normal circumstances, the head of the Imperial Martial Marquis should have been taken by the Qinglong Society. Yet, someone had preempted them. Hearing Yan Shisan's words, Song Luanhui's expression subtly shifted. Could it be the nameless one? He had just separated from us at the Imperial Martial Marquis' estate. Yan Shisan's expression shifted slightly. Regardless of whether it is he or not, he cannot take the head of the Imperial Martial Marquis. Let us depart. After saying this, Yan Shisan continued on his way. At that moment, in another location, shrouded by dense forests, a shadowy figure descended. Clutching a black package, he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a second shadow appeared silently behind him, swiftly raising a hand to strike at his head. Just as the hand was about to descend, the cloaked figure abruptly turned, drawing forth a long sword from his right hand. The blade gleamed with ferocity as it cut through the air, the sword energy howling and chilling. Aimed directly at the assailant's face. The attacker in black realized the gravity of the situation and quickly retreated. However, the one who had countered him advanced with rapidity, the long sword continuing its relentless descent. Life and death are fickle, the black-clad man exclaimed, his palm brimming with energy, which transformed into countless streams that surged towards the oncoming sword light. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, and both figures were thrown back. I did not expect you to keep up, Sheng Wuming, but your arrival here is your gravest miscalculation. The figure clad in black, clutching a package, cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon the individual who had been repelled by his sword light. This assassin, known only as Sheng Wuming, spoke with a chilling demeanor. Surrender the head of the Emperor's Martial Marquis, and I shall grant you your freedom. Just as these words escaped his lips, his adversary's foot shifted, and in an instant, they lunged toward him, unleashing a ferocious strike with their longsword. The radiance from the sword coalesced into a tempest of sword energy, creating a vortex that suppressed the very air around them. Unfazed, Sheng Wuming discerned that the individual before him was no ordinary master, having failed to eliminate him during a prior ambush. As the energy surged within his palm, a terrifying aura erupted around him. However, as this divine presence manifested, the adversary's sword emitted a piercing shriek. In that fleeting moment, his focus faltered, and the gathered energy began to dissipate. His opponent aimed to prevent him from wielding his divine power and attracting the attention of others. In the blink of an eye, the menacing sword light enveloped him completely, a chilling sensation invading his very being, conjuring shadows of death in his mind. Faced with this impending doom, he could only unleash a desperate barrage of energy from his palm. Yet, the force he conjured was ruthlessly torn apart by the sword light, which descended upon him with deadly intent. Attempting to evade, he found his movements shackled by the oppressive air around him, limiting his escape to mere inches. With a swift slice, the sword severed his right arm, eliciting a harrowing scream from Sheng Wuming as his vitality surged, breaking free from confinement and retreating into the distance. Blood flowed freely as he clasped his wounded arm, hastily withdrawing into the depths of the forest, not daring to pause. Initially engaged in battle with the Emperor's Martial Marquis, he had sustained injuries, harboring hopes of ambushing and slaying his foe to claim the prized head. However, he had underestimated the strength of his opponent. Now, with a severed limb, escape was his only option. To remain would mean certain death. Yet as he fled, a figure emerged before him, a man in black, limping slightly, wielding a pitch-black long knife, steadily advancing toward him. This was Fu Hongxue of the Qinglong Society, who had also appeared at the residence of the Emperor's Martial Marquis, though he had refrained from intervening. Following the black-clad figure bearing the Marquis's head, he had chosen to observe until now. As Sheng Wuming abruptly halted, the previously slow-moving black-clad man transformed into a blur, materializing before him in an instant. With a swift, decisive stroke of his long knife, the blade sliced through the dense forest like a meteor, imbued with a terrifying momentum, racing toward him. Sheng Wuming's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. He sought to raise his hand in defense, yet his right arm had been severed, leaving only his left. With a swift motion, he struck out, but beneath the glimmer of the blade, his force was instantly bisected. In the midst of his astonishment, the blade descended upon him, and with a swift hiss, his body was cleaved in two. The severely injured and disabled figure, once known as Hai Zhongning, was no longer recognizable in Fu Hongshue's eyes. After the blade passed, Fu Hongxue, dragging a limp foot, continued his advance. Not far from him, a man clutching a package regarded Fu Hongxue with grave concern as he approached step by step. He did not retreat, for the moment Fu Hongxue had appeared, an ominous aura had locked onto him. "Who are you?" inquired the man in black, his gaze fixed on Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue offered no reply, pressing forward with a singular purpose: to claim the head of the Emperor Wu Ho in the man's possession and to take his life. The knowledge of the Emperor Wu Ho's head being in their hands could not be allowed to escape. Noticing Fu Hongxue's silence, the man in black's expression hardened. He lowered his left hand, relinquishing the package. The individual before him was not the injured Sheng Wuming. He required his full attention. Moreover, he sensed the murderous intent radiating from his opponent. The other would not grant him the opportunity to flee. From his previously tense demeanor, 2 beams of cold light shot forth from his eyes as he moved, his figure darting towards Fu Hongxue like a fleeting shadow. The ground bore witness to his swift passage, leaving only an afterimage. To seize the initiative at any juncture was invariably the most prudent course of action. As he materialized, his long sword cleaved through the air with a thunderous crash, the blade's brilliance erupting like lightning as it surged toward Fu Hongxue. In response, Fu Hongxue unsheathed his long knife, its gleam equally swift. The clash of their weapons resounded. Clang, 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 as the thunderous sword light met the knife's edge, generating shockwaves that ruptured the air and spread outward, dislodging fragments of stone that soared toward the surrounding trees. With a series of hisses, the trees bore the brunt of the debris, many of the slender trunks splintering under the impact. After a fierce exchange, both combatants propelled themselves back, their expressions laden with intensity. "Kill!" The man in black retreated, launching himself into the air, his long sword slicing downward. At the same moment, Fu Hongxue moved, the flash of his knife striking the opponent's sword. Yet upon contact, the knife energy erupted violently, dispersing into numerous blades aimed at the vital points of his adversary. The man's eyes widened as he summoned energy to shield against the suddenly unleashed knife energy, retreating rapidly. His long sword shimmered, casting silver arcs to obstruct Fu Hongxue's advance. Having repelled his opponent, Fu Hongxue emanated a formidable aura, a wave of knife shadows erupting behind him. He could not afford to linger in this confrontation. Thus he invoked his divine might. As he stepped into the realm of Hai Zhongning, the essence he had nurtured was that of blade intent. The shadows of the knife materialized, rendering his once ordinary long knife even more formidable, while the man in black's countenance grew increasingly grave as he raised his long sword. His own divine aura manifesting, he could no longer sever his opponent's divine momentum as before, so he was compelled to unleash his own divine might. Divine might, blood sword of heavenly calamity. The figure clad in black uttered with a low growl. Raising his long sword, a wave of sanguine energy erupted from his hand. Boom. Both combatants struck simultaneously. The clash of sword energy and blade light instantaneously converged, forming a vortex akin to a tempest, rapidly expanding outward. The terrifying force caused both individuals to be forcefully repelled. However, as the black-clad figure was pushed back, 2 silhouettes abruptly emerged from the shadows. They stealthily appeared, utilizing the chaotic energy storm to their advantage. The god of death wielded his blade, and snow fell upon the earth. 2 arcs of blade light flashed. The previously repelled black figure was first struck by the blade's radiance, shattering his protective aura, and then pierced through by the gleaming edge. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, devoid of any delay. Thud! The black-clad figure's body collapsed to the ground, his gaze directed toward the spot where he had left the package. Yet that place was now devoid of any trace of it. His eyes, filled with resentment, faded into lifelessness. 2 figures stood before him, Lu Sheng Danma and Lu Sheng Piaoshu. Lu Sheng Piaoshu poured out corpse-dissolving powder, obliterating the bodies of both the nameless individual and the black-clad man. After offering a slight bow to Fu Hongxue, they swiftly departed. Fu Hongxue glanced at the 2 puddles of blood on the ground before turning to vanish into the dense forest. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures arrived at the scene. Observing the surrounding battle and the bloodied ground, their expressions darkened as they quickly retreated. In another location, within the true martial courtyard, Qin Jiyuan entered the conference hall in a somewhat disheveled state. His initial intention in visiting the money gang was to intimidate the petty criminals. But he had not anticipated the loss of an arm and the demise of a formidable practitioner at the Dantian Hua high level. This time, the true martial courtyard had unwittingly offered its own reputation as a garment for the Tianya Pavilion. Crack, crack. The remaining hand clenched into a fist. Veins bulging on the back of his hand, and a series of crisp cracks emanated from his knuckles. His countenance was dark and foreboding, with waves of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. Tianya Pavilion, I shall remember this grudge, Qin Juyuan declared fiercely. The Tianya Pavilion is not to be underestimated. You must remain calm. We need to ascertain whether they possess other experts within the capital before making further plans. At this moment, two individuals remained standing in the conference hall. One of them, clad in a blue robe and bearing a somewhat aged visage yet with jet black hair, addressed Qin Juyuan. The other, a burly monk draped in a yellow robe with a partially bare chest, exhibited a physique reminiscent of adamantine. A large string of prayer beads hung from his neck, each bead the size of a fist, creating an imposing spectacle. He stood there like a statue of a Vajra. It was the elder with the slightly aged face who spoke. Chapter 612. The Evil Alliance, the Falling Divine Pearl, Tai Zhongtong, Iron-Blooded Flag. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Juyuan remained silent and proceeded to sit down in the hall. At that moment, the leader of the Heavenly Saint Hall walked in from outside. Upon seeing two individuals in the hall, along with Qin Juyuan, who had suffered the loss of an arm, his expression immediately shifted. Nevertheless, he approached and offered his greetings. He acknowledged the steward and the two elders. How has the matter concerning the Emperor Wu Ho been resolved? Qin Juyuan inquired, gazing at the master of the heavenly sanctum. The Emperor Wu Ho was slain, yet his head was seized by another. The master of the heavenly sanctum, although not directly involved, had infiltrated the estate of the Emperor Wu Ho and observed the fierce battle from the shadows. He recounted the events that transpired. Among the 5 eminent masters of the sea, 2 fell in battle, and alas, someone managed to seize the opportunity. Qin Juyuan sighed deeply and waved his hand dismissively. The master of the heavenly sanctum bowed and withdrew. He had returned hastily and was unaware of the turmoil within the money guild. However, the situation indicated a severe upheaval had occurred. Cuxing Tuo, you were in the shadows at that time. Why did you not join forces with me against the vice master of the South Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion? Qin Jin remarked solemnly after the master of the heavenly sanctum had departed, casting a stern gaze upon the monk clad in robes. It is improbable that they came alone. You had contingencies, as did they. Do you truly wish for our Zhenwu Courtyard to engage in conflict with the Tianya Pavilion? Should a single master of the sea perish, the Tianya Pavilion would undoubtedly retaliate against us. Cuxing Tuo replied as he seated himself nearby. Do we truly need to regard the Tianya Pavilion with such caution? Qin Juyuan's countenance darkened. He had suffered a significant loss, returning empty-handed and with a severed arm. Indeed, we must exercise caution, spoke the elder in the blue attire. With the emergence of the Tianya Pavilion, the 3 pavilions in the southeast, along with a general of 10 directions, particularly warrant our attention. The leaders of the east and south pavilions, as well as the general of 10 directions, are all reported to be top-tier masters of the sea. Engaging them at this juncture would yield unfavorable outcomes for our Zhenwu Courtyard. Shall we simply allow the Tianya Pavilion to prevail? Qin Juyuan appeared visibly reluctant. Certainly not. The Tianya Pavilion must pay a price for tarnishing our Zhenwu Courtyard's reputation. The arrival of the inviting moon is likely related to the events surrounding the full moon on the 15th. The Evil Alliance has secretly conveyed that they are prepared to offer one of their treasures, which can assist masters of the sea in consolidating a more potent divine force. Additionally, they will provide the falling god pearl for the purpose of eliminating targets. What? Elder Qing, are you suggesting that the Evil Alliance intends to present the falling god pearl? Qin Juyuan's face displayed astonishment upon hearing the mention of the pearl, indicating its extraordinary nature. The courtyard master has issued orders for us to exert our utmost efforts to acquire the falling god pearl. Therefore, the matter of eliminating the inviting moon shall be postponed until after the full moon on the 15th. Following the full moon, should the inviting moon meet her demise, we can conveniently distance ourselves from the affair, Elder Qing stated. I understand. We shall proceed as you advise, Elder Qing. In the coming days, I will announce my retreat for recuperation, Qin Juyuan concluded. After reviewing the 2 confidential letters in his possession, Murong Qingchen's expression shifted slightly. One letter detailed the assassination of the Emperor Wu Ho, prompting the other three great warlords to unite and approach the military leaders, urging them to issue orders for the capture of the assassin. However, the military leaders declined the request, instead delegating the matter to the Department of Pacification, where prominent figures are currently deliberating. It is unlikely they will reach a satisfactory conclusion. The second letter spoke of the appearance of the vice master of the South Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, Yao Yu, a woman whose beauty is said to astonish even the most discerning. A sense of tumultuous change envelopes the capital, hinting at an undisclosed event. Murong Qingshan senses that significant developments are imminent, and they shall not linger long. Why has the Department of Celestial Monitoring failed to notice this? As she pondered this, her countenance changed once again. Perhaps it was not the department's oversight, but merely her own ignorance as its head. Despite having covertly employed members of the Qinglong Society to eliminate Deputy Head Lan Jiaocheng, mere days later, the chief eunuch Ling Cheng, accompanied by a sacred edict, was appointed as the deputy supervisor of the Department of Celestial Monitoring, commanding its most formidable divine guards. He had only visited the department once since then and has not returned. This knowledge left Murong Qingshan acutely aware that the divine guards were off-limits to her, as it was the Emperor Zhou's will. All her previous efforts had become futile. What could her father possibly be plotting? Murong Qingshan introspectively questioned herself. Perhaps I should seek an audience with Bai Choufei. He may possess vital information, she mused. In Jinling City, Su Chun, who had initially intended to depart for the capital, remained in Jinling due to the arrival of Lu Sheng Danma Shoujing, who bore the head of the Emperor Wu Ho, en route to the black market to claim the bounty on it. The stakes involved were substantial, and fearing unforeseen complications, Su Chun opted to stay in Jinling. Furthermore, the capital was rife with turmoil, especially following the demise of the Emperor Wu Ho, as the three major warlords were actively hunting down various martial artists, dissuading Su Chun from making the journey. Although he possessed a Yen Kuang-tu experience card and was accompanied by skilled allies, the death of the Emperor Wu Ho, in which Yin Shisan had openly participated, would undoubtedly attract attention should he venture into the capital. Hence, Su Chun resolved to postpone his departure. He now harbored a new objective, the Jile Palace. The Jile Palace was no ordinary establishment and may very well be linked to Dugaweiwa, prompting him to conduct discreet investigations in Jinling while simultaneously retrieving the bounty on the Emperor Wu Ho from the black market. However, the influence of the Tianya Pavilion and the Qinglong Society in the capital was somewhat limited, leading Su Chun to dispatch Shimen Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng to the capital, following the news relayed by Hua Liyue. The Evil Alliance, in their recent assassination of the Imperial Master, presented the Falling God Pearl. According to the investigation conducted by Yuan Suiyun, the Falling God Pearl, when integrated into one's body, can assist martial artists in manifesting a second deity. In the realm of divine concentration, practitioners typically cultivate a singular deity. However, the presence of two deities can lead to conflict, ultimately resulting in their dissolution. The Falling God Pearl possesses such formidable capabilities that those who have attained divine concentration in the sea covet it deeply. Consequently, the forces of the Tianya Pavilion and the Qinglong Society in the capital must intensify their efforts. Standing beside the window, Su Chun glanced at the 2 orange lottery tickets he had obtained in his mind. These tickets had been procured for him from ancient texts by Zhuang Xuanji. Upon drawing, he received, "Congratulations, you have acquired the character Tai Zhongtong, along with his exclusive weapon, the Iron Blood Flag." Chapter 613, One Man, One Flag, Stepping into the Capital. Tai Zhongtong. Su Chun felt a slight shock. He had previously drawn an experience card for Tai Zhongtong. At that time, the experience card showcased the opponent's strength in divine concentration. Now that he had officially appeared, he wondered how formidable his abilities had become. Tai Zhongtong is a character from the Iron Blood heroic legend, the leader of the Iron Blood Flag sect, and the foremost among the 3 sons of Gu Long's novels. He is celebrated for his unparalleled wit, resilience, and chivalry, epitomizing the archetype of a hero. He trained under the Night Emperor and his consort, eventually surpassing the Night Emperor in strength and earning the title of the greatest hero in the martial world at that time. During the era of Chu Liuxiang, he was renowned, his reputation unmatched, illustrating his esteemed position within the martial community. As Su Chun sought information about this individual, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. Initially, he had anticipated that the outcome would be similar to the experience card he had drawn earlier, yet it was not the case. Now, Tai Zhongtang's strength was at the level of divine concentration, with a note indicating shattered. The presence of the exclusive weapon, the Iron Blood flag, suggested an exceptionally high configuration from the outset. In the novel, Tai Zhongtang wielded a long sword with a black sheath. But the current configuration of the Iron Blood flag likely matched the combat prowess of Guan Yutian, representing an elite force in his arsenal. Tai Zhongtang inherits the legacy of the Night Emperor, allowing him to be stationed in the Northern Pavilion. Despite his current strength surpassing that of the Night Emperor, his lineage positions him as both the Night Emperor's senior disciple and the Vice Master of the Northern Pavilion. Presently, the Jin Feihong Shiyu Lu operates under the Northern Pavilion. Previously, the Night Emperor and the future had formed a brief alliance with the Evil Alliance. It is entirely reasonable for Tai Zhongtang, as the Vice Master of the Northern Pavilion, to personally arrive in the capital. Armed with the Iron Blood flag, he steps into the capital, where the winds of change are palpable. Tai Zhongtang possesses the ability to instill awe. With the emergence of the Southern Pavilion's invitation moon, alongside Tai Zhongtang from the Northern Pavilion and the 4 formidable practitioners of divine concentration from the Qinglong Society, they should be well equipped to navigate the upheaval in the capital. Tai Zhongtang's arrival is indeed timely. Su Chen promptly utilized the character card for Tai Zhongtang and summoned Yuan Suiyan, instructing him to inform Tai Zhongtang of the current state of affairs in this world, as well as the circumstances surrounding the Qinglong Society and Tianya Pavilion, urging him to hasten to the capital. The 15th night in the capital, under the full moon, is fast approaching, necessitating swift action. Subsequently, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and commenced his practice. Although his current strength was formidable and he seldom engaged in conflict, diligent cultivation remained imperative. As a sovereign who had entered this world, he had not ruled as a king, yet aspired to become a dominant figure in the realm of martial arts. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard, within a dimly lit secret chamber, Zhao Xiaodai sat beside a square stone platform, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Time passed slowly. A modestly dressed woman pushed open the door and stepped inside. "You have arrived," Zhao Xiaodai remarked, gazing at the entering woman. "Was it you who summoned the members of the Qinglong Association to orchestrate the demise of my master?" The woman looked intently at Zhao Xiaodai, her expression grave. "Do you not already possess the answer? I diverted your attention, sending you to seek Su Xiaolong at the Shanhe Gate. Surely, you must have surmised the truth." Zhao Xiaodai responded with a calm demeanor. "You killed my master and allowed the Qinglong Association to abscond with the prepared silver from the Jile Palace. I have heard that the Palace Master has already dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. I believe, with the Palace Master's capabilities, it will not be long before the truth comes to light. You should leave Jinling City," the woman advised. "Leave? I cannot escape. You know our esteemed lady is merely a vessel for another's cultivation. Our techniques are flawed. I cannot hide, nor do I wish to. I have now found a backing, and if I can deliver the Jile Palace to them, I shall earn their greater trust," Zhao Xiaodai declared. "A backing? You have aligned yourself with Su Chen of the Qinglong Association?" The woman's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. "Indeed," Zhao Xiaodai affirmed, nodding. "Now, I require your assistance. Having accompanied my master for so many years, you must have some knowledge of the Palace Master's whereabouts?" The woman shook her head in response to Zhao Xiaodai's inquiry. "Although I have followed your master for many years, I remain unaware of the Palace Master's circumstances. The Palace Master is quite enigmatic. Whenever your master was summoned, it was always in the dead of night and alone." Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhao Xiaodai's brow furrowed slightly, though she had anticipated the futility of her inquiries. The realization that she had gleaned nothing left her somewhat disheartened. "I do not know the Palace Master's location, but I am aware of another individual who holds a similar status to your master and oversees a branch of the Qinglong Association in Jinling City." The woman continued solemnly as Zhao Xiaodai's expression brightened. "Where is this person? What is their strength?" Zhao Xiaodai inquired eagerly. "I must further investigate their exact location. Their strength is comparable to your master, merely at the stage of transforming their dantian into the sea. However, I vaguely recall hearing your master mention that this person has a sister who is close to the Palace Master. Perhaps this connection may lead us to information about the Palace Master," the woman said thoughtfully. "Very well, please expedite your inquiry regarding this individual," Zhao Xiaodai urged excitedly. "Come back here tomorrow, and I shall provide you with the information," the woman replied with a nod before exiting the small courtyard. Zhao Xiaodai too did not linger and swiftly departed. In the nocturnal splendor of Jinling City, distinct from the imperial capital, there exists no curfew, allowing the night to unfold in its entirety. It possesses an aura reminiscent of a city that never sleeps. After parting ways with Zhao Xiaodai, a woman traverses a sparsely populated street, her journey seemingly endless, until she arrives at an inconspicuous residential courtyard. With utmost caution, she steps into the courtyard. Within, a woman clad in black and veiled stands amidst the shadows, blending almost seamlessly with the darkness, only faintly illuminated by the moonlight. How goes the investigation? Who betrayed Zhao Palace? The veiled woman inquires coldly, her gaze fixed upon the newcomer. My subordinate has confirmed that the assassin who killed the master is from the Qinglong Society, recruited by Zhao Xiaodai. The cash should be in their possession. I have already divulged some information as per our prior agreement, and will provide Zhao Xiaodai with specific details tomorrow, the woman replies, bowing respectfully. Zhao Xiaodai, the disciple of the Jade-Bone Demoness, who would have thought she would meet her demise at the hands of her own apprentice. It is truly unexpected. Zhao Xiaodai's betrayal of Zhao Palace cannot be tolerated, yet the whereabouts of that cash in the hands of the Qinglong Society is of utmost importance. Tomorrow, we shall execute the plan to apprehend Zhao Xiaodai and her accomplices. This will surely lead us to the treasure. Once we recover it, I will report to the palace master that you are to succeed the position of the Jade-Bone Demoness, the veiled woman articulates. Having concluded her words, she leaps gracefully from the courtyard, swiftly vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, the woman displays a look of elation, oblivious to the fact that a figure lurking in the shadows has witnessed the entire exchange. In a separate courtyard, Wei Zhuang stands in the hall as Zhao Xiaodai strides in. I have met with the leader, she bows in greeting. Having pledged her allegiance to Wei Zhuang, she refrains from addressing him as the Seven-Dragon leader, opting instead for leader. How did the task unfold? Wei Zhuang inquires. I encountered a woman in black, but our men lost track of her, Zhao Xiaodai explains, retrieving a map of Jinling City from her breast. The place where the veiled woman disappeared is right here. She points to a location on the map. Wei Zhuang scrutinizes the area she indicates. Is there anything notable in this vicinity? This area is known for its concentration of affluent merchants and is also close to the largest lake in Jinling City, Qin Lake. Zhao Xiaodai responds, her gaze fixed on Wei Zhuang. At this moment, Wei Zhuang's attention drifts toward the small island within Qin Lake. Do you suspect Zhao Palace is situated on that island? That seems improbable. When I was chosen as a candidate for the revered ladies of Zhao Palace, I was brought there during the rainy season. If it were on the island, there would surely be humidity, yet the palace exhibited none whatsoever. There are many things you cannot fathom that can indeed be accomplished. Wei Zhuang counters, for he hails from a place where remedying the humidity within palaces is merely a trivial matter. The focus is to investigate this location. Please compile a detailed report on the circumstances surrounding Qin Lake Island. Wei Zhuang stated. His subordinate swiftly organized the information overnight. Although Zhao Xiaodai harbored some doubts, she discerned the leader's unmistakable confidence and thus felt compelled to expedite the gathering of information regarding Qin Lake Island. After bowing, she exited the courtyard. In the hall, Wei Zhuang contemplated for a moment, then moved with a swiftness that rendered him a mere shadow as he sped towards the previously mentioned Qin Lake. Despite assigning Zhao Xiaodai the task of compiling the information, he yearned to personally conduct a nocturnal reconnaissance of the area. At Qin Lake, within a certain pavilion, a woman clad in a black veil appeared before a regal lady dressed in palace attire. My lord, I have ascertained that the one who killed the Jade-Bone Demoness was an assassin from the Azure Dragon Society. The cash in question is likely in their possession, the veiled woman reported. The Azure Dragon Society? We have no enmity with them. Why would they target us? The palace-clad lady furrowed her brow slightly at this revelation. Indeed, it was Zhao Xiaodai, the disciple of the Jade-Bone Demoness, who hired the assassins from the Azure Dragon Society. Observations suggest that the pure Yin energy of her 9-Yin heavenly cicada technique has vanished, indicating that she must have transferred it to the Azure Dragon Society's young leader. The veiled woman continued. It appears Zhao Xiaodai has bartered her own pure Yin energy for the Azure Dragon Society's assistance. That energy was originally intended for my son. Given that Zhao Xiaodai no longer possesses the pure Yin energy from her 9-Yin heavenly cicada technique, she has become expendable. We must eliminate her along with the assassins from the Azure Dragon Society, the palace-clad lady stated coldly. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, the Azure Dragon Society is formidable, Our 4 members may not suffice to vanquish them. We should enlist the aid of the elder from the ruins to ensure we secure that sum of cash." The veiled woman nodded. Understood. She swiftly departed. At this moment, within the pavilion, Wei Zhuang's gaze sharpened. Initially intending to deal with the situation gradually, he now realized from their words that the adversaries they faced were not to be underestimated. He vanished into the darkness, aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront them directly and that he needed to report back. Before long, Wei Zhuang found himself in Su Chen's chamber. The master of the Bliss Palace is at Qin Lake, and Zhao Xiaodai and her companions are being prepared as offerings for the master's son, with plans to encircle and eliminate you. Su Chen's face registered surprise. Zhao Xiaodai was already under Wei Zhuang's command, and the matters concerning the Bliss Palace had been entrusted to him. Many of the arrangements and strategies remained unknown to Su Chen. Wei Zhuang's visit indicated that the situation had grown dire, prompting him to seek assistance. Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui had already left Jinling for the capital, leaving Su Chen with only Tai Zhongtang, who was preparing to head to the capital the following day. Did this mean that Tai Zhongtang would have to take action? Su Chen pondered. In addition to Tai Zhongtang, there were also the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Their combined strength could indeed provide formidable support to Wei Zhuang in this critical moment. Upon reflection, Su Chen realized that Wei Zhuang's own strength, as well as that of his formidable subordinates, was somewhat lacking. After Lu Shengdan Ma Shou arrived in Jinling, he was instructed to remain in Jiangnan to assist Wei Zhuang. The plan remained unchanged. Our goal was not to slay countless foes, but to procure the liquid assets of the Palace of Ultimate Bliss. Su Chen spoke. For the Palace of Ultimate Bliss was a treasure trove, and they aimed to secure its funds. Understood. Wei Zhuang responded with a bow before withdrawing. The following morning, Tai Zhongtang visited Su Chen, wielding a spear-like weapon adorned with a blood-red flag. The spear tip glimmered ominously, evoking a primal thirst for blood. Tai Zhongtang had come to bid farewell, for he was to journey to the capital. His eyes sparkled with determination. In his past life, he had been acquainted with the Night Emperor, and now, as he stepped into this world, he sought to forge connections amidst the tumultuous landscape of the martial world, especially with the current upheaval in the capital. Before you depart, I may require your assistance with a matter. You need to accompany me to Wei Zhuang, who is in need of help. Su Chen briefly recounted the events of the previous night. Rest assured, my lord, I shall attend to this matter before setting off for the capital. With my agility, I will arrive within a few days, Tai Zhongtang assured him. I appreciate your cooperation. Deputy Chief Tai, we shall set off shortly. There should be no need for weapons on our journey. I will temporarily safeguard your bloodstained banner, Su Chen replied, taking possession of Tai Zhongtang's prominent emblem. As Tai Zhongtang prepared for his journey, it was evident he would soon become a renowned figure in the capital, his weapon a source of fascination. For now, the Qinglong Society wished to maintain a low profile and avoid any overt association with the Tianya Pavilion. Thus, Tai Zhongtang could not publicly appear alongside Su Chen, the young leader of the Qinglong Society. He entrusted the bloodstained banner to Su Chen, who stored it in a ring of preservation. Subsequently, he provided Tai Zhongtang with a black cloak and mask. The group departed from the ship. Meanwhile, the Elder of the Earthly Remnants, a formidable spirit from the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, had made 2 notable appearances in Su Chen's recollection. The first was a confrontation with the 3rd manager of the black market, the outcome of which remained unknown. Yet it had led to a collaboration between the Palace of Ultimate Bliss and the black market. The second incident involved the Elder seizing a shipment from the Yuan Palace, which he had returned with. Zhao Xiaodai relayed the information regarding the Elder of the Earthly Remnants to Wei Zhuang, her eyes reflecting surprise at the revelation that the Elder dispatched by the Palace of Ultimate Bliss had come to confront them. Chapter 615, The Ruthless Wei Zhuang. A blade to the throat, 100 steps of flying sword chief. Shall we still meet with them? Zhao Xiaodai inquired. Though she was uncertain of Wei Zhuang's true capabilities, she sensed that his strength had not yet reached the level of a formidable spirit. Furthermore, she was aware that Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui had already departed Jinling and were no longer by Su Chen's side. There should be no other plans. Everything remains unchanged. Inform the other party that we will meet outside the city at the ruins of the palace on the western slope. You need not go there. With that, Wei Zhuang turned and departed. Zhao Xiaodai is still under observation. She has yet to reach a point of complete trust. I shall bring back a few individuals, and when the time comes, you must extract information about the other locations of cash from Jiao Palace, without delay. Wei Zhuang left. But his voice lingered in Zhao Xiaodia's ears. His tone was resolute. He would indeed bring people back. Outside Jinling City, on the western slope, lies the dilapidated remains of a palace, rumored to be the former residence of a prince from a bygone dynasty. Its destruction has rendered it increasingly desolate. A figure appeared before the crumbling palace, the very person who had met Zhao Xiaodai the previous night. He stepped inside the palace, his gaze sharpening as he found the interior devoid of any presence. Zhao Xiaodia's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. "Provide me with that person's information." A deep voice resonated in her ear. As the voice materialized, Wei Zhuang emerged from the shadows. "Your Excellency?" The woman inquired solemnly upon seeing Wei Zhuang step forth from the darkness. "This is not a question for you to pose." Wei Zhuang's voice was icy. The woman felt a chill envelop her, and she swiftly produced a letter from her bosom, handing it to Wei Zhuang without hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, he seized the letter with a surge of energy. In the instant he grasped the letter, his figure suddenly shifted, becoming a blur as he swept past the woman. A flash of blade light streaked through the air. Her head was severed in an instant, falling to the ground with her eyes betraying no emotion. Wei Zhuang's strike had been so swift that she perished without a hint of realization. He advanced toward the palace when suddenly, he recoiled rapidly. Just as he did, a thunderous crash erupted. A violent torrent of blade light descended upon the spot he had just vacated. Debris flew in all directions as the blade light struck. Following this, a figure emerged. Once this figure appeared, 3 more figures, exuding an aura of terror and bloodlust, surged into the palace with maniacal laughter. They fixed their menacing gazes upon Wei Zhuang. "Qinglong Society, you have truly daring audacity to strike at us from Zhao Palace. Reveal to us the location of that batch of cash, and we shall grant you a complete corpse." The leader sneered at Wei Zhuang, showing no concern for the woman's severed head on the ground. Wei Zhuang maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unperturbed as he regarded the 4 individuals. Among them, only one had reached the Dan Tian transformation, while the others were at the 9th level of Tian Run. This was not what he had expected. He had assumed all 4 were at the Dan Tian transformation stage. With a roar, Wei Zhuang sprang into action, his feet propelling him forward to confront one of the assailants, his sharp-toothed blade slicing through the air. However, as Wei Zhuang moved, the other 3 sprang into action simultaneously. One drew a blade, another hurled a punch, and the last unleashed a barrage of crimson needles, transforming into a violent, ghostly glow as they surged toward Wei Zhuang. The individual before him smirked coldly. With a powerful punch, a fiery energy erupted from his fist, targeting the sharp-toothed weapon in Wei Zhuang's hand. The 4 individuals had collaborated for many years and would not allow Wei Zhuang the opportunity to strike alone. Boom. The ground instantly shattered, genuine energy surging forth and enveloping the area in thick smoke. Yet, Wei Zhuang's figure vanished within the haze, reappearing behind the man wielding the explosive fiery energy. His gaze was frigid, and the shark-toothed weapon was swiftly drawn, its speed astonishing. A terrifying sword aura burst forth from the shark tooth, striking the opponent's body. Bang! The man struck was sent flying by the sword, blood spurting from his mouth. The assailant, Wei Zhuang, swiftly exited the palace, seeking vengeance. Upon witnessing their comrade injured, the other 3 were consumed by rage and immediately charged out. The wounded man attempted to rise, but as he did, a surge of energy erupted within him, forcing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Wei Zhuang's strike had rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Struggling with his arms to support himself, he sat down to begin healing. 3 figures dashed out of the palace alongside Wei Zhuang. However, Wei Zhuang suddenly halted, pivoting as his energy and vigor erupted simultaneously, spanning all directions. The shark tooth transformed into a violent beam of sword light, sweeping towards the 3. Everyone presumed Wei Zhuang was fleeing, yet they were unprepared for his counterattack. The blade's aura surged. The 2 leading individuals reacted instantly, unleashing their combined fist and blade energy to collide with Wei Zhuang's sword aura, successfully blocking his counterstrike. However, it seemed as if Wei Zhuang had anticipated this very move. He shifted his stance again, becoming a fleeting shadow, appearing before the man radiating dark light. Mastering hidden weapons meant one must first eliminate the opponent. The counterstrike had merely been a means to find an opportunity to kill this man. Die! Wei Zhuang declared fiercely, the shark tooth erupting once more. The 100 steps flying sword was unleashed instantaneously. The individual who had charged forth had yet to react when a flash of sword light appeared at his throat. The 100 Steps Flying Sword was the pinnacle of the Ghost Valley sword technique, renowned for its ability to sever the throat in a single stroke. Wei Zhuang struck with all his might. How could one of mere heaven's 9 difficulties escape death? Thud. The body fell to the ground, unwillingly. I will die? The earlier puncher, witnessing this, unleashed a punch, a terrifying energy erupting from his fist. Beside him, a man wielding a long knife emanated a blade aura, slicing forth. The terrifying knife energy surged like a galaxy, striking out in an instant. The knife aura was fierce and unrelenting, not holding back in the slightest. If they had initially considered sparing Wei Zhuang in hopes of finding the stash of silver, that thought was now abandoned. They sought to eliminate Wei Zhuang. The knife energy was brutal and the punches fierce. This time, however, Wei Zhuang did not retreat. All his energy erupted forth. One opponent had reached the Dantian transformation, while another remained at Heaven's 9 difficulties. He no longer needed to evade. He could simply kill. Boom. The sword energy surged, and with a single stroke, a terrifying red sword light erupted from the shark tooth in Wei Zhuang's hand, clashing directly with the opponent. Bang! The 3 forces collided. The chaotic energy surged forth, causing the 2 assailants to retreat rapidly, while Wei Zhuang remained only slightly displaced. I shall send you on your way. With a swift motion, Wei Zhuang countered their attack and propelled himself forward. His sword sliced through the air with ferocity, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light aimed at the 2 adversaries. The duo, still recovering from the impact of his previous strike, found themselves confronted by a terrifying glow of sword energy. Impudent. At this moment, a wave of force materialized above, unfurling like a scroll to create ripples that intercepted Wei Zhuang's ferocious strike, causing him to stagger back several paces. Chapter 616. A single punch shatters divine might. A banner slays the concentrated spirit. Wei Zhuang's gaze shifted towards the source of the recent energy release, where 2 figures approached. One donned black robes, her face concealed by a veil. The other wore a long, pitch-black cloak, resembling a withered corpse, his sunken eyes emanating a chilling aura. His fingers were devoid of flesh, giving the impression of a complete lack of vitality. At first glance, the pair appeared to be severely weakened. However, the one who had just made a move was undoubtedly the individual Wei Zhuang had heard about from the master of the Paradise Palace the night before, the Elder of the Ruins. Wei Zhuang halted, embedding his shark-toothed sword into the ground. The Elder of the Ruins from the Paradise Palace? I must ascertain your identity. To think you know of me, yet still dare to make a move against the Paradise Palace. You possess great audacity. Your vitality is remarkably strong. I believe that by absorbing your essence, I shall sustain my strength for a considerable time. Upon hearing Wei Zhuang reveal his identity, the emaciated elder's expression remained unchanged, though his tone dripped with coldness. And who might you be? The veiled woman beside the elder spoke up. I am Wei Zhuang, the 7th dragon head of the Azure Dragon Society. Today, I am eager to test the strength of a master of the ocean's concentration. Wei Zhuang's gaze was piercing as he regarded the Elder of the Ruins. You have not yet consolidated any divine might, yet you wish to challenge me? I am curious about the source of your confidence, and how someone like you has managed to survive until now. The Elder's eyes turned icy. The veiled woman, upon hearing Wei Zhuang's identity, felt a slight tightening in her gaze. She had not anticipated encountering the 7th dragon head of the Azure Dragon Society. The question of survival is trivial. What truly matters is that you may help me take that crucial step. In that instant, Wei Zhuang's aura erupted, his white hair billowing. With a resounding thump, he propelled himself off the ground, launching forward, and his shark-toothed sword cleaved the air in a swift arc. Do you believe you have the right to serve as my stepping stone? The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent, fully aware of Wei Zhuang's implication, that he sought to leverage him to achieve his breakthrough. Raising a hand, the elder's palm, resembling a withered claw, struck forth, unleashing a surge of energy that collided with Wei Zhuang's sword like a radiant rainbow. As Wei Zhuang struck, he felt a tremendous backlash reverberate through his shark-toothed blade, causing it to tremble slightly. He instinctively pivoted and retreated at high speed to dissipate the overwhelming force. At the moment of retreat, a terrifying aura erupted from the frail, old man. Do you think I would grant you an opportunity? One strike will suffice to eliminate you. As his words fell, an incomprehensibly formidable power manifested behind him, from which a shadow of darkness emerged, exuding a chilling malevolence. This dreadful energy surged toward Wei Zhuang, forming a tempest around him. Within this tumult, his internal energy was suppressed, and a terrifying roar echoed within his mind. One of the abilities of divine force is to attack the spirit. Within Wei Zhuang's consciousness, a horrifying figure materialized, its presence oppressive and its crimson gaze coldly fixated on him. Under this overwhelming pressure, he felt his spirit begin to shatter. "Begone!" Wei Zhuang growled, his voice a desperate plea as he felt his consciousness on the verge of collapse. Yet, even as he shouted, he was still propelled backward by the terrifying force, crashing against a crumbling wall and spitting blood. Wiping the crimson from his lips, he struggled to rise, a smile gracing his face. He had just broken free from the oppressive weight of the opponent's divine force. A sense of enlightenment blossomed within him. Though it was fleeting, he believed that with time and relentless effort, he could attain mastery over the ocean of his spirit. At that very moment, the frail old man struck, his claw-like hand reaching out with the intent to cripple Wei Zhuang and take him captive. However, in that instant, a figure suddenly appeared, delivering a punch that unleashed a terrifying bloodthirsty energy, crashing into the realm of the old man's divine force like a blood sun. The old man's divine pressure shattered instantly under the force of the blow. He could only claw at his opponent in retaliation, his strikes fierce. But as they collided with the punch, they were effortlessly dispersed. The impact sent him staggering backward. As he retreated, a red glow materialized behind him, enveloped by a bloodied cloth that loomed over his head. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying true energy surged forth from him, forming a colossal barrier. Yet the blood cloth swiftly contracted, and a chilling light descended from above. The explosive true energy proved futile beneath this blinding radiance, being pierced through, and it fell upon his head. Instantly, a mixture of blood and flesh streamed forth. The frail old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been mortally wounded by the weapon of his adversary. He cast his gaze toward the figure responsible for the attack, only to see a cloaked individual, their features obscured. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the previously injured Wei Zhuang sprang into action, his figure flashing as he appeared before the man wielding the long knife. The knife wielder, caught off guard, could hardly fathom that Wei Zhuang would strike. In an instant, Wei Zhuang cleaved him in two with a single sword stroke. Beside the knife wielder, the man who had thrown the punch now stood, his face drenched in blood. Startled, he instantly fled into the distance. However, Wei Zhuang did not afford him the opportunity to escape. His form transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking swiftly. With a single stroke, he dispatched his opponent. The martial artist, bereft of spirit and vitality, stood no chance against Wei Zhuang, even in his injured state. The scene was now dominated by a woman clad in black, her face obscured by a veil, her eyes wide with terror. She had not anticipated that the elder of the residual earth would be so easily vanquished by the newcomer. At that moment, two pairs of footsteps echoed in the stillness. It was Su Chun and Yuan Suiyan. The frightened woman in black turned her gaze towards them. "Su Chun, the young leader of the Qinglong Association, you are in Jinling," she exclaimed. "It seems you know me. Thus, you shall accompany us." Su Chun spoke softly, his intent clear. He sought to extract information about the locations of the other branches of the Jile Palace, particularly where the remaining silver might be hidden. Based on his calculations, the solitary 5 million taels left by Dugu Wei were likely being collected by the Jile Palace, following his previous acquisition of 10 million taels. There must be another 40 million yet undiscovered. "I will not accompany you. No matter your strength, you cannot take me." The woman in black spat defiantly, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips as she collapsed to the ground, severing her own vital veins. What a tragic end. Why choose death when life still offered so much? Su Chun regarded the lifeless body on the ground. "Dispose of the bodies and take the man within the hall. We must swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the remaining silver," he instructed Yuan Suiyun and Wei Zhuang. Chapter 617. The Celestial Rankings, Nangong Qiushui, Liashasha. The four great kings in a loft above Qin Lake. A beautiful woman clad in black palace attire stood by the window, gazing at the misty lake surface. A figure appeared like a fleeting glimmer in a corner of the loft, possessing skin as smooth as jade, eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, and bewitching crimson lips, her beauty rivaling that of celestial beings. She was Nangong Qiushui, one of the 4 esteemed women of the Jile Palace, ranked second in the Great Zhou Celestial Rankings, just a notch below Zhuang Xuanji. With the elder of the residual earth and his companions now dead, their remains obliterated, it appeared that no more than 2 individuals had engaged in the conflict. The Qinglong Association is more formidable than you realize. They may have already traced your whereabouts. Nangong Qiushui stated with an air of calm, as if they were conversing as equals. Upon hearing her words, the woman in black pondered for a moment before replying. I shall remain hidden for a time. You may take charge of matters concerning the Gile Palace for now. This is the Gile order, and I entrust its safekeeping to you. With that, a token flew from her sleeve. Nangong Qiushui caught it deftly, then turned and vanished, leaving no trace upon the misty lake's surface. The black-clad woman thought to herself, Nangong Qiushui possesses both talent and grace. Such a woman is deserving of my son. She then retreated into her chamber. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodai observed Wei Zhuang, pale-faced and dragging a captive, as he entered the hall. I believe he must know the situation regarding the other branches of the Gile Palace, she suggested. This matter is yours to inquire, Wei Zhuang replied, casting the captive onto the floor. In the Palace of Bliss, Zhao Xiaodai finally discerned the features of the individual before her, her face reflecting astonishment. I shall certainly uncover the circumstances of the other branches today. With determination, Zhao Xiaodai hoisted the unconscious Tian Nu and swiftly exited the grand hall. After her departure, a shadow clad in black materialized, kneeling before Wei Zhuang. Leader, just now Nangong Qiushui ventured to Qin Lake, and shortly thereafter, the master of Tianyue Pavilion vanished. The newcomer reported, they are quite quick, especially in their focus on Nangong Qiushui. Wei Zhuang commanded. Understood. The individual promptly departed. Once the messenger left, Wei Zhuang returned to his quarters. Following the recent battle, though he had grasped a hint of divine might, his body bore injuries that necessitated healing. Moreover, Su Chun had gifted him a spirit pearl, which would aid in the swift consolidation of his divine force. Meanwhile, upon Su Chin's return to the floating vessel, Zhuang Xuanji awaited him. Master, my father wishes to meet you. Zhuang Xuanji stood before Su Chun, bowing respectfully. The true master of the Third Qian Bank, one of the 5 wealthiest merchants in the world, Zhuang Mingfan. I, too, am eager to meet your father. For now, I shall remain in Jinling. So there is ample time for you to arrange this, Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xuanji's face brightened. She had initially thought Su Chun would leave Jinling for the capital, but was pleasantly surprised he would stay. Master, I have brought some rare Taoist texts from my father's collection for you, she said, gesturing toward a nearby exquisite box. Jinling, one of the most prosperous cities in the Jiangnan region, boasts a rich heritage. Su Chun intended to trigger certain rewards here. Thus he enlisted Zhuang Xuanji's assistance in gathering materials. I shall not disturb you any longer, master. I will return to inform my father, Zhuang Xuanji said, bowing again before taking her leave. Su Chen opened the small box and began to peruse several texts. Taoist text, the Solitary Sutra of Zen, reward, 1 orange lottery card. The first text granted Su Chun an orange lottery card. However, while examining other texts, he triggered 3 additional orange lottery cards. In total, these rare texts yielded 4 orange lottery cards, lifting his spirits. He promptly utilized them. Acquired from the Sand Flow Organization, White Phoenix, Red Lizard, Song Wolf King, Peerless Ghost. The 4 kings of the Sand Flow Organization. This will bolster Wei Zhuang's ranks with formidable allies, though I am curious about the strength of these 4. Su Chen assessed their capabilities. Not bad. White Phoenix and Red Lizard were at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, while Song Wolf King and Peerless Ghost were at the 7th level. This influx of talent certainly enhanced Wei Zhuang's entourage. At this moment, in the capital, at the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, Bai Choufei set down a confidential letter, a hint of joy gracing his features. It seems you have something to celebrate? Nanlong Rongyan inquired. The deputy master of the North Pavilion from the Tianya Pavilion, Tai Zhongtong, is expected to arrive in the capital soon, Bai Choufei replied. Deputy Master Tai Zhongtong? Confusion flickered in Nanlong Rongyan's beautiful eyes, for she knew little of the Tianya Pavilion. However, when the lord of the Northern Pavilion, Yi Di, and the deputy pavilion master, Ri Ho, previously made their appearance, the prowess they exhibited was merely that of Dan Tian transforming into the sea. In the current tempest of the capital, such a level of strength holds little significance. This Iron Deputy Pavilion Master, a disciple of Yi Di, surpasses his master in strength and has already reached the level of concentration in the sea. Moreover, he possesses a unique weapon, and I believe that even in the capital, Few could withstand his full might. Bai Chou-fei remarked. What? Upon hearing this, Nailan Rongyan revealed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated such a revelation. Contact the evil alliance in this manner and inform them of the Iron Deputy Pavilion Master, Tai Zhongtang's, intention to meet. Just convey that he wishes to see them. Bai Chou-fei instructed. He had acquired complete knowledge of Tai Zhongtang's capabilities through confidential correspondence. Such strength requires no subtlety upon entering the capital. While the arrival of Yao Yue was unannounced, a formidable figure like Tai Zhongtang, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Northern Pavilion, need not be discreet. Furthermore, Bai Chou-fei sought to enhance the reputation of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower through this opportunity. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Nailan Rongyan nodded in agreement. Bai Chou-fei had previously demonstrated strength rivaling that of Dan Tian transforming into the sea in his confrontation with the Money Gang. Coupled with the appearance of Deputy Pavilion Master Yao Yue from the southern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, the power of the Tianya Pavilion within the capital had significantly strengthened, providing them with assurance. Consequently, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower emerged from its predicament. What movements are occurring on the side of the true Martial Academy? After suffering such a tremendous loss, they cannot simply acquiesce. Bai Chou-fei subsequently inquired. The true Martial Academy remains unusually tranquil. After Qin Jiyuan sustained injuries, he declared a retreat into seclusion and has not been heard from since. Nailan Rongyan replied. It seems excessively calm. What are they plotting? Perhaps it relates to the forthcoming full moon? Nailan Rongyan speculated. The full moon is fast approaching, and I suspect they intend to act only after that matter concludes. Bai Chou-fei's thoughts stirred. Many skilled individuals had already clandestinely arrived in the capital, remaining hidden, likely awaiting the full moon. However, given the immense power wielded by the imperial teacher, he must have received news yet remains unresponsive, which is quite perplexing. Chapter 618. The 10 Sword Masters of the Qinglong Society. Song Lunhui astonished in another dimly lit secret chamber in the capital. Kai Jing, the emperor's martial marquis, and a middle-aged man clad in a black robe with a pallid visage convened. Yishang, have you uncovered who seized my false head? The black-robed middle-aged man queried. The middle-aged man was indeed He Yishang, the second leader of the evil alliance known to the outside world. The corpse was obliterated, but based on the scene's investigation, it appears that number 5 was initially intercepted, and the assailants, unable to overpower him, retreated, only to be slain by another party. Furthermore, the one who intercepted number 5 seems to be the nameless entity from the between life and death who departed after attacking you, He Yishang stated gravely. Was it the work of Yin Shisan and Song Lunhui? Kai Jing asked. It was not those two individuals. I had been observing from the shadows for some time, and their departure was in a direction opposite to that of the 5th. The Emperor Wu Ho shook his head. Who, then, could they be? I initially thought I might extract a sum of silver from Dugu Wei, but it seems it will be claimed by others. The Emperor Wu Ho's expression darkened with annoyance. He had incurred significant losses this time. Although he had made some preparations, they were far from complete. The assailants dared to strike his residence in broad daylight, catching him unawares. Should we eliminate the master of the Tiansheng Hall from the Zhenwu Courtyard? He is the mastermind behind this scheme, Kai Jing suggested, glancing at the Emperor Wu Ho. His death can be arranged at any moment, but for now, we shall hold our hand and strike on the 15th of the full moon, the Emperor Wu Ho replied. What are your thoughts on the two from the Tianya Pavilion? Kai Jing inquired. The envoy from Tianya Pavilion, Yao Yu, was able to contend with Qin Jiyuan and even forced him to retreat. The vice master of the Southern Pavilion is indeed formidable. Regardless of whether we pursue cooperation or enmity, we must exercise caution, the Emperor Wu Ho pondered before responding. Just as he finished speaking, a wooden box sprang forth from the wall of the secret chamber. Kai Jing stepped forward and retrieved a note from the box. It bore a single line. The vice master of the Northern Pavilion, Tai Zhongtang, will arrive in the capital in 4 days to discuss the alliance previously established between the Xiaming and their Northern Pavilion. Kai Jing placed the note on the table and remarked, the Northern Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion sends a vice master at this time. The master of the Northern Pavilion was merely at the Dan Tian transformation stage. The vice master's strength likely mirrors this level. Such power may have been formidable in the capital before, but it is now insufficient, said He Yishang upon hearing Kai Jing's words. The Tianya Pavilion is not to be underestimated. They must be well aware of the current circumstances in the capital. To dare come here under such conditions indicates that Tai Zhongtang is not as simple as we might presume. Regardless, he will arrive in a few days. We shall first meet him then, the Emperor Wu Ho stated. Have you investigated the location where the items from the Zhenwu Courtyard are stored? The Emperor Wu Ho subsequently inquired. The items have been located. They lie within the deepest sanctum of the Zhenwu Offering Hall, He Yishang replied. Good. Let us proceed according to plan. The Emperor Wu Ho declared. I shall take my leave now to report the recent events to our lord. He Yishang said before departing through a stone door, leaving only the Emperor Wu Ho and Kai Jing behind. What do you think will be the reaction of the Zhenwu Courtyard after this incident? Kai Jing queried. After this, the Zhenwu Courtyard will be reduced to ruins. The Emperor Wu Ho's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. The organization targeting him, the Emperor Wu Ho, was indeed the Zhenwu Courtyard. This time he would ensure they experienced a fate akin to his own. 3 days swiftly passed. Following the events surrounding the Emperor Wu Ho, the 3 great warlords gradually ceased their slaughter of martial artists from the Jianghu. The Emperor Wu Ho had perished, and the appointments for personnel heading to the South Sea region were temporarily suspended. The entire capital fell into a profound silence. In a dense forest outside the city, Song Luanhui and Yin Shursan awaited someone. Brother Yin, who are we waiting for this time? Asked Song Luanhui, donning a mask. The 4 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society, Fu Hongxue, as well as the 2 sword sovereigns of the Qinglong Society, Yin Shursan replied in a low voice. Following their brief encounter, Yin Shursan believed that Song Luanhui could become a friend and contemplated inviting him into their Qinglong Society. Thus, he brought Song Luanhui to meet Fu Hongxue, Yi Guqing, and Shimen Shueishui. Upon hearing Yin Shursan's words, Song Luanhui's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Brother Yin, I am aware of Fu Hongxue, the 4 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society, but what is this about the sword sovereigns? Song Luanhui inquired. Fu Hongxue had manifested his formidable prowess in Jiangnan, and as an assassin, Song Luanhui was cognizant of Fu Hongxue's reputation. However, he was not well versed in the matter of the sword sovereigns of the Qinglong Society, having never heard of their existence. I am one of the top 10 sword sovereigns of the Qinglong Society, Yin Shursan proclaimed. What? At the moment Yin Shursan revealed this, Song Luanhui, standing beside him, displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Brother Yin, as one of the top 10 sword sovereigns of the Qinglong Society, I have not encountered many who could rival your swordsmanship, Song Luanhui remarked. He had witnessed Yin Shursan's swordsmanship, which was indeed terrifying. Now, with Yin Shursan informing him that he was merely one among the top 10 sword sovereigns, it suggested that there were 9 others equally formidable. If the remaining 9 were akin to Yin Shursan, it implied that the Qinglong Society harbored at least 10 powerful figures of immense strength. The thought was quite daunting. While he was processing this revelation, a figure approached from a distance, a limping silhouette gripping a pitch-black long knife, advancing step by step towards them. Fu Hongxue, the 4-dragon head of the Qinglong Society. Fu Hongxue's image had long been circulated in the martial world, yet they could not fathom how such a person could wield such formidable prowess in the way of the blade. As Song Luanhui spoke, his gaze remained fixated on Fu Hongxue, his eyes betraying a mix of awe and trepidation. The aura of the blade emanating from Fu Hongxue was chilling, and as he beheld Fu Hongxue, he perceived a scene drenched in blood, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Unlike Yin Shursan's swordsmanship, which embodied destruction, Fu Hongxue's blade technique personified slaughter, a truly fearsome individual. As Song Luanhui contemplated this, the menacing aura surrounding Fu Hongxue dissipated, rendering him akin to an ordinary warrior. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, a figure dashed forth from the distance, appearing to flicker in and out of existence before materializing right before Yin Shursan and Song Luanhui. The newcomer wore a black robe, his countenance shrouded in gloom, with a black demon embroidered upon his attire. Zhenwu Mo from the realm of life and death. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Luanhui's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Song Luanhui, did you kill my brother? The newcomer asked, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Yin Shursan and Song Luanhui. As he spoke, a surge of true energy erupted from within him like a raging torrent, bearing down upon Song Luanhui and Yin Shursan. Chapter 619, Shimen Shueishui, The Resolute Power, The Ritual of the Sword Boom. A surge of energy erupted from Song Luanhui, countering the oppressive force of the approaching figure. Meanwhile, Yin Shursan merely flickered his eyelids, remaining steadfast with his sword in hand. On the other side, Fu Hongxue advanced slowly, seemingly oblivious to the three individuals before him. The death of Sheng Wuming is of no concern to us. Seeking us is futile, Song Luanhui declared, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. Yin Shisan, what say you? Sheng Wuma turned towards Yin Shisan. Yin Shisan feigned ignorance, as though he had not heard the inquiry. Are you choosing not to respond? Sheng Wuma's eyes glinted with a sinister red light. Before approaching, Sheng Wuma was well aware of his adversary's past, having slain a newly ascended expert, Jin Feihong, who had just entered the realm of concentration. Furthermore, he had severely wounded the formidable Di Wuho during their confrontation. Beyond that, there were no notable achievements against any other figures of the same caliber. At that time, Yin Shisan had not been the primary force in the battle against Di Wuho, leading Sheng Wuma to underestimate him entirely. Unperturbed, Yin Shisan's indifference irked Sheng Wuma, whose eyes brimmed with the intent to kill, revealing a ferocious countenance. Death's hand. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike, a terrifying force coalescing within his palm, akin to a mountain of malevolence, hurtling towards Yin Shisan. With a chilling gaze, Yin Shisan moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Boom! The immense energy collided with the ground, sending debris flying and creating a massive crater beneath. As the initial attack failed, Sheng Wuma swiftly pivoted, releasing 5 streams of energy that soared through the air. In response, Yin Shisan brandished his longsword, cleaving through the 5 arcs of light. A glimmer of frost emerged in his previously tranquil eyes. Suddenly, he sheathed his sword, refraining from further engagement. Not retaliating? Do you think your inaction will spare you from death? He spoke, a flicker of emotion crossing his features as he gazed toward 2 figures approaching from the distance. One was pale, with raven-black hair and eyes like cold stars, adorned with a crown of sandalwood beads, his white attire as pure as snow, wielding a longsword. His steps were deliberate, his aura ethereal, resembling a monarch or a celestial being. The other figure, also clad in white, stood tall and resolute, grasping a dark longsword. His countenance was severe, exuding an air of coldness and an eternal solitude that resonated from the depths of his soul. 2 formidable masters of the sword. Sheng Wuma's pupils constricted sharply. In comparison to Yin Shisan, Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing commanded greater attention. These 2, Song Luanhui's eyes sparkled with realization. Yin Shisan had previously mentioned the arrival of 2 great sword lords from the Qinglong society. Initially incredulous, he now found himself wholly convinced of Yin Shisan's words as the 2 figures materialized before him. The Qinglong society indeed boasts the 10 greatest sword masters, all of whom are unparalleled experts in the art of swordsmanship. He believes that no assassin organization in this realm can instill such terror. Fortunately, he is a friend rather than a foe. Song Luanhui felt a sense of relief in his heart, grateful to accompany Yin Shisan to a temple on his journey to the capital, able to assist him in times of need. Who are you? Sheng Wuma inquired as Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui approached. At that moment, Fu Hongxue also passed by him, leaning against a large tree, her gaze unwavering. Will you kill, or shall I? Yi Guqing asked Shimin Shui. I will kill, Shimin Shui replied, his eyes calm, exuding an icy aura. Throughout the journey, he had come to understand the circumstances of this world. In his previous life, his swordsmanship had been solitary and unparalleled, yet in this realm, it seemed merely to be at its inception. He had heard whispers of the heavenly gate and harbored a grand ambition to open it with his sword. This was the first time he unsheathed his sword in this world. The ritual of blood sacrifice, invoking the strength of the sea's formidable warriors, began. At that moment, a chilling murderous intent emerged on Sheng Wuma's darkened visage. To be treated as a pawn by others, despite being the strongest among the living and the dead, stoked the flames of his fury. His audacity to confront Song Luanhui stemmed from a deep-seated confidence in his own abilities. Otherwise, he would not have dared to approach Song Luanhui and Yin Shisan. Brother Fu, Brother Yin. Yi Guqing nodded towards Fu Hongxue and Yin Shisan, and the 3 stood together. Indifferent to the battle unfolding between Shimin Shui and Sheng Wuma, they were assured of the outcome. Sheng Wuma would surely perish. As for observing the combat, each of them held personal insights into the art of the sword and required no further enlightenment from others, focusing instead on honing their own swordsmanship. Boom! Sheng Wuma moved, swiftly launching himself forward. Divine might, heavenly demon claw. He unleashed his divine might immediately. Although confident in his strength, he was aware of the 5 formidable warriors surrounding him, ready to strike. His only recourse was to suppress Shimin Chui Shui first. If he could subdue Shimin Chui Shui, he would then escape, believing his speed was unmatched. Raising his hand, he concentrated his aura, and a dark figure emerged behind him, shrouded in terrifying demonic energy. As he grasped with his palm, the demonic energy coalesced, forming a massive clawprint aimed at Shimin Chui Shui. Flash! Shimin Chui Shui remained still, murmuring softly. A brilliant white sword light erupted from his hand, cleaving the descending clawprint asunder. As he split the demonic claw, Shimin Chui Shui vanished in a flash, reappearing before Sheng Wuma, his sword poised to strike again. Sheng Wuma's expression shifted. Transform into shadows, he shouted, his form momentarily dissipating like a wraith. Shimin Chui Shui's strike missed, his eyes narrowing slightly. He underestimated the seemingly unremarkable figure before him. With a sudden shift in his gaze, his mind fell into a deep stillness as he sought to discern the opponent's position. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with clarity, and a formidable aura enveloped him. This aura, steeped in solitude and ruthlessness, infused his sword. With a single stroke, the entire forest transformed, revealing a vast, icy river of sword energy that surged forth toward its target. Upon sensing the might of this strike, Song Luanhui's heart constricted. The sheer force of the sword evoked a profound sense of helplessness within him. His gaze fixated on the point where the sword would descend. Beneath the brilliant sword light, a spurt of blood erupted forth, and a body fell lifelessly to the ground. None other than the recently transformed figure, Sheng Wuma. His brow was shattered, and a grievous wound marred his chest, blood gushing forth with abandon. The previous strike from Shimin Chui Shui had obliterated his very essence. Gazing at Sheng Wuma's lifeless form upon the ground, Song Luanhui could not help but sigh. Fate was truly unkind, arriving at such an inopportune moment. This thought lingered in his mind. Recently, a severe flu had swept through the children, causing erratic schedules, for which he felt remorse. Chapter 620, Heaven and Earth Ghost / by Miao Wanli. No Forbidden Kill, by Lu Wuji. Thunder roared above the capital, with lightning illuminating the sky, and a torrential downpour ensued. Within the tranquil courtyard of the Zhenwu Courtyard, in a side room, Qin Jian stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the rain cascading from the eaves. His left arm, previously severed by Jing Wuming, was no longer empty. It seemed to have been replaced by something, glowing with a dark golden hue, likely a mechanical arm. Are you saying that Tai Zhongtong, the deputy master of the northern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, has come to the capital? Qin Jiyuan inquired, looking at the respectful figure of the Tiansheng Hall master within the room. My subordinate received such news and has come to report it to the steward. The specific source of this information is unclear to me, replied the Tiansheng Hall master. Keep a close watch on by Chou Fei from Jin Feihong Xiu Lu. He is affiliated with the northern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. If the deputy master arrives, Bai Chou Fei is likely to take action. Should there be any movement, report to me immediately, Qin Jiyuan commanded with a cold tone. Understood. With that, the Tiansheng Hall master exited the room, while Qin Jiyuan returned to the interior. Inside, an elderly figure clad in a blue robe was savoring a cup of strong liquor. Do you still wish to take action? The elder asked, setting down his cup and looking at Qin Jiyuan, who had settled across from him. I merely wish to test Tai Zhongtang's strength and probe his background. Qin Jiyuan replied with a calm demeanor. Shall we let the ascetic monk take action? The elder suggested quietly. Not yet. I have 2 others I can employ. Qin Jiyuan responded. You have already lost one. If anything happens to these 2, you may find it difficult to explain to the courtyard master, the elder remarked, frowning. I will only deploy one to probe Tai Zhongtang's depths. Should I accidentally kill him, the influence of Tianya Pavilion in the capital will crumble, and I shall have my revenge, Qin Jiyuan declared. It appears that persuasion is futile, so let us proceed along your line of thought. However, it is worth noting that numerous assassin factions have recently converged in the capital. Perhaps a dual approach would be prudent, seeking to strike decisively. The elderly general downed a glass of strong liquor, his voice cold as ice. The reputation of the Tianya Pavilion is formidable. Certain assassin factions may decline our invitation. If we are to enlist help, we may need to seek solitary assassins, yet their elusive nature makes them difficult to locate, Qin Jiyuan remarked in a somber tone. I am aware of the whereabouts of Miao Wanli from the Tiandi Ghost Slayer and Lu Wuji from the Kill Without Restraint. These two survived the clutches of the Tianjin division in their earlier years, subsequently vanishing from the public eye. With the recent upheaval within the Tianjin division, they have resurfaced. If we can establish contact with them and coordinate with your alchemical creations, do you believe that Tai Zhongtang could possibly survive? The elderly general set down his cup. Surprised by the elder's revelation, Qin Jin did not expect him to have tracked down these two notorious figures, who had been quite active during the reign of Emperor Zhou but had since gone into hiding to evade the Tianjin division. It is likely that enlisting their services would come at a hefty price. No price is necessary. Simply granting them the status of elders within the Zhenwu Academy will suffice. As the overseer of the Zhenwu Academy, you possess the authority to bestow this honor, the elder stated. The elder's status, it seems, has instilled a sense of trepidation in them. Very well, inform them that should they join forces to eliminate Tai Zhongtang, they shall attain the rank of elders within my Zhenwu Academy, Qin Jiyuan declared. Tai Zhongtang serves as the deputy leader of the northern branch of the Tianya Pavilion. His assassination would indeed merit their elevation to elder status. They can strike at any moment, provided they receive word of Tai Zhongtang's whereabouts. I propose we execute the plan outside the gates of the capital, the elder suggested. Let us await news from the Hall Master of the Heavenly Saint. By the way, elder, has anyone from Jiangnan gone to claim the bounty on the head of the Imperial Martial Marquis? Qin Jiyuan inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the potential beneficiary of this situation. As of now, no such individual has emerged, given the multitude of eyes upon him. I suspect he will refrain from immediately presenting the Imperial Martial Marquis's head to claim the reward. I would advise against harboring ambitions for that sum of money. Anyone capable of seizing the head from 3 formidable sea concentration experts is certainly no ordinary adversary, the elder cautioned. I am aware of the formidable nature of our opponent. However, the Zhenwu Academy is currently facing developmental constraints and is in dire need of resources. Without liquid capital, we cannot acquire the necessary means to alleviate this bottleneck, a fortune that could significantly ease our plight. If I were not the overseer of the Zhenwu Academy, I would not be burdened with such concerns, Qin Jiyuan sighed. As the Academy's leader was absent and all matters, large and small, fell under his purview, though the sea concentration experts within the Academy were not beholden to him. I will ensure that we monitor the movements in Jinling City, the elder responded with a nod. The two then resumed their drinking. After a while, as the rain began to subside, the Hall Master of the Heavenly Saint hurriedly approached Qin Jiyuan. The steward, by Chou Fei, and Nailan Rongyan were traveling in a carriage towards the eastern city gate, presumably to greet someone, likely the deputy master of the northern pavilion, Tai Zhongtang. Have we arrived so soon? Remarked the master of Tianxing Hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiyuan furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at the elder Qing beside him. You may leave now, the elder Qing gestured. The master of Tianxing Hall bowed and exited the room. I will notify those two to take action, and you shall proceed to meet the apothecary. Once that is completed, we shall reconvene in the East City. After the master of Tianxing Hall departed, the elder Qing continued, expressing his concern about Tai Zhongtang's capabilities. If that's the case, we may have too many participants. Qin Jian nodded in agreement, and the two then departed. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber, Kai Jing approached the Duke of Diwu. I have just received word that Tai Zhongtang has arrived in the capital today, and by Chou Fei and Nailan Rongyan are heading to the eastern city to welcome him. Do you wish to go out and observe this individual? Kai Jing inquired. This person is crucial to our collaboration with the northern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. I must certainly see him. The Duke of Diwu replied. In the eastern city, along a street leading to the city gate, a carriage was proceeding forward. Bai Chou Fei and Nailan Rongyan were seated inside. We previously released some information about the Deputy Master's arrival in the capital. Now that we are exiting the city, many are watching us. It is likely someone will attempt to act against the Deputy Master today, Nailan Rongyan remarked. The Deputy Master will ensure that the people of the capital recognize the strength of our northern pavilion, Bai Chou Fei stated. It was imperative to establish contact with Tai Zhongtang upon learning of his arrival. Despite the recent emergence of Yaoyue, which showcased a certain prominence, it had not instilled much fear among the masses. After all, Qin Jiyuan from the Zhenwu Courtyard had suffered a severe injury from a surprise attack by Jing Wuming. Yaoyue's true strength had yet to be fully revealed. Therefore, to amplify the influence of the Tianya Pavilion, Tai Zhongtang resolved to make a direct appearance in the capital, ensuring that his presence was known. Should anyone dare to act against him, he would respond with lethal force to deter the powerful figures within the capital. Chapter 621. The Heroes of the World. Tai Zhongtong outside the eastern city gate of the capital, Bai Qiufei's carriage slowly exited, coming to a halt in an open area beyond the bustling crowd entering the city. The carriage sidestepped the throngs of people. Not far away, within the dense thickets lining the road, two figures emerged. They gazed intently at Bai Qiufei's carriage. That must be Bai Qiufei's carriage. It seems our target is nearly upon us. Shall you strike first, or shall I? One of the figures spoke. The speaker was of average build, somewhat gaunt, with a dark long knife strapped to his back. He was Miao Wanli, known as Heaven and Earth Ghost Slayer. Beside him stood a slightly portly man, whose narrowed eyes occasionally glimmered with a cold light. He was Lu Wuji, known as No Killing Taboo. They were indeed the two individuals summoned by Elder Qing from the Zhenwu Courtyard. Elder Qing mentioned there was another from the Zhenwu Courtyard, did he not? I believe it would be prudent to allow him to act first, Lu Wuji suggested. Upon hearing Lu Wuji's words, Miao Wanli's gaze momentarily faltered as he looked towards Lu Wuji, a hint of astonishment reflected in his eyes. In years past, you were renowned as the unrestrained slayer. How is it that you appear so timid now? Miao Wanli remarked. The reason Lu Wuji earned the title of unrestrained slayer was due to his audacity to eliminate anyone without a second thought, hence the moniker. This transformation perplexed Miao Wanli. After all, if I still possessed the same reckless abandon of my former self, I would have perished long ago and would not entertain the notion of joining the Zhenwu Courtyard. To speak frankly, the current reputation of the Zhenwu Courtyard pales in comparison to its former glory, Lu Wuji stated. Were the Zhenwu Courtyard still as formidable as in the past, the two of us would have had no hope of becoming elders within its ranks. However, we must indeed exercise caution regarding Tai Zhongtang. Although the information we previously acquired indicates that the North Pavilion's master, Yi Di, and the vice master, Riho, are both practitioners of the Dantian Hua high level, it cannot be dismissed that Vice Master Tai Zhongtang may possess the strength of a sea condensing expert. Miao Wanli added. Upon arriving in the capital, Miao Wanli had already heard whispers of the Tianya Pavilion. Moreover, given that our target is none other than the North Pavilion's Vice Master, Tai Zhongtang, he has taken the time to thoroughly investigate the situation surrounding the Tianya Pavilion. The Zhenwu Courtyard likely anticipates this, which is why they have instructed the three of us to encircle and eliminate Tai Zhongtang. I refuse to believe that he possesses the capability to survive our assault. As Lu Wuji spoke these words, an aura of danger emanated from him. As their conversation unfolded, a robust figure approached from a distance. Before long, he stood before the two men. After glancing at them, his gaze shifted towards the carriage where Bai Qiufei was located. Not detecting anything amiss, he spoke. I shall make the first move. Should I fail to deliver a decisive blow, you two must swiftly act from the shadows to eliminate him without delay. With that, he settled beneath the shade of a tree, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Observing the imposing figure sitting cross-legged in the shade, both men were momentarily taken aback, sensing the formidable vitality radiating from him. Exchanging glances, they acknowledged that his strength surpassed their own. Moreover, their initial plan was to allow him to strike first. However, they needed to resolve the situation swiftly. After all, the Tianya Pavilion had another member, Yao Yu, in the capital, who could arrive in due time, complicating their chances of defeating Tai Zhongtang. As time passed, a figure appeared not far from the city gate. This individual, though not particularly stout, exuded an extraordinary presence. A flag spear was sheathed upon his back, its tip absorbing sunlight rather than reflecting it. Upon sighting this individual, both Lu Wuji and Miao Wanli's expressions sharpened. The robust man seated on the ground also rose, directing his attention toward the approaching figure. This man must be Tai Zhongtang, the vice master of the Tianya Pavilion. The Tai Zhongtang emerging now is not the youthful version of Ur. He has since taken command of the Iron Blood Standard Gate, earning the admiration of heroes across the land, and is now regarded as the foremost figure in the realm. In the novels of Gulong, there exist two extraordinary men of remarkable stature and unparalleled prowess. One is Tai Zhongtang, and the other is Yan Nantian. Such distinguished identities naturally bestow upon Tai Zhongtang an exceptional demeanor. He lacks the immediate, overwhelming presence that commands instant submission, yet embodies an intangible air of grandeur that instills awe across the land. Thus, many recognize his exceptional nature at first glance. Those aware of Tai Zhongtang's imminent arrival cannot help but associate him with the position of deputy master of the northern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. Not far from the city gates, within a tea house, the figures of Qin Zhu Yuan and Qing Lao, both cloaked and wearing hats, exchanged solemn glances. Through silent communication, they conveyed, Tai Zhongtong exudes an extraordinary aura, one that surpasses even the former northern pavilion master, Yi Di. Qing Lao's brow furrowed in concern. Opposite him, Qin Zhu Yuan slowly set down his teacup, his expression grave beneath the brim of his hat. A formidable character has arrived, however. Even the extraordinary shall not escape and scathe today under our collective assault. As Qin Zhu Yuan transmitted his thoughts, Qing Lao's expression relaxed slightly. The appearance of Tai Zhongtong stirred unease within him, yet Qin Zhu Yuan's words rang true. They were three formidable warriors of the sea, one to confront him directly, while the other two would likely employ stealth tactics. He doubted that Tai Zhongtong could evade their ambush during combat. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, the masked figure of Di Wuho, cloaked in black, also observed Tai Zhongtong's arrival. A remarkable figure has come to the northern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. I wonder what his true strength is, he murmured to himself. At that moment, Bai Choufei and Nalan Rongyan had disembarked from their carriage. Nalan Rongyan noticed Tai Zhongtong's slow, deliberate approach, devoid of any horse or carriage. Is that the deputy master Tai? She whispered, momentarily stunned. She had encountered Yi Di and Ri Ho before. Yi Di exuded an aura of seclusion, while Ri Ho radiated dominance. In stark contrast, this deputy master Tai embodied the essence of a chivalrous hero or a valiant warrior. Indeed, he is the deputy master of the northern pavilion, Tai Zhongtong, the mightiest among them, Bai Choufei declared, moving towards him. However, just as they prepared to approach, Tai Zhongtong abruptly halted. From the dense thicket nearby emerged a formidable figure, whose footfalls reverberated with a thunderous sound as he charged towards Tai Zhongtong. With claws extended, he unleashed a terrifying force aimed at Tai Zhongtong. Unfazed, Tai Zhongtong's eyes glinted with cold determination. He raised his hand, striking lightly, and the energy unleashed shattered the incoming attack. In that instant, the assailant was upon him, fist clenched and launching a lightning-fast blow towards Tai Zhongtong's head. Chapter 622, Surround, Slay, Iron-blooded and unmatched. Bang! Tai Zhongtong raised his hand and struck down with a resounding thud. A terrifying sound reverberated from the site of their clash, followed by a tumultuous wave of energy that swept across the area. The man who had attacked was jolted back several steps, his feet pounding the ground to steady himself, while Tai Zhongtong barely moved. To my astonishment, upon my arrival in the capital, I am met with such a warm welcome. Tai Zhongtong's voice boomed with a formidable presence. At the moment he spoke, the assailant's expression turned icy, his blood surging within him, unleashing a terrifying force. Although his stature remained unchanged, the eruption of energy within him created a terrifying wave of power. Previously, the man had focused on enhancing his physical strength, striving to achieve a singular might that could overpower 10. The newcomer was robust, with formidable vitality, yet as his physical force erupted, an even more ferocious energy surged forth, relentlessly battering his body, giving rise to the sensation of imminent destruction. This was a technique that amplified one's physical prowess, enhancing their lethality. Wrath of Heaven's flames. The assailant roared, crashing his foot into the ground, causing it to collapse, sending debris flying in a spectacular display. He rushed toward Tai Zhongtong, striking with a hand engulfed in violent flames. Excellent! Tai Zhongtong exclaimed, extending his hand as a terrifying energy burst forth from his palm. Bolstered by the formidable powers inherited from the Night Empress, combined with his own rigorous training, Tai Zhongtong's energy was immensely potent, earning him the title of the greatest in his era. With the overwhelming power of the bridal garment technique, he unleashed his might, a torrent of energy flooding forth. The assailant was sent reeling, crashing to the ground, and stirring up a whirlwind of dust, creating a fearsome storm. At that moment, a dark blade of light appeared, slicing toward Tai Zhongtong. The timing of this strike was impeccably precise. As Tai Zhongtong dealt with the imposing figure, he was struck by a surge of old strength before new energy could coalesce. This was not the only threat. A ghostly figure emerged behind Tai Zhongtong, somewhat portly yet remarkably swift, with clawed hands carrying immense power, lunging towards him. Both adversaries moved with astonishing speed, like lightning in a storm. However, Tai Zhongtong's reflexes were equally sharp. Just as the two attacks were about to connect, he deftly evaded them in an instant. As he shifted his position, his hand clasped behind his back, gripping the iron blood banner. A crimson hue enveloped the assailant, Miao Wanli, who had wielded the blade. Miao Wanli's strike missed its mark, and as he prepared to pivot and unleash a flurry of attacks, he was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying aura of bloodshed. In an instant, his mind was overwhelmed by this dreadful energy, plunging him into a fleeting state of confusion. At that moment, the dark tip of a spear pierced his heart's vein. Blood gushed forth, flooding the iron blood banner, intensifying its ominous presence. The crimson flag was retracted, and Miao Wanli collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Wuji from the Killing Without Restraint faction turned pale. He had not anticipated that Miao Wanli would fall to a mere banner. As he sought to flee, he felt an ominous presence lock onto him. With a shift in his gaze, he advanced rather than retreating, lunging towards Tai Zhongtang. His hand transformed into a claw, aimed at striking Tai Zhongtang's head. Tai Zhongtang withdrew the banner and positioned it against his back, then swiftly raised his right hand to block the impending attack. Lu Wuji's strike failed, and in that fleeting moment, Tai Zhongtang retaliated with a swift palm aimed at Lu Wuji's head. Lu Wuji quickly turned his head, but his body was struck by the force of the blow, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Just as he expelled the blood, Tai Zhongtang raised his hand, drawing Lu Wuji's body closer. Grasping his neck, he snapped it with a swift motion. In mere moments, the two ambushers had been vanquished, one pierced through the heart, the other with a broken neck. The brevity of this encounter left the onlookers in shock. Their eyes turned towards the one who had struck first, recognizing the formidable prowess he possessed and how expertly he had executed the timing of his attacks, resulting in the swift elimination of both adversaries. The elder seated within the tea house spoke, acknowledging the weapon's potent aura of bloodshed. Miao Wanli had momentarily lost his focus beneath the banner and was swiftly dispatched. Lu Wuji was not the same as he had been in years past. Witnessing the death of Miao Wanli had sapped his spirit, leaving him vulnerable and ultimately leading to his demise. Without ambition, one is unfit for battle, Qin Jiyuan remarked coldly, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield. There remained one more participant, the earlier assailant. Thunder and flames. He bellowed, a tempest of thunderous energy surging within him. This energy was fierce and unyielding. Beneath the thunder, a terrifying blaze of true energy erupted, both forms of energy exuding a domineering force. As he activated this power, fissures appeared upon his skin, as if he contained an explosive force within. With a single step, he advanced as though traversing a mere inch, manifesting terrifying strength before Tai Zhongtang. Under the weight of this overwhelming power, the air shattered, creating ripples. In his hands, the thunderous energy surged while flames danced voraciously. With a thunderous crash, both palms struck towards Tai Zhongtang. His gaze sharpened as a terrifying, blood-red flag materialized behind him, releasing a torrent of sanguine energy. The aura was formidable, embodying an indomitable spirit. In the time since Tai Zhongtang entered this realm and journeyed to the capital, he had infused the essence of his iron blood flag sect into his divine might, crafting a formidable technique. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled violently. Lightning, flames, and the malevolent aura surged forth, coalescing into a colossal wave that erupted outward like a mushroom cloud. Amidst this explosion, a massive figure was violently hurled away, limbs shattered, blood gushing from the fissures of his body. As his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the blast, he was eager to discern the fate of the individual within. At that moment, Tai Zhongtang emerged from the mushroom cloud, landing before his opponent, his hand rising to strike. With a single blow, he shattered the opponent's heart pulse, extinguishing the life of the assailant. Chapter 623, Tai Zhongtang, dominating the Zhenwu Courtyard, such strength. As he witnessed Tai Zhongtang obliterate the heart pulse of the burly man, the expression of the Emperor Wu Ho darkened. The vice-master of the Tianya Pavilion North Pavilion, Tai Zhongtang's prowess exceeded all expectations. His gaze shifted to a particular spot, where Qin Jiyuan and the elder Qing, concealed beneath their hats, exhibited astonishment. We had underestimated the situation. His energy is overwhelmingly tyrannical, capable of unleashing terrifying lethality. Yet even the formidable foes were unable to suppress him. This Tai Zhongtang surpasses both the Night Emperor and Day After by a considerable margin. How could he possibly be the vice-master of the North Pavilion? Qin Jiyuan remarked solemnly. An investigation is warranted. Elder Qing furrowed his brow slightly. The two then blended into the crowd and vanished from sight. Let us depart. I doubt anyone else will intervene. We should meet Vice Master Tai. Bai Qiufei addressed Nailan Rongyan beside him. At this moment, Nailan Rongyan remained in a daze. Tai Zhongtang's strength had completely surpassed her expectations. Though she was unaware of the capabilities of the three individuals, they were undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, they had been decisively subdued by Tai Zhongtang, highlighting his formidable prowess. What is the matter? Not receiving a response from Nailan Rongyan, Bai Qiufei turned to inquire. I was just momentarily stunned, Nailan Rongyan replied. Then followed Bai Qiufei towards Tai Zhongtang. We have come to pay our respects to Vice Master Tai. Bai Qiufei bowed in greeting. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion falls under the jurisdiction of the North Pavilion, and he felt it necessary to show respect to the Vice Master. No need for excessive formality. Let us enter the city. Tai Zhongtang nodded and returned to the carriage with Bai Qiufei. Bai Qiufei was here to welcome someone. But who could that be? Some individuals began to inquire. Uncertain, but it is likely someone from the Tianya Pavilion. Did they not previously have someone as formidable as Yao Yu visit? Why is another one arriving? That is something you might not know. Yao Yu serves as the deputy master of the southern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, while Bai Qiufei belongs to the northern pavilion of the same establishment. Although the voice of the individual was faint, I distinctly heard him refer to someone as Deputy Master Tai, undoubtedly the deputy master of the northern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. Indeed, Tianya Pavilion is formidable. The speaker was a slender man clad in azure attire, possessing somewhat peculiar ears. Despite the distance separating him from Bai Qiufei and his companions, he managed to overhear Bai Qiufei's words during the greeting. It appears that the rumors from days past regarding Deputy Master Tai Zhongtang's arrival in the capital were accurate. That individual must indeed be Tai Zhongtang, the deputy master of the Northern Pavilion. The emergence of such a powerful figure within Tianya Pavilion raises questions about their intentions. Could there be significant events unfolding in the capital? Some whispered among themselves. What major occurrences could transpire in the capital? Even if there were, the emperor could quell them. Another interjected, the emperor is currently in seclusion, neglecting affairs. Otherwise, how could Duke Wu of the empire have been assassinated and his head severed, forcing us to evade the pursuit of the three great marquises and take refuge outside the city? Hush! At that moment, an individual nearby quickly placed a finger to his lips, urging silence. Creaking sounds echoed as Bai Qiufei's carriage slowly passed before them. As the carriage entered the city, the gathering at the city gates began to stir. In the shadows, Duke Wu of the empire observed the disappearing carriage, contemplating the opportunity to meet Tai Zhongtang. Having spoken his thoughts, he discreetly departed. Inside the carriage, which was quite spacious, a short rectangular table lay across the center, adorned with tea sets as Nailan Rongyan prepared tea for Tai Zhongtang. You should be aware of the identity of the one who just attacked me, Tai Zhongtang remarked. The burly man is likely from Zhenwu Courtyard, while the other two appear to be hired assassins from the capital. We require further investigation to ascertain more details. Bai Qiufei responded. Did the deputy master of Yao Yu from Zhenwu Courtyard not intervene? Tai Zhongtang inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Nailan Rongyan felt a slight unease upon hearing Tai Zhongtang's question. The deputy master of Yao Yu had not engaged further after his brief encounter with Qin Jiyuan from Zhenwu Courtyard, despite exhibiting comparable strength at that moment. Yet, Tai Zhongtang's inquiry hinted at something deeper. It suggested that the deputy master of Yao Yu's true capabilities might not align with what others had witnessed that day. During their brief clash, Jing Wuming had launched a surprise attack, severing one of Qin Jiyuan's arms. It seemed that the deputy master had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Perhaps considering the fragility of their forces in the capital, Bai Qiufei noted. Is that so? Then when time permits, I shall seek an audience with Deputy Master Yao Yu. It is only proper to reciprocate, Tai Zhongtang stated. He had already gleaned some information about Zhenwu Courtyard on his journey and found it quite exceptional. He wished to experience the strength of Zhenwu Courtyard firsthand. Upon hearing that Tai Zhongtang's carriage was to pass through Zhenwu Courtyard, Bai Qiufei's expression subtly shifted, and he nodded slightly, giving instructions to the coachman. During my journey, the envoy from Shifeng informed me that the leader of the Shadow Gate, Hua Liyue, has already been subdued by him. It is possible to reach out to Hua Liyue from Jin Feihong, Shiyu Lu to discuss the incorporation of the Shadow Gate, thereby augmenting the influence of Jin Feihong, Shiyu Lu in the capital, Tai Zhongtang remarked while sipping his tea. Should the Shadow Gate be integrated into Jin Feihong Lu, the latter's power in the capital would undoubtedly surge. A look of delight spread across Bai Qiufei's face. The Shadow Gate has existed in the capital for many years, rumored to have long served the 12th prince, Luo Hong. If Jin Feihong Lu could gather the Shadow Gate under its wings, it would consequently allow him to monitor the movements of the 12th prince. Additionally, with the support of the Grand Prince's esteemed mentor, the aging Taibao Nian Jinluan, and now with the emergence of Tai Zhongtong, the vice master of Tianya Pavilion's North Pavilion, who has forcefully vanquished the 3 formidable sea warriors, it is believed that the crafty old fox, Nian Jinluan, would pay greater heed to our Jin Feihong Lu. This way, he could glean some insights into the Grand Prince's activities. This serves as a means to contact Hua Liyue, urging her to discreetly arrive at Jin Feihong Lu tonight. Tai Zhongtong handed a note to Nalan Rongyan. Subordinate, upon returning to the building, immediately contact the other party. Nalan Rongyan glanced at the note before shattering it. The carriage continued its journey. After a while, the carriage halted at the entrance of Zhenwu Courtyard. Boom. A terrifying aura of blood and slaughter manifested above the carriage, enveloping Zhenwu Courtyard, its formidable force surging like a flood, overwhelming all in its path. Sensing this aura, a fierce power emerged within Zhenwu Courtyard to counter it. Yet it was shattered by the bloodthirsty energy. However, as this pressure dissipated, 3 or 4 distinct auras emanated from within Zhenwu Courtyard, resisting the bloodthirsty force. These energies entwined for a considerable time before finally subsiding, restoring tranquility to the surrounding air. Very well, let us return to Jin Feihong Lu. Tai Zhongtang's voice echoed in the coachman's ear. Chapter 624, Qin Jiyuan's Reluctance. The Zhenwu Order, Tianding Gong, leaves the capital smash. Within Zhenwu Courtyard, Qin Jiyuan crushed a teacup in his hand, the tea spilling forth and dripping onto the ground with a series of soft sounds. After shattering the teacup, Qin Jiyuan's expression darkened considerably. Tai Zhongtang has truly overstepped. Is it not enough to assert his dominance by killing in front of the city gates? But he must also act with impunity at the entrance of Zhenwu Courtyard. Beside him, the elder Qin wore an equally grim countenance. Tai Zhongtang's actions are a blatant slap in the face to Zhenwu Courtyard. You should have allowed me to intervene just now and eliminate this Tai Zhongtang, he remarked. To kill him, even if your protective aura has reached perfection, you may still not withstand his assault. I do not hinder you. Should you take action, it may very well lead to your demise. The elder Qin cautioned the ascetic monk. He can break through my Vajrayana dragon aura. The ascetic expressed his skepticism. His palm strength might not be sufficient to break through, yet the weapon he bore should be capable of penetrating your esoteric dragon energy. The elder in the green attire spoke. In truth, 2 matters had astonished them at the city gate. The first was Tai Zhongtang's manifestation of divine might, unparalleled in iron blood, with an overwhelmingly formidable palm strength. The second was the imposing iron blood flag he carried on his back, which had shaken Miao Wanli's resolve, ultimately leading to Miao Wanli's demise at the hands of Tai Zhongtang. That iron blood flag was extraordinary. To contend with Tai Zhongtang, one must first find a way to counteract his iron blood banner. Tai Zhongtang's audacity was excessive. His appearance at the entrance of our Zhenwu Courtyard today was an attempt to subjugate us, rendering our Zhenwu Courtyard a mere stepping stone for their Tianya Pavilion. The ascetic spoke coldly. Upon hearing the ascetic's words, Qin Jiyuan's expression turned grim. It was Qin Jiyuan's idea to take action against Tai Zhongtang. Now, faced with this situation, he bore the full responsibility. The duo from Tianya Pavilion, Tai Zhongtang and Yao Yu, must perish in the capital to restore the prestige of our Zhenwu Courtyard, Qin Jiyuan declared. This matter requires careful planning and strategy before we act against them. The elder in green said solemnly. Initially, it was believed that after the killings outside the city, the matter would be resolved. Little did they expect that the adversary would deliberately return to apply pressure on our Zhenwu Courtyard, brazenly slapping our faces. Let us momentarily set aside the affairs of Tianya Pavilion. There is another issue we must heed, the disappearance of Sima Yun. From the information currently at hand, it appears that Sima Yun was not taken by someone from Tianya Pavilion, but rather by another party. These individuals did not kill Sima Yun on the spot, likely seeking to extract information about our Zhenwu Courtyard from him. The elder in green spoke gravely. Sima Yun is merely an ordinary steward and knows little about the internal matters of our Zhenwu Courtyard. Qin Jiyuan's brow furrowed slightly. I have conducted an investigation. Sima Yun was likely taken by personnel from the Tianjin office, who may be aiming to seize the secrets of the medicinal concoction you are developing. The ascetic spoke in a low voice. The Tianjin office is taking advantage of our predicament. Qin Jiyuan's countenance darkened further at this revelation. Previously, the Tianjin office did not act against our Zhenwu Courtyard. Now, witnessing our diminished influence, they have set their sights upon us. Is Sima Yun still alive? Qin Jiyuan inquired. The methods of the Tianjin office are rather formidable. Even if he is alive, he is likely incapacitated, and they must have gleaned some information from him. However, it is probable that the Tianjin office will not focus on our Zhenwu Courtyard for a while. Their deputy chief, Lan Jiaocheng, has perished, possibly due to the machinations of Murong Qingchun, who is now actively consolidating power within the Tianjin office. The ascetic remarked, "It is quite normal for the Liu family to possess such capabilities. This realm has enjoyed stability for decades. The recent upheaval is largely rooted in the imperial palace. One wonders what our absolute sovereign, Emperor Zhou, is contemplating?" Qin Jiyuan spoke coldly. "I shall first inform the Lord of the Garden regarding the matters at hand, to ascertain his arrangements, and simultaneously seek his permission to utilize the true martial order," Qin Jiyuan subsequently stated. "You wish to wield the true martial order?" Upon hearing Qin Jiyuan's words, the expressions of the other two shifted dramatically. The true martial order holds a status within the true martial garden, akin to that of the Lord himself. Encountering this token is akin to meeting the Lord in person. With the true martial order, Qin Jiyuan would have the authority to mobilize the formidable experts within the true martial garden. Although they had suffered losses before the Tianyao Pavilion, their foundational strength remained unscathed. It is indeed time to activate the true martial order. Otherwise, the people of the capital may soon forget the might of our true martial garden, Qing Lao remarked solemnly. At this moment, in another location, Shi Mufeng stepped into a tranquil pavilion. Within the pavilion, Murong Fu sat poised, a jug of wine and a selection of delicacies laid out before him. As if entertaining a guest, Shi Mufeng's gaze flickered slightly. He was aware that Murong Fu was affiliated with the 12th Prince, who had recently assumed the position of Deputy Commander of the Northern Pacification Office. However, in comparison to his own status as a right governor of one of the three departments, Murong Fu still lagged considerably behind. Nonetheless, Murong Fu's invitation bore a small emblem, reminiscent of the token Su Chun had bestowed upon him prior to his arrival in the capital, prompting his visit to Murong Fu. "Lord Shi, please take a seat." Murong Fu, sensing Shi Mufeng's presence, rose and gestured for him to sit. Shi Mufeng settled across from Murong Fu, who poured him a cup of wine. "The Xiaolong head wishes to be informed of certain movements within the Ministry of Personnel. The experts of the Qinglong Society have already arrived in the capital and can assist you in addressing your concerns. I shall refrain from introducing myself. I hail from the Qinglong Society of the Second Moon Hall," Murong Fu candidly stated. "Currently, within the political landscape of the Great Zhou dynasty, it is just the two of them. Henceforth, mutual cooperation will be essential." "My apologies," Shi Mufeng replied, bowing in response. During his time back, he had refrained from any investigations, fearing that Shi Bing might discover his actions, which would jeopardize his self-preservation. Previously, when he had heard of Yin Shisan from the Qinglong Society, he pondered how to establish contact with them. Little did he expect that the Qinglong Society would reach out to him first, especially through Murong Fu, who had just been appointed as Deputy Commander of the Northern Pacification Office, thanks to the 12th Prince. It seems that the Master has orchestrated a broader scheme in the capital beyond just himself. I am not well versed in the specifics of the Ministry of Personnel. However, I inadvertently acquired a piece of information today. One of the giants of the ministry, Lord Tianding, has departed from the capital, Shi Mufeng stated gravely. Lord Tianding has left the capital? Could he be heading to the northern 9 prefectures? Murong Fu's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Presently, the only entity in conflict with the ministry is the Qinglong Society in the northern 9 prefectures. Lord Tianding's departure at this juncture undoubtedly suggests he is heading to confront Li Qinzhou, the third dragon head of the Qinglong Society. This matter must be disseminated post-haste. Murong Fu thought to himself. The matter concerning the Shi family has been relayed today. It is anticipated that Shi Bing will perish within the next couple of days. Ensure that you are prepared for the aftermath, as any disorder must be avoided. The Shi family's influence on Xiaolong's strategic positioning in the capital is of considerable significance. Murong Fu stated solemnly. Their cohort has infiltrated the dynasty, Yet there are numerous discrepancies regarding their identities. If they can leverage the Shi family, a prominent clan in the capital, to endorse them, these flaws may be rectified. The Shi family has been discreetly nurturing individuals for such purposes, a common tactic among esteemed families to evade suspicion. Chapter 625. Shimin Chue Shui kills in plain sight. The three great warlords in the deep of night. Within the Shi mansion, a grand estate occupying approximately 10 acres, in a study room. Sir, Zhenwu Feng has accepted the invitation from the newly appointed deputy commander of the Northern Pacification Office, Morong Fu. They have met, a man clad in a blue robe announced. Before him stood a figure dressed in a purple crystal robe, not particularly tall, yet exuding an imposing presence, none other than the current head of the Shi family, Shibing. Morong Fu. What is his background? Shibing inquired. The man in blue promptly responded. Morong Fu was previously a retainer of the 12th Prince, and has now been recommended by him to serve as a deputy commander in the Northern Pacification Office, with a strength equivalent to the 6th heavenly difficulty. Is the 12th Prince attempting to consolidate his influence by recruiting him? Shibing's brow furrowed slightly. What further actions have been taken? He subsequently asked. There have been no additional movements. After meeting with Morong Fu, he did not linger and promptly returned to his own estate. The visitor replied. Continue to observe. I have searched this Shi mansion for many years without uncovering that object. It must be in Zhenwu Feng's possession, Shibing stated gravely. Understood. The visitor bowed and exited the study. The internal flames of the fiery poison within him were becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He must locate the celestial ice pearl swiftly to harness its properties and consolidate his divine essence. At this point, a glimmer of determination flickered in Shibing's eyes. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a resounding crash echoed through the Shi mansion. Who dares to steal from the Shi family? They seek their own demise, roared Shibing, his voice reverberating alongside the tumult. Following his outburst, a shadowy figure darted from the mansion, vanishing into the night, while Shibing's expression was one of fury. The following day, at Zhenwu Feng's residence, an elder rushed into the estate in a flurry. Second Master, urgent news. The family head summons you back to the mansion. The elder, upon entering, addressed Zhenwu Feng. What has happened, Tianbo? Why the haste? Zhenwu Feng queried, perplexed. Last night, our mansion was burglarized. Someone infiltrated the treasury and stole valuables. I am unaware of the specifics, but the family head is furious and has sealed the treasury, ordering me to bring you back. Tianbo explained. Valuables missing? Summoning me back? Zhenwu Feng's expression hardened. The loss of the Shi family treasures had little to do with his return. Why would Shibing insist on his presence? Yesterday, he had just made contact with Morong Fu. Could it be that Shibing has discovered something? Second Master, perhaps you should return and check. Tianbo suggested from the side. Let us go. Zhenwu Feng decided to investigate the matter concerning Shibing. The two quickly boarded a carriage, heading towards the Shi residence. At that moment, before the gates of the Shi manor, a man clad in white, with a chilling gaze, approached the estate while clutching a long sword. Several servants attempted to halt his advance, yet the frigid aura emanating from him deterred them from drawing near. Who are you? This is the Shi manor. A captain of the guards, suppressing his trepidation, demanded. I seek to meet the head of the Shi family, Shibing. The visitor's voice was icy, but his footsteps came to a halt. If Shibing were to come forth, there would be no need for him to penetrate the depths of the manor for bloodshed. Morong Fu had dispatched the message. Upon receiving the news, Shimin Chue Shui set forth towards the Shi estate. Yan Shisan had already made his move, and Yi Guqing had also acted before outsiders, yet Shimin Chue Shui had not. Thus it was he who came to eliminate Shibing. I demand an audience with the family head. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards quickly signaled for his subordinates to summon the master of the house. Before long, Shibing, adorned in a purple gold robe, stood before Shimin Chue Shui. May I inquire who you are and what brings you to my Shi manor? Shibing's gaze was fixed on Shimin Chue Shui, who emanated a terrifying and frigid sword intent that sent shivers through him. He was uncertain of the visitor's intentions. You are Shibing, Shimin Chue Shui stated, his tone flat, yet seemingly seeking confirmation. I am indeed the head of the Shi family, Shibing. Now, would you kindly reveal your purpose for coming? A scowl appeared on Shibing's face, his eyes narrowing with malice as they fixed on Shimin Chue Shui. Qinglong Association, Shimin Chue Shui has come to kill you. Shimin Chue Shui declared in a calm manner. Upon hearing this, Shibing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not heard of Shimin Chue Shui, But he was well aware of the Qinglong Association, especially with Yan Shisan's rising notoriety in the capital. Furthermore, the three great warlords were still pursuing Yan Shisan of the Qinglong Association. His gaze turned towards Shimin Shui. He had never encountered such a person who brazenly declared his intentions in broad daylight. What audacity! With a subtle movement of his fingers, one of his accompanying men quietly departed. The three great warlords were still hunting for Yan Shisan. Although Shimin Shui was not Yan Shisan, he was nonetheless affiliated with the Qinglong Association, and the warlords would certainly be intrigued. Currently, this capital is not a place where your Qinglong Association can act with impunity, Shi Bing declared sternly after the departure of his companion. He aimed to stall Shimin Shui, waiting for the arrival of the three great warlords, with the intent to capture Shimin Shui in one fell swoop. Yet, this was merely his own design, not that of Shimin Shui. As Shimin Shui grasped the hilt of his sword, a terrifying aura enveloped him. The very air around them shifted, as though a flurry of white snow began to descend. A few individuals involuntarily sneezed, swiftly retreating and gazing in horror at the figure of Shimin Shui, who wielded a longsword. Such a chilling blade. Shi Bing's eyes narrowed. A surge of searing energy coursed through his body, resisting the encroaching cold that surrounded him. However, in that fleeting moment of defense, the pervasive cold abruptly converged towards Shimin Shui. What a pity, Shimin Shui murmured. His lament stemmed from the weakness of his opponent, which prevented him from unleashing his full combat prowess. A pity? Upon hearing Shimin Shui's words, Shi Bing furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the nature of this lament. At that moment, Shimin Shui slashed his sword forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Observing this, Shi Bing raised his palm, condensing a violent, searing true energy within it, and struck towards the incoming sword energy. Sizzle! The blazing true energy was cleaved apart by the sword energy, leaving Shi Bing momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that his fiery strike would be so easily severed by his opponent's blade. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sword light was already upon him. He attempted to evade, but the speed of the sword light was too swift, piercing through his body in an instant. Thud! His body collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror, devoid of any breath. With a single stroke, Shimin Shui had slain Shi Bing. After the deed was done, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave with an impassive gaze. However, as he departed, the three great warlords of the capital received news of Shimin Shui's appearance with the Qinglong Society. Although he was not Yan Shisan, the three warlords still gathered and made their way toward him. Chapter 626. The Master Remains the Master. Betrayers meet their end upon a lofty building. Yi Guqing and Yan Shisan stood, clutching their long swords. Their eyes were fixed on the street where Shimin Shui strode forward, his pace neither slow nor fast. You truly understand, Brother Shimin, Yan Shisan remarked, observing Shimin Shui's south progress along the street. One Shi Bing was hardly worth his intervention. He merely wished to witness the prowess of other masters in the capital. Shimin Shui, in contrast to Yi Guqing and Yan Shisan, was unwaveringly devoted to the path of the sword, regarding it as the pinnacle of existence. Yi Guqing possessed transcendent swordsmanship, yet his heart was entangled with distractions. Even in this lifetime, devoid of such distractions, he had yet to attain the level of swordsmanship that Shimin Shui pursued. Yan Shisan aspired to engage in battle with the sword King Xie Xiaofeng, but his path lacked the purity found in Shimin Shui's dedication. To be candid, the task of dispatching Shi Bing could have been accomplished by leaving it to Duan Tianya and Lu Shengpiaoshu in the capital. Yet, Shimin Shui chose to intervene, revealing his intentions to Yi Guqing. Accompanied by Yan Shisan, the three masters of swordsmanship understood that even against formidable foes, retreating was still an option. They did not underestimate the experts within the capital. Meanwhile, within the palace, in a spacious chamber, Ling Cheng, clad in a purple eunuch robe, sat cross-legged. A wave of yin energy circulated within him, exuding a chilling aura that permeated the air around him, forming frost in its wake. In no time at all, as Ling Cheng gathered his strength, the surrounding chill swiftly coalesced around his form. After a moment of organization, he stepped out of the room and into the grand hall. A figure clad in black awaited him with utmost respect. You have been waiting for me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Ling Cheng inquired, gazing at the man in black. Adoptive father, I have just received news that a master of the sword from the Qinglong Society has emerged, named Shimin Chui Shui. He has slain the lord of the Shi family, Shi Bing, the black-clad man reported. What are your thoughts on this? Ling Cheng asked, his eyes narrowing with contemplation. Yan Shisan of the Qinglong Society participated in the ambush against the esteemed Lord Wu. Now, Shimin Chui Shui has brazenly infiltrated the Shi family and executed the family head. The Tianjin Division, or perhaps the Jinfu Division, should take action against the Qinglong Society. Adoptive father, I wish to request your permission to lead a strike against Shimin Chui Shui. The man in black bowed respectfully. Are you still consumed by thoughts of avenging Lan Jiaocheng? Do you wish to exploit the situation with the Qinglong Society to retaliate against Her Highness the Princess, instigating conflict between her and the Qinglong Society, or are you attempting to create discord between me and Her Highness? Ling Cheng's gaze pierced through the man, a chilling light flickering in his eyes. Adoptive father, I am unwilling to accept this fate. I merely wish for Her Highness to pay a price. I implore you to grant my request. The man in black hastily knelt, pleading earnestly. Lan Jiaocheng is already dead. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? Ling Cheng stepped closer, addressing the kneeling figure. Please, adoptive father, grant me this. The man continued to beseech, remaining prostrate. In that case, I shall fulfill your wish. Ling Cheng replied, his voice grave. Thank you, adoptive father. The black-clad man's face lit with joy as he raised his head. However, in that instant, Ling Cheng's hand transformed into a claw, piercing through the man's skull with lethal precision. In an instant, crimson and ivory hues spilled from his fingers. Having become a pawn for Lan Jiaocheng, have you forgotten your identity and your true worth? What use do you serve now? Remember, I have told you before, a master is always a master. Do not harbor divided loyalties. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Thus, I must send you on your way. Ling Cheng said coldly, withdrawing his fingers from the lifeless head. A figure entered from outside, glancing at the fallen body on the ground, eyes filled with regret. He understood the black-clad man's intentions and had previously counseled him. Murong Qing Chun has been appointed by His Majesty as the head of the Tianjin Division. This reflects His Majesty's will, not the decree of others. As the chief supervisor of the three great eunuchs of the palace, absolute loyalty and obedience to His Majesty is paramount. Any actions detrimental to His Majesty will not be tolerated, he stated. Dispose of his body and bury him alongside Lan Jiaocheng. This shall be my act of fulfillment for him. You will take over his responsibilities. Furthermore, with Shimin Chui Shui's emergence, the three great warlords are likely to take action, and the Jinfu Division will undoubtedly mobilize. Keep a close watch on them, and meticulously document every detail for me, Ling Cheng commanded. His Majesty has long wished for Princess Murong to establish contact with the Qinglong Society to gain insight into it. However, Princess Murong has yet to take action. However, in the wake of Lan Jiaocheng's demise, he managed to uncover a fragment of information. The one responsible for Lan Jiaocheng's death was not dispatched by the Murong family. If it was not the Murong family, it could only be the Qinglong Society. It appeared that the Murong princess had secretly conspired with the Qinglong Society to eliminate Lan Jiaocheng. Indeed, remove the body, he commanded, and tranquility returned to the room. Ling Cheng did not linger in the hall, but retreated to a study, where his gaze fell upon several confidential letters strewn across the desk. The rightmost letter was from the Tianya Pavilion, followed by one from the Qinglong Society, and the third was from the Evil Alliance, along with others from the Nether Domain and the Yama Palace. Ling Cheng accepted the position of deputy chief of the Tianjin Division and meticulously reviewed all the powers Lan Jiaocheng had been monitoring. Among these factions, some would require intervention to suppress. Though the Qinglong Society had a subordinate leader in the mountains of Lingnan, there was little else known about them. The emperor intended for Murong Qingchen to engage more with the Qinglong Society. Furthermore, the influential official from the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Tianding, had already discreetly departed the capital for the northern 9 prefectures. A confrontation with the Qinglong Society was inevitable, thus, they were not his immediate concern. As for the eastern pavilion of Tianya, the Kunlun faction had recently gathered a group to besiege it, and it was believed that the eastern pavilion would soon cease to exist, rendering it irrelevant to his plans. The Evil Alliance, being under the direct scrutiny of Chief Shui, was also not a target for him to address. His attention shifted to the Nether Domain and the Yama Palace. The Yama Palace was shrouded in mystery. Rumored to consist of 18 individuals known as the 18 Yama Kings, who had been operating in the northwest, eliminating righteous experts for reasons unknown. Their erratic movements made them untraceable, compelling him to abandon that pursuit. Finally, he focused on the Nether Domain, a force emerging near the northwestern region of Anbei, which worshipped the deity of the underworld and was seemingly intent on incorporating the entirety of Anbei's martial world into its fold. He resolved to report to Chief Shui and eradicate this Nether Domain. Having concluded his thoughts, Ling Chung picked up the letter regarding the Nether Domain and made his way deeper into the imperial palace. Meanwhile, the esteemed Qingwu Marquis from the three great war marquises appeared before Shimin Chui Shui, obstructing his path. Shimin Chui Shui of the Qinglong Society? The Qingwu Marquis inquired, his gaze fixed upon Shimin Chui Shui. Indeed, Shimin Chui Shui replied coldly. How utterly arrogant. The Qingwu Marquis noted the unyielding expression on Shimin Chui Shui's face, his own countenance darkening with displeasure. Are you blocking my path merely to utter this statement? Then please, step aside, Shimin Chui Shui said icily. Upon hearing Shimin Chui Shui's words, the Qingwu Marquis's expression grew even more forbidding. He had not anticipated that a mere assassin would dare to regard him with such disdain. He was one of the four great war marquises. Although the Emperor Wu Marquis was universally acknowledged as the foremost among them, their prowess and capability were far from ordinary. How could he not be incensed by the blatant disregard shown by an assassin of the Qinglong Society? Shimin Chui Shui, do you believe that your Qinglong Society can escape unscathed after the indiscriminate slaughter in the capital? Do you think the capital is like any other place? Qing Wuho suppressed his anger and spoke coldly. Assassins only kill those assigned as targets. Shimin Chui Shui replied succinctly. After the great Zhou dynasty unified the realm, it did not impose a ban on martial arts, but rather allowed the Jianghu to develop autonomously. Over the years, the constraints have lessened. Now, the Jianghu forces have subtly emerged as a dominant power within the great Zhou, poised to challenge local authorities. The capital had been stable until recent years. However, with various factions infiltrating and the competition among the 9 royal princes for power, the management of the Jianghu has become increasingly lax. The tragic demise of Di Wuho occurred, and as war marquises, they sought an audience with the 3 military leaders. Yet the military triad stated that before entering seclusion, His Majesty had decreed that matters of the Jianghu fall under the purview of the Zhenfu Division, which cannot manage them, thus leaving the Jianghu to its own devices. With His Majesty in seclusion, they could not present their case directly and had to collaborate with court officials to bring the matter up during the Council of the 9 Princes. However, the council was postponed due to the eldest princess retreat, leaving Qing Wuho and the others feeling quite frustrated. Therefore, upon learning of Shimin Chui Shui's appearance, the 3 war marquises hastened to the scene. Qing Wuho, being the closest, was the first to arrive, intent on extracting the whereabouts of Yan Shisan from Shimin Chui Shui. Although Di Wuho's head had been severed, the final strike had been executed by Yan Shisan. It was imperative to capture him to honor Di Wuho. You Jianghu individuals have grown too reckless. I wish to see what capabilities you possess. Qing Wuho's visage, as radiant as jade, hardened, his gaze fixed upon Shimin Chui Shui. With a swift motion of his hand, a beam of azure light slipped from his palm, a bronze mace. Despite Qing Wuho's refined appearance, he possessed formidable strength. Wielding the bronze mace among the 4 great war marquises, he did not underestimate Shimin Chui Shui, recognizing the formidable prowess of his swordsmanship. He was uncertain if he could best him, yet he did not need to. The other 2 war marquises should have already arrived. With one of the 4 engaged, the 3 remaining had formed an alliance, united as one. At that moment, atop a high tower, Yan Shisan observed the unfolding confrontation and remarked, "The prowess of Qing Wuho is extraordinary. We must ensure no one interrupts their battle. I shall intercept Zhenwu Wuho." With that, Yan Shisan's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he sped away. Beside him, Yi Guqing followed suit, determined to confront Yu Wuho of the 3 marquises, preventing any disruption to Shimin Chui Shui's duel. In that instant, numerous martial artists from various factions gathered nearby. Shimin Chui Shui does not appear to be an assassin. No assassin would be so forthright, one person quietly observed. Perhaps Shimin Chui Shui is simply confident in his abilities, another speculated. Confidence radiated from him. Even if he managed to evade the Qingwu Marquis, other battle lords would soon arrive, not to mention the individuals from the pacification office were not to be underestimated. One voice spoke up, acknowledging the formidable strength of the opponent, who must possess considerable assurance to act so audaciously. The person exuded a fierce sword intent. Their gaze cold and merciless, unequivocally a master at the pinnacle of the sword path, undoubtedly harboring hidden aces. Some martial artists could sense the sharp sword energy emanating from Shimin Chui Shui, in contrast to the familiar Qingwu Marquis. More discussions arose regarding the recently emerged Shimin Chui Shui. At this moment, the Qingwu Marquis, wielding a bronze mace, unleashed a terrifying aura of ferocity. This fierce energy surged forth like a raging tiger, pressing down upon Shimin Chui Shui. In response, Shimin Chui Shui released his sword's might to counter this overwhelming pressure. His gaze sharpened, recognizing the formidable strength of the Qingwu Marquis. Divine might, heavenly desolation tiger mace. The chilling voice of the Qingwu Marquis echoed in the ears of the onlookers. As the battlefield's sovereign, he sought to assert his dominance through sheer force, unleashing his full power without reservation. The bronze mace was raised high, and the terrifying aura coalesced upon it, manifesting as a raging tiger. Observing the ferocious energy erupting from his opponent's weapon, a flicker of excitement ignited deep within Shimin Chui Shui's eyes. Engaging with such a powerful adversary would undoubtedly elevate his swordsmanship. Shimin Chui Shui had dedicated his entire life to the sword path, and his singular ambition upon entering this world was to shatter the gates of heaven with a single strike. Thus, he conceived the divine might. A sword strike that could rend the heavens, causing the very heavens and earth to pale in comparison. The massive sword energy coalesced in the air like a colossal pillar, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. In an instant, one side was engulfed in ferocious energy, the tiger taking shape and lunging forth, while the other side's sword energy stood sharp and piercing. Before the two forces could clash, the atmosphere quaked, giving rise to a tempest. The spectators were left in awe and trepidation. Boom! Both combatants unleashed their strikes simultaneously. The sword light collided with the tiger's vicious claws. The tiger was cleaved by the sword energy, surging towards him. The Qingwu Marquis spat blood, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes as he growled, "Tiger roar." Explosive fury. A torrent of violent energy enveloped him. The sword energy struck against this protective force, shattering it. However, it was ultimately deflected by the bronze mace in his grasp. His body was sent reeling back, astonished as he gazed at Shimin Chui Shui. Realizing that his divine might have been shattered by a single sword strike, cleaving through his protective energy. Had it not been for the bronze mace's intervention, he might have been gravely injured by that blow. "I will kill you." Shimin Chui Shui, having failed to eliminate his foe with that strike, showed no sign of hesitation. He moved with blinding speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he advanced upon his adversary once more, his sword poised to strike again. "You aspire to take my life, yet you lack the qualification." Despite the perilous situation, the Qingwu Marquis, a battle lord of the empire, was not without means. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he spat blood upon his bronze mace, which swiftly absorbed the crimson essence. Tiger roars, explosive thunder. The vital energy surged rapidly into the bronze mace, and with its explosive force, a fierce tiger emerged from within. Upon its emergence, it let out a low growl, creating a terrifying shockwave. Its sharp claws unleashed a formidable energy, slicing towards the sword light. When Shimin Chui Shui struck, he was pushed back by this wave of energy, and the sword aura he released was also thwarted. "This weapon is extraordinary. It seems this is your ultimate resort," Shimin Chui Shui remarked coldly as he gazed at Qingwu Ho. "Indeed, it is my final gambit, but it is also my most powerful one," Qingwu Ho declared, swiftly swinging the bronze mace, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The brilliant black light shot forth like a meteor shower, assailing Shimin Chui Shui. Shimin Chui Shui retaliated with his longsword. The clang of metal resonated as the sword and mace collided, sending sparks flying. The exchanges unfolded with lightning speed. After his assault, Qingwu Ho transformed into a faint glimmer, drawing closer to Shimin Chui Shui. He aimed to suppress Shimin Chui Shui's sword aura with the might of the bronze mace. In an instant, the sword light and mace light clashed, erupting in a dazzling display of energy. The surrounding air was scattered by this force, and the ground where they fought crumbled, dust swirling into the air. With a thud, both combatants landed. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Qingwu Ho's mouth, yet his gaze turned even more ferocious. "You cherish your sword, enveloping it with your own sword aura, but you cannot maintain this for long," he coldly stated to Shimin Chui Shui. Without responding, Shimin Shui stepped forward and unleashed a strike with his long sword, its speed so swift that it produced a piercing shriek upon colliding with the air. The fierce sword aura transformed into a chilling brilliance, cleaving towards his opponent. The ripples of sword energy radiated outward, causing the rocks on the street to gradually shatter beneath its force. A glint of cold light flickered in Qing Wuho's eyes as he swung the bronze mace once more, meeting the sword's radiance head-on. The clash of the mace and sword aura generated a terrifying shockwave, sending both combatants reeling. Boom! The sword-wielding Shimin Shui felt an overwhelming influx of sword energy coursing into his longsword. While his sword was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to Qing Wuho's bronze mace. To safeguard his sword from being shattered, he enveloped it with his own sword aura. However, Shimin Shui preferred not to remain in a passive position and took the initiative to strike. With divine might, he unleashed a strike that pierced the heavens. The sword light erupted, radiating a blinding brilliance that rendered it nearly impossible to behold. Qing Wuho's expression hardened, and he channeled all his strength into the bronze mace, activating his own divine aura to harmonize with it. The combined forces unleashed a terrifying malevolent energy from the bronze mace, surging forth like a tidal wave. The clash of these powers resonated, and Shimin Shui felt a powerful recoil through his longsword, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. The esteemed Qing Wuho staggered backward, a surge of recoil coursing through his arm. A tingling sensation gripped him, rendering his grip on the bronze club somewhat unsteady, causing it to clatter to the ground. He raised his hand to retrieve the fallen weapon, but at that very moment, Shimin Shui leapt forth, brandishing his sword and delivering a decisive strike aimed at Qing Wuho. The dazzling blade gleamed like a constellation, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. With a resounding boom, a formidable aura erupted from Qing Wuho, attempting to counter the oncoming force of the sword. Yet, the sword's momentum pierced through his defenses and struck him directly. Blood gushed forth from the wound, a stark reminder of his defeat. "I never expected to fall," Qing Wuho gasped, collapsing to one knee. His eyes revealed no bitterness. It was evident that Shimin Shui surpassed him in skill. Qing Wuho had wielded that bronze club, a treasured weapon bestowed upon him by the emperor in years past, capable of unleashing power beyond its wielder's limits. To think he would succumb to Shimin Shui. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at the fallen figure of Qing Wuho. "No one is paid for your demise. This bronze club is your price for this encounter," Shimin Shui remarked, effortlessly snatching the club and making his swift exit, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Though Qing Wuho's prowess was inferior, the might of the bronze club was not to be underestimated. Had his grip been steadier, Shimin Shui might have needed to engage further to secure victory. At this moment, Shimin Shui felt a surge of exhilaration, unleashing a triumphant roar before leaping away, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. As Qing Wuho collapsed, his vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Zheng Wuho sensed an ominous sword energy locking onto him, a fierce aura coalescing into a protective barrier as he scanned his surroundings with keen intensity. Earlier, while traveling, he had noticed the dreadful sword energy targeting him. Thus, he halted, prepared to resist this menacing force, yet the energy remained still, rendering him hesitant to act. With the sound of a long cry, the oppressive sword energy abruptly dissipated. Simultaneously, Yu Wuho found himself in a similar predicament, ensnared by a formidable sword intent that vanished just as suddenly. Both warriors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hastened forward. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Qing Wuho's motionless form on the ground, their faces betraying their shock. "What has transpired here?" Zheng Wuho inquired, raising his hand to seize a nearby warrior. "Shimin Shui of the Qinglong Society has defeated Qing Wuho, but he has not slain him. He is merely unconscious," the captured warrior stammered. With a dismissive grunt, Zheng Wuho cast the warrior aside. Meanwhile, Yu Wuho approached Qing Wuho's side, assessing his injuries with urgency. "The individual is not deceased. Rather, he is merely in a state of unconsciousness. I have successfully staunched the bleeding from his wounds, and with some time for recovery, he shall face no further issues. However, this person wields a formidable sword energy, rivaling that of the one who obstructed me in terms of swordsmanship. You too have been halted by a swordsman, as have I. I suspect the one who intercepted me may be Yan San of the Qinglong Society." I have sensed that same sword intent from the Emperor Wu Ho. Zhenwu Ho stated gravely. 3 masters of the sword from the Qinglong Society have arrived. Yu Wu Ho replied in a low voice. Let us first escort Qing Wu Ho back. The adversary has chosen not to kill him, and in gratitude, we shall retract our pursuit of Yin Shisan from the Qinglong Society. It is evident that Shi Min Shui Shui possesses the ability to slay Qing Wu Ho. Yet he refrained from doing so. The opposing party has shown restraint, and there is no need for us to engage in a futile struggle against them. They are mere assassins, motivated by monetary gain. Their quest for vengeance will be directed toward the one who placed the bounty on Emperor Wu Ho. Zhenwu Ho cradled Qing Wu Ho and turned to depart, marking the conclusion of the fierce battle in this vicinity. However, news of Shi Min Shui Shui's victory over Qing Wu Ho swiftly circulated. Meanwhile, upon returning to the washing residence, Shi Mu Feng and the steward were met with the sight of Shi Bing's lifeless body lying in the center of the hall. A flash of intensity crossed Shi Mu Feng's eyes, though he feigned an expression of horror as he hastened to the corpse. What transpired here? Inform me at once who has slain the head of the family, he demanded sternly of a nearby attendant. It was Shi Min Shui Shui from the Qinglong Society. The servant stammered. Chapter 629. The successor of the Eternal Life Society, Holy Sword Lake, Tai Zhongtang, leader of the Evil Alliance as night descended upon the Tianjin office. The defeat of Qing Wu Ho resonated. The bronze hammer had been taken, and the Qinglong Society's Shi Min Shui Shui, along with 3 sword masters, had emerged. Murong Qing Chen's expression shifted slightly as she perused the secret letter in her hand. The appearance of just 1 master of the sword from the sea would have been manageable. However, with 3 now present, it was evident that the Qinglong Society was orchestrating significant movements within the capital. Who were they targeting? Murong Qing Chen pondered. Fortunately, they did not kill Qing Wu Ho. Had they done so, it would have incited a concerted effort against the Qinglong Society. Even if the Tianjin office remained passive, the military would undoubtedly take action. The military strength is beyond question. The might of the Qinglong Society has exceeded my expectations. Perhaps I should seek an audience with Bai Chou Fei from the Jin Feihong Shiyu building. He should possess knowledge of the impending events in the capital. Murong Qing Chun recognized that developments were imminent. She could no longer afford to wait for her own investigations. Despite having consolidated some authority within the Tianjin office, there remained certain secrets beyond her current grasp, necessitating external inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, she discreetly left the Tianjin office. At that same moment, elsewhere, Ling Cheng found himself within a spacious room. You have visited me twice today, remarked Shui Pingsheng, the former head of the Tianjin office, clad in white attire. As he regarded Ling Cheng, the master of the office, some unforeseen developments have arisen concerning the Qinglong Society. 3 formidable swordsmanship experts from the Sea of Concentration have appeared in the capital. Ling Cheng respectfully reported. The emergence of 3 such experts from the Qinglong Society is indeed astonishing. They must be here to participate in the grand battle on the 15th night of the full moon. There is no need to dwell on it. Shui Pingxing expressed surprise, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. It seemed he did not experience any significant emotional turmoil regarding the presence of the 3 experts. Your recent mission is to annihilate this nether domain. Rivalries within the martial world are permissible, but inciting public sentiment must be eradicated. Shui Pingxing's tone turned grave as he spoke. You shall lead the charge personally, leaving no survivors. His tone was resolute and decisive. This was Shui Pingxing, the foremost executioner under the former Emperor Zhou. The subordinate bowed and replied, I will take action myself. He understood the underlying message in Shui Pingxing's words. He was to depart the capital for the time being. This implied that whatever transpired in the capital, the Tianjin office would not mobilize its experts, for as the deputy master of the Tianjin office, he was not present, rendering the divine guards of the Tianjin office immobile. He could not help but ponder, what scheme are the master and the emperor devising? Yet he dared not inquire further, offering his respects before exiting the palace. After Ling Cheng departed, Shui Pingxing slowly lifted his teacup, savoring a sip. Master of the empire, at this hour, why have you not yet come to seek me? Shui Pingxing's brow furrowed slightly. He could not believe that the master of the empire was unaware of the actions of the evil alliance. However, thus far, there had been no signs from the imperial master's residence, which was unexpectedly tranquil to Shui Pingxing. The Tianjin office monitors the movements of the world, serving as the foremost intelligence agency of the Great Zhou dynasty. The actions in the capital and many places beyond are under constant surveillance. The unusual calm of the imperial master's residence left him perplexed, yet he could uncover nothing. While he was lost in thought, a shadowy figure materialized within the room. Master, the princess has departed the Tianjin office, late at night. She is likely heading to the Tianya pavilion to inquire about the impending events, the cloaked figure reported while half kneeling. Knowing that the princess might visit the imperial master's residence could provide insight into the master's reactions, Shui Pingxing's eyes brightened. There is no need to be overly concerned. Simply keep an eye on the situation. Shui Pingxing waved his hand dismissively. It has been quite some time since the heir of the Chongqing society emerged. Have we yet to locate this individual? Shui Pingxing spoke in a low tone. We have traced the whereabouts of this person. They are not in the capital, but en route to the Sacred Sword Lake. My subordinates have already made arrangements there, and as soon as this individual arrives, we can swiftly apprehend them. As for the heir of the Biliotang, their whereabouts remain undetermined, the cloaked figure hastened to add. The Sacred Sword Lake. It appears that the disciple emerging from the Chongqing society is a master of swordsmanship. However, we must not be complacent. They are likely accompanied by a guardian expert. Continue the investigation, and we must locate them in the shortest possible time, Shui Pingxing instructed in a grave tone. The Zhou Emperor must acquire the elixir of immortality and the secret tome of longevity before the completion of the monstrous dragon. With the monstrous dragon already rearing its head, the recent upheaval in the capital, coupled with the rumored fall of the imperial teacher, will undoubtedly hasten the dragon's emergence. Thus, his time is exceedingly limited. In another part of the capital, at the eastern city, beside the serene Tianyue Lake, the night is deep and quiet, save for the distant chirping of insects. A gentle breeze stirs the figure of Tai Zhongtong, who stands in a pavilion by the lakeside, awaiting a visitor. After connecting with the Evil Alliance, he received word that the Alliance wished to meet him here. A shadow appears alongside the lake, observing Tai Zhongtong within the pavilion, and steps forward toward him. Sensing the approach, Tai Zhongtong turns to face the figure clad in black, entirely shrouded in darkness, wearing a mask that conceals their face. The aura around the individual is restrained, leaving no trace of their presence. Tai Zhongtong's gaze sharpens. This person possesses considerable strength, leader of the Evil Alliance. The newcomer states as they enter the pavilion, their voice hoarse and indistinct. Tianyage Tai Zhongtong, I am here to discuss the alliance between my master and your esteemed organization. Tai Zhongtong replies, Your master? The leader's tone carries a hint of surprise upon hearing Tai Zhongtong's words. The master of the northern pavilion, Yi Di, is my revered teacher. Tai Zhongtong continues. At this revelation, the visitor's expression reveals astonishment. Tai Zhongtong's prowess evidently surpasses that of Yi Di, from the strength displayed at the eastern city gate. It is clear he is no novice in the realm of concentration. He had underestimated the northern pavilion of Tianyage. Our discourse with your alliance pertains to the matters surrounding the full moon on the 15th night. I trust your alliance also sought to forge a bond over this issue. Tai Zhongtong states, the full moon on the 15th is initiated by our Evil Alliance. I wonder what uncertainties you, Vice Pavilion Master Tai, may have. The leader of the Evil Alliance responds, the Imperial Teacher is the mentor to the great Zhou Emperor. His strength is unquestionable. Do you not fear the wrath of the Zhou royal family if we act so boldly? Tai Zhongtong challenges. The Zhou royal family will not concern themselves with this matter. We have received credible intelligence that on the full moon of the 15th, the great Zhou Emperor will seek to break through, at which point the royal forces will gather within the imperial city to ensure the safety of the Zhou Emperor, the leader assures. Is the great Zhou Emperor attempting to breach the celestial gate? Tai Zhongtong inquires, his expression shifting to one of shock as he gazes at the leader of the Evil Alliance. From the information he has gathered, once one reaches the level of concentration, they can achieve fragmentation. The act of breaking through the celestial gate remains unclear to him, as their side lacks relevant data. Not quite. The leader shakes his head. Our esteemed Zhou Emperor is far from ordinary. His cultivation methods diverge from the norm. His breakthrough does not involve breaching the celestial gate, yet it holds immense significance for him. I have come at your invitation to convey this matter to you. In truth, our objective is not solely to confront the Emperor's master. Rather, we aim to instigate a disturbance within the Zhenwu Courtyard through our dealings with him. Our true target lies within the depths of Zhenwu Courtyard. The Grand Alliance leader spoke. Tai Zhongtong demonstrated formidable strength and clashed with Zhenwu Courtyard. Thus, after deliberation, the The evil alliance decided to disclose their intentions to Tai Zhongtang. To challenge Zhenwu Courtyard, Tai Zhongtang was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that their aim was to extract something from Zhenwu Courtyard. Yet, it seemed there was no direct connection between Zhenwu Courtyard and the Emperor's master. However, Tai Zhongtang refrained from questioning further. By revealing the true purpose of the evil alliance, he had already perceived their sincerity, and thus felt no need for further inquiries. Thank you for your transparency. However, Tianya Pavilion will not assist you in your endeavors against Zhenwu Courtyard, Tai Zhongtang stated. Presently, Tianya Pavilion stands in opposition to Zhenwu Courtyard. Should Tianya Pavilion aid the evil alliance against Zhenwu Courtyard, they would merely become a weapon in the hands of the evil alliance. The evil alliance lacks a stronghold and operates as a concealed force, whereas Tianya Pavilion possesses two bases within the capital. Once conflict arises, Zhenwu Courtyard, unable to locate the evil alliance, would inevitably direct their wrath toward Tianya Pavilion. Although Tianya Pavilion does not fear Zhenwu Courtyard, their strength within the capital is not formidable. The last time he showcased his might at the gates of Zhenwu Courtyard, it was with the intention of instilling fear. The deputy pavilion master of Tai harbored concerns regarding potential retribution from Zhenwu Courtyard. Rest assured, I too harbor intentions to extinguish Zhenwu Courtyard in the capital. Moreover, I have received word that Qin Jiyuan plans to employ the Zhenwu order against Tianya Pavilion after the full moon on the 15th. Although Qin Jiyuan serves as the overseer of Zhenwu Courtyard, he lacks the capacity to mobilize the formidable beings residing in the seas of Zhenwu Courtyard. However, by utilizing the Zhenwu order, he can summon the powerful entities within the courtyard to confront you. Having become sworn enemies, we can seize this opportunity to unite our forces to eradicate Zhenwu Courtyard, thereby allowing Tianya Pavilion to supplant Zhenwu Courtyard's position within the capital, declared the Grand Alliance leader. Upon hearing this, Tai Zhongtang fell into contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "Your proposition is indeed tempting. The idea of Tianya Pavilion replacing Zhenwu Courtyard is quite appealing, and I support your plan." Excellent. The Grand Alliance leader's eyes glimmered with delight upon hearing this. Let us meet again on the 15th as agreed. I will take my leave now. With that, the Grand Alliance leader turned and departed. Tai Zhongtang also chose not to linger and left the premises. The night was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. On the flower boat in Jinling, Jiangnan, the lights shone brightly. Su Chen stood atop the grand vessel, savoring pastries while perusing a book. Relishing the moment, suddenly, a figure materialized within Su Chen's chamber. "Greetings, my lord. This is the head of the Emperor's martial marquee. However, upon my arrival in the capital, Sir Yin Shursan expressed doubts regarding the authenticity of this head," reported Lu Sheng, the commander of Bitama, as he placed a brocade box beside him. Yin Shursan harbored doubts. Could this truly be the head of the esteemed Emperor Wu Ho? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, although Emperor Wu Ho had emerged from the ruins, Yin Shursan had struck with a single sword, cleaving the adversary in twain. However, it was noted that despite his formidable prowess, Emperor Wu Ho had not unleashed his 15th strike even while injured, which suggested that he should not have been so easily severed in half. Lu Sheng, the guardian of Tamashiro, observed. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He trusted Yin Shursan's intuition. If that were the case, it implied that Emperor Wu Ho might be feigning death, and they had merely dispatched a decoy. Regardless of the circumstances, the public narrative proclaimed Emperor Wu Ho dead. As long as they presented this head at the black market, they would be entitled to the bounty concerning Emperor Wu Ho. Su Chen articulated. With the head now in their possession, a visit to the black market became imperative. Many were aware that Emperor Wu Ho had been bisected by Yin Shursan's blade. The residual sword energy upon the head served as proof of its authenticity. "My subordinate shall venture to the black market tonight to claim the bounty," Lu Sheng declared. "The black market is no trifling matter. I shall send the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi to accompany you," Su Chen stated. Lu Sheng, the guardian of Tamashiro, possessed strength akin to the transformation of the sea within the Dantian, yet he still lacked a tad in the realm of concentration amidst the sea. Nevertheless, his ability to evade was unparalleled. Should he encounter a formidable opponent amidst the sea, retreat would not pose an issue. Yet, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent for the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi to accompany him, ready to assist if necessary. "Thank you, my lord." Lu Sheng bowed and exited the room, transforming into a fleeting shadow. As Lu Sheng departed, four figures swiftly retreated into the darkness. The counterfeit Emperor Wu Ho, one could only speculate if he would yield that substantial bounty, Su Chen murmured to himself. He resumed his reading, though not for long before Yuan Suiyun entered the chamber. My lord, from Jinling City, the Nangong family, Nangong Qiushui has come to pay her respects, Yuan Suiyun reported. The Nangong family, Nangong Qiushui, has come to visit me? Rising slowly from his reclined position, Su Chun furrowed his brow. Very few were privy to his whereabouts in Jinling. Why would Nangong Qiushui choose this moment to seek him? Had she uncovered something? Please invite her in. There was no need for speculation regarding her intentions. Since she had come to pay a visit, what harm could there be in meeting her? Yuan Suiyun departed. Moments later, a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her face obscured by a veil, entered the room alongside Yuan Suiyun. Apologies for the late intrusion, Master Su, esteemed Su Xiaolong. I beg your pardon for this nocturnal visit. Nangong Qiushui's voice carried a frosty gentleness. Though her features remained concealed, her figure and tone were undeniably captivating. In the celestial rankings, Nangong Qiushui was designated as the second most beautiful woman in the realm, surpassing even Zhuang Xuanji. As Su Chen assessed Nangong Qiushui, she too scrutinized him. Though his appearance may not be strikingly handsome, he exudes a unique aura, imbued with a refined elegance that evokes a sense of fondness in others. Yet, there is also a subtle air of intimidation surrounding him. The young leader of the Qinglong society possesses strength far exceeding the rumors circulating in the outside world. Miss Nangong, please take a seat. I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour. Su Chen inquired. Young leader Su, I have come to request that you cease your actions against the Jile Palace, Nangong Qiushui replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Miss Nangong, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Is it not the Qinglong society that has been targeting the Jile Palace recently? I have heard that Zhao Xiaodai visited Lingnan County to meet with you, Nangong Qiushui continued. Are you perhaps affiliated with the Jile Palace? Su Chen asked, looking at her intently. I am one of the esteemed women of the Jile Palace, and I have been assigned by the Nangong family to oversee operations there. Currently, I am in charge of the Jile Palace in Jinling, she asserted. If you, young leader Su, agree to halt your actions against the Jile Palace, all the cash obtained from the Qinglong Society's 2 branches will be returned to your organization. Recently, another branch of the Jile Palace was also seized by Wei Zhuang, albeit with only half the cash of the previous occasion. Very well, Su Chen acquiesced. It was evident that she had gathered substantial information, having sought him out directly. With the matter laid bare, there was no need for Su Chen to continue his pursuit of the Jile Palace, especially since the task entrusted to him by Zhao Xiaodai had been accomplished. Nangong Qiushui did not anticipate such a straightforward agreement from Su Chen and had been waiting for him to propose terms. I will personally meet with the 7 dragon leaders in Jinling and persuade them to abandon their pursuit of the Jile Palace. However, the Nangong family is an ancient lineage with a vast collection of ancient texts, and I would like to gain access to the Nangong family's library, Su Chen stated, gazing intently at her. Zhuang Xuanji's father was a businessman with a modest collection, and he was preparing to meet with him soon to peruse his artifacts. However, in terms of ancient texts, no one in Jinling could rival the Nangong family, which is why he harbored such aspirations. Nangong Qiushui's beautiful eyes fell upon the array of books in the room, as well as the open volumes beside Su Chen's chaise lounge, and she began to comprehend certain things. It was no wonder that young leader Su possessed an air of refinement. However, it seemed somewhat peculiar for the leader of an assassin organization to be an avid reader. Young leader Su, the Nangong family's library is a restricted area and not open to outsiders. However, I can lend you some texts for your perusal. May I inquire which subjects you are particularly interested in? Having made concessions earlier, she felt it was only fitting to reciprocate. Although Su Chen could not enter the library, she could assist him by borrowing some works. Thank you, Miss Nangong. A hint of delight appeared on Su Chen's face. In recent times, he had nearly finished perusing the collection of books amassed by the Zhuang family and had accumulated 3 orange lottery cards. As he pondered ways to trigger another lottery, unexpectedly, Nangong Qiushui presented him with one. With the matter settled, the two no longer appeared as restrained as before and began to converse. Although Nangong Qiushui's voice was as gentle as ice, she was quite magnanimous in nature, as evidenced by her direct approach towards Su Chen. After a brief exchange, Nangong Qiushui took her leave, but not before leaving behind a token representing the Nangong family and her personal insignia. It was a pity not to have seen her visage. He placed the token into his spatial ring and instructed Yuan Suiyun to notify Wei Zhuang to cease any actions against the Paradise Palace. The adversary had already discovered their movements and taken precautions, rendering further efforts futile. It was unexpected to learn that Nangong Qiushui was one of the esteemed ladies of the Paradise Palace. He wondered what cultivation method she practiced. However, her visit afforded him the opportunity to connect with an ancient aristocratic family. Su Qin mused. Perhaps, through this encounter with Nangong Qiushui, fortune would smile upon him. He recalled the 3 orange lottery cards in his mind and decided to draw without hesitation. Acquired the character Heibai Xuanzhan, obtained the weapon Xuanzhan, and received 1 Wei Zhuang's divine insight card. A smile of delight spread across Su Qin's face upon reviewing the results of this lottery. Heibai Xuanzhan, a character from the King's Avatar and the 9 Songs of the Sky, was a top-tier assassin known for his bloodthirsty cruelty. Su Qin promptly examined the character's information, discovering that Heibai Xuanzhan's strength surpassed Wei Zhuang, reaching the level of sea condensing, though no further notes were provided. However, with his weapon in hand, he was undoubtedly a formidable force among the sea condensing realm. The divine insight card for Wei Zhuang was designed to assist him in coalescing his divine force. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qin utilized the divine insight card. At that moment, in a clandestine underground chamber, Wei Zhuang, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly experienced a profound shift in his demeanor. A surge of immense energy flooded into his body, subtly stirring the divine force he had yet to coalesce. His gaze sharpened as he focused his mind, immersing himself in the experience, aligning it with his inner thoughts. As his comprehension deepened, a distinctive aura began to emanate from Wei Zhuang. Meanwhile, in the underground black market of Jinling City, often referred to as the ghost market in various locales, the atmosphere was markedly different. In other regions, ghost markets were chaotic, a melting pot of diverse elements, offering items rarely found in conventional marketplaces. Yet, the black market in Jinling was exceptional. Established long before his arrival, it had evolved into a sophisticated system over time. It housed money houses, taverns, assassin organizations, and a myriad of other entities. The reputation of Jinling's underground money houses had remained unblemished for millennia. Otherwise, the bounties issued by the Duke of Imperial Martial Arts would not have circulated within the confines of Jinling's black market. Within this black market, numerous elite factions thrived, each possessing considerable power, yet they refrained from expanding beyond the borders of the Jinling underground. Additionally, the size of Jinling's black market was commensurate with the city's vastness. The black market was as expansive as Jinling itself. Beneath the city of Jinling lies a clandestine black market, with its entrances scattered around the outskirts of the city. One such entrance is found within a vast cavern. Lu Shengdanma, clad in dark garments and carrying a bundle, steps into this shadowy realm. The cavern is expansive, populated by others similarly draped in black cloaks, their faces obscured. This attire is commonplace, given that it is one of the entrances to the black market. Lu Shengdanma is destined for one of the underground factions, the Ghost Tomb, from which a bounty has been issued. Thus, he must venture there to collect his reward. In the dimly lit streets, throngs of martial artists traverse the shadows, unperturbed by the darkness that envelopes them. Soon, Lu Shengdanma finds himself before a money house, prominently displaying a colossal character for wealth, beneath which looms a fierce demonic visage, casting an ominous shadow. The entrance is sparsely populated, lending an air of desolation. After all, the large money house of the Ghost Tomb does not entertain just anyone. Inside, a gaunt elder dozes off, while a young attendant rests his head on the counter. Upon Lu Shengdanma's entrance, both awaken abruptly, their eyes fixating on him. Paying them no heed, Lu Shengdanma approaches the elder, placing his bundle upon the counter. The elder inspects the package, his gaze sharpening. With a slight lift of his hand, he uncovers the head within, his expression shifting dramatically. "Please wait, esteemed guest. I shall complete the appraisal within the hour," he declares, taking the bundle and retreating to the back of the establishment. Lu Shengdanma does not object. The rules of the Jinling black market ensure that upon entering the money house, he is under the dual protection of both the Ghost Tomb and the black market. Once the appraisal is concluded and he receives his reward, he will be safeguarded by the experts of both factions as he departs the market. Beyond its confines, however, he must rely solely on his own abilities. In a dimly lit small building, 3 individuals are seated. A corpulent man, his face a mask of excess, devours meat voraciously, while beside him sits an elderly man clad in a flowing black robe, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Opposite them is a woman adorned in a blue palace gown, the very matriarch of the pleasure palace. The head of the Emperor Wu Ho rests here. The elder has already verified its characteristics, confirming its identity. The wound, a clean gash made by a blade, bears the unmistakable mark of an exceptionally fierce sword strike. There are no extraneous marks, suggesting it was indeed delivered by Yin Shi-san of the Azure Dragon Society. This Yin Shi-san possesses formidable swordsmanship. Among those I know, only 5 can rival him, and none surpass him. The traces left by his technique are inimitable, confirming that this is undoubtedly the head of Emperor Wu Ho. The elder in the black robe speaks solemnly. The Azure Dragon Society is indeed remarkable. I have heard whispers of another sword master among them, known as Yi Guqing, remarks the matriarch, her voice low and contemplative. His swordplay is extraordinarily ethereal and fierce, evoking a sense of celestial transcendence. In her heart, she still harbored a modicum of gratitude towards the Qinglong Society and Tianyao Pavilion. They had slain the formidable Dugu Beidu, who was the progenitor of her eldest son. This act had afforded her son greater opportunities for advancement. However, she was perplexed by the identity of the individual who had audaciously seized the head of the Imperial Marshal Marquis at the last moment. What was the extent of this person's prowess? The Lady of Bliss spoke. The incident involving the encirclement and assassination of the Imperial Marshal Marquis had already spread throughout the capital. The 5 great sea-based experts had besieged the Marquis, resulting in the demise of 2 powerful warriors and severely wounding him, only for him to ultimately be slain by Yin Shi-san's singular sword strike. Yet, in a twist of fate, someone had managed to abscond with the Marquis's head at the crucial juncture, akin to a cunning bird waiting in the shadows. This matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of our ghost tomb. We merely facilitate the bounty for you. We are unable to disclose the strength of the opposing party. Now that the head has been procured, it is time for us to dispense the reward. However, you still owe us 15 million taels in cash, which, Ghost Tomb, can front for you. Yet, within a month, you must produce 30 million taels in cash, the elder in the black robe pronounced coldly. To demand such a sum right from the outset was a tactic of their financial institution. Upon hearing this, the Lady of Bliss's expression stiffened slightly. Had it not been for the robbery at the Palace of Bliss, her funds would have been amassed long ago, and she would not be facing a deficit of 15 million taels. Initially, she had hoped that the other party would not claim the bounty so swiftly, granting her time to gather the necessary funds. However, the opposing party had afforded her no such luxury. Reluctantly, she resolved to comply. Very well, but I must take the head with me, the Lady of Bliss asserted. No problem. The elder in the black robe nodded in agreement. Bring them in, he commanded. Creaking, the door swung open, and the elder who had previously attended to Lu Sheng and Tamashu entered. He presented the bounty amount to the other party, who could opt for universal gold notes valid across the nation's black market or choose from various commercial establishments nationwide. Furthermore, should the esteemed guest desire, they could provide a black card from our ghost tomb. Understood. The elder bowed and exited the room. Old Qin, do you hold the other party in high regard? The Lady of Bliss inquired as she stood before the head of the Imperial Marshal Marquis. To escape from 3 formidable sea-based experts, I certainly regard him highly, replied the elder in the black robe. Indeed, that is true. However, I hope they can depart safely from Jinling City. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, the Lady of Bliss remarked, wrapping the head of the Imperial Marshal Marquis before turning to exit through another door. After her departure, the man indulging in meat turned to the elder in black, saying, Old Qin, do you suspect there is something amiss with the head of the Imperial Marshal Marquis? Amiss? I haven't perceived anything of the sort. I merely find it hard to fathom how the Imperial Marshal Marquis could be so easily decapitated. He was renowned as the foremost Marshal Marquis, appointed by the Zhou Emperor to succeed Dugu as the overseer of the South Sea region, possessing both exceptional intelligence and strength. He should not have fallen so readily. Yet, the battlefield reports confirm that he was indeed slain by Yin Shi-san's sword. The residual sword energy on the head is irrefutable. The elder in the black robe spoke in a deep voice. So you intend to provide the visitor with a black card. It serves as both a test and a precautionary measure. The corpulent man took a hearty bite of meat, then set it down, wiping his greasy hands across his chest before standing. If it is a counterfeit, Perhaps even the other party is unaware. I will ensure that individual departs safely while attempting to discern any hidden truths. With that, he turned and exited the room. Boom, boom. Each footfall reverberated through the ground, creating a sensation of tremor. However, once he left the room, the other's footsteps fell silent, indicating a remarkable mastery over his own strength. Outside the money house, the guardian, Lu Shengdanma, emerged from the ghost tomb, money house, and blended into the bustling crowd. He entered a dimly lit alley where a dark mist enveloped him. As the smoke dissipated, the alley was void of any presence. Observers stationed around the ghost tomb were momentarily stunned by this development. They searched the surroundings, but found nothing, while the accompanying corpulent man was equally taken aback, recognizing the impressive concealment technique. But do not underestimate the ghost tomb. As he spoke, a flying insect materialized in his hand, darting towards a specific direction. After a period of trailing, the insect halted amidst a shadowy current. Remarkable. After all these years, there are still those capable of evading the colorless, odorless, soul-chasing insects. No wonder they were able to seize the head of the Emperor Marshal Marquis amidst the powerful figures of the sea. Truly cautious. If you do not wish for our protection, then rely on yourself, the corpulent man declared before departing. Shortly thereafter, the bounty for the Emperor Marshal Marquis was rescinded from the ghost tomb. Instantly, the entire black market was set abuzz. Some spies surrounding the ghost tomb quickly recalled the figure in black robes, whom they had lost track of, Lu Shengdanma. It was him. He has claimed the bounty. The news spread swiftly. Not only was the black market stirred, but major forces within Jinling City also began to mobilize. The reward was too substantial for anyone to ignore. Although leads were scant, it was believed that finding the individual would be feasible. Meanwhile, Madame Gile, bearing the head of the Emperor Marshal Marquis, appeared in a modest courtyard within Jinling City. In the still of the night, a room remained brightly lit. Dugu Weiwa, clad in a brocade robe, occupied the space. Madame Gile, dressed in a blue palace gown, pushed open the door and entered. The head of the Emperor Marshal Marquis has been delivered to the black market. The bounty has already been collected. I trust many will seek this individual in Jinling City come morning. As she spoke, she laid the severed head before Dugu Weiwa. Dugu Weiwa gazed at the darkened parcel, and with a wave of his hand, a blade of energy sliced through the wrappings, revealing the severed head of the Emperor Marshal Marquis before him. Approaching, Dugu Weiwa examined the cleaved surface. The blood had long since dried, yet traces of sword energy lingered. To retain such sword energy after so long, the swordsmanship of the Qinglong Association, Yen Shursan, is profoundly deep. Feeling the sword energy emanating from the head of the Emperor Wu Ho, suddenly, Dugu Wei's expression tightened, and he spoke in a grave tone. Emperor Wu Ho, it seems I have underestimated you. What is it? This head is problematic. This is not the true head of Emperor Wu Ho. He once served under my command, and although others may not discern it, it cannot escape my keen eye. It appears that the one who ultimately took the head of Emperor Wu Ho orchestrated this himself, exchanging the power of the South Sea region for the bounty I offered you, is it not? Dugu Wei spoke coldly. I shall head to the ghost tomb immediately. No need. Emperor Wu Ho's actions have already indicated that he will not make an appearance, so there is no need to expose this fact. Revealing the truth would be detrimental to us. However, we must still reclaim that bounty. You should be able to find a way to identify this person by bringing back the head and the package. Inform Zhuge Duan and Du Feng Lei to assist you in retrieving the bounty from him. The reward from Emperor Wu Ho is not easily obtained. Dugu Wei was stated. You understand me well. I have no intention of allowing this bounty to leave Jinling City. A confident expression appeared on the face of Madame Gile. Her motive for bringing back the head and the package was not solely for Dugu Wei's sake. It was also because the package and the head were brought by the other party, and in such a short time, they would undoubtedly carry the scent of the individual. As long as she memorized that scent, she would be able to track them down. Chapter 633, The Nangong Family, Nangong Wentian. Madame Gile wrapped the head of Emperor Wu Ho and turned to leave. Within 3 days, I shall return with the bounty, Madame Gile proclaimed as she departed. At this moment, in a dimly lit corner of a street, Lu Shengdanma Shou appeared, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. With a subtle movement of his hand, 4 figures materialized before him. Indeed, it was the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi accompanying him. This is the bounty gold ticket. Please deliver it to our master. We shall wait a while before visiting him. Luo Hong said. He did not underestimate the martial artists of this world, aware that they might find him through various means. Therefore, he would refrain from visiting Su Chun for the time being to avoid causing him any trouble. One of the four ghosts of Xiangxi accepted the gold ticket, and the four transformed into a shadow, swiftly departing. Within the flower boat on Jinling Lake, four figures flashed through the window and entered. Master, we have secured the bounty gold. Mr. Luo Hong is concerned about being tracked. Hence he will not be visiting you for the time being, one spoke. Su Chun placed the gold ticket into his spatial ring. This was indeed the largest fortune he had acquired. A single bounty amounting to 10 million taels of gold, rewarded with an orange lottery card. As Su Chun placed the gold ticket into the spatial ring, he unexpectedly received an orange lottery card. Excellent. Su Chun nodded in approval. The four figures swiftly vanished before Su Chun. After their departure, Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. The martial artists of the great Zhou Jianghu were filled with extraordinary talents and peculiar happenings. It was entirely possible they might track down Luo Hong. He decided it was prudent to send someone to provide protection. He then summoned He by Xianjian. When He by Xianjian was summoned, Su Chun had already instructed Yuan Sui Yun to inform him of the circumstances in this world, particularly concerning the city of Jinling and certain aspects of Jiangnan. He by Xinshan, adorned in azure garments, with his limbs elegantly bound, exhibits a tall and slender stature. His blue headband, casually securing his dark tresses, sways lightly in the breeze, accompanied by a few stray strands of hair and a fluttering red ribbon. His black belt accentuates his carefree demeanor, yet his gaze is profound, shadowed by sorrow, and marred by a chilling scar that lends him an air of cold disdain. Heibai Xinshan embodies a paradox, a bloodthirsty assassin, yet simultaneously a tender-hearted romantic, devoted to a singular love that is steeped in melancholy. Alas, it is a tragic affair. Su Chen's eyes fell upon the weapon in Xuanshan's grasp. The dual blades, one black and one white, are named Xinshan. The black blade claims lives, while the white blade serves as a guardianess sword. It is said that the white sword protects kin, while the black sword is wielded against foes. I require you to safeguard someone. Leave no survivors. Su Chen commanded. Understood, came Xuanshan's succinct reply. You shall escort Mr. Xinshan and contact Luo Hong. Su Chun instructed the concealed figures of the four ghosts of Xiangxi. In another part of Jinling, within the largest estate of the city, one could only expect such grandeur from an ancient family, the esteemed Nangong clan, the foremost lineage of Jinling. Dressed in a flowing black gown, Nangong Qiushui entered a secret chamber. Inside, two individuals awaited her. One, clad in a brocade robe, bore an imposing visage, appearing to be around 40 years of age, with a complexion as smooth as jade and an elongated frame. This was Nangong Wentian, the head of the Nangong family. Beside him stood a woman in a purple gown, her features mirroring those of Nangong Qiushui, yet her eyes held a softer warmth, while Qiushui's gaze was decidedly more frigid. This was Nangong Yiren, the twin sister of Nangong Qiushui. Nangong Wentian had no sons, only two daughters. While many in the martial world took multiple wives, he remained steadfastly devoted to but one, his late wife, a childhood sweetheart who tragically perished during childbirth. Since that day, he had not allowed his heart to wander toward any other woman. Have you encountered the leader of the Qinglong Association? Nangong Wentian inquired. Yes, father, I have met him. He is somewhat different from my expectations. His strength seems to surpass my own, and he does not bear an arrogant demeanor. He has agreed to refrain from further actions against the Jile Palace. However, it appears that the true commander of the Qinglong Association in Jinling is not the fourth dragon head, Fu Hongxue, but rather the seventh dragon head, Wei Zhuang, which contradicts our previous assumptions. Nangong Qiushui reported. The seventh dragon head, Wei Zhuang? I did not anticipate that alongside the fourth dragon head, Fu Hongxue, the Qinglong Association would also have a seventh dragon head, Wei Zhuang. In Jiangnan, Nangong Wentian replied solemnly. The Qinglong Society is not to be underestimated. The four dragons leader, Fu Hongxue, the three dragons leader, Li Qinzhou, and the swordsmanship master, Yan Shisan, are all formidable figures in the maritime realm. The emergence of the Qinglong Society in Jiangnan is likely to instigate significant upheaval. Nangong Wentian then spoke. Father, in truth, Su Xiaolong wishes to gain access to our Nangong family's library. I have already declined, yet I have promised to send him some ancient texts. If we foster a good relationship with the Qinglong Society, We may secure a collaboration, which would prevent them from accepting any assassination contracts against members of the Nangong family. Nangong Xiushui interjected, Sister, should I approach Su Xiaolong? Nangong Yiren, who had been listening, spoke up. Although Su Xiaolong does not exude an air of arrogance, I perceive a resolute intellect in him, indicating he is no ordinary individual. Yiren, it would be prudent to limit your interactions. Nangong Xiushui observed Nangong Yiren, who remained silent, her eyes glinting with determination, suggesting she would not heed her sister's counsel. Recently, news from the black market indicated that the bounty for the Emperor Wu Ho had been claimed, yet no one in the black market had kept watch over the claimant. However, the sum was substantial, and if someone were to locate this individual, the Nangong family would certainly seek their share. Nangong Wentian remarked, given the considerable amount, the Nangong family is also interested. This bounty likely originated from the Jile Palace, and the Madam of Jile will pursue it. Nevertheless, the individual who dared to claim the bounty at this time must possess some hidden cards. Thus, we should observe before deciding to act. Nangong Xiushui added. Ordinary individuals would typically wait for the uproar to subside before claiming a bounty. After all, with the death of Emperor Wu Ho, many eyes are fixated on this reward. Yet, the audacity of the claimant suggests a degree of confidence. I have dispatched spies to locate the Madam of Jile. Once she is found, we will likely discover the claimant. At that point, while the two parties are at odds, we shall profit from their conflict. You need not involve yourselves. I will have others from the Nangong family take action, Nangong Wentian concluded. The following day, at dawn, martial artists throughout Jinling City were abuzz with discussions regarding the bounty claimed from the black market for Emperor Wu Ho. Many were on the hunt for the individual who had taken the bounty. The atmosphere among the martial artists in Jinling was one of fervent excitement. Wealth is a powerful motivator. With such a considerable sum at stake, who wouldn't be driven to madness? Just a sliver of that fortune could elevate one to greatness. Some factions even offered their own bounties for any leads that could lead to the claimant. In a courtyard within the city, 3 figures descended. At the forefront was Madam of Jile, accompanied by 2 others. One was tall and clad in a dark blue robe, sporting a short beard and a smile. Appearing to be around 50 years of age, though his true age was undoubtedly greater. This man was known as Zhuge Duan, a guest scholar at the residence of Dugu Wei. The other was a robust man, bearing a large sword that appeared both hefty and formidable. Alongside him was his subordinate, Du Fenglei. Having just departed, Zhuge Duan assessed the courtyard's condition and remarked, "It seems that only one individual has left traces here. This individual possesses a complex mind. After receiving his bounty last night, he did not immediately depart from the city of Jinling, opting instead to linger within its confines. This unexpected choice may baffle others. Yet he cannot elude my grasp." As Lady Jile spoke, a black butterfly materialized in her hand. The butterfly circled the courtyard before flying towards a particular direction. Lady Jile captured the butterfly, following its guidance to the eastern city of Jinling. Did he leave this morning, perhaps accompanying the group of martial artists exiting the city? Blending into the search party? "Madam, shall we pursue?" one inquired. "Knowing he is outside the city, if we act by day, we will surely attract too many onlookers. By night, we can strike decisively and swiftly eliminate him," Lady Jile declared. Chapter 634. The winds and thunder stir. The black and white Xianjian emerges in the darkness. Within a dilapidated temple, Lu Sheng Danma Shou lay against a wooden pillar, clutching his long sword. His dark robe enveloped his figure, a black cloth shrouding his face, revealing only his grave eyes. This morning, he sensed he was being watched, a gut feeling that gnawed at him. He pondered intently where he might have revealed a flaw, or what could have led his pursuers to him. The stillness of the surroundings accelerated his thoughts. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within his eyes. He discerned where he had erred. To his astonishment, someone had managed to trace his whereabouts through a mere trace of lingering scent. Lu Sheng Danma Shou mused inwardly before closing his eyes to meditate. Boom! At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, transforming the pitch-black night into a fleeting daylight. Whoosh! 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 3 figures materialized outside the temple, with Lady Jile leading the way. Her gaze fell upon the dilapidated structure before her. "The weather today truly aids my endeavors," Lady Jile remarked, observing the tempestuous skies. Such weather concealed the sounds of battle, as the roars of thunder masked any commotion. "Let us discover who lies within," she urged, pushing open the temple's grand door and stepping inside. Inside the temple, Lu Sheng Danma Shou, leaning against the wooden pillar, swiftly changed countenance, his form shifting into concealment. The three figures entered the shadowy temple, unaware of any presence within. Lady Giles' expression sharpened as the butterfly she had released earlier took flight. Boom. At that moment, thunder crashed, and a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. In that instant, a blade of light appeared, cleaving the butterfly in two. Yet, in executing his strike, he inadvertently revealed his own aura. Beside Lady Giles, Du Fenglai, bearing a long knife, suddenly emitted a fierce glint from his eyes. With a decisive motion, he grasped the hilt of his blade and unleashed a terrifying arc of energy. Lu Sheng Danma Shou retreated swiftly, gripping his long sword with both hands and countering with a powerful slash. Bang! He was violently propelled against the wall by the overwhelming force of the blade, creating a gaping hole as he crashed outside the temple. As he fell, the assailant propelled himself off the ground with a powerful thrust, launching into the air and delivering a devastating punch. The decrepit temple's walls crumbled instantly as he emerged, blocking the path of Yagyu Tamakatsu. You shall not escape while I stand in your way. Surrender that stack of gold notes, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Lady Paradise followed closely behind, her face etched with frost. The black butterfly she had painstakingly nurtured was severed by Yagyu Tamakatsu's blade, and now she harbored a desire to rend him apart. Yet, the gold notes remained in his possession, and she was determined to reclaim them. Yagyu Tamakatsu maintained his composure, his gaze sharp as he assessed the three adversaries. Lady Paradise and the initial assailant exuded an overwhelming pressure, suggesting their prowess was at the level of sea concentration. As for the elderly man in the dark blue robe, his aura fluctuated, indicating he was at the realm of Dan Tian transformation. We must incapacitate him first, Lady Paradise declared coldly. With a thunderous roar, Du Fenglai surged forward, attacking Yagyu Tamakatsu with a sweeping strike of his heavy blade, the air rippling in response to the ferocity of his assault. He refrained from employing divine might, for Yagyu Tamakatsu's strength did not warrant such an expenditure. Yagyu Tamakatsu's expression tightened as he gripped his sword firmly. He did not retreat. To do so before such formidable foes would only invite relentless attacks, leading to inevitable injury or death. Kill! Yagyu Tamakatsu shouted, unleashing the full force of his blade's energy, merging his spirit with the sword. With a decisive step forward, he advanced rather than retreated, slashing with a blade imbued with a savage, murderous aura. At that moment, Du Fenglai felt a slight shift in the atmosphere as the thunderous voice of the wind resonated from his descending blade. The wind thunder slash. His strike accelerated instantaneously, clashing with Yagyu Tamakatsu's sword. The impact sent Yagyu Tamakatsu hurtling backwards, blood spewing from his mouth, as crimson streamed from his wrist where he gripped the sword. The fabric of his sleeve was torn asunder by the lightning-infused power of Du Fenglai's formidable weapon. Your earlier technique was indeed fierce, yet without the comprehension of divine might. It is exceedingly difficult for you to contend with me, Du Fenglai remarked, eyeing Yagyu Tamakatsu. The latter's gaze remained unchanged. He raised a hand, and several golden needles materialized behind him. With a swift motion, the needles struck various acupoints along his body, causing his energy to surge dramatically, a crimson glow igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, transforming into a dark silhouette that darted forth with an astonishing speed, far surpassing his previous velocity. Du Fenglai's expression hardened as he focused intently, his posture shifting as he evaded to the side. In the space he vacated, a flash of blade light descended, leaving a blood-red trail and carving a deep mark into the earth. As Yagyu Tamakatsu's horizontal slash missed its mark, the terrifying blade aura erupted forth. Du Fenglai raised his long sword to block the strike, yet the force of the clash forced him to stagger back. Suddenly, Du Fenglai's expression changed dramatically, contorting into a fierce grimace. A terrifying aura erupted from him. Divine might, thunder slash. Du Fenglai let out a cold grunt, unleashing his divine power, which manifested as a formidable sound of thunder, enveloping him in an oppressive force. Lu Sheng Damashu was momentarily shaken by this overwhelming presence, stumbling back several steps, his feet and long blade embedded in the ground to steady himself. However, the opponent raised his long blade, poised to strike, just as Du Fenglai's divine power surged forth. At that moment, the atmosphere around them shifted, the brightness generated by the lightning in the night transformed unexpectedly. Du Fenglai, sensing a suppression of his divine might, focused his gaze in a specific direction. Not only he but also Madame Gile and Zhuge Duan turned their attention there. A figure approached, and wherever it tread, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. The previously flickering light faded into obscurity. The figure wielded 2 long swords. Suddenly, it shifted and leaped into the air, instantly becoming multiple silhouettes that lunged at Du Fenglai. He swung his long blade with a burst of thunderous energy, but only struck at phantoms. The myriad forms coalesced into one and appeared before him in an instant. He hurriedly countered with his blade. Bang! Yet, the powerful dual sword energy sent him hurtling away. With a spurt of blood, he gazed at the figure that had landed on the ground. It was none other than Heibai Xianjian. Let your soul become a part of me. His voice resonated deeply. Before the words fully left his lips, he was already in front of Du Fenglai. Both blades slashing simultaneously. Wounded and desperate, Du Fenglai attempted to defend himself, but the formidable sword energy sent him flying once more. In that brief moment of being knocked back, Heibai Xianjian surged forward, his sword slicing through Du Fenglai's body. Blood splattered forth. A massive wound appeared on Du Fenglai, and blood gushed out. The excruciating pain brought clarity to his senses, yet another black sword pierced his heart, shattering his vital essence. Instantly, a surge of dark energy flowed from Du Fenglai into the blade, coursing into Heibai Xianjian's body. Turning around, his cold, ruthless gaze fell upon Madame Gile and Zhuge Duan. Their expressions shifted sharply as they realized the identity of this figure who had effortlessly slain Du Fenglai. The earlier divine might of Du Fenglai had been utterly suppressed, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate before being vanquished. This individual was indeed terrifying. Who are you? Madame Gile's face paled, and she, along with Zhuge Duan, braced themselves for confrontation. Madam, you must leave. Zhuge Duan urged her quietly. The opponent's ability to dispatch Du Fenglai with a single blow was formidable. They likely could not withstand such power. Trying to escape? Do you think you can leave after seeing me? Heibai Xianjian's gaze was frigid, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Divine might, heavenly calamity. A wave of dark energy erupted from his being, causing the surrounding shadows to expand dramatically. When the enigmatic figure of Heibai Xianjian emerged, he exuded a divine aura that was distinct from that of others, dispersing around him. My lord, shall we abandon this heist? Zhuge Duan inquired, gazing at Heibai Xianjian. As he spoke, a silver light suddenly materialized in his left hand, revealing a silver short spear barely a foot in length. Divine aura, illusory bliss. At that moment, as Zhuge Duan moved, Madame Gile emitted a low cry, her presence radiating an immense force. As this aura surged forth, countless ethereal silhouettes emerged, exuding a decadent essence that momentarily obstructed the divine aura emitted by Heibai Xianjian. In that fleeting instant, Zhuge Duan shifted, transforming into a fleeting azure shadow that appeared before Heibai Xianjian. The silver short spear unleashed a sudden barrage of light, ripping through the darkness. The tremendous force erupted from the spear. Clang! Yet, this swift thrust was intercepted by a black longsword. The impact halted his form, and with a swift change of expression, he retracted the silver spear, launching it once more. This time, the spear fragmented into a multitude of silver shadows, dazzling against the night sky. Clang, clang, clang. However, all his attacks were thwarted by the longsword, sparks flying in a brilliant display, rendering him unable to approach. Meanwhile, Madame Gile made her move. A terrifying black energy coalesced in her palm as she transformed into a phantom, swiftly closing in on Heibai Xianjian. Yet, a surge of sword light, akin to thunder, erupted, colliding with her palm. The point of contact caused an explosive shockwave, forcing her to recoil. Zhuge Duan, who had previously attacked, was also sent staggering back by this overwhelming force. Boom! Heibai Xianjian propelled himself off the ground, his dual swords appearing like phantoms before Zhuge Duan. The long sword slicing through the air with the swiftness of death itself, cleanly severing Zhuge Duan's throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound, prompting a change in Madame Gile's expression as she hastily retreated. Realizing she was no match for him, she understood that remaining would only lead to her demise. However, as she turned to flee, dark currents of energy enveloped her, shattering her divine aura. With a spurt of blood, her own energy was suppressed. Her gaze turned towards Heibai Xianjian, who stood before her, wielding his swords with eyes that shimmered with a ruthless, bloodthirsty glint, making her feel like prey. You have slain me, yet you too shall perish. I am the woman of the great General Wang Dugu, Madame Jile declared, grasping at the name of Dugu in hopes of instilling fear in her opponent. Yet, there was no flicker of change in Heibai Xuanjian's gaze, which remained cold and merciless. Boom! A flash of lightning split the heavens. Swish! Suddenly, Heibai Xuanjian shifted, appearing beside Madame Jile, his longsword ruthlessly plunging into her body. The terrifying sword energy tore through her insides, as a stream of black energy surged from her body into Heibai Xuanjian. Thud! The longsword retracted, and the body of Lady Bliss collapsed onto the ground. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, heralding the onset of rain. Yet, the expression of Heibai Xuanjian remained unchanged, his gaze fixated on a particular corner. It had been long enough. It was time for you to reveal yourself. Heibai Xuanjian coldly uttered, directing his attention toward a shadow concealed in the dilapidated temple's corner. A figure clad in a purple robe shifted uncomfortably, yet did not emerge. Before he could make a move, Heibai Xuanjian transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before his adversary, the long sword in his hand unleashing a torrent of lethal intent. The corner was obliterated in an instant, collapsing under the force. The purple-robed figure retreated hastily. Esteemed one, I am Nangong Shang, the fifth elder of the Nangong clan. And I wish no enmity with you, he declared, his eyes wary, fully aware of the terrifying prowess of his opponent. Initially, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to abduct Lu Sheng Damishu amidst a fierce confrontation between Lady Bliss and this formidable foe. However, he had not anticipated that Lady Bliss and her companions would falter so quickly against such a ruthless adversary. Die! Heibai Xuanjian bellowed, his aura erupting as he charged forward, wielding two long swords that split into dozens, piercing through the intangible darkness and targeting Nangong Shang's vital points. Nangong Shang felt himself ensnared by an overwhelming sword energy, his body trembling uncontrollably. Divine might, heavenly dark fist. With a desperate resolve, Nangong Shang summoned his divine energy to dispel the encroaching dread, launching a punch that erupted into a vortex of ferocity, clashing violently with Heibai Xuanjian's sword. The collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sending both combatants reeling. Yet, in that fleeting moment of retreat, Heibai Xuanjian remained unfazed, reappearing before Nangong Shang like a wraith. Your soul shall merge with my being. A chilling smile crept upon Heibai Xuanjian's lips as he closed in, his long swords poised for another strike. Nangong Shang, still reeling from the previous impact, could only raise his fists in defense. However, Heibai Xuanjian's attacks were swift and brutal, draining Nangong Shang's vitality and energy. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, a harbinger of his impending defeat. With a resounding strike, he was sent hurtling backward, collapsing onto the ground, his vision blurring. As he attempted to rise, a figure loomed before him, the long sword piercing through his body. Darkness enveloped his vision as he slowly closed his eyes, powerless to resist. He was no match for this opponent. Who is this person? This was his final thought. Chapter 636. Bat's blood, bone refinement, and muscle solidification pill boom. The previously gentle raindrops transformed into a torrential downpour. Blood flowed forth, mingling with the rain. Lu Sheng Damishu retrieved corpse-dissolving powder from his bosom, reducing the four bodies to a stream of remnants that flowed away with the rain. All that remained upon the ground were a long sword and a short silver spear. The two figures subsequently vanished into the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, within the city of Jinling, in a secluded courtyard. In the study, the flickering light cast an unsteady glow. Standing within, Dugu Weiwa's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze directed towards the torrential rain outside, causing his brow to furrow slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Since arriving in Jinling, this was the second time he felt such unease. Was something amiss? Dugu Weiwa spoke in a low voice. At that moment, a man clad in a raincoat appeared outside the courtyard, pushed open the door, and stood near the window, refraining from entering the room. Raindrops cascaded from his hat, and his cold, piercing eyes exuded an aura of chilling intensity. Nangong Shang had not returned to the Nangong residence since his departure. The young leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Chun, had made an appearance in Jinling, having encountered Nangong Qiushui. The branch of the Jile Palace had been besieged by the Qinglong Society. The newcomer spoke. Su Chun, the young leader of the Qinglong Society, was the same individual who had allied with Beidou in the Lingjiang region. It was unexpected for him to arrive in Jinling. Dugu Weiwa's eyes shifted slightly. Dugu Beidu's demise in the Lingjiang region was significantly tied to Su Chun. Had it not been for the Qinglong Society transferring the previous benefits of the Haisha gang to Guanyu Tian of the Tianyao Pavilion, Guanyu Tian would not have emerged, and his son would not have perished. Does the Qinglong Society possess experts in Jinling? Dugu Weiwa inquired. According to gathered intelligence, the 7 dragon leaders of the Qinglong Society were indeed in Jinling. The man spoke in a grave tone. The 7 dragon leaders? What is their strength? Dugu Weiwa asked, his voice low. Currently, the emergence of formidable figures from the Qinglong Society caught his attention. 3 dragon leaders, Li Qinzhou, Fu Hongxue, Yin Shisan, Yi Guqing, and news from the capital regarding Shimin Shui Shui. Among them were 3 masters of the sword path, their prowess formidable. The rapid rise of this force was surprising, second only to the Tianyao Pavilion. Recalling the Tianyao Pavilion, a murderous intent flickered in Dugu Weiwa's eyes. The ultimate beneficiary in the Lingjiang region was Guanyu Tian, with Byongxiu's woman now serving him. Thus, he sought vengeance for the loss of his son. He had originally planned to personally visit the Lingjiang region after concluding matters with Di Wuho to confront Guanyu Tian. For now, he would focus on the young leader of the Qinglong Society, hoping he would refrain from approaching him, lest Nangong Wentian grow suspicious. Dugu Weiwa remarked. The man in the raincoat remained silent and turned to leave. After the departure of the man in the raincoat, Dugu Weiwa's brow furrowed slightly. The reason for his silence regarding Nangong Shang was clear. Nangong Shang was undoubtedly fixated on Madame Gile. However, he believed that even if Nangong Shang took action, he would not harm Madame Gile. Yet, that unsettling premonition left Dugu Weiwa in a troubled state. Come in, Dugu Weiwa called softly. As he spoke, a man clad in red entered the study. His complexion was pale, devoid of color, yet his fingers were long and as white as those of a woman, hinting that his cultivation might reside in his hands. Master, the man in red addressed Dugu Weiwa. The term Zhangong is a respectful address from a minister to their sovereign, illustrating the considerable ambition of Dugong on my behalf. Investigate the situation concerning the Red Lady, instructed Dugong. The esteemed lady of ultimate bliss, known in truth as Mu Qinhong, has been referred to as the Red Lady by Dugong. Understood. The man clad in red withdrew gracefully. Before long, a figure emerged from the courtyard, holding a crimson umbrella. I hope nothing untoward occurs, Dugong silently mused. Meanwhile, Su Qin stood upon the flower boat, observing the torrential rain outside. The downpour in Jiangnan was far more ferocious than that in the 9 northern prefectures, accompanied by gusts of wild wind. Presently, the flower boat was entirely reserved by Su Chun, with only a chef beneath the deck, along with Yuan Suiyun and the 4 specters of Shangxi lurking in the shadows. 2 figures broke through the curtain of rain and appeared on the deck. Lu Sheng, the defender of Tamashiro, bore a somewhat disheveled aura. Having been struck by golden needles and further suppressed by the opponent's formidable presence, sustaining injuries within. First, tend to your wounds, Su Qin advised, instructing Yuan Suiyun to arrange a room for Lu Sheng. As for Heibai Xuanzhan, Su Chun intended to keep him close. Compared to Yi Guqing and others, Heibai Xuanzhan was better suited to remain by his side. While the 4 specters of Shangxi could offer sufficient protection, their combat prowess was somewhat lacking. As the leader of the Xiaolong, he required formidable allies. What individuals have appeared? Su Qin inquired. The Lady of Ultimate Bliss was accompanied by 2 individuals. One possessed the strength of a sea solidifier, while the other had just transformed their dantian into an ocean. Her own strength also lay in the sea solidifier realm, and both were lacking in formidable presence. Additionally, the Nangong family's Nangong Shang appeared, also a sea solidifier, and all 4 were slain. Heibai Xuanzhan responded. I had not anticipated a collaboration between the Nangong family and the Palace of Ultimate Bliss. It seems they aspire to play the role of opportunists. What a pity, Su Qin sighed. He held a certain admiration for Nangong Qiushui. She was strikingly beautiful and conducted herself with remarkable decisiveness. I hope she does not become my adversary, he murmured. He instructed Heibai Xuanzhan to rest, while he closed the window and headed towards a room. When Zhuang Xuanji visited today, he had brought some rare treasures, claiming they were obtained from various pawnshops that had failed to authenticate them. The Zhuang family not only operated a bank, but also managed several pawnshops. Entering the room, he found an array of items meticulously arranged by Zhuang Xuanji. Tomorrow, he might have the opportunity to meet Zhuang Xuanji's father, the true proprietor of the 3rd bank. Zhuang Mingfan. Su Chen pondered how to discreetly extract the gold notes without drawing attention, a task that the capable Zhuang Mingfan would surely excel at. He picked up a Buddha head carved from an unknown material, which elicited no reaction. The second item was a somewhat rusty sword blade. Despite its corrosion, it retained a hint of sword energy. The moment Su Chen grasped it, a notification appeared. Holy Sword Lake. First Swordsman. The Remnant Blade. Reward. 1 orange lottery card. Holy Sword Lake. The First Swordsman. The Remnant Blade. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Having recently encountered various discussions, he recognized that the first swordsman of Holy Sword Lake referred to the inaugural master of the sword, Han Shaojin. In those years, he was not merely the foremost swordsman of the Sacred Sword Lake, but indeed the greatest swordsman under heaven. However, he was a figure from 5 centuries past. It was unexpected that this blade was but a remnant of his. Continuing his investigation, he subsequently acquired 2 additional orange reward cards. With the one he already possessed, he now held 4 orange lottery cards. Without hesitation, he made the draw, acquired 30 years of inner strength from the original Sui Yuntian, obtained a drop of bat essence blood, received a bone-shaping pill, and gained 3 bottles of celestial pill, containing 30 pills. What exactly is a drop of bat essence blood? While the other rewards did not capture Su Chen's attention, he was particularly intrigued by the bat essence blood. Upon further investigation, he discovered it was meant for the original Sui Yuntian. Sui Yuntian was referred to as the Bat Young Master. Consuming this bat essence blood and circulating it within his true energy could form a unique aura enveloping his body, transforming him into a bat-like form, granting him night vision and unparalleled speed. As for the bone-shaping pill, it aids warriors in reconstructing their bones and could be used for Fu Hongxue to heal his lameness. Chapter 637, Nangong Yiren, the move of Sui Yuntian the following day. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The weather felt rather sultry. A figure clad in red appeared at the dilapidated temple from the previous night. Observing the rain-soaked ground and the 2 weapons left behind, the red-clad man's expression changed as he meticulously examined the scene. After a moment, he murmured, "There are no substantial clues, but the battle did not stray far from this area. The intruder's strength surpasses theirs by a great margin." His gaze then shifted to a certain spot, where another figure emerged, donned in a blue robe. "Nangong Qingxian, your Nangong family has also arrived here," the red-clad man remarked as he regarded the newcomer. There were 2 individuals present, both immensely powerful, with the outcome of the battle being a mere formality. One had slain 4. The man identified as Nangong Qingxian spoke. "Who are you here for?" At his words, the red-clad man's brow furrowed. "Nangong Shang," replied Nangong Qingxian. 3 individuals from the sea were mercilessly crushed and slain, their bodies obliterated, leaving behind no useful clues. The intruder not only possessed formidable strength, but also a remarkable intellect. As the red-clad man spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Indeed formidable. Yet, my Nangong family will not perish so easily. How did you locate this individual?" The man referred to as Nangong Qingxian inquired. "There were leads before, but now they are gone," the red-clad man stated before turning to leave. The clues had been washed away by the rain, and the remnants were utterly indistinguishable. Remaining here served no purpose. Such a dignified figure as you would abandon the search so readily. Nangong Qingxian remarked, "If your Nangong clan can find this person, do contact me. I shall intervene." The red-clad man quickened his pace, fading into a mere crimson shadow. It seemed they would be unable to find this individual again. This matter must be promptly reported to the clan leader. If word spread that a member of the Nangong family was slain in Jinling, it would tarnish our family's reputation. Nangong Qingxuan's brow slightly knitted in concern. He arrived early to investigate, and his reason for staying was to wait for the person sent by Dugawei to see if he could glean any information about the one who had taken the gold ticket. It now seemed that the other party was also unable to locate that individual. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly departed from the lakeside of Jinling. Near the Su Chen boat, a finely crafted carriage approached the floral vessel where Su Chen was situated. A lady clad in white, Zhuang Xuanji, gracefully descended from the carriage. Having already been identified, she did not attempt to conceal her presence and approached directly. Today, she was to escort Su Chen to meet her father, Zhuang Mingfan. However, as she alighted, another carriage appeared beside the riverbank, from which a strikingly beautiful lady in a purple gown, Nangong Yiren, emerged. Nangong Yiren. Zhuang Xuanji's brow furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated Nangong Yiren's arrival. After disembarking, two maidservants followed suit, carrying a chest containing ancient texts borrowed by Nangong Qiushui from the Nangong family's library. Originally, Nangong Qiushui was to attend, but upon the return of Nangong Qingxian with news of Nangong Shang's demise, Nangong Yiren came in her stead. Zhuang Xuanji expressed her surprise. I didn't expect you to be here. I had heard that your fiancé, Jiangbei Huaxingchen, was murdered. It seems you are destined to be a betrothed widow at such a young age. Nangong Yiren looked at Zhuang Xuanji and spoke coldly. Although she typically appeared delicate, this Nangong Yiren was different from Nangong Qiushui, frequently mingling among the young talents of Jiangnan, lacking a certain elegance, which reflected in her lower ranking on the celestial rankings compared to Zhuang Xuanji. As Nangong Yiren spoke, a figure emerged from the carriage, a young man garbed in a blue robe, with elongated eyes. Upon seeing Zhuang Xuanji, his expression brightened. Miss Zhuang, I thought you'd head to the Jiangbei Hor residence after hearing of Xingchen's demise. I didn't expect you to remain in Jinling. The young man remarked softly. My affairs are none of your concern. Zhuang Xuanji replied coldly, ignoring the two as she made her way toward the boat. You seem to have an interest in her. However, her status as a widow suits her quite well. Perhaps you might have an opportunity, Nangong Yiren remarked, glancing at Zhuang Xuanji ahead. Yiren, who are we to meet? The young man inquired, shifting the conversation. The young dragon leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Chun. These ancient texts are a gift for him, Nangong Yiren responded. As she spoke, her demeanor transformed, her gaze softening, entirely unlike her previous tone. The young man beside her appeared momentarily entranced, following her toward the boat. However, their path was obstructed by Yuan Suiyun, who, dressed in white, radiated the aura of a gentleman from a noble family. Upon seeing Yuan Suiyun, Nangong Yiren's eyes sparkled with intrigue. May I ask who you are? Yuan Suiyun inquired. You are the young dragon leader, Su Chun, the young man beside Nangong Yiren stated. Are you seeking the young dragon leader? Yuan Suiyun's gaze sharpened as he spoke. I, Nangong Yiren, have been entrusted by my sister to deliver ancient texts. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Upon hearing that Yuan Suiyun is not Su Chun, Nangong Yiren's expression remained unchanged, though she found Yuan Suiyun's demeanor quite captivating. I am Yuan Suiyun, the steward to the young dragon lord. He will be departing shortly, so please hand over the items to me, Yuan Suiyun stated. As he deftly seized the boxes held by the maidens and placed them aboard the ship, with no intention of allowing them to meet Su Chun. Today, Su Chun intends to pay a visit to Zhuang Xuanji's father, Zhuang Mingfan, the proprietor of the third largest bank in the realm. How dare you act so presumptuously? Merely a steward. Upon learning of Yuan Suiyun's humble status, the young man clad in blue robes narrowed his eyes. He released a sonic wave that converged into a sharp blade aimed at Yuan Suiyun. Moments earlier, he had observed Nangong Yiren, noting her evident admiration for this young man. Given Yuan Suiyun's mere role as a steward, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Yuan Suiyun's gaze turned icy, and a potent force erupted from him, shattering the incoming sonic wave, which then unleashed a torrent of energy toward his assailant. With a resounding crash, the young man in blue was sent hurtling back, crashing upon the lakeside, blood spewing forth. To have the audacity to strike. Yuan Suiyun's restraint in not delivering a fatal blow was a testament to his courtesy. Having acquired 30 years of internal energy the previous night, his dantian had transformed into an ocean, his true energy formidable. Although he could not contend with the strongest in Shanghai, he was certain no one could catch him. You seek death. Do you know who I am? Kill him. The injured youth barked, summoning a man clad in black who swiftly attacked, his hand aiming for Yuan Suiyun's head, his palm brimming with a violent force akin to a sharp blade. Yuan Suiyun's eyes narrowed. He leaped, grasping his soft sword from his waist, its blade shimmering like lightning as it pierced through the assailant's palm and into his throat. With a sharp hiss, blood gushed forth, and the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Chapter 638, The Emergence of Tianding, The Awakening of Kunlun. The scene fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Yuan Suiyun sheathed his sword, having displayed a graceful agility and lethal swordplay. He glanced at Nangong Yiren and said coldly, Leave the items. You may depart. Nangong Yiren's beautiful eyes flickered. I wish to pay my respects to the young dragon lord. Although startled by Yuan Suiyun, she had come to see Su Chun and was determined to do so. Just then, Su Chun descended from the ship. This is Nangong Yiren. The twin sister of Nangong Qiushui, Zhuang Xuanji, remarked beside Su Chun. Miss Nangong, I am currently occupied with matters outside. Perhaps we shall meet again next time. Su Chun was already aware of their presence aboard the ship, having gleaned some information about Nangong Yiren, knowing her to be gentle in demeanor, yet calculating in heart. He harbored a distaste for those who are duplicitous, thus he intended to limit his interaction with her. With that said, he departed the ship alongside Zhuang Xuanji and entered her carriage. Yuan Suiyun closed the ship and departed, leaving behind Nangong Yiren and the young man in green. As Nangong Yiren gazed at the departing carriage, a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She approached the young man, her face revealing a look of disdain, and then boarded the carriage to leave. Qinglong Society, Su Chun, Yuan Suiyun, I, Li Musheng, shall not spare you. The young man's face contorted with rage. This youth, named Li Musheng, was the third son of the second-ranking family in Jinling City, the Li family. On the carriage, the youth known as Li Musheng was mentioned by Zhuang Xuanji. Previously, Zhuang Xuanji had compiled a list of the families and factions within Jinling City for Su Chun. Upon hearing this name, Su Chun would surely recognize him. The Li family, the Cheery Hall, it matters not. The current strength of the Qinglong Society gives me confidence. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the residence of Tai Bao Nian Jinluan, he looked at Bai Choufei and remarked, I wonder when I might meet Deputy Pavilion Master Tai. The Deputy Pavilion Master Tai and Deputy Pavilion Master Yao Yu had come this time for the elusive Luotian Pearl. What is the Grand Master's stance on this matter? Bai Choufei refrained from mentioning the Evil Alliance's attack on the Grand Master, instead bringing up the Luotian Pearl. He found the Evil Alliance's siege on the Grand Master rather perplexing. The Grand Master was the teacher of the current Emperor Zhou. Such a figure was targeted by the Evil Alliance, yet there had been no reaction from the Great Zhou dynasty, raising significant doubts. Although the Evil Alliance claimed that the Emperor Zhou would seek a breakthrough and most of their forces would gather in the imperial city, there should have been some form of action rather than such tranquility, hence the need for covert investigation. Nian Jinluan was one of the true backers of the Crown Prince. Previously, Bai Choufei had aligned himself with the Nian family to stabilize his own position in the capital, allowing his Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to weather a period of relative weakness. The Luotian Pearl was the most coveted treasure among the powerful in the sea. Should Deputy Pavilion Master Tai acquire it, he would undoubtedly advance further. Nian Jinluan seemed oblivious, merely mentioning the Luotian Pearl without discussing anything else. In response, Bai Choufei's expression remained unchanged. This time, Deputy Pavilion Master Tai is determined to succeed. Bai Choufei declared, to obtain the Luotian Pearl, one must slay the Grand Master. Thus, it implies that Tai Zhongtong will kill the Grand Master. The Luotian Pearl is not easily acquired. Obtaining it may come at the cost of one's life. Deputy Pavilion Master Tai is formidable, yet there are many strong figures in the world. I hope that after the full moon on the 15th, we may meet with Deputy Pavilion Master Tai. Please convey this message to him. I am aging. Even a short sit exhausts me more than before. I shall take my leave. With that, Nian Jinluan rose, signaling the end of the visit. Bai Choufei stood and bid farewell to Nian Jinluan. Upon leaving the Nian residence, Bai Choufei boarded his carriage. Nian Jinluan's remarks indicated that the Grand Master possessed extraordinary strength, or that they did not hold high hopes for these individuals to confront him. Bai Choufei understood that the Evil Alliance's primary aim was to target the Zhenwu Courtyard. Yet he could not fathom how the Grand Master's conflict would cause upheaval for the Zhenwu Courtyard. Yesterday, Murong Qinshin approached with inquiries. As the head of the Celestial Monitoring Division, she was surprisingly unaware of the events that would transpire on the 15th of the full moon, indicating that the division had deliberately concealed this information. Furthermore, Murong Qinshin mentioned that the deputy head of the Celestial Monitoring Division, responsible for the Divine Guards, had distanced himself from the capital. Consequently, the division would not extend assistance to the Imperial Master. What a convoluted situation, Bai Choufei pondered. Tai Zhongtong would ally with the Evil Alliance to obliterate the true martial academy. Yet the four formidable masters of the Qinglong Society would undoubtedly encircle the Imperial Master. The precious Luotian Pearl of the Evil Alliance would surely fall into their hands. The four masters from the sea had converged upon the capital. Their presence could not merely be for a display. Moreover, it was not just the Qinglong Society. Many formidable assassins had already emerged. With the Imperial Master and the formidable individuals of the Great Zhou dynasty gathering in the Imperial City, he would receive no help and would assuredly meet his demise. It was imperative to uncover some useful intelligence in the coming days. Bai Qiufei declared. Currently, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower had expanded significantly, developing numerous spies whose investigative capabilities surpassed those of their predecessors by several folds. Information was swiftly collated at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, and he planned to consolidate this intelligence over the following period, merging it with the information obtained from the Evil Alliance, hoping to draw some conclusions. Upon returning to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Naylan Rongyan appeared before him. A series of events had transpired. Lord Tiantang had arrived at the northern counties, accompanied by 3 individuals who were guest officials from the Ministry of Personnel and were suspected to be powerful figures who had entered the sea of concentration. Naylan Rongyan spoke with a grave expression. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Qiufei's expression shifted dramatically. Earlier reports indicated that Lord Tiantang was traveling north with only one companion. Now, he was accompanied by 3 individuals, all potentially formidable beings. Was he preparing to wage war against the Qinglong society? Bai Qiufei said in a low voice. Moreover, after entering the northern counties, Lord Tiantang had directly headed to the Qinglong temple. I have already relayed this information to Mr. Zhuge, Naylan Rongyan continued. To the Qinglong temple? This is indeed dire news. Immediately convey this information to the young master. Bai Qiufei commanded. Lord Tiantang's visit to the Qinglong temple was certainly not for religious devotion. He likely sought to forge an alliance with them. The Qinglong temple had once been the dominant force in the northern counties. Although it had closed its doors, there were undoubtedly experts within. Should they join forces with Lord Tiantang, the Qinglong society would struggle to contend with their might in the northern counties. Assistance from the ancient 3 Passes and Lingjiang regions would be essential. As he contemplated this, a disciple swiftly approached Bai Qiufei, bearing a sealed letter. Upon seeing the emblem on the letter, Bai Qiufei's gaze sharpened. It bore the urgent symbol agreed upon with Murong Qingchen. He took the letter, opened it, and his expression changed drastically. Noticing the shift in Bai Qiufei's demeanor, Naylan Rongyan took the letter and her expression also transformed. The Kunlun sect in the outer regions was reviving, preparing to besiege the eastern pavilion of the Tianyao Pavilion at their stronghold in Tianshan. Relay this information immediately. Bai Qiufei commanded. This news is exceedingly detrimental to the Donga of Tianyao Pavilion and the Qinglong society. Chapter 639. The movement of the Kunlun sect and the pressure on Zhuge Jingma. In the Kunlun sect's grand hall, the leader, Yuan Shuzi, donned a purple robe. His complexion akin to white jade, appearing to be around 40 years old, though his true age undoubtedly exceeds that. Yuan Shuzi ascended to the position of leader earlier than the former leader of the Tianshan sect, Huo Mufeng, yet his prowess pales in comparison. Having been defeated by Huo Mufeng, which compelled the Kunlun sect to seal its gates. Behind him stood 3 elderly figures. One, an elderly man with white hair and beard, appeared to be of advanced age. The second, with a pallid complexion, bore signs of injury, while the third, robust with black hair and beard, had eyes that sparkled with intensity. These 3 are the esteemed elders of the Kunlun sect. The foremost elder, the white-haired man named Guai Yixing, the second elder, the burly black-haired figure, and the third elder, the pale and injured man, named He Daosheng. All 4 possess strength at the level of sea condensation. In terms of overall strength, the Kunlun sect far surpasses the former Tianshan sect. However, in the past, the sect's first and second elders were severely injured by Huo Mufeng's companions, and with Yuan Shuzi unable to defeat Huo Mufeng, they were forced into seclusion. Nevertheless, with the recovery of the first and second elders, their strength has subtly advanced. It can be said that the Kunlun sect is currently quite formidable. In addition to these 4, 2 more individuals inhabit the palace, one clad in a black robe, with graying hair and profound eyes, and another middle-aged man with a complexion like white tar, his expression stern. Their presence alongside Yuan Shuzi and the elders indicates that their strength is assuredly at the level of sea condensation, and they are formidable experts invited by the Kunlun sect. Brother Yuan, you seem overly concerned about Tianyao Pavilion. From the intelligence received, it appears that the only individuals of strength comparable to sea condensation within Tianyao Pavilion are the Pavilion Master Gu Santong and the Deputy Pavilion Master Zhu Wushi. Even with Elder He's injuries, our 5 combined possess the capability to decisively overpower them, spoke the cold-faced man. Brother Su, we must not underestimate our adversary. I am well aware of Huo Mufeng's might. In the past, my divine aura was entirely suppressed by him. I was no match. Their ability to slay Huamufeng indicates their strength surpasses mine. As for Zhu Wushi, his accomplishments remain unclear. Yet I have heard reports from the capital that the vice pavilion master of the northern pavilion, Tai Zhongtong, single-handedly dispatched 3 sea condensation experts, showcasing formidable divine prowess. Furthermore, the southern pavilion's vice pavilion master, Yao Yu, is capable of contending with Qin Jiyuan from Zhenwu Academy, indicating that the strength of the eastern pavilion's master and deputy should not be underestimated. Yuan Shuzi responded gravely. Since we are to act, it must be with decisive force. Obliterating them and leaving no room for counterattack, Yuan Shuzi asserted. Indeed, we must not underestimate them. Yuan, time is of the essence. Having chosen to act, we must prioritize swiftness, denying them any opportunity for reconnaissance. Should they manage to summon reinforcements, we may not secure victory. The white-haired elder in black robe stated solemnly. In the Lingjiang region, the esteemed official Guantian of Tianage has successfully subdued the Tianxiao alliance. Although rumors suggest that Bu Yunxiao met his demise at the hands of Feng Longjiu and assassins from the Qinglong Society, Guantian's ability to vanquish Feng Longjiu and suppress the remnants of the Tianxiao alliance clearly attests to his formidable strength. Should they receive news of support, it is likely they would not possess an absolute guarantee of victory. Thus, immediate action is imperative to prevent the enemy from mobilizing. Today we shall strike. The 5 of us will encircle Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi, while Elder He, despite his injuries, will assist in subduing the other members of Tianage. Yuan Shuzi declared. As the leader, once he resolved to take action, retreat was not an option. With that, the 6 commenced their operation, followed closely by the entire Kunlun sect. The group was divided into 2 factions, one led by Yuan Shuzi consisting of 6 members and 2 formidable Dan Tianhua high experts, and the other comprising 4 common Tianren Jiunan, accompanied by the remaining disciples of Kunlun. At this moment, in the Lingnan prefecture at the Shanhua Gate, Zhuge Jinghua gazed at the returning secret letter with a grave expression. The emergence of the Kunlun sect and their impending assault on the eastern pavilion of Tianage heralded the onset of conflict beyond the borders. Tianding Gong had entered the Qinglong temple with his entourage. The motives behind this and the specifics of their discussions must be meticulously investigated. As Zhuge Jinghua contemplated the contents of the missive, he spoke solemnly. These revelations had just come to light. Although they were shocking, Zhuge Jinghua remained remarkably composed. In the face of adversity, maintaining calm was essential. His palm rested firmly on the desk as he pondered. At the Tianshan beyond the borders, he could only dispatch news immediately to alert Zhu Wushi and the others. Ultimately, it was up to Gu Santong and his companions to confront the Kunlun sect in this encirclement. Given the timing of the intelligence received, the adversary was already prepared and would not afford them the luxury of gathering reinforcements. Of course, the eastern pavilion of Tianage was not without its own strength. Both Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi were formidable in the realm of Haizhong Ningshun. Gu Santong practiced the indestructible Vajra technique, while Zhu Wushi mastered the art of energy absorption. Neither feared an encirclement. Furthermore, there was Guan Qi. Although his precise condition was unknown, he had recently approached a critical breakthrough point. Even if he had not yet succeeded, Guan Qi would undoubtedly reach a new level of prowess in battle. Should he break through to Haizhong Ningshun, he would not be an ordinary practitioner. With such strength, even if they faced defeat, retreating with their lives would pose no issue. Zhuge Jinghua's primary concern now lay with Tianding Gong, who had ventured into the northern 9 prefectures. As one of the prominent figures in the Ministry of Personnel of the Great Zhou dynasty, Tianding Gong's arrival with 3 Haizhong Ningxin experts indicated a clear intention to target the Qinglong Society. Otherwise, why bring such formidable allies? Moreover, his visit to the Qinglong Temple was significant. Within its walls were not only Tianding Gong, but also members of the Dasha Temple. A misstep could lead to an alliance among the 3 factions, greatly increasing the pressure on the Qinglong Society. It seems necessary to find a way to establish contact with Wu Hua. Zhuge Jinghua stated, his tone resolute. Wu Hua possessed extraordinary talent in the realm of Buddhist teachings. As Su Qin departed from the Shanhua Gate, he had already grasped several essential principles of the Great Sutra of Life and Death. He then proceeded to the Qinglong Temple. Of course, the current Wu Hua was merely a guest monk at the Qinglong Temple. Despite his status as a guest, his innate talent for Buddhist teachings garnered the respect of the temple's esteemed monks, who harbored a subtle inclination to invite Wu Hua to join their ranks. However, Wu Hua, The monk had yet to give his consent. Nonetheless, by remaining at the Qinglong Temple, he would undoubtedly be able to gather some insights through conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Jin was summoned to Fei. A Fei was a figure who had appeared alongside Jing Wuming. Yet while Jing Wuming had accompanied Shangguan Jinhong to the capital, a Fei remained within the Shanhua to cultivate his skills. Now, a Fei had attained the 6th level of the celestial realm, albeit with a speed slightly inferior to Jing Wuming's. He was tasked with covertly approaching Wuhua to uncover any discussions between Tianding Gong and the Qinglong Temple, as well as the movements of the Temple's masters. Understood. A Fei acknowledged before swiftly departing for the Qinglong Temple. Following a Fei's departure, Zhuge Jinhua ventured to the back mountain to meet with Yi Di and Ri Ho. This was imperative, as the Shanhua Gate could potentially become a target for an attack. He needed to ascertain their specific strength. Chapter 640. The Eastern Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion faces an ambush in the Eastern Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion, within a courtyard. Gu Santong observed as Cheng Shifei idly lounged about, his brow furrowed. Having been there for an extended period, he contemplated how to enhance this youth's strength. However, Cheng Shifei was averse to hardship, preferring to laze about all day. In his previous life, Cheng Shifei had attained mastery through Gu Santong's teachings and the rigorous training of the 8 great sects, yet in this world, despite having mastered the techniques of the 8 great sects and his indestructible divine skill, he had not inherited Gu Santong's full prowess, leaving him somewhat weaker. During this time under supervision, Cheng Shifei's strength had improved slightly, yet progress remained sluggish. As the son of Gu Santong and Su Xian, Zhu Wushi regarded Cheng Shifei as his own child. The treasures within Tianshan were plentiful, and Zhu Wushi had provided him with many, thus augmenting his strength. Primarily through these resources, I must have a word with old Zhu. He cannot be indulged too much, Gu Santong mused. Having arrived in this world, the grievances between them had already dissipated. Once, they had been friends, but Zhu Wushi's ambitions had been too grand, seeking power and authority. Now, however, in this realm, he harbored no desires for imperial power, as the prevailing ethos was one of martial prowess, with a greater emphasis on martial cultivation. As Gu Santong contemplated Zhu Wushi, a figure clad in a brocade robe appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhu Wushi, Cheng Shifei, who had been engaging in mischief, promptly approached him. "Godfather, my father is once again pressuring me to train. It's utterly tedious. This is a bottle of Tianshan Snow Lotus pills I have recently concocted from the Tianshan sect scriptures, which can aid in enhancing your internal strength," Zhu Wushi remarked, observing as Cheng Shifei retrieved a vial of elixirs from his bosom. "Old Gu, there is no need for you to exert such effort in urging Si Fei to cultivate diligently. His nature does not lend itself to tranquil meditation, and forcing him may prove futile at times. Moreover, with your indomitable divine skill and the supreme techniques of the 8 major sects, he has already achieved a harmonious understanding. Enhancing his internal strength is sufficient, and there is no need for concern regarding his foundation." Zhu Wushi gazed at Gu Santong. "Just indulge this young lad. Nowadays, our master's subordinates are indeed formidable, and I have received news that Guan Yutian's strength, while at the broken level, may not be fully unleashed. Yet it could potentially restrain both you and me." As Gu Santong spoke, a glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Santong, a martial enthusiast, expressed this sentiment with the desire to engage Guan Yutian in battle, to witness the power of a broken-level expert. Not only Guan Yutian, but also Tai Zhongtong from the North Pavilion has slain 3 sea-dwelling experts in the capital, his might overshadowing our Tianya Pavilion, East Pavilion. Zhu Wushi interjected. Gu Santong was focused on the opponent's martial prowess, while Zhu Wushi was concerned with the East Pavilion's standing. Although the East Pavilion resides beyond the borders, it must not be confined solely to that region. You shall handle these matters. Did Tianya not venture to the capital? After this, ensure he brings the father-daughter duo of Lu Sheng and Piao Su back to our East Pavilion. Would that not enhance our strength? Gu Santong suggested. As for Lu Sheng, it is uncertain whether he can join us at the East Pavilion, but I plan to send a letter to the master, requesting that they assign these 2 to our East Pavilion. Zhu Wushi replied. What of Gue Hai Dao and Guanxi? Gue Hai Dao is currently breaking through to the Sea of Dantian, while Guanxi is concentrating his divine might. I am uncertain of his exact level. However, there have been indications from Haitang's side that the Kunlun sect is making moves, which may pose a threat to us. Zhu Wushi spoke solemnly. If they intend to strike at us, does that not align with your desires? Although you have not absorbed Huamufeng's power, another strong expert from the Tianshan sect has indeed been absorbed by you. At present, I may not even be your match, should the Kunlun sect make their move. It could elevate your strength further. I would rather welcome their advance. Gu Santong replied. You make a fair point. Zhu Wusher's expression brightened at these words. Just then, dressed in white, Shangwan Haidang rushed into the courtyard, breathless. Both pavilion masters, there is unusual activity from the Kunlun sect. I have received word that all their experts have departed, heading toward us, Shangwan Haidang exclaimed. I did not expect them to truly take action. Zhu Wusher's expression changed. Though their earlier conversation was light, should they engage, the recently established Tianya Pavilion, East Pavilion may suffer losses. Let us proceed to the Grand Hall. I believe some individuals have already arrived, Gu Santong declared. The force swiftly departed. Upon reaching the Grand Hall of the Tianya Pavilion, East Pavilion, 5 figures descended from the sky, blocking their path. Are you Gu Santong, the pavilion master of the Tianya Pavilion, East Pavilion, and Zhu Wusher, the vice pavilion master? The leader, Yuan Shuzi, inquired, ignoring Shangwan Haidang and Cheng Shifei behind them. Go assist others. Zhu Wusher conveyed to Cheng Shifei and Shangwan Haidang. Upon hearing this, the two did not dare to linger and promptly turned to leave, for the strength of these individuals was formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise at the hands of their adversaries. Yuan Shuzi, without uttering a word, Gu Santong remained silent. While Zhu Wusher spoke up, you of the Kunlun sect, having just emerged, act in such a manner. Your millennia of foundation may very well be obliterated from this day forth. Deputy Pavilion Master Zhu, Yuan Shuzi remarked calmly. The fact that you two can maintain such composure in the presence of our 5 formidable Sea Realm cultivators is indeed commendable. The unnerving tranquility exhibited by Gu Santong and Zhu Wusher rendered him more cautious. Currently, they had obstructed Gu Santong and Zhu Wusher, while among the 3 elders, He Daosheng had already led 2 cultivators at the Dantian Hua High stage to the rear courtyard. Should a massacre erupt there, it was certain that their opponents would grow anxious. At this moment, in a secluded chamber within the rear courtyard, Gui Hai Yi Dao was enveloped in a tempestuous aura, his vital energy and strength surging violently as torrents of terrifying power flowed into his Dantian. Under the influence of this force, his Dantian erupted with vigor, gradually forming a colossal vortex. The emergence of the vortex caused an escalation in the circulation and amplification of his energy. The alterations in his Dantian were observable to the naked eye. If this momentum persisted, he would soon step into the Dantian Hua High realm. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the chamber, followed by a figure crashing to the ground, a searing palm imprint seared into his chest. A man clad in a blue robe entered the courtyard. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard, he had seized a disciple from the eastern pavilion, the very disciple he had just slain with a single strike. Aware that someone was in seclusion and that their identity was not trivial, he had come personally to eliminate Gui Hai Yi Dao. This individual was named Su Chu, a formidable practitioner from Kunlun sect at the Dantian Hua High stage. He, along with another practitioner of the same realm, accompanied the 3rd elder to ambush some of the other experts from the eastern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. Gazing at the stone door of the chamber before him, his gaze turned icy as he unleashed a powerful punch. The horrifying force erupted from his fist, shattering the stone door instantly. In that moment of destruction, an unsteady figure surged forth from the chamber. Chapter 641. Sending you on your way, Gui Hai Yi Dao. Guan Qi, the innate formless sword Qi. The unsteady figure was none other than Gui Hai Yi Dao. Having just breached the Dantian Hua High realm, he was struck by a wave of energy that collided with the stone door. Thus, although he had entered the Dantian Hua High stage, his aura appeared somewhat unstable. His gaze fell upon Su Shan, who stood in the courtyard clad in blue. Just breached the Dantian Hua High realm? Alas, today shall be your end. Su Shan remarked coldly, regarding the newly emerged Gui Hai Yi Dao, having just attained the Dantian Hua High stage, and with his energy still faltering. Su Shan dismissed him entirely. Who are you? Gui Hai Yi Dao inquired, his expression unwavering as he regarded the other. Though the opponent held the Dantian Hua High status, he was resolute in his ability to kill. This is the East Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. How did the intruder gain entry and act with such impunity? Allow me to clarify, Kunlun sect Su Shan. Today I shall end your life. As Su Shan spoke, he moved with swiftness, unleashing a punch imbued with searing power directed at Gui Hai Dao. Gui Hai Dao's gaze sharpened, and he swung his long knife, cleaving through the incoming fiery energy with ease. The severed true qi dissipated into the surroundings, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Su Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Gui Hai Dao could so effortlessly counter his strike. If this is all the strength you possess, I shall dispatch you with a single blow. As surprise flickered in his eyes, he heard Gui Hai Dao's voice. What? Su Shan's face contorted with fury, but in that moment, Gui Hai Dao's figure vanished before him, appearing instantaneously behind him. Sensing the presence behind him, Su Shan retaliated with a swift palm strike while channeling his energy forward towards Gui Hai Dao. The crimson flames of his blood-red, true qi surged within him. Erupting from his palm, Su Shan had cast aside any underestimation. He was determined to slay Gui Hai Dao with all his might. Behind him, Gui Hai Dao remained unfazed. You dare to come and kill me with such feeble strength? I shall send you on your way, he declared coldly. As he spoke, his internal energy erupted, and his long knife radiated a terrifying force. He struck out, the clash of blade and fist resonating with a thunderous sound. Yet, amidst the roar, Gui Hai Dao shot forward, becoming a fleeting shadow, appearing right before his opponent. In an instant, his knife sliced through, and Su Shan's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Without pausing, Gui Hai Dao turned away. His refusal to linger was driven by concern for Shangwan Haitong's safety. In his previous life, he had failed to protect her. In this lifetime, he would not allow her to face any danger. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Shangwan Haiding and Cheng Shifei had already arrived, equally worried for Gui Hai Dao's safety. Haiding, are you unharmed? I am fine. The Kunlun sect has made a move against our Tianya Pavilion. The Pavilion Master and others have encountered resistance. 5 formidable experts from the sea have blocked their path. We feared you might be in danger, which is why we rushed here. I had just broken through, and my aura was still unstable when the enemy appeared. But I have already dispatched them. There are likely others. Let us first go to Mr. Guanxi's location. I have company arriving here, and Mr. Guanxi should have others with him as well, Gui Hai Dao replied. Although the East Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion occupied the Tianshan Mountains, few of its true members were present. Most were individuals previously gathered from the Ghost Domain. Dugu Wudi and his followers were stationed in the Ghost Domain, leaving only Guanxi as a genuine member of Tianya Pavilion. The trio prepared to visit Guanxi before assisting the other disciples. At this moment, 2 figures appeared at Guanxi's seclusion site. Su Shan went to deal with another individual, while He Daosheng and another person approached Guanshan. They had learned from the captured disciples of Tanyage that the period of seclusion had been rather prolonged. Thus, He Daosheng and his companion came forth. Third Elder, this Tanyage seems rather devoid of formidable experts, remarked one of He Daosheng's companions. This man, clad in a fitted outfit, possessed large, powerful hands and a robust physique, with muscles etched with crimson patterns, exuding an aura of terrifying malevolence. His gaze was tinged with disdain. The external reputation of Tanyage was formidable, yet upon entering the Eastern Pavilion, they found no true masters. We must not be careless. This is not the Tianshan sect, which occupies the headquarters of the Eastern Pavilion of Tanyage. Their strength has yet to be transferred here. If it were to be, we might not be able to subdue them, He Daosheng cautioned, his pallid countenance revealing that his injuries had not yet fully healed. As he spoke, the robust man in the fitted outfit unleashed a punch, shattering the secret chamber. Despite his derision, he proceeded with utmost caution. The stone door was smashed, yet silence prevailed, as if no one resided within the chamber. The man's eyes narrowed, sensing the atmosphere inside, but found nothing amiss. He turned his gaze towards the third elder. He Daosheng. He Daosheng's eyes sparkled with insight as he spoke. There is someone inside, likely in the midst of a breakthrough, concealing their aura. Their energy is profound. They are concentrating, attempting to enter a state of meditative focus. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the fitted man's eyes, and he quickened his pace. He would not allow the other to gain the opportunity to enter this state. Upon entering the secret chamber, he beheld a formidable figure seated within. The individual's features were rugged, their form towering, muscles resembling bronze, with energy circulating within without leaking outward. Their gaze was intense, as if in deep contemplation. As the fitted man assessed the figure, the latter abruptly closed his eyes. A terrifying sword aura flickered within. and a wave of dreadful malevolence erupted forth, suppressing the aura emitted by the fitted man. The moment the figure opened his eyes, the fitted man felt a profound impact. It was as if he had encountered a monstrous entity brimming with terrifying power. "Who are you? You disturb my concentration," Guanxi remarked, regarding the fitted man with an unperturbed demeanor. "You shall not have the opportunity to concentrate. Today marks your demise." Though affected, the fitted man was a formidable practitioner of the Dan Tian transformation, and with the third elder at his back, he felt no fear. "Die, extreme blood-fiend fist." As he spoke, a wave of terrifying bloodthirst surged forth from the fitted man, propelling him forward with explosive force. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted beneath his feet as he lunged towards Guanxi, delivering a heavy blow aimed directly at his face. The immense bloodthirst unleashed a torrent of compressed air, creating a powerful shockwave amidst the swirling blood energy. In the face of this assault, Guanxi abruptly rose to his feet, the innate formless sword energy within him swiftly coalescing upon his fist. With a single, forceful strike, he unleashed this sword energy, which erupted with a fierce intensity, shattering the opponent's vitality. His fist collided with the adversary's chest. Boom! Under the weight of such terrifying power, the muscular man was sent hurtling backward, akin to a cannonball discharged from its barrel, crashing through the door of the secret chamber and landing upon the ground outside. Beyond the threshold, Daoxing's gaze sharpened as he sought to assess the condition of the fallen warrior. Thud! The man's chest erupted, releasing invisible sword energy that obliterated his internal organs. In that moment of striking, Guanxi had infused his innate formless sword energy into the opponent's body. He was acutely aware of another presence lurking outside. Though the aura was unstable, it undeniably belonged to a formidable practitioner of the Sea of Concentration. Chapter 642, Divine Might and Guanxi's Ruthlessness. Gazing upon the lifeless body of the muscular man, Daoxing's expression darkened considerably as he directed his eyes toward Guanxi. Although the latter had not yet manifested divine might to enter the Sea of Concentration, he had effortlessly slain a powerful cultivator of the Kunlun sect, one who had transformed his Dantian into the sea. Such prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. What astonished Daoxing further was Guanxi's unhesitating cessation of his divine might's manifestation. It is known that for a martial artist, failing to coalesce divine might on the first attempt makes subsequent attempts exceedingly challenging. Yet, Guanxi had decisively interrupted the coagulation of his divine might to execute a lethal strike. Guanxi, who had only recently ventured beyond the borders, had not yet traversed the 9 trials of heaven and man, yet now he was challenging the Sea of Concentration with such a solid foundation. It was truly remarkable. As Daoxing spoke, he involuntarily coughed. Not long ago, he had sustained injuries from an attack and had yet to fully recover. The assailant, though not as powerful as those of the Sea of Concentration, had struck with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. He had long believed the attacker to be from the Tianya Pavilion, yet upon entering their courtyard, he found no trace of the individual. A shadow of concern passed over him as he recalled prior dealings with their sect regarding a plan to confront the Tianya Pavilion. However, they had refrained from taking action due to their lack of understanding of the pavilion's capabilities. The other party had not pressed further, seemingly vanishing from sight. But soon after, he had been ambushed and gravely wounded, while the Tianya Pavilion's influence continued to swell. They sensed the encroaching peril. The Kunlun sect had once been the foremost power beyond the borders. Although they had fallen to the Tianshan sect's Huamufeng, it was clear that without external assistance, the Tianshan sect would not have posed a challenge to them. The Tianshan sect had been occupied by the eastern pavilion of the Tianya sect, and now the Kunlun sect was re-emerging. At the time, the Tianya Pavilion had not demonstrated overwhelming strength, thus the threat had gone unnoticed. Now, with the Tianya Pavilion's might growing formidable, the existence of the Kunlun sect could not be tolerated. Thus, they were compelled to act, eliminating the eastern pavilion of the Tianya sect and seeking allies to confront their adversary. Discarding such thoughts, Daoxing resolved to eliminate Guanxi first. Despite his injuries, he remained a powerful figure within the Sea of Concentration. In the depths of his Dantian, Guanxi could be deemed a formidable force. However, even under the oppressive might of Daoxing, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. With a chilling gaze, Daoxing unleashed a dense, frigid energy that erupted from his being, and a shadowy figure materialized behind him. The divine might surged forth, manifesting as the 9 Eagles' Claw. He Daosheng issued a low growl. And as his aura surged, he leaped into the air, raising his hand to seize Guanqi's head. The terrifying force of divine might struck at Guanqi's psyche, not only assaulting his mind, but also bearing down with an unrelenting power aimed at shattering both his spirit and flesh. Roaring in defiance, Guanqi managed to momentarily disperse the pressure on his consciousness, yet an inexhaustible torrent of innate sword energy erupted from him, only to be suppressed by his opponent's formidable aura. As he Daosheng's hand descended, he moved forward, but still arrived a moment too late. The energy struck, leaving a horrific gash across Guanqi's bronze chest, blood gushing forth. I did not anticipate your ability to withstand my divine might, he Daosheng noted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he observed Guanqi's resilience. However, without hesitation, he transformed into a blur, appearing before Guanqi in an instant. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of crimson cold energy from his palm. In agony, Guanqi's eyes turned crimson, and his sword energy surged dramatically as he retaliated with a powerful punch. As the two palms collided, Guanqi sought to unleash his explosive force. Yet he Daosheng's divine power re-emerged, overwhelming him once more. The impact sent Guanqi hurtling backward, crashing against the rocky wall of the chamber. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he rose to his feet, his gaze fierce as he locked onto He Daosheng. I am not finished yet. He Daosheng's expression hardened, his eyes growing cold with intent. Then let us continue this dance of death. He did not believe that Guanqi could survive another strike. With a sudden movement, he launched another palm strike, his divine might surging forth to assault Guanqi's mind anew. In response, Guanqi let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very air, his energy swelling in tandem with his cry. This immense sound wave momentarily countered He Daosheng's divine aura. Despite having just been struck, Guanqi had been diligently gathering his spirit. Earlier, he had abandoned his concentration under pressure, but now, under the duress of He Daosheng's might, his focus sharpened, and in the aftermath of his roar, his divine essence coalesced into an initial form. His practice revolved around the formless innate sword energy, which, though silent in its expression, bore tremendous power. When combined with his physical strikes, it would unleash an even more fearsome force. He Daosheng, enraged by the interruption of his attack, felt his own energy intensify, propelling him forward once more. With a swift step, he reappeared before Guanqi, declaring, "This palm shall send you on your way." With that, he struck, unleashing a tempestuous wave of true energy from his hand. However, at this moment, Guanqi's divine might had not yet manifested, yet an invisible force emerged, unleashing a fierce aura from within him, which, under the impetus of the sword energy, appeared even more violent and fierce. After enduring your attacks for so long, it is time for you to witness my true strength. In an instant, Guanqi's body surged forth, the innate invisible sword energy erupting outward like a tidal wave. Converging upon his palm, with a powerful push of his foot, he ascended into the air, his hand clenched tightly as he unleashed a punch. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic explosion erupting as a torrent of violent power surged from the point of collision between their fists. Bang! He Daosheng was jolted backward several steps, while Guanqi also staggered back. Yet, at that moment, Guanqi's gaze burned with fervor, and he did not falter in his advance. Your strength is merely mediocre. Today, I shall bring about your demise. As he spoke, Guanqi charged towards his opponent, a wild laughter escaping him as he threw another punch, the speed and force of which were astonishing. You, He Daosheng growled, astonished that Guanqi had managed to withstand his assault and now charged at him. His eyes turned cold, a murderous intent enveloping him. Sanxing explosive palm. He bellowed as his true energy transformed into a massive eagle, soaring towards Guanqi. Boom! The two figures collided. Both men staggered backward, blood spraying from their mouths. However, Guanqi's aura became even more ferocious, continuing his onslaught without allowing He Daosheng a moment to recuperate. Madman! He Daosheng roared, yet his expression shifted abruptly. For a divine aura had emerged from Guanqi. Though faint, it was unmistakable. Die! Ignoring his opponent's surprise, Guanqi pressed his attack, the invisible sword energy erupting continuously, shattering He Daosheng's energy defense. As he closed in, he suddenly embraced his opponent, the innate destructive invisible sword energy surging into He Daosheng's body. Ah! He Daosheng screamed in agony as the innate destructive invisible sword penetrated his chest, blood gushing forth. As his cry echoed, Guan Qixin's hand morphed into a claw, ruthlessly snapping He Daosheng's neck. Chapter 643, Divine Aura, Blood Sword Resonance. Indestructible Vajra within the courtyard. The stench of blood pervaded the air, and Guan Qixin, unsteady, had sustained significant injuries during the battle, now sitting cross-legged upon the ground. A golden plum vase appeared in his hand, and a surge of energy flowed into his body, mending his wounds. Moments later, Guan Qixin's expression tightened. This healing process had consumed more than half of the vase's energy. It seemed that as his strength increased, so too did the energy expenditure, indicating that he could not rely entirely on this method in the future. Guan Qixin pondered deeply. At that moment, 3 figures appeared in the courtyard: Cheng Shifei, Shangwan Haidang, and Gue Hai Dao. Upon witnessing the 2 corpses on the ground, their expressions changed. I am unscathed. I have successfully condensed my divine aura and entered the realm of focused energy. Who were those individuals? Although Guan Qixin had engaged in combat, he remained unaware of their identities. The Iron Xian and He Daosheng of the Kunlun sect have launched an assault on our eastern pavilion. The Pavilion Master and the Vice Pavilion Master are currently detained by 5 formidable experts from the sea. Shangwan Haidang has been investigating the circumstances surrounding the Kunlun sect. Thus he is aware of these 2 individuals' identities. It is unexpected that they would strike first, however. The Pavilion Master and the Vice Pavilion Master possess extraordinary strength and do not require our assistance. Let us first eliminate the others. Guan Qi rose to his feet. Given the intensity of the assault, it is evident that they have not come with merely these few individuals. At this moment, it seems that the eastern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion faces its gravest crisis. Beyond the Tianshan Mountains, 4 men clad in the robes of the Kunlun sect advanced, accompanied by hundreds of their disciples. Their leader declared that their masters should have successfully held back the opposition. Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi, with a single command, proclaimed the annihilation of the eastern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. They surged forward into the mountains. Who dares to intrude upon my Tianya Pavilion? Shouted a disciple guarding the mountain. With a sickening thud, the disciple was struck, blood gushing from his mouth as he was violently thrown back by a single blow. The expressions of the other disciples shifted dramatically. In an instant, a signal was dispatched: enemy attack. We are no match for them. Retreat. The remaining disciples of the Tianya Pavilion hastily fell back. Yet, their speed was evidently insufficient. The 4 attackers transformed into mere shadows, appearing before the fleeing disciples, their hands moving with lethal precision. Bang, bang, bang. The fleeing disciples were all struck, their bodies sent careening backward. At this moment, the other disciples of the Tianya Pavilion became aware of the dire situation. The sound of bells rang out as some disciples appeared, joining forces to counterattack. Though they were outmatched, they fought fiercely nonetheless. Outside the grand hall, Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi listened to the tolling of the bells, their expressions darkening. The Kunlun sect is launching a full-scale offensive. It appears that you have mobilized a significant number of forces, Gu Santong remarked coldly to Yuan Shuzi. Since you have initiated this conflict, do not hold back. I wonder, however, how many mid-tier experts your Eastern Pavilion possesses. Yuan Shuzi spoke in a calm tone, his words serving not only as a statement, but also as a probe, seeking insight into the situation within the Eastern Pavilion. After the Tianya Pavilion established its foothold in the Tianshan Mountains, only a handful of experts emerged, and he sought to glean information from Gu Santong's response. Humph. Gu Santong merely snorted in disdain. Stepping forward, a terrifying force erupted from his being, causing his form to shift as his true energy surged violently. A tempest of raw power sweeping towards the group. The 5 individuals accompanying Yuan Shuzi were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Gu Santong would strike first. Yuan Shuzi's gaze turned toward the elder clad in black robes with white hair beside him. Let me witness the prowess of the Pavilion Master of the Eastern Pavilion, the elder declared, stepping forward, his cold eyes gleaming with intensity. Gu Santong's reputation as the Pavilion Master of the Eastern Pavilion stemmed from his encounter with Hua Mufeng, the leader of the Tianshan sect, where their first clash ended in a stalemate. Little is known about the specific techniques he employs, only that he possesses formidable divine might and an imposing golden form, with the extent of his power remaining shrouded in mystery. Although the true strength of Gu Santong remains unknown, they have compared him to Hua Mufeng, who, in his prime, surpassed Yuan Shuzi. However, after being defeated by Emperor Zhou, even if he has since restored his power to its peak, he would only be capable of defeating Yuan Shuzi, as his strength is but marginally superior. He could contend with Gu Santong. Yet today is not a mere contest of martial prowess. It is a brutal clash between factions. They are intent on encircling Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi. As Gu Santong advances, a grim-faced man beside him begins to move, emanating a crimson aura, and his hair transforms into a striking red under this surge of true energy, appearing exceptionally glaring. His eyes glint with a chilling coldness, fixated on Gu Santong, while one hand rests on the hilt of a soft sword at his waist. Are you two the only ones to strike? I believe you could both join forces. Gu Santong declares loudly, unfazed by the palpable pressure surrounding him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men turn sharp and menacing. Realizing that Gu Santong dares to underestimate them, seeking death, heavenly roar and dragon's cry, the elder in a black robe, with flowing white hair, bellows, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surges towards Gu Santong. Within this wave also lies a hint of mental force, akin to a blade, aimed at assaulting Gu Santong's mind. As this roar reverberates, the man named Su grips his sword at his waist. With a swift motion, a blood-colored soft sword materializes in his hand. Gu Santong, your executioner is Su Xiong, the grim man declares, launching himself forward in an instant. With a flash, leaving only an afterimage behind, he leaps into the air, executing a swift strike. Divine might, blood sword resonates. Knowing Gu Santong's capabilities, Su Xiong employs his divine technique, and the sword light, resembling a shooting star, radiates a dazzling crimson glow as it descends upon Gu Santong. In synchrony with the elder's sonic attack, Su Xiong is confident that Gu Santong stands no chance of survival. Divine might, indestructible. Yet, as the sword descends before Gu Santong, he lets out a low shout, his entire being aglow with brilliant golden light. The sharp, meteoric sword energy collides against Su Xiong's body, producing a crisp sound akin to metal clashing. Not good. Su Xiong's expression shifts dramatically. He had not anticipated that his strike would fail to breach Gu Santong's defenses. Sensing danger, he hastily retreats. You think it is so easy to escape? Gu Santong remarks as he opens his mouth wide, drawing in the surrounding air. With a fierce roar, a terrifying wave of energy erupts forth, sweeping towards Su Xiong like a tempest. Not good. Su Xiong's expression changes as he retreats. A menacing aura envelopes him, surging into his blood-colored sword. He strikes out, aiming to cleave through this oncoming wave. The clash between the sword energy and the energy wave creates a formidable backlash, propelling him backward. He lands on the ground, staggering several steps before regaining his balance, his face contorted in distress. His failed strike not only did not vanquish Gu Santong, but also resulted in him being repelled by the latter's roar. With such meager strength, you dare to encircle me. Allow you to witness the true prowess of Gu Santong. Gu Santong laughed maniacally, his figure surging forth, instantaneously appearing before the white-haired elder, his fist radiating a golden hue, crashing down violently towards the elder's head. Chapter 644, 1 against 4, 7 shadows, 7 wounds. Arrogance. The white-haired elder's expression turned icy, and he uttered a low growl. Yet his body moved, attempting to evade Gu Santong's strike. However, as he attempted to shift, he realized that he was ensnared by the overwhelming force of Gu Santong's fist, which enveloped him in an oppressive weight, leaving him no chance to escape. As the golden fist descended towards him, he called forth his divine might, illusory whale mirage. At his command, a terrifying giant whale materialized above him, twisting its massive body to crash into Gu Santong's fist. The elder, known as Su Quan, had witnessed a giant whale swimming in the ocean when he first coalesced his divine might, feeling its immense power, and thus chose to manifest his divine force in the form of an illusory whale. Of course, the illusory whale's immense size required a vast amount of true energy to form. In his earlier years, Su Quan was unable to condense a true giant whale, so he altered his approach, creating the illusory whale mirage. This was a mental assault, utilizing the formidable presence of the whale to strike at his opponent's psyche, undoubtedly capable of intimidating them. Boom. As Gu Santong felt the impact on his mind, it merely delayed him for a moment. Having been imprisoned in the dungeon for 20 years, his mental fortitude was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Naturally, battles between masters occur in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity during this brief moment of mental distraction, the white-haired elder escaped the oppressive force of Gu Santong's punch. Boom! The massive fist struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying and unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward, creating ripples in the air. Excellent! A wild grin spread across Gu Santong's face. These opponents possessed some capability. Witnessing Gu Santong's demeanor, the expressions of the 5 men darkened. They had not anticipated that their initial strike would fail to trouble Gu Santong, allowing him to counterattack. Boom! At that moment, the second elder of the Kunlun sect, Mu Wei, sprang into action beside Yuan Shuzi. His aura surged violently, a terrifying true energy sweeping forth, manifesting as a colossal azure hand. Divine Might, Kunlun Heavenly Grasp. Mu Wei practiced the Kunlun sect's ultimate skill, the Heavenly Ease Classic, which included the Heavenly Grasp technique, renowned for its overwhelming power, capable of subduing all. In his prime, Mu Wei had used this divine force to pacify the entire borderlands, his name echoing within. Together, they attacked. As he spoke, he charged forth, his palm raised, immense true energy gathering in his hand, striking towards Gu Santong with ferocity. Now this is becoming interesting. As he observed the incoming palm strike, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Santong's previously placid gaze. The strength of the two adversaries before had yet to impose any real pressure upon him. Kill! The illusory wail roared. At this moment, the white-haired elder also moved, the illusory wail coalescing upon his fist, forming a terrifying storm of true energy that surged towards Gu Santong. Within the fist, a faint echo of a virtual wail's roar reverberated, its sound grating and unsettling, infiltrating the minds of those present. The potent energy, combined with the sonic waves, aimed to constrain Gu Santong. Kill! The man with the surname Su, his countenance turning cold, shot forth like a crimson specter, appearing before Gu Santong. His long sword erupted with a torrent of sanguine energy, and with a single stroke, he unleashed a dazzling blood light that shook the heavens. The trio united, their momentum overwhelming. Breakthrough! Gu Santong radiated with golden light, transforming into a colossal golden figure, his fists dancing as they emitted resplendent power. He required nothing more than to harness a force capable of overcoming 10 foes. The terrifying strength surged within his fists, resembling golden mountains as they collided with the onslaught of the 3 adversaries. Bang! 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 The fierce clash resulted in all their assaults being thwarted by his golden fists. The 3, repelled, gathered together, their expressions grave as they regarded Gu Santong. They had not anticipated that their combined might would be effortlessly countered by him. This strength falls short. You too, join forces. Gu Santong declared to the remaining Yuan Shuzi and his companions, his voice booming. As he spoke, his form trembled, unleashing an unrelenting torrent of terrifying energy, seemingly unaffected. Such was the dreadfulness of the indestructible Vajra art. Though Gu Santong had previously faced off against Hua Mufeng without securing victory, this was merely due to Hua Mufeng's formidable prowess. Witnessing Gu Santong's audacity, Yuan Shuzi's expression darkened, his gaze shifting to the elderly man with white hair and beard behind him. You go, I will handle Zhu Wushi, the elderly man instructed, directing his eyes toward Zhu Wushi. Gu Santong's defense exceeded their expectations, prompting him to allow Yuan Shuzi to take action. Attack! Yuan Shuzi commanded, his palms morphing into claws, energy swirling between his fingers to form a sharp blade aimed at Gu Santong's vital points. He sought to rend Gu Santong's defenses asunder. In response to Yuan Shuzi's assault, Gu Santong let out a disdainful snort, the golden radiance clashing against the attack. He directly withstood the energy blades with his bare flesh. Clang, clang, clang. The energy blades struck Gu Santong, producing a clear metallic sound, failing to breach his defenses. Undeterred, Yuan Shuzi commanded, all together. The other 3 launched an assault on Gu Santong simultaneously. Sword lights, fist shadows, claw silhouettes, and sonic waves collided with the golden brilliance in a continuous barrage. Figures flashed like lightning, unleashing astonishing gusts of wind. In that moment, the scene became obscured, rendering the situation within indecipherable. You cannot hope to breach the sect leader's indestructible Vajra art. Your chances of victory are non-existent. Zhu Wushi proclaimed, addressing the elderly man with white hair and beard. The indestructible Vajra art manifested flawlessly upon Gu Santong, rendering his defense invincible. Divine might, 7 shadows, 7 wounds. At that instant, Yuan Shuzi shouted, thrusting forth a palm. Black energy enveloping his hand, penetrating the golden light. It struck against Gu Santong's body. With a series of 7 consecutive strikes, the palms unleashed a force that surged forth like sound waves, penetrating the very essence of Gu Santong's being. Bang! Gu Santong's expression shifted as he staggered backward from the impact of this formidable energy. An opportunity. The blood sword unleashed devastation. The man of the Su clan uttered a low growl, and from his sword erupted a dazzling arc of sword energy, radiant and crimson, piercing through all obstacles and manifesting before Gu Santong. A flash of red light flickered in Gu Santong's eyes. Instead of heeding the energy within his own body, he raised his hand and seized the descending sword. In an instant, the sword was clutched firmly in his grasp. With a surge of strength, he yanked the opponent closer but did not approach. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch into the adversary's form. Bang! The Su clan man was propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, and he was hurled directly towards Zhu Wushi. A cold smile crept upon Zhu Wushi's lips as he swiftly moved, appearing behind his opponent in the blink of an eye, his hand grasping tightly as the technique of energy absorption erupted. The opponent's body was captured within his grasp. A terrifying force of suction instantaneously surged forth. The Su clan man's face contorted in horror as his inner strength, akin to a tumultuous tide, surged towards Zhu Wushi. Bang! Within mere seconds, the power within him was fully absorbed by Zhu Wushi, and then with a sudden explosion of energy, the cold-faced man Su Xiong was reduced to mere flesh and blood within Zhu Wushi's palm. Chapter 645. Using the arm as a blade. The terrifying intent of the blade blood splattered across the scene. This marked the first instance of a life being extinguished in this confrontation, executed through the cooperation of Zhu Wushi and Gu Santong. At this moment, Zhu Wushi descended to the ground, his long hair cascading freely and his robe billowing, emanating an overwhelmingly domineering aura that soared into the sky. His gaze fixed upon the white-haired elder. Just as the elder attempted to move, he was obstructed by the overwhelming speed of Zhu Wushi, rendering him unable to prevent the ensuing strike. Meanwhile, Gu Santong's attention was drawn to the face of the Kunlun sect Yuan Shuzi. To his astonishment, "You were able to employ penetrating energy to injure my internal organs." Gu Santong spoke coldly. The indestructible body technique he practiced was primarily defensive against external forces, and he had not yet achieved invulnerability within. He had grown somewhat careless, allowing the opponent to close the distance and unleash 7 consecutive strikes, injuring his internal organs. Yuan Shuzi's expression darkened. He had held back during his earlier strike, intending to deliver a devastating blow, but did not anticipate that his opponent would endure such an attack. It was impossible to ascertain the extent of the opponent's injuries from the current situation. Their internal energy was formidable. Furthermore, Zhu Wushi instilled even greater fear, possessing the ability to absorb another's cultivation. This individual was more concerning than Gu Santong. "Brother, send another one my way." Zhu Wushi addressed Gu Santong. "Brother." The manner in which Zhu Wushi referred to him caused a stir among the onlookers. The East Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion, the master and vice master were indeed brothers, a detail that had escaped their scrutiny. "Elder, you go and deal with that one. They should have no other formidable warriors left." Gu Santong commanded. "I will suppress these 3, eliminate that elder, and you may absorb the cultivation of these 3 individuals." With his words spoken, Gu Santong took a decisive step forward. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged forth, having previously engaged in combat merely to ascertain whether any other formidable figures from the sea had emerged. It appeared that none had. Thus, it was time to strike. A tumultuous wave of energy surged as golden might coalesced within his fist, launching towards the trio with unparalleled ferocity and speed. Gu Santong, a man of exceptional talent and a devoted martial artist, continued to advance in strength even in this world. Renowned as the foremost practitioner, Gu Santong had mastery over the art of energy absorption, though he seldom employed it. Nevertheless, he had managed to contend with Zhu Wushi, a master from the 8 great sects, showcasing his formidable prowess. Despite sustaining internal injuries, his ability to fight remained unhampered. His fists fell like thunder, an overwhelming force descending upon them. The expressions of Yuan Shuzi and his companions shifted dramatically, a profound sense of peril rising within them. Exchanging glances, they swiftly dispersed. However, They underestimated Gu Santong, who possessed not only the indomitable strength of the diamond body, but also the ultimate techniques of the 8 great sects. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the ground, sending a cloud of debris soaring, momentarily obscuring their vision. Just then, Gu Santong transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the white-haired elder in black robes, Su Quan. His fingers transformed into powerful strikes, unleashing the great strength diamond finger with blinding speed aimed directly at the elder's head. Su Quan's countenance shifted as he moved to evade the strike. Yet Gu Santong's fingers morphed into claws, seizing the elder's shoulder. The art of energy absorption erupted, as Gu Santong sought to mend his own injuries. A terrifying pull manifested instantaneously. Su Quan felt his vital energy surge uncontrollably into Gu Santong's grasp, his body convulsing. In the fleeting moment, as the energy waned, Gu Santong's clawed fingers pierced through the elder's skull. As the dust settled, Yimu and Yuan Shuzi beheld Gu Santong's fingers embedded in Su Quan's head. Su Quan's figure deflated, his energy dissipating. Once vibrant, his countenance now turned pale, vitality extinguished, as his power was consumed. Yuan Shuzi's expression darkened. Kill. At that moment, Yimu surged forward, his palm radiating immense energy, manifesting the thunderclap palm with terrifying force. The air around him crackled and exploded under the pressure of his hand. Gu Santong's expression remained stern as he raised his palm to meet the attack. In that instant, Yuan Shuzi propelled himself towards Gu Santong, employing the art of shadow movement. Appearing in an instant at Gu Santong's side, launching a series of rapid palm strikes. The strikes generated formidable waves of energy directed at Gu Santong's core. Yet this time, the energy that entered Gu Santong seemed to dissipate instantly, as if absorbed by his extensive training in energy transformation. Yuan Shuzi's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated. With a resounding impact, Gu Santong deflected Yimu's assault, propelling himself towards Yuan Shuzi with unwavering determination. The speed was astonishing, a ferocious force surged forth, overwhelming the figure of Yuan Shuzi. In an instant, a palm descended upon the opponent. A terrifying suction erupted instantaneously. The vital energy within Yuan Shuzi surged towards Gu Santong. You underestimate Kunlun too much, and you underestimate me, Gue Yixing. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the grand plaza outside the hall. Before the sound faded, the grand elder of Kunlun, Gue Yixing, raised his right arm, wielding it like a blade, and struck downwards. A dazzling beam of light, akin to a swift ribbon, shot upwards, cleaving through the air with the might of a river, aiming towards Gu Santong. Gu Santong's gaze sharpened. He released Yuan Shuzi, his body enveloped in golden light, and delivered a powerful punch. The collision with the incoming blade aura erupted with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves through the space between Gu Santong and Gue Yixing, creating a vacuum. A deep pit formed beneath Gu Santong's feet, as the force of the strike was extraordinary. In that moment of collision with the blade aura, Yimu raised his hand, drawing Yuan Shuzi closer. However, at this juncture, Yuan Shuzi's internal energy had nearly dissipated, leaving him feeble and devoid of fighting strength. He retrieved a pill and swallowed it, regaining a modicum of strength. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Gu Santong, who had previously seemed insignificant compared to Zhu Wushi. Now, they realized the true terror lay with Gu Santong. Not only could he convert energy, but he could also absorb it. You go kill them. I will deal with him. With a motion of his foot, Gu Santong soared into the air, enveloped in a golden glow. The indestructible Vajra technique consumed vast amounts of vital energy, making it impossible to engage ceaselessly with a powerful opponent. However, having absorbed the strength of 2 formidable beings from the sea, his indestructible Vajra technique continued to operate. At that moment, the white-haired elder, Gue Yixing, emanated a terrifying aura of blade intent. Behind him, a phantom of a blade materialized, embodying the essence of his being. Let us see if this blade intent can sever your indestructible form. As the white-robed elder spoke, he wielded his arm as a blade and struck once more. Gu Santong's fist erupted, shattering the blade aura. Yet as he did so, the sound of blade whistling filled his ears. The opponent's blade intent was not only powerful but also swift, slicing through the air with a ferocious howl. The golden light surrounding Gu Santong flickered as he braced against the blade aura, propelling himself forward to attack Gue Yixing. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi made his move, approaching Yimu. His hand transformed into a claw, aiming for Yimu's chest. Yimu extended his palm, reciprocating the attack. But just then, Zhu Wushi shifted his body, appearing before Yuan Shuzi, and struck down with his palm. Bang! Yuan Shuzi was sent flying, spitting blood, crashing to the ground, his head spinning, consciousness fading. Uncertain of life or death. Chapter 646, Sacrificing Vital Energy, the Final Blade, taking control of Kunlun. The moment Yimu made his move, his expression shifted dramatically as his hand transformed into a claw. He advanced with swift steps, his palms surging with blood energy. The fierce force between his fingers aimed directly at Zhu Wushi's head. Zhu Wushi let out a cold snort, striking out with his palm to clash against Yimu's claw. However, as their hands collided, Yimu shifted from claw to palm, unleashing a searing energy that surged from his palm, intentionally avoiding contact with Zhu Wushi's arm to prevent him from absorbing his power. Given the previous circumstances, it was evident that close proximity was essential for Zhu Wushi to draw upon another's internal strength. Zhu Wushi's expression tightened slightly as he unleashed his own true energy. Having just absorbed the power of a formidable practitioner from the sea, combined with the strength from an earlier encounter, his own capabilities were far from ordinary. You underestimate me. Do you truly believe I rely solely on the art of absorption? With a roar, a dragon-shaped true energy erupted from his palm, manifesting a terrifying force directed towards his opponent. The two energies surged, and Yimu's gaze hardened as he prepared to strike again. Yet, in an instant, Zhu Wushi transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before him and seizing his arm. A powerful suction erupted immediately, realizing the danger. Yimu's expression shifted as he swiftly raised his left hand, severing his right arm with his own true energy, retreating at an alarming speed. Blazing flames slash. As he retreated, he unleashed a fiery blade of true energy towards Zhu Wushi. Impressed by Yimu's ruthlessness, Zhu Wushi had not anticipated such a drastic measure to evade his absorption technique. Utilizing the technique of Qian Kuan de Nui, he evaded the blade and reappeared before Yimu, his hand transforming into a claw aimed at his opponent's head. Yimu's expression changed drastically. His speed was overwhelming, and he struggled to keep pace. Divine Might, Sky-Piercing Hand. Once again, he unleashed his Divine Might, a terrifying power erupting from the center of his palm. However, as he channeled his energy, blood gushed from the severed arm, draining the color from his face. Boom! Zhu Wushi activated his own Divine Might, focusing on enhancing his strength. The energy he gathered was primarily based on the art of absorption, creating a powerful suction that drew everything towards him. As his palm descended, it veered off course, followed by a surge of pulling force that rendered Yimu's body uncontrollable, drawing him towards Zhu Wushi. If you intend to confront me, you ought to first grasp the extent of our powers. To act blindly is to court death, Zhu Wushi declared, lifting his hand to grasp Yimu by the throat. I believe you have more to say. The victors and the vanquished. Your Tianya Pavilion's emergence will not go unchallenged by my Kunlun sect. We shall strive for survival against all odds. As Yimu spoke, his eyes hardened. Zhu Wushi's expression shifted, and he released his grip, retreating rapidly. Boom! The moment Yimu was freed, his body detonated in a powerful explosion, sending Zhu Wushi hurtling backward from the immense force. The surge of vital energy coursed through Zhu, the proximity of the explosion causing a tumult within him. Boom! On the other side, Gu Santong and the white-haired elder, Gu Yixing, separated their bodies. Unexpectedly, it was still like this. A hint of despondency crossed Gu Yixing's face. Once again, the Kunlun sect faced defeat, and this time it was even more catastrophic. His gaze grew cold, and the intent of his blades coalesced around him. In that fleeting moment, all his essence converged, his complexion paling as his aura swiftly dissipated. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes intensified remarkably. The vanishing of his essence gave rise to an exceedingly formidable blade intent. As this blade intent manifested, the atmosphere shifted, becoming oppressively heavy. This blade intent, Gu Santong's eyes narrowed. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. This strike from his adversary was immensely powerful. Gu Santong, this is my utmost strike. I am eager to see if it can shatter your indestructible defense. Gu Yixing's eyes gleamed with fervor, fixated intently on Gu Santong. The brilliance flickered within his gaze, revealing a hint of despair mingled with determination. Let me witness your blade. Gu Santong sensed the impending strike. and his aura began to transform. The indestructible Vajra technique surged to its zenith, his internal energy ebbing away like a receding tide. His fists were enveloped in golden energy. He did not hesitate to retaliate. If his opponent exerted their full strength, he too would unleash his most potent blow to send them on their way. In that moment, Gu Santong's mind was clear. The elder's prowess surpassed that of the previous 4 adversaries. It placed pressure upon him. Yet he understood that if he could withstand this strike and vanquish his foe, perhaps he could grasp that elusive step forward. At that moment, stabilizing his vital energy, Zhu's gaze shifted towards the confrontation. He sensed the might behind the adversary's blade. Gui's blade slash. Gui Yixing exclaimed, raising his arm as a terrifying blade intent coalesced upon it. He soared into the air, his arm transforming into a blade. With a swift motion, he executed a slash. Swoosh! A terrifying torrent of razor-sharp blade energy erupted, tearing through all in its path and shaking the very core of one's being. In that instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, the surrounding air heavy as if cloaked in stormy gloom. However, Gu Santong did not strike immediately. He was attuned to the blade energy. The surge of blade energy crashed violently against him. The indestructible Vajra technique erupted, resisting the force. It was an incessant drain, as if his internal power could not be replenished, only consumed. Gu Santong's eyes were fixated on the moment the blade descended. His mind sharpened. As the handblade appeared before him, boom, Gu Santong unleashed a punch, his golden fist blazing like a radiant sun, dispersing all as it collided with the blade energy, melting the ferocious intent within the golden light. The fist and the handblade clashed. Bang! The protective blade energy surrounding his arm shattered, his arm fracturing into a spray of flesh and blood. Gui Yixing's body fell to the ground. The body fell to the ground. It is somewhat regrettable. Although your defenses have been breached, it is futile. This is the calamity of Kunlun. A sigh echoed in the air. After a single punch, Gu Santong's fist struck the earth with a resounding thud, gasping for breath as blood flowed from his arm. Yet, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. What a fierce and domineering blow. I must thank you. This battle has imparted significant insights, and I believe it will not be long before I ascend to a higher level. Gu Santong spoke solemnly. At this moment, the battle outside Tianya Pavilion raged on. However, Gui Hai and Guanxi had joined forces, successfully slaying the 4 formidable experts of the Kunlun sect. The other disciples were embroiled in fierce combat, while Cheng Shifei and Shangwan Haidang led the disciples of Tianya Pavilion in a fervent counterattack. The Kunlun sect experts suffered heavy casualties. You go take over the Kunlun sect, Gu Santong directed to Zhu Wushi. Chapter 647. In the shadows, ambush, Gu Santong. How are your injuries? Zhu Wushi inquired, gazing at Gu Santong. No matter. First take over Kunlun. Once we have seized Kunlun, our eastern pavilion will unify the entire region beyond the Great Wall, and only then can I enter the inner territories. Gu Santong replied. As the leader of the eastern pavilion, he could not confine himself to the outskirts. Engaging with the warriors of the great Zhou dynasty was his true aspiration. Moreover, after this encounter, his strength would undoubtedly advance further. Zhu Wushi glanced at Gu Santong, nodding before departing. At this moment, the square fell into a serene stillness. Gu Santong turned and made his way toward his courtyard. After his departure, a man clad in a black robe slowly emerged from the shadows, his aura restrained, revealing no trace of his presence. Both Gu Santong and Zhu Wushi possessed techniques for absorbing energy, particularly Gu Santong's indomitable Vajra skill, which rendered his defenses invincible and could dissipate any internal energy. To kill him would indeed be exceedingly difficult, murmured the man in black. Contemplating this, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Gu Santong was injured and seemed temporarily unable to deploy his Vajra skill. Perhaps this presented an opportunity to strike him down. An expression of excitement spread across the black-robed man's face. If he could slay Gu Santong and uncover the secrets of the indestructible Vajra skill or the techniques for energy absorption, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, vanquishing such a powerful opponent would be a mark of honor. The recent assault by the Kunlun sect on the Eastern Pavilion was a command from the Old Master. Now, with the Kunlun sect's forces annihilated and no damage inflicted upon their adversaries, the plan could be deemed a complete failure. There was a chance to eliminate Gu Santong. He needed to seize this opportunity. In the martial world, one must grasp such chances. Otherwise, One should refrain from wandering through the realms of martial arts and live as an ordinary person. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and moved in the direction Gu Santong had taken. In the rear courtyard, a certain tranquility prevailed. The disciples of Tianya Pavilion were just drawn in by the sound of the bell, all participating in the battle, now further summoned by Zhu to Kunlun's sect, while the remaining disciples busied themselves with the aftermath, tending to the fallen and cleansing the bloodstains. Gu Santong pushed open the door, but his hand hesitated slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Creaking, he slowly opened the door. At that very moment, dozens of needles radiating blue light suddenly shot towards his back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blue steel needles pierced into Gu Santong's back. He stumbled forward into the room, turning to glance at the courtyard. A figure clad in a gray robe, holding a cylindrical object, stood at the entrance. Indeed, the recently expended blade intent had drained your true energy, rendering you incapable of employing the indestructible technique. The cloaked figure gazed at Gu Santong, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Regardless of whether he was injured, Gu Santong's formidable prowess compelled the use of a surprise attack. The needles were coated with a lethal poison that could seal one's throat upon bloodshed. Now, with the poison needles embedded in his back, the assailant believed he had the advantage to kill Gu Santong. "Who are you? Your concealment skills are extraordinary," Gu Santong inquired, observing his opponent. Had the figure not appeared so closely, he would not have sensed his presence. The aura emanating from the figure was weak, yet it eluded his detection, indicating a commendable mastery of stealth techniques. "Killing you will reveal my identity," replied the cloaked man, producing a sharp flying knife in his hand, its edge shimmering with a chilling radiance. As a proficient hunter, he never placed himself in perilous situations. Thus, he had mastered the art of the flying knife. Raising it in his hand, Gu Santong's gaze sharpened. At the instant the knife was lifted, a menacing aura locked onto his throat. Although the black-clad man was not overly powerful, the flying knife was formidable. Swoosh! The knife was released, transforming into a streak of icy brilliance aimed at Gu Santong's throat. It was swift, but just as it neared, Gu Santong raised his right hand, which glowed golden as he seized the incoming knife. With a powerful grip, he crushed the sharp blade into a worthless mass of iron. "You are cautious, yet to me, you remain feeble. Reveal your origins, or I might grant you a complete corpse." Gu Santong spoke coldly, fixing his gaze on his adversary. "How is this possible? You have been struck by my poison needle. Even if a trace of inner strength remains, you cannot wield it." The black-clad man's face displayed horror. His previous calmness stemmed from the knowledge that the poison had already entered Gu Santong's body, a toxin capable of corroding internal organs. Bang! Just as he spoke, Gu Santong's body trembled. The dozens of needles embedded in his back suddenly shot out, thudding against the wall behind him. "They were merely trapped by my muscles." As Gu Santong spoke, his footsteps shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before his opponent, raising his hand to seize the assailant's throat. "Tell me, who are you?" This cloaked figure had appeared at the East Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion at a most opportune moment. Seemingly aware of the Kunlun sect's impending assault on their stronghold, it was evident that this encounter was intricately linked to the Kunlun sect's recent attack on Tianya Pavilion. Thus, upon first sighting the figure, Gu Santong refrained from immediately striking, opting instead to entice his adversary into revealing something. However, the figure remained guarded, divulging not a single hint. Acknowledging the futility of his attempt at coaxing information, Gu Santong resolved to take decisive action. "You will never know." As his words fell, the figure's lips began to bleed black ichor, succumbing to poison and meeting a swift demise. What a formidable poison! Gu Santong pondered, then began to search the body, but found no useful clues, leaving the corpse aside. He intended to wait for Zhu Wusher's return to conduct an investigation. Meanwhile, he entered his chamber, sitting cross-legged to cultivate and recuperate. The blade intent from the recent encounter was exceedingly potent. He needed to mend his injuries and reflect upon the insights gained from the battle. In Jiangnan, aboard a ship in Jinling City, Su Chun laid down the confidential letter, his eyes narrowing. What on earth does Lord Tianding intend to so blatantly oppose the Qinglong society? He mused solemnly. He felt no concern for the borderlands. With Gu Santong's indomitable strength and the absorbing techniques at his disposal, they were well equipped to face any onslaught. Moreover, with the aid of the 8 great sects' ultimate skills, coupled with Zhu Wusher's prowess, they would only enhance their own strength in the fray. However, the appearance of Lord Tianding in the northern 9 prefectures was a matter of grave concern. The fact that Emperor Wu Ho had survived amidst a throng of attackers demonstrated his formidable capabilities. As one of the leading figures in the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Tianding's strength was indisputable, warranting careful vigilance. The East Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion has taken control of the borderlands and the Kunlun sect, becoming the most powerful force in the region, rewarded with 3 orange lottery cards. Chapter 648. Character. Han Tianyu. A phase cultivation card for the later half of his life. Kunlun had indeed been subdued, though the specifics of the battle remained unknown. Su Chen hoped for a swift transmission of information regarding the confrontation. Securing Kunlun was anticipated, yet the ensuing conflict was bound to be intricate, and he was eager to learn more. The decision to act against Kunlun suggested they possessed considerable confidence. Su Chen was keen to uncover details about the battle. Observing the 3 newly acquired orange lottery cards, he wasted no time in utilizing them, eager to see if they would yield characters or treasures. Obtained 1 Huahai Dan, and the cultivation card for the later half of a phase life. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the exceptional rewards. Not only had he acquired Han Tianyu, but he also received a phase cultivation card for the latter half of his life. Setting aside thoughts of Han Tianyu for now, he focused on a phase cultivation card. In the post-Gulong era, a Fei was revered as the fastest sword in the world. In the earlier days, Fu Hongxue and Lu Xiaojia could only face defeat before him. As time passed, a Fei transcended into a legendary figure of his age. His innate talent was on par with anyone else's. After all, he was the son of a character from Gulong's first decade, and such lineage assured remarkable potential. He believed that if a Fei were to acquire a cultivation card for his later years, his strength would undoubtedly reach the level of consolidating spirit in the sea. With such capabilities, the influence of the Qinglong society in the northern 9 prefectures would undoubtedly grow. As for Han Tianyue, she was a character from the Snowflake Goddess Dragon, ranking among the top 4 in terms of strength. She practiced the technique of the indestructible Golden Buddha. Upon assessing her power, it was found that Han Tianyue had achieved the level of consolidating spirit in the sea, though she was not noted as being among the top-tier practitioners in that realm. The Transforming Sea Pill, a medicinal elixir that could assist celestial warriors in potentially transforming their dantians into seas, yielded promising results. Han Tianyue could be dispatched to the Tianya Pavilion's Eastern Pavilion to serve as an elder, especially now that the Eastern Pavilion had taken over the Kunlun sect and needed to bolster its ranks with skilled practitioners while initiating an outward expansion. No external force could impede the progress of the Eastern Pavilion, Su Chen mused. At that moment, outside the door, Yuan Suiyun entered accompanied by Zhuang Xuanji. A few days prior, Su Chen had met with Zhuang Xuanji's father, Zhuang Mingfan, and proposed that he assist in converting gold notes into usable currency. As Su Chen's influence steadily grew, the need for resources to elevate the martial prowess of his warriors became increasingly critical, particularly for those below the level of Transforming Sea, where training resources were of utmost importance. Without them, even if one could condense divine might, the effectiveness would be compromised. Master Su, my father is willing to assist in the matter of exchanging the gold notes, Zhuang Xuanji cheerfully announced upon entering. During Su Chen's previous visit to Zhuang Mingfan to present this request, the latter had not agreed immediately, stating he needed time to consider. However, it seemed that Zhuang Mingfan had consented today, possibly using Zhuang Xuanji to facilitate the agreement, thereby strengthening their bond, a display of shrewdness. Yet, one must wonder how a man capable of developing a third banking institution would be simplistic in his dealings. There is one more thing. My father has received news that Dugu Wei has departed from Jinling and is heading towards the Lingjiang region, Zhuang Xuanji said in a serious tone. You mean Dugu Wei left Jinling and is now making his way to the Lingjiang region? What could he be up to? Is he seeking Guan Yutian? Su Chen inquired, a frown creasing his brow. This development took him by surprise. He had been contemplating how to covertly enlist Guan Yutian's assistance for the Qinglong society in the northern 9 prefectures, not anticipating that Dugu Wei would choose this moment to venture towards the Lingjiang region, thus complicating his plans. I must have Guan Yutian temporarily masquerade as a member of the Qinglong society, Su Chen thought to himself. However, why was Dugu Wei aware of my presence in Jinling, yet chose not to act against me? The death of Dugu Beidu still bore some connection to me. He mused quietly. Perhaps the disparity in status played a role. Dugu Weimo, indeed, is a grand general, while the young master, although the leader of the Qinglong society has not yet attained the status to meet the Grand General, Zhuang Xuanji remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a moment of astonishment. This was indeed the case. The leader of the Qinglong society may be esteemed in the northern 9 prefectures, where the younger generation might regard him with respect. However, for someone of Dugu Weima's caliber, a figure of immense power and high standing within the great Zhou dynasty, he would not deign to meet him. I shall have this news disseminated by the former steward. Your father must have some motives for providing such information. Su Chen observed Zhuang Xuanji. He had encountered Zhuang Mingfan before, a pure businessman, and businessmen are invariably motivated by interests. He would not share this information without reason. After all, if Su Chen were to convey this news to Guan Yutian, it would earn him a favor from Guan Yutian. A favor from a strong individual is not to be taken lightly. Of course, Su Chen was somewhat astonished by Zhuang Mingfan's influence, especially since he was aware of Dugu Weima's whereabouts. My father wishes to collaborate with the leader of the Qinglong society regarding the financial establishments in the northern 9 prefectures, adopting a model similar to that of the Lingjiang region, Zhuang Xuanji stated. Is this meant to provide me with funds? A smile graced Su Chen's face. Partnering with the Zhuang family's financial institution would be advantageous for Su Chen, as their operations extend beyond mere savings to encompass various other businesses. The Zhuang family's financial institution is more adept at managing these affairs. Our family's financial institution has faced suppression in the Huayuan region. Hence the intention to relocate our establishment to the northern 9 prefectures, thereby mitigating the losses in Huayuan, Zhuang Xuanji explained. The Huayuan region is the territory of the king of ruinous might. How could your family's financial institution suddenly face suppression? Su Chen inquired, puzzled. Recently, the residence of the king of ruinous might in Huayuan was attacked, prompting him to recruit martial artists from the Jianghu, claiming he intends to cleanse the martial forces in the Huayuan region. To recruit these martial artists requires substantial resources, which is why he has targeted our financial institution. Zhuang Xuanji replied. Su Chen's mind momentarily froze upon hearing this. The recent events surrounding the king of ruinous might in Huayuan were instigated by Cui Wuhu and the 5 Poison Boy. He had not anticipated that the king of ruinous might would start recruiting martial experts to cleanse the martial forces in Huayuan. However, upon further reflection, there seemed to be something amiss. Although Cui Wuhu and the 5 Poison Boy had caused quite a stir, it was not at a level that would compel the king of ruinous might to cleanse the martial forces in Huayuan. He must be scheming something. It seems prudent to inform Cui Wuhu and the others to investigate what the king of ruinous might intends to do. The king of ruinous might is a secret adversary of Su Chen, unbeknownst to him. At this moment, within the administration of Longbei Prefecture, a middle-aged man sat imposingly in the main seat. Clad in a brocade robe, he was of towering stature, with long hair as dark as ink. His imposing aura and piercing gaze exuded the air of a formidable hero. His cold and fierce eyes were fixed upon the newly appointed governor of the northern 9 prefectures, Du Kong. This is the information regarding the Qinglonghui, of which there is little of any utility. The only valuable lead lies with the individual from Shanmen, Su Chen. However, Su Chen has already departed for Jiangnan. You suggest that I dispatch someone to Jiangnan to apprehend Su Chen? The tone was cold and severe, causing Du Kong to tremble in fear. The man before him was one of the prominent figures of the Daizhou dynasty's Ministry of Officials, the esteemed Tian Dinggong, one of the 3 great dukes of Daizhou. A single utterance from him could determine Du Kang's fate. Chapter 649, Bloodied Hands, aiming to strike at Shanmen. Du Kang, trembling with trepidation and beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, stood with his head bowed. He found himself at a loss for effective strategies. The only overt stronghold of the Qinglonghui was Shanmen. Yet, Su Chen of Shanmen had departed the northern 9 prefectures and was reported to have appeared in the city of Jinling in Jiangnan. Racking his brain, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. My lord, although Su Chen is absent, Shanmen remains. The individual who manages affairs there is named Zhuge Jinghua, and he is undoubtedly affiliated with the Qinglonghui. If we can capture Zhuge Jinghua, or at the very least, gain access to Shanmen, we are sure to uncover some clues regarding the Qinglonghui, Du Kong proposed with urgency. Regardless of its effectiveness, he presented this notion in hopes of appeasing Tian Dinggong, thus solidifying his newly appointed position as governor of the northern 9 prefectures. My lord, Du Kang's suggestion holds some merit. Perhaps I should personally journey to Shanmen to capture Zhuge Jinghua, interjected a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, standing behind Tiantang. His countenance was resolute and rather unremarkable. However, an aura of terror emanated from him. This man was Chao Zhen, one of the guest officials accompanying Tiantang to the northern 9 prefectures. Despite his ordinary appearance, he was known for his ruthless prowess. Prior to joining the ministry, he had no notable achievements, yet after his induction, he single-handedly wrought havoc upon a sect, leaving a river of blood in his wake, and earned the infamous moniker Bloodied Hands Butcher within the ministry. For years, he had remained in seclusion, but now he had resurfaced alongside Tiantang in the northern 9 prefectures. Should Chao Zhen take action, it was likely that Shanmen would indeed be drenched in blood. Du Kong pondered this in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Tiantang stated, "You shall accompany Yuan Mu on this mission. It is imperative that you return with Zhuge Zhenhua alive. I wish to observe the King Longwui's reaction." His voice was grave. "We shall ensure Zhuge Zhenhua is brought back unharmed." Both Chao Zhen and another individual responded, bowing in unison. They then respectfully exited the hall. "Return at once and ascertain if there are any further leads." Tiantang instructed Du Kong. "Yes, I will return immediately and send others to investigate." Striving to uncover useful information, Du Kong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he bowed and exited the hall, secretly relieved to have evaded disaster. Inside the hall, only 2 figures remained, Tiantang and an elderly man clad in a dark red robe. The elderly man's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his eyes were narrowed, and there was a cold intensity between his brows. Rather than white hair, his head bore an eerie shade of black, with a faint aura swirling about him. It was evident that he was not a person of leniency. "My lord, the Mountain River sect is merely a superficial stronghold for them. If Chao Zhen removes it this time, the Qinglong Society's overt base will vanish, and the situation will likely become increasingly complicated," he said in a deep voice. "It matters not. This is precisely the approach we require, to let the internal factions of the great Zhou dynasty be aware of my ministry's capabilities." Recently, 2 swordsmanship masters from the Qinglong Society have emerged in the capital, gaining considerable acclaim, overshadowing various renowned assassin organizations, and have even appeared in Jiangnan. They seek to expand aggressively, and I intend to douse their ambitions with a bit of cold water. Once we take action, I believe other factions will also be stirred into motion to suppress them. After all, while the realm may be vast, it is also limited. The interests are finite, and no one wishes to see their own gains usurped by others. They simply lack the opportunity, and I shall provide them with one. Moreover, they have been elusive. I need to compel their appearance. Otherwise, if we continue to drag this out, they can afford to wait, but I cannot sustain myself indefinitely in the northern 9 prefectures. What is the stance of the Qinglong Temple? Tiantang inquired, his tone unperturbed and his analysis astute, devoid of any concern. The Qinglong Temple has yet to respond, but the people from the Great Benevolence Temple are currently promoting this matter. My subordinates will visit the Qinglong Temple frequently. I believe the individuals from the Qinglong Society will harbor suspicions. The Qinglong Temple will also sense the impending crisis. Although they are in seclusion, it is difficult for 2 tigers to inhabit one mountain. Currently situated within the territory of the Qinglong Society, the Qinglong Temple must submit to gain the Qinglong Society's trust. However, as the source of the esoteric Buddhist teachings, how could the Qinglong Temple ever submit to the Qinglong Society? Thus, a great conflict is inevitable. The Qinglong Temple understands this, which is why they have allowed us to enter. They likely wish to test the Qinglong Society, the elder spoke softly. "Humph. A group of bald monks playing these games. I hope they can show some strength." Tiantang remarked coldly. "Continue your engagement with the Great Benevolence Temple. Their motives for appearing in the northern 9 prefectures are certainly not simple. If the Qinglong Temple hesitates, let the Great Benevolence Temple compel them to act." Tiantang instructed solemnly. "Understood." At this moment, the newly appointed governor, Du Kong, returned to the governor's residence, immediately arranging for stringent defenses within. He then made his way alone to his study. Tiantang intended to deal with the Mountain River sect and had dispatched Chao Zhen. Once the Mountain River sect was awash in blood, retaliation from the Qinglong Society would be inevitable, and he, as the governor, would be the first to suffer. Once combat ensued, who would care whether one was a governor or not? It seemed our esteemed governor harbored considerable fear within, just as he attempted to relax. A low voice echoed in his ear. Du Kong raised his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. His eyes betrayed a look of horror as he stammered, "The Qinglong Society, Shui Yiren. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire what the governor discussed with Lord Tianding today, and whether Lord Tianding has any plans. Surely, the governor would be inclined to share this information with us. After all, the governor would not wish to meet the same fate as Wen Yifan, perishing within this very governor's residence. Lord Tianding intends to leave this place, while you, my lord, must remain here. Sometimes, one must cherish their own life." Shui Yiren spoke coldly. As he spoke, a chilling aura of sword intent coalesced around him, imbued with a sense of lethal intent, enveloping Dukong. In an instant, Dukong felt an extreme coldness shroud his entire being, the shadow of death pressing upon his heart like a towering mountain. His complexion turned pale, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his brow. Previously anxious in Lord Tianding's presence, he was now gripped by fear. Although he possessed some strength, having reached the second level of Tianren, he understood that before Shui Yiren, he would not be able to withstand even a single strike. "Speak." Bam! Just as he was about to utter a word, Shui Yiren barked, and the energy emanating from him erupted, bearing down upon Dukong. The latter found himself kneeling on the ground. "Lord Tianding has dispatched Chao Zhen and Yuan Mu to the Shana Gate. I am not well acquainted with Yuan Mu, but Chao Zhen is notorious for having wiped out a sect in the past, exhibiting ruthless methods. They intend to bring Zhuge Zhenwu back." Dukong, kneeling upon the ground, hastily conveyed. Chapter 650, Interception, Slaying Before Entry. To act against Shanha Gate, they indeed possess audacity. Governor Dukong, this time, the Qinglong Society, has perceived your sincerity, and we believe our future interactions in the northern 9 prefectures will be harmonious. Upon finishing, Shui Yiren turned and departed. Inside the room, Dukong gradually rose, taking deep breaths. Seated in the sandalwood chair at his desk, he fell into contemplation. Reflecting on Shui Yiren's words, the implication was clear. If he cooperated with the Qinglong Society, he would avoid calamity. It was truly lamentable how, within just a few short years, the forces of the martial world could threaten a governor. Dukong sighed, recalling the founding of the Zhou dynasty. Who would dare act thus within the entire realm of the Great Zhou? Such actions would have led to annihilation. Yet, ever since the emperor entered seclusion, relaxing his grip on the martial world, it had begun to diverge from its former nature. Now, it had transformed into this. How long would His Majesty remain in seclusion? Could it be true, as rumored, that His Majesty's failure in seclusion rendered him incapable of managing affairs of the martial world? Would Chao Zhen and the others be able to return? Now that the Qinglong Society was aware of their actions against Shana Gate, it was likely they would not allow their return. Rumor had it that the 3 individuals brought by Lord Tianding were formidable forces in the sea of concentration. If the Qinglong Society were to prevent the return of the 2, then aligning with the Qinglong Society would not be out of the question. With this thought, Dukong's demeanor grew tranquil. This was the world of martial arts, where the strong commanded respect. He need not feel remorse. Everything was for the sake of preserving his life. In a certain manner, within a secluded chamber, Li Chenzhou sat cross-legged in deep meditation, facing the equally composed Lu Shengyi Jian. A torrent of energy surged within Li Chenzhou, cascading like tidal waves outward from his being. Not far opposite him, Lu Shengyi Jian, enveloped in a flow of energy, valiantly resisted the onslaught of this force, swiftly circulating his blood and true essence beneath the pressure. A resounding boom echoed as the 2 energies danced around each other, and an aura of divine might manifested around Li Chenzhou. Shadows of his fists appeared, rendering the surrounding waves of energy momentarily still. In contrast, Lu Shengyi Jian felt a tremor within, as if his true essence was on the verge of shattering beneath the weight of this divine presence. However, the power of the divine aura did not intensify, merely suppressing Lu Shengyi Jian's sensation of fragmentation. Lu Shengyi Jian's pursuit of martial arts was marked by an unyielding resolve. Having entered the realm of the Dantian, he sought to cultivate the divine might. His path was one of the heartless sword, focused on transcendence beyond the material world. For him, all things were but instruments to be vanquished in the name of martial prowess. The divine might he sought was synonymous with annihilation under the stroke of his sword. All could meet their end. As Li Chenzhou assisted Lu Shengyi Jian in harnessing this divine might, his own power concurrently flourished. Li Chenzhou's fist represented authority. His strikes were emblematic of dominion, capable of determining life and death with a single blow. Now, with the divine might amplifying, he managed to compress and strengthen it further, primed for an explosive release that would undoubtedly shake the heavens. After a considerable period, both warriors withdrew their energies. I believe that, in due time, you shall coalesce your divine might, Li Chunzhou remarked, gazing at Lu Sheng-Yijian. It will require a bit more time, but not long. Perhaps I will achieve it before the Tianding Gong takes action, Lu Sheng-Yijian replied. As they rose to their feet, the entrance to the chamber swung open, revealing a figure clad in azure robes, Shui Ren. The Tianding Gong has made his move, dispatching individuals to the Shan He Min to apprehend Zhuge Zhenghua, seeking to discern our situation within the Qinglong Hui. The individuals involved are Chao Zhen and Yuan Mu, likely formidable figures from the realm of the sea, Shui Ren announced. A clever maneuver, sending two powerful beings from the sea to the Shan He Min, is indeed a masterstroke. This is an attempt to compel us to act against them, Li Chunzhou observed. Compared to Shui Ren and Lu Sheng-Yijian, Li Chunzhou stood as the dominant force within the martial world. The Quanli gang was the foremost faction, unparalleled in both strategy and strength. If the Tianding Gong's agents could infiltrate the Qinglong Hui, it would be a grave disappointment for them if we could not ascertain such intelligence. It appears that the Tianding Gong is testing us, Shui Ren stated solemnly. Is he probing our ability to track the movements of these two? Li Chunzhou inquired. Given their prowess in the sea, our followers are unable to pinpoint their whereabouts, Shui Ren replied with a grave tone. In the depths of the sea, those who possess formidable spiritual awareness are not easily tracked. Is this a challenge posed by the Shanha sect? Li Chunzhou's brow furrowed slightly. They shall be sorely disappointed, for within the Shanha sect reside three formidable entities with the strength of sea-born spirits. They stand no chance of emerging alive. Lu Sheng-Yijian spoke coldly. Night Emperor, Future, and Xiao Qiushui have all transcended into the realm of sea-born spirits. Each of them is a paragon of their era, and once they have consolidated their spiritual might, they can no longer be regarded as mere ordinary sea-born spirits. Coupled with Ding Peng and Yan Nantian, their fate is sealed. We cannot allow them to reach the Shanha sect. Doing so would be a significant blow to us. They must be eliminated before they set foot in the Shanha sect. You too must act decisively and trace their movements. Mobilize before they enter Lingnan County and ensure their demise. Li Chunzhou spoke in a grave tone. This is a test from the enemy, and they must pay a heavy price for their audacity. As he spoke, a concealed door creaked open, and a figure clad in simple garments, with a long sword at his waist, entered. A Fei. Compared to his previous display of swordsmanship, a Fei now exuded a restrained demeanor, his aura subdued. Yet, the expressions of Li Chunzhou and the others shifted in surprise upon seeing him. Lu Sheng-Yijian and Shui Ren sensed a palpable danger emanating from a Fei. The fact that they felt threatened indicated that a Fei had undoubtedly ascended to the realm of sea-born spirits. Congratulations. Li Chunzhou was the first to speak. Regarding a Fei, you have merely taken a shortcut compared to the rest. A Fei responded, having obtained a card of cultivation for his later years. This card encompassed not only cultivation but also insights into martial arts and life itself. I previously met with Master Wu Hua. Qinglong Temple has expressed a willingness to collaborate with Tianding Gong, though they have yet to formalize the agreement. Moreover, Wu Hua has ascertained that Qinglong Temple likely harbors three sea-born spirits, one of whom possesses terrifying strength. Before coming here, a Fei had secretly met with the monk Wu Hua. Three sea-born spirits. This secret Buddhist temple is indeed remarkable. It rivals the sea-born spirits of the Tianxiao Alliance. Li Chunzhou's expression bore a hint of astonishment. A Fei, you must return to the Shanha sect. Coincidentally, Tianding Gong has dispatched individuals to strike at the Shanha sect. You three must work together to uncover the whereabouts of the two individuals heading toward the Shanha sect. As Li Chunzhou spoke, he conveyed the news of Chao Zhen and his companion's approach to a Fei. Chapter 651. Qinglong Order, Assassination, Confrontation. Shui Ren issued the Qinglong Order, commanding the major forces of the 9 northern counties to locate Chao Zhen and Yuan Mu. Should the local powers feign compliance, a direct extermination order will be enacted. This strategy will compel them to evade the official roads, facilitating your search or enabling a covert ambush. Li Chunzhou spoke coldly. The Qinglong Society stands as the sovereign of the 9 northern counties. Now is the moment to assert the authority of the sovereign and showcase the prowess of the Qinglong Society. The journey to Lingnan County is limited to only a few routes, all of which are under scrutiny, thus compelling one to seek out more concealed paths. This grants Lu Xingyijian and his associates the opportunity to execute their assassination. The Qinglong Society, being an organization of assassins, considers such covert operations to be standard practice. Moreover, this particular ambush involves 3 masters of swordsmanship, even if 2 of them have not yet reached the realm of sea concentration. As long as they can strike without fail and retreat immediately, what significance does it hold if they were to achieve sea concentration? Indeed, Shui Yiren nodded. The 3 of them performed a slight bow before exiting the secret chamber. The following day, the Qinglong order was issued, and all major factions received the decree, which contained but one command: to locate the officials Chao Zhan and Yuan Mu. Those who feigned compliance would face annihilation. The tone of the order was severe, with an air of bloodshed permeating the atmosphere. The factions that had hoped to exploit the chaos were momentarily taken aback. They dispatched all available manpower to commence the search for Chao Zhan and Yuan Mu. At the county office, Tian Dinggong perused the confidential report with a calm demeanor. After all, this was the territory of the Qinglong Society. The issuance of the Qinglong order was entirely within his expectations. Furthermore, one of his objectives was to provoke the Qinglong Society into action. "My lord," remarked the enigmatic elder with black hair, "the Qinglong Society has indeed mobilized. I have instructed the secret agents of the Ministry of Personnel to investigate, and I trust we shall soon uncover the society's stronghold." It was a game of strategy, a matter of who would find whom first. Chao Zhan and Yuan Mu must exercise caution and not underestimate the Qinglong Society, Tian Dinggong advised. During this period, the intelligence they had gathered indicated that the true power controlling the 9 northern counties was the Qinglong Society's leader, Li Qinzhou, who commanded 2 formidable swordsmen, Shui Yiren and Lu Xingyijian. Although they had not yet stepped into the realm of sea concentration, the emergence of 2 sea concentration masters within the Qinglong Society in the capital necessitated a cautious approach. I have informed them of these circumstances, given their capabilities. Even if the Qinglong Society issues the Qinglong order, finding them will prove challenging, the black-haired elder stated. At this juncture, one could not afford to be complacent. Should the 2 falter in their first confrontation, it would certainly be a setback for them. Tian Dinggong spoke with a grave tone. Understood. The black-haired elder nodded. Meanwhile, en route to Lingnan County, Chao Zhan and Yuan Mu arrived at a city gate, where soldiers were stationed. Beyond them, a multitude of martial artists from various counties and cities had assembled, all dispatched by their respective factions to search for Chao Zhan and Yuan Mu. Regardless of whether they could locate the 2, they were determined to thoroughly inspect every individual entering and exiting the city. The Qinglong Society is indeed making a grand display in their pursuit of us. Yuan Mu, clad in blue and appearing as an ordinary middle-aged man, remarked beside Chao Zhan. Although Yuan Mu's reputation was less prominent than Chao Zhan's, his prowess was equally formidable. Even if they search the cities, what can they achieve? They will not uncover us. Let us proceed. The 2, being masters of sea concentration, needed not traverse through the city. Instead, they ventured into the depths of the forest. On a winding mountain path, the figures of Chao Zhan and Yuan Mu emerged. Beyond this path lay Kangwu County, a gateway to Lingnan Prefecture. Chao Zhan gazed ahead, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Traversing Kangwu County would bring them closer to their destination. Along the way, the Qinglong Order's decree had caused them considerable trouble, stirring a sense of resentment within him, manifesting as a fierce expression. "Let us strive to reach Shanhamen today. I hope Zhuge Zhenhua is present," Yuan Mu remarked beside him. As they advanced, suddenly, both Yuan Mu and Chao Zhan halted, their expressions shifting. 2 beams of sword light appeared abruptly from the shadows, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed, akin to shooting stars. The collision with the air produced a sharp, piercing sound that rattled their senses. "Boldness indeed," they exclaimed in unison. Chao Zhan, undeterred, raised his hand, unleashing a surge of vital energy that erupted from his palm, causing his robes to swell dramatically before coiling toward the incoming threats like a great serpent. With a swift motion, the energy transformed into a dragon, shattering the oncoming sword aura. Yet, despite the disruption, the sword light continued its relentless approach. Chao Zhan's expression shifted slightly. He raised his palm once more, energy swirling within it, and struck out to intercept the slicing light. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with ferocity. "Divine might, blood fiend fist," he declared. As he blocked the sword light, he unleashed his divine force. A wave of bloodthirsty energy forming behind him, surging toward his adversary. The assailant faltered momentarily under the pressure of the blood fiend aura, but soon unleashed a terrifying intent, momentarily countering the oppressive force. In that fleeting instant, Chaozhen struck. The air erupted with a deafening roar as his fist, akin to a spear, pierced toward the assailant's chest. The foe's eyes narrowed, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he met Chaozhen's power head-on. The collision was explosive, the overwhelming force shattering the sword aura and striking against his blade. The assailant grunted, immediately recoiling, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. On the other side, after the initial strike, the assailant had been thwarted by Yuan Mu's palm technique, prompting him to retreat without a moment's pause. You think you can escape? Yuan Mu did not pursue, yet Chaozhen was unwilling to relent. Sensing his opponent's injury, he resolved to press the advantage, soaring after the fleeing figure like a great rock. Observing this, Yuan Mu's expression shifted, and he too began to pursue. However, just as he moved, the fleeing figure reappeared behind him, unleashing several swift sword strikes that enveloped him entirely. With a decisive motion, he deflected the sword energy with a powerful palm. However, the figure was slightly impeded. His gaze fell upon the one who had drawn the sword, Shuiren, a master of the sword Dao at the Dantian transformation stage. It seemed that the attack on Chaozhen was indeed the work of Lu Sheng's sword. To his astonishment, it was Yu who struck. This time, Yuan Mu clearly discerned the identity of the swordsman. It was none other than Shuiren himself.